Ugh! Subai struggled to surface into consciousness from the fathomless chaos like a drowning man finally touching the water's surface. He had dreamed a long dream, so long it felt like a lifetime. In the dream, he had become the third prince of the Yin kingdom in the Qingzhou region. From childhood, he grew up within the deep palace's vermilion walls, frail and sickly, never without medicinal broths. This year, in early spring, after much maneuvering his father, the emperor finally secured him an opportunity to journey with his maids and attendants to Qingyun Mountain to attend the Onsenadicade disciple recruitment ceremony of the Yuxia sect. The rhythmic hoofbeats and the creaking of wheels rolling over the road pulled Subai completely from his dream back to reality. He opened his eyes abruptly. What met his gaze was a carriage ceiling embroidered with cloud patterns with warm luminous pearls hanging at the four corners, casting a soft glow. Looking down, he saw he wore a black gold cross-collared robe with the Yin Kingdom's royal swallow totem embroidered in gold thread at the cuffs. The fabric felt smooth and cool to the touch. The carriage continued forward, but Subai's heart was as unsettled as the jostling cabin. He reached aside, pulled open a small sandalwood compartment, and took out a palm-sized silver mirror. The mirror reflected an unfamiliar face, about 16 or 17, with clear brows, a straight nose, and pale lips. There was a pallor like one just recovered from a long illness, yet it could not conceal an innate, dignified elegance. To be fair, this face, though not as sharply defined as his previous lives, was still handsome and carried a noble bearing. I've actually transmigrated. Subai put down the mirror and murmured to himself. The searing pain from the explosion of the virtual holographic gaming device seemed to still linger on his skin. His Earth self must have perished in the flames, yet inexplicably his soul had crossed into this identically named third prince of Yin. What a pity about the dozens of holographic games I saved up to buy, and the AI girlfriend ID just customized. Subai gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Oh well, since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. At least I'm a prince, and now I have a chance to tread the path of immortality that ordinary people can only dream of. The memories of his past life and this Buddhist memories gradually merged. In this world there indeed existed cultivators who could fly through the skies and move mountains. Legend had it that those who reached great attainment could ascend to immortality and share the heavens' lifespan. Compared to his previous world, where humanity barely broke the average lifespan limit of 120 years with biotechnology, this world clearly offered more hope. But cultivation requires a spiritual root, a 1 in 10,000 rarity. Though a prince, I have no cultivators around me, so I don't know if I possess one. Only at the foot of Qingyun Mountain after the test will I know. At this thought, Subai's heart was flooded with anxiety. Just then a dark yellow light screen appeared in his mind, ancient characters appearing one by one, named Su, by spiritual root, talent none, immortal blessing reflection, survey 11, copy 11. No spiritual root talent. Subai's heart sank, but when he saw the last line his pupils contracted sharply. This is the only immortal art I obtained in the game Ascend to Immortality. After the shock, a surge of ecstasy flooded his heart. In Ascend to Immortality, the world's hottest holographic cultivation game, before his transmigration, Subai had relied on this rare immortal art, called Immortal Blessing Reflection, to fight his way through countless players and once break into the global top 10. Without the accidental explosion of his device, even reaching the top spot wasn't a dream. Could it be that fate intended me to bring this art to this true cultivation world? Subai clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palm. With this immortal art in hand, even if I have no spiritual root by birth, I will carve out a path to immortality. The carriage suddenly slowed, and from outside came the steady voice of the driver, Uncle Su, third prince, the Qingyun Square has arrived. Subai took a deep breath and lifted the carriage curtain. The previously bumpy dirt road had disappeared, replaced by smooth mirror-like bluestone slabs, seamless and seemingly naturally formed. The carriage passed through a misty forest path, the fog dampening the curtains, carrying the fresh scent of plants. After exiting the path, the view suddenly opened up. A huge bluestone square spread out in the embrace of surrounding mountains, apparently large enough to hold tens of thousands. At the edge stood 9 white jade pillars carved with flowing runes of faint radiance swirling within them. In the distance, peaks rose one after another, the main summit piercing the clouds. Above, the mountainsides were hidden in drifting mist, with occasional flocks of cranes flying past, their clear cries echoing through the valleys. This was Qingyun Square, the first checkpoint before the mountain gate of Yuxia sect. Only on the Onsenadicade recruitment day would the mountain-protecting Grand Array open a passage for mortals to step into this immortal land. At this moment, the square was a sea of people. Youths of suitable age from dozens of mortal kingdoms in Qingzhou had formed over a dozen long lines, standing in orderly fashion. There were noble children in brocade robes, commoners in coarse cloth and straw sandals, and youths in strange attire, clearly from remote tribes. Every face was filled with anticipation and tension, their gazes all fixed on the dozen or so temporary platforms ahead. Behind each platform sat a Yuxia sect cultivator, male or female, all with an otherworldly aura, dressed in pale blue sect robes, with flowing cloud patterns on the cuffs. Third Prince, it's time to dismount and line up. Uncle Su reined in the horse and turned respectfully. This old man past 50 was not just a driver, but a congenital martial artist carefully chosen by the Queen Mother to escort Su Bai all the way. Su Bai responded, bent down, and emerged from the carriage. The gold-inlaid imperial carriage and his fine black gold brocade robe immediately drew many eyes. Low murmurs rose from the crowd. Look at that carriage, another prince. The swallow emblem of Yin, it's the Yin royal family. Quite the show of status, not knowing to be restrained before an immortal sect. Hush, that's the third prince of Yin, said to be deeply favored by the Yin emperor. Su Bai paid no heed, walking straight to a line with relatively fewer people. Under the immortal sect, even kings and nobles had to queue properly. That was the rule. However, royalty had some privileges. The smaller carriage behind also stopped, and 4 maids in yellow dresses filed out. Skillfully, they took a light sedan chair from the carriage, quickly assembled it, then each took a corner and lifted it steadily. Please ascend the sedan, third prince, the lead maid said softly with a clear voice. Su Bai nodded slightly and calmly entered the sedan. The 4 women all had mortal martial arts skills, carrying him light and steady. The sedan progressed with the flow of people. Su Bai sat inside with his eyes closed, resting. The gazes from around grew more complex. Envy, jealousy, disdain, mockery. He could faintly hear sneers, still putting on airs in this immortal, blessed land. Su Bai was calm inside. Why suffer when you can enjoy? These people were probably just sour grapes. His full attention was already fixed on the testing platform ahead. Through immortal blessing reflection, Su Bai had confirmed that this body indeed had no spiritual root. Following normal procedure, he was doomed to be eliminated. But now with the immortal art, everything had turned around. However, the survey and copy functions of immortal blessing reflection both had extremely long cooldown. Each could only be used once per year. This first copy opportunity must be used on the most suitable target. The surest method was to wait until a testing cultivator clearly identified someone with a spiritual root, then Su Bai would copy it. Thus foolproof. On the platform, the cultivator in charge of this line was a young man around 30, clean shaven, with an aloof expression. A thin boy in plain clothes stepped forward trembling. The cultivator reached out and touched his back. No spiritual root. Next, the boy's face turned pale, and he tried to say something, but the cultivator waved him off. The line continued. Over a dozen people, after all, without spiritual roots. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. Go. Cultivator, keep me as a servant. Here's 500 gold. Get lost. The cultivator waved slightly, and the expensively dressed youth who seemed to be royalty from another country was flung away. He fell a dozen meters away unconscious. The cultivator didn't even glance at him, continuing to test the next person. Su Bai felt a chill. Indeed, without a spiritual root, immortal meant nothing to cultivators. The calm declaration sounded again and again, each time accompanied by a face of despair. Some collapsed and wept on the spot, some walked away dazed, and others reluctantly begged to be servants, only to be brushed away impatiently by the cultivator. Su Bai's heart tightened. Among mortals, those with spiritual roots were truly as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Suddenly, a commotion came from the adjacent line. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. Finally, a 13 or 14-year-old boy had tested positive for a spiritual root. Low-grade 5-element root. Whom barely qualifies to enter Yuxiao sect. Start as a chore disciple. After reaching the first layer of qi refining, you can enter the outer sect. Are you willing? The boy is willing. The youth in front nodded repeatedly. This was the first youth whose spiritual root was detected that Su Bai personally witnessed after arriving at Xinyan Plaza. Seated in the sedan chair, Su Bai tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest. 5 spiritual roots. Indeed, 2 inferior. As the third prince of the Yin kingdom, Su Bai, though not yet having stepped into the immortal sect, could still understand quite a bit of common knowledge about the cultivation world through the imperial collection of classics. One of the most important principles was that spiritual roots are not better with more attributes. The path of cultivation is essentially to draw heaven and earth's spiritual energy into the body, refining it for personal use. Spiritual roots act as vessels and channels. The more attributes, the broader the types of spiritual energy one can absorb. However, when different types of spiritual energy circulate within the body, they conflict and offset each other, becoming obstacles instead. It is like 5 rivers converging at one point, the currents colliding and stirring up mud and sand. Thus, the grades of spiritual roots from bottom to top are inferior 5 spiritual roots, lower 4 spiritual roots, secondary 3 spiritual roots, superior dual spiritual roots, premium single spiritual root, and some rare variant spiritual roots. Between each grade, the cultivation speed can differ by several times or even tenfold. Taking the Yuxiao sect as an example, those with 5 or 4 spiritual roots can only start as menial disciples struggling at the bottom. Those with 3 or dual spiritual roots can enter the outer sect, directly receive proper cultivation techniques, and receive a fixed allocation of resources each month. Among them, outstanding dual-root individuals often stand out in the outer sect competition and advance into the inner sect or even the true disciple ranks. As for a single spiritual root, that is a true child of destiny. Once discovered, they are immediately taken as true disciples by the sect's top leaders, nurtured with full effort and seen as the future pillar of the sect. Most cultivators have spiritual roots that are somewhat mixed. A pure single-root body is rarely encountered. In recent recruitment drives of the Yuxia sect, no single spiritual root seedling has appeared. Subai naturally did not dare to hope for a premium spiritual root on his first copy. He already had a planned secondary 3 spiritual roots would suffice. With this qualification, he could step into the Immortal sect and establish a foothold. After 1 year, when the Immortal talent mirrors cool down ends, he would gradually pursue a higher talent. The path of cultivation is long. There is no need to rush. As the sun slowly shifted, the crowd on the plaza advanced gradually. Using the sedan's cover, Subai quietly changed cues several times. He was waiting and observing. Several hours passed, and only a few had their spiritual roots detected. They saw 3 with 5 spiritual roots and 1 with 4 spiritual roots, all destined to be menial disciples. Subai's expression was calm, but inwardly, he began to weigh his options. If no suitable target appeared, should he settle for a lesser one? Just then a low murmur surged from the queue ahead. 3 spiritual roots. Subai looked up. After careful examination, the fellow cultivator on the stage announced loudly, Waterfire Wood. 3 spiritual roots, secondary grade. Eligible to enter the outer sect directly. The examinee was a youth about 15, wearing an indigo cotton short shirt, a coarse hemp belt around his waist, slightly dark skin, and regular features. He looked like a commoner's child who had worked hard for years. At that moment, he stood frozen, as if unable to believe it, until the cultivator urged, "Go register over there." Only then did he snap out of it, staggering toward the designated area, a wild joy gradually blooming on his face. Subai's gaze sharpened. 3 spiritual roots. Outer sect disciple. From his accent, he seemed to be from the northern border of Yen Kingdom. That was enough. If he waited any longer, his frequent cue switching might raise suspicion. Why would a prince be so restless? "You're the one." Subai made up his mind. He raised his hand to signal the sedan to stop, straightened his robe, and under Subai's escort strode steadily toward the youth. By now the youth was surrounded by a crowd. Fellow townspeople congratulated warmly, strangers tried to make connections, and several minor family disciples handed over name cards. The youth responded flusteredly, his face bright red. At a certain distance, Subai activated the detection ability of the Immortal talent mirror. As long as it was within line of sight, the detection would work. But to copy, physical contact was necessary. Immortal art detect him. At a fixed distance, Subai stared at the youth and silently commanded. Detection successful. The target possesses talent Waterfire with 3 spiritual roots. Subai breathed a sigh of relief. The Immortal talent mirror was indeed effective, and it matched exactly what the detection platform had shown. Next, he only needed physical contact to copy the spiritual root talent. Look, even the 3rd prince of Yen Kingdom has come. Indeed, one person's luck elevates all around. No, it's the divide between immortal and mortal. What is the earthly imperial court compared to this? Seeing an immortal seedling, even they have to proactively befriend him. Amid the discussions, the crowd automatically parted a path. Subai moved with ease, his dark gold brocade robe flowing with understated luster under the sunlight. The youth clearly recognized the imperial attire. His expression became nervous, and he hurriedly bowed with cupped hands. "Humble subject. Pays respects to the 3rd prince." Subai concealed his delight, put on a gentle smile, quickly stepped forward, and supported the youth's arms with both hands. No need for such formalities. The immortal path lies ahead. O worldly ranks are but fleeting clouds. Since we both hail from the Yen Kingdom, we are fated. The moment their skin touched, Subai activated the copy ability of the Immortal talent mirror. The instant he contacted the youth's arm, he commanded it. Copy the spiritual roots on him. Copy successful. Target talent copied. 3 spiritual roots, Waterfire Wood. A mysterious warm current surged through his palm, up his arm, straight to the spiritual pivot of his back. It felt as if something sleeping had been quietly awakened, like a closed door gently pushed open. Subai suddenly felt that the world around him had become softer, and his head felt lighter. The fatigue from the long journey also recovered considerably. Those who possess spiritual roots, even without cultivation, can passively attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Their vitality is naturally abundant, destined to be extraordinary. Subai glanced at his interface. Name Subai spiritual root talent, 3 spiritual roots, Waterfire. Would Immortal talent mirror cooldown 365 days. Like in the full dive game, a cooldown of 1 year. But in my past lives full dive virtual game, the time ratio between game world and reality was 1:1. It would cool down in just over a month in reality. In this world, I must wait a full year. I need to live long enough to unleash the full power of the Immortal talent mirror. He looked at the youth again. In the detection vision of the Immortal talent mirror, the originally bright three-colored spiritual root aura of the target had dimmed by nearly half, taking on a withered hue. This meant the target had been marked copied and could not be copied again. The youth, of course, was completely unaware. He was still overwhelmed by the royal noble's proactive friendship, his voice trembling with excitement. Third Prince. You are too kind. I am Wu Tian from Balin County. My family runs a timber business. Brother Wu Tian. Su Bai interrupted with a smile, his tone sincere. I am a year older than you. If you don't mind, call me Brother Su. The immortal path is dangerous. After entering the sect, we can look out for each other. Wu Tian was stunned. Though simple-minded, he understood how much of this brotherhood was due to his spiritual root. But faced with this warm down-to-earth prince, a surge of warmth still rose in his heart. He nodded vigorously. Brother Su. Su Bai chatted with him for a while, asked about his family, and said at the right moment, I haven't been tested yet, so I need to get back in line. When we enter the sect, he'll find you. Brother Su will definitely have spiritual roots. Wu Tian said earnestly, eyes full of trust. Su Bai patted his shoulder and turned away. Under his brocade sleeve, his fingertips trembled slightly with excitement. Returning to the queue within half an incense stick's time, it was Su Bai's turn. He walked steadily up the platform. In charge of this queue was the pale, beardless young cultivator. He was resting with eyes closed until Su Bai stood before him. Then lazily he clapped his hand on Su Bai's back. A wisp of pure spiritual energy penetrated his body. Su Bai felt a gentle yet irresistible force travel through his body once and finally converge into the Dantian's spiritual cavity. Where the force passed, his newly acquired 3 spiritual roots spontaneously emitted a faint resonant fluctuation. The young cultivator withdrew his hand, surprise flashing in his eyes. Waterfire with 3 spiritual roots, acute spiritual energy sensitivity, solid foundation. Strange, you look pale, as if deficient, yet your spiritual energy response is more active than ordinary 3-rooted cultivators. He naturally could not imagine that this spiritual root was copied intact by the immortal talent mirror. Though not innate, it was no different from an innate one. You may enter the outer sect of our Yuxia sect directly. Wait over there, we'll go up the mountain together later. The inner disciple's gaze softened considerably. With a 3 spiritual root talent, barring unforeseen events, he would eventually become an inner disciple of the Yuxia sect just like him. Another with 3 spiritual roots. This child is truly destined for greatness. A noble prince in the mortal realm, and now he possesses mid-grade spiritual roots upon entering the path of immortality. Comparing people only breeds envy. Whispers surged like a tide beneath the testing platform, mingling with admiration, jealousy, and sighs. In the eyes of mortals, 3 spiritual roots were already a heaven-defying opportunity, enough to elevate an entire family from the mundane. How could they not be envious that Su Bai, already born into royalty, now grasped fortune in both the mortal and immortal realms? Su Bai's face remained calm as he respectfully clasped his hands toward the cultivator on the platform. Thank you, senior brother. The young cultivator gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Within the sect, precedence was determined by attainment. Though Su Bai was a prince having entered the immortal sect, he must address fellow disciples as brothers. This address of senior brother was both a formality and a gesture of humility. As he descended the high platform, Uncle Su hurried over with 4 maidservants, their faces barely concealing their excitement. Congratulations, Your Highness, the 3rd Prince. Congratulations, Your Highness, on entering the immortal sect. Uncle Su's eyes reddened as he lowered his voice. This is wonderful. Consort Ling's position in the palace will now be as solid as a rock. When this old servant returns to report to His Majesty and Her Highness, how overjoyed they will be. This old servant was a clansman of Su Bai's mother, Consort Ling, and had watched over Su Bai since childhood, utterly loyal. At this moment, his first thought was still the future of that gentle woman in the palace. Su Bai's possession of spiritual roots meant that Consort Ling's lineage now had the support of immortal destiny, the firmest foundation in the treacherous struggles of the harem. Su Bai sighed inwardly. In his past life, he had been alone. Here in this life, he was bound by blood. He looked at Uncle Su and said warmly, Uncle Su, now that my spiritual roots have been verified, I will soon accompany the senior brothers of the immortal sect up the mountain to cultivate. According to sect rules, mortals cannot remain here. You should depart for Yin capital today. He paused, took a jade pendant from his bosom, and handed it over. Give this to my mother and tell her, your son will cultivate diligently and not disappoint her hopes. The journey back is long, you must take care. Uncle Su took the jade pendant with trembling hands, tears streaming down his aged face. Rest assured, Your Highness. This old servant will personally deliver the news of your entry into the immortal sect. You must take great care in the sect. Su Bai nodded, said no more, and turned toward the area where new disciples were gathering. Wu Tian was already waiting there, and seeing him approach, rushed over excitedly. Brother Su, I knew you could do it. The young man's eyes shone with genuine joy, devoid of any jealousy. In his view, having this approachable prince as a fellow disciple was the best outcome. Su Bai smiled and patted his shoulder. We are fellow disciples now. Look out for each other. Definitely. Wu Tian nodded emphatically. As the sun slanted westward, the testing on the square drew to a close. Su Bai quietly observed the day's results: 14 with 3 spiritual roots, 83 with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, and none with 2 or a single spiritual root. Indeed, exceptional aptitude is a rare find, he mused. The Yuxiao sect's recruitment ceremony would last 10 days, and this was only the third. In the coming days, disciples with 2 or even a single spiritual root might yet appear. Wu Tian's 3 spiritual roots were far from the finest of this ceremony. Yet Su Bai felt no regret. Celestial talent reflection was his greatest secret, and every use must be flawless. Wu Tian was a subject of Yin, a fellow countryman. Befriending him was entirely natural. Shaking hands and offering support in full view of others made physical contact seamless. Approaching a prodigy of exceptional status and surrounded by admirers would only invite suspicion. No matter how powerful the celestial art, one must conceal one's brilliance, Su Bai reminded himself. Once inside the sect, I will proceed step by step. At that moment, Yuxiao sect disciples began clearing the grounds. Uncle Su and the servants bowed repeatedly before finally driving their carriage away from the square. Su Bai watched the dust trail fade, a faint melancholy rising in his heart, swiftly replaced by resolve. The solitary path of immortality began here. New disciples gather here. A composed inner disciple called out in a clear voice. Nearly 100 youths quickly assembled. The disciple scanned the crowd and said briefly, I will take you up the mountain now. Do not panic on the way, simply hold your breath and steady your mind. As his words fell, over a dozen inner disciples each employed their own methods. Some chanted incantations, wind gathering beneath their feet, as they hoisted 2 new disciples, each leaping like hawks, each bound covering over 100 feet as they sped up the steep cliffs. Some summoned artifacts, a broadsword expanding to the size of a door carrying 5 or 6 as it rose slowly. A silk kerchief spread like a cloud bearing several maidens gracefully upward. Still others transformed jade flutes into boats or gourds into clouds of mist, a dazzling display of immortal arts that left the new disciples spellbound. Su Bai and Wu Tian were soon selected by a stern-faced disciple in gray. Without a word, he grabbed each by the scruff of the neck and barked up. Su Bai felt a lightness, wind roaring past his ears as the scenery blurred into streaks of color. Rocks, ancient pines, and waterfalls flashed by in an instant. The intense sensation of weightlessness churned his stomach. Fighting the discomfort, he squinted to see pale green vortices forming beneath the gray-robed disciples' feet, with each step carrying the 3 of them upward like climbing stairs. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the air ahead suddenly rippled like water. The gray-robed disciple did not slow but charged straight into the shimmer. As if passing through a warm film of water, the surrounding atmosphere shifted abruptly. The biting mountain wind vanished, replaced by a gentle, moist breeze carrying the fragrance of grass and an indescribable vitality that washed over them. Su Bai shuddered. He could clearly feel the air grow heavier. No, not true weight, but a certain fullness of presence. With each breath, a cool sensation seeped into his limbs, washing away fatigue and invigorating his spirit. The 3 newly acquired spiritual roots in his spine trembled faintly, like parched earth greeting sweet rain. So this is spiritual energy, Su Bai realized. Passing through the mountain protecting formation meant they had truly entered the Yuxiao sect's gates. The gray-robed disciple released them, and Su Bai and Wu Tian stumbled to the ground, looking around. Before them lay a wide platform paved with white jade veiled in clouds, through which distant palace eaves and pavilions could be seen. At the platform's edge stood an ancient stele inscribed with 3 bold characters, Welcome, Immortal Pavilion. Dozens of new disciples who had arrived earlier stood on the pavilion, most pale and unsettled, while others gazed around excitedly, whispering among themselves. The gray-robed disciple pointed to a stretch of blue-tiled buildings on the west side. That's the outer disciple compound. Go to the affairs office to register and collect your items. You'll be assigned. I will go and bring the rest. With that, his form flickered and vanished down the mountain path. Su Bai steadied his breath, exchanged a glance with Wu Tian, and walked side by side toward the buildings. The outer disciple compound was simpler than imagined, yet orderly. Dozens of rows of blue brick houses stood neatly arranged with gray walls and black tiles, copper bells hanging from the eaves chiming softly in the breeze. The paths between the houses were paved with bluestone slabs, swept spotlessly clean. At the compound's center lay a square paved with white stone large enough for several hundred people, likely a gathering place for lectures. At that moment, a long line had formed before a building on the east side of the square, bearing a wooden sign reading Affairs Office. Su Bai and Wu Tian joined the end of the queue. The line moved quickly, and within half an instant's time, it was Su Bai's turn. The inside of the Affairs Office was simple, a desk, a chair, and a cabinet. Behind the desk sat an old man with white hair clad in black inner disciple robes, a dark iron token at his waist engraved with Outer Affairs Officer. The old man had a gaunt face but sharp, eagle-like eyes, and was flipping through a register. Name, age, origin, spiritual roots, he said without looking up, his voice raspy yet clear. Subai clasped his hands. Disciple Subai, age 16, from Yin Kingdom's Qing Prefecture, royal family, with water fire and wood spiritual roots. At the word royal family, the old man's brush paused slightly, and he looked up to appraise Subai. His gaze swept over like a tangible force, and a faint tickle of being probed ran down Subai's spine. The sensation of spiritual power inspection. After a few breaths, the old man withdrew his gaze, dipped his brush, and recorded in the register, while speaking slowly, spiritual roots verified. Sect rules: all registration information must be truthful and accurate. If falsification is discovered later, regardless of reason, the offender will be stripped of outer disciple status, demoted to menial labor, and barred from promotion forever. Do you understand? This disciple understands, Subai said solemnly. Every word is true. The old man said no more, taking an indigo bundle, a palm-sized green jade token, and a thin booklet from the cabinet behind him, placing them on the desk. Block C, Courtyard 32, Room 4. The jade token is the key to the courtyard's restriction. Inject a trace of spiritual energy to activate it. He pointed to the bundle, 3 sets of outer disciple uniforms imbued with a permanent cleansing charm impervious to dirt. If damaged, you may request new ones from the supplies room. He then picked up the booklet, its cover a simple indigo titled Xiaoguang Breathing Technique, First 4 Layers. This is the sect's foundational breathing method, cultivatable up to the 4th layer of qi refining. For cultivation difficulties, consult the supervising disciple of your courtyard. Each courtyard has a senior disciple at mid-stage qi refining to provide guidance. The old man paused, then added, on the last day of each month at the hour of Chun, elite inner disciples will give public lectures on the essence of the Xiaoguang breathing technique and answer cultivation questions at the outer disciple lecture hall. This is an important benefit for outer disciples, do not miss it. Subai received the items with both hands, their surfaces cool to the touch. The jade token was smooth, the booklet's paper tough and resilient, faint spiritual light shimmering across it. Thank you, officer. Subai bowed deeply. Upon entering the outer sect, cultivation must be your foremost priority. Swiftly condense your first thread of spiritual energy and advance to qi refinement realm, thereby truly embarking upon the immortal path. The white-haired sect steward handed over the final item and lifted his gaze towards Subai, his tone softening slightly. Remember, once you reach qi refinement realm, you may collect 1 qi gathering pill monthly from the outer sect steward's office. This pill aids in gathering spiritual energy and enhances cultivation efficiency. It is a fundamental benefit granted by the sect to all outer sect disciples. Do not miss it. Disciple takes this to heart. Many thanks for your guidance, elder steward. Subai bowed solemnly, then gathered his bundle and stepped out of the queue. He did not depart immediately, but paused quietly outside the steward's chamber. Soon after, Wu Tian emerged, clutching an indigo bundle, his face still alight with fresh wonder. Brother Su, I've been assigned to Courtyard No. 122, Room 6 in the Bing District. Wu Tian waved the azure jade token in his hand. And you? Courtyard No. 32, Room 4. Subai replied, glancing at the faint characters shimmering upon the token. It seems we lie at opposite ends. One east, one west. For now our paths diverge. They exchanged courtyard numbers and agreed to reunite once settled. Wu Tian scratched his head and grinned. I hear outer sect disciples enjoy 3 days of freedom each month. I'll seek you out then to learn from your cultivation insights. Let us exchange techniques mutually, Subai said, clapping him lightly on the shoulder before watching the earnest youth stride westward toward the cluster of courtyards, then turned east himself. The outer sect residential compound was vast, divided into 4 districts, Jia, Bing, and Ding, each containing over 100 independent courtyards. Flagstones paved a crisscrossing network of paths. A wooden signpost stood beside them, inscribed with talismanic runes. Merely touching one would cause a luminous map of that district's courtyards to bloom upon its surface. Following the signs through 2 alleyways, Subai arrived before a meticulously arranged cluster of Sihuan courtyards, gray walls, dark-tiled roofs, and wooden plaques bearing numbered inscriptions above each gate. Courtyard No. 32 stood mid-alley, its gate firmly shut, a palm-sized bronze mirror suspended from the door ring, its surface shimmering with subtle swirling light, clearly a rudimentary identification formation. Subai withdrew his azure jade token and held it near the mirror. Ripples shimmered across its surface, a slender beam of light scanned the token. Then came a soft click and the gate swung inward silently. Pushing the door open revealed a hidden world. The courtyard proved more spacious than imagined, roughly 3 zhang square, paved with bluish bricks whose cracks sprouted velvety green moss. At its center grew over a dozen slender green bamboo stalks, their shadows swaying gently in the breeze. Beneath them rested a stone table and benches, their surfaces polished smooth, as if tended daily. Most striking was the courtyard sky, not open to the heavens but sealed beneath a translucent pale azure membrane, curved like an inverted jade bowl. Through that dome the sky shone crystalline and serene, clouds drifted slowly. Yet no wind, rain, or dust ever breached the barrier. It was unmistakably a composite formation, both protective and spirit-gathering. Seated beside the stone table sat a lone figure, perhaps 23 or 24 years old, clad in robes identical to those of outer sect disciples save for silver edging along his sleeves, his bearing calm and grounded. He held a scroll, and upon hearing the gate raised his eyes. His gaze lingered on Su Bai for a moment before he spoke. "Are you Brother Su Bai?" "Indeed. I am the newly initiated disciple Su Bai, honored to meet you, senior brother." Su Bai stepped forward swiftly and offered a formal disciple's bow. The young man set aside his scroll and rose, returning the gesture. "I am Zhou Chang, the resident senior disciple of Courtyard No. 32. You may call me Brother Zhou. The steward's office has already notified me of your arrival via spirit message token." His speech flowed briskly, his brow marked with quiet competence. "Brother Zhou," Su Bai responded without hesitation. Zhou Chang studied Su Bai for a few moments, then gave a slight nod. "Having entered the immortal path, cultivation is paramount. First settle your belongings and change into your disciple's robes. Return here in 1/4 hour. I shall begin instructing you in the first layer essentials of the rosy light qi refinement art." "Yes, senior brother." Su Bai accepted the instruction and strode toward the northern wing, guided by his jade token. The Sihiyuan featured 3 rooms on each side, their lintels marked with room numbers. Room 4 lay in the second eastern chamber. As the jade token neared the lock, a faint azure glow flickered, and the door slid open soundlessly. Inside, furnishings were spare: a bed, a cabinet, a desk, and a chair, all crafted from green bamboo, exuding a delicate natural fragrance. The bed bore simple softwood bedding, yielding pleasantly to the touch. In one corner stood a half-man-high clothing chest. On the desk rested an oil lamp, a water jug, and a ceramic cup, common household items neatly arranged. Most distinctive was the meditation cushion beneath the window, woven from some russet grass stem, its surface smooth and faintly pulsing with spiritual energy. Su Bai unfastened his bundle and retrieved his outer sect disciple's uniform. The robe was made of an unfamiliar fabric, its cuffs and lapels embroidered with subtle cloud motifs, cool to the touch. Dressing swiftly, securing the sash, and adjusting his appearance before the mirror, he beheld a youth of clear features and refined countenance. His azure robes, elegant and understated, shedding much of his former imperial grandeur, acquiring instead an air of transcendent serenity. He picked up the manual titled Rosy Light Qi Refinement Art and hastened back to the courtyard. Zhou Chang awaited him by the stone table. His eyes fell upon the book in Su Bai's hands. "Can you read?" "Yes." "Excellent." Zhou Chang gestured for him to sit. First, read through the opening incantation for the first layer. Familiarize yourself with its rhythm and essence. Then I shall explain each line in depth. Su Bai opened the manual. The first page bore the incantation for Qi Refinement Realm I, 50-odd characters. At dawn's first rosy light, the spirit platform clears. Draw Qi inward. The 100 meridians awaken. Heart like still water, intent following the radiance. Qi returns to the dantian. Thus the spirit sprout stirs. The language was archaic, resonant with profound meaning. Su Bai read it twice in silence. Though full comprehension eluded him, he sensed within it the immutable truths of cultivation. "Finished?" Zhou Chang asked. "Yes." "Then let us begin." Zhou Chang straightened, his voice grave. "The Rosy Light Qi Refinement Art serves as our sect's foundation establishment method, a technique superior to ordinary Qi refinement arts. Its unique strength lies in cultivating with the rosy light at sunrise and sunset. When celestial radiance bathes the world, a special spiritual resonance arises, harmonizing perfectly with this art, thereby doubling cultivation efficacy. Of course, daily practice remains fully effective even outside these hours." He gestured for Su Bai to sit on the bench opposite, then rose and began pacing slowly, speaking with measured clarity. "In the earliest stage of cultivation, stillness is paramount. Your mind must be free of distraction, your intent anchored at the spirit platform." He touched his own brow. The spirit platform is not a physical location, but rather a state of concentrated divine awareness. Close your eyes now and empty your thoughts. As instructed, Su Bai closed his eyes and regulated his breath. Zhou Chang's voice descended calm and steady. "Imagine yourself seated upon clouds. Gentle breezes caress your face, all worldly things recede. Only when your heart becomes still water can it reflect the spiritual energies of heaven and earth." Su Bai gradually sank into deep tranquility. Whether due to his triple spiritual roots, or perhaps the sheer abundance of spiritual energy within Yuxia Sect's mountain gates, within half a teacup's time, he truly perceived something extraordinary. Tiny points of light bloomed within his inner darkness. Crimson as embers, azure as droplets, verdant as tender shoots. 3 hues danced most vividly around him, light and buoyant. Occasionally a speck brushed his skin, vanishing like dew absorbed into dry sand. leaving behind only a cool, tingling sensation. Do you feel it? Zhou Chang asked. Subai opened his eyes, astonishment bright in his gaze. There are colored motes. Those are manifestations of ambient spiritual energy. A flash of approval crossed Zhou Chang's eyes. You possess water fire and would triple spiritual roots, hence your heightened sensitivity to corresponding energies. Those motes drawn instinctively toward you respond to your roots' resonance. He returned to the table, opened the manual, and pointed to the next passage. Now comes drawing chi inward. You must guide these luminous motes with focused intent. Let them flow along your meridians until they gather in the dantian. Zhou Chang detailed the major meridian pathways and had Subai trace them with his fingertips, imprinting their routes upon memory. He then taught a simplified breathing technique: inhale while guiding chi into the meridians with intent, exhale while propelling the flow forward. Initially, fewer than 1 in 10 motes will remain. You'll lose most en route. Yet with hundreds, even thousands of repetitions, your meridians will gradually open, forging stable chi pathways. Once your principal meridians readily conduct chi, and absorption accelerates, you may attempt to coalesce your first spirit sprout within the dantian. That moment marks successful attainment of chi refinement realm I. Subai listened intently, posing thoughtful questions. Zhou Chang answered each patiently, even channeling a thread of his own spiritual energy to lightly tap Subai's wrist pulse, letting him feel the faint silken trail of chi moving within his body. Unnoticed, over an hour passed. Dusk deepened. The protective dome overhead glowed warm amber, bathing the courtyard in the gentle light of twilight. Subai could now guide a trickle of chi through a complete microcirculation in his arm, retaining only 3 or 5 motes per attempt and progressing sluggishly. But progress, undeniable and real, had taken root. Very good. Zhou Chang finally smiled. Your aptitude surpasses that of the 2 disciples who arrived earlier this week. We'll conclude here for today. Return to your room and practice diligently. Remember, perseverance is the soul of cultivation. His expression turned solemn, especially during the first hour after sunrise, the zenith of celestial rosy light. Do not miss it. Even should you feel lethargic, that single hour demands unwavering seated meditation. This is the outer sect's first precept. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Subai rose and bowed deeply. Many thanks, Brother Zhou, for your meticulous guidance. This falls within my duties as resident senior disciple. The sect rewards such service with contribution points, and your advancement benefits me as well. A subtle ripple stirred within Subai's heart. Though Brother Zhou claimed obligation, his patience and thoroughness far exceeded expectation. Subai ventured softly, Brother Zhou, does this courtyard house only the 2 of us? Not so. Zhou Chang gestured toward the western wing. Rooms 2 and 3 each hold a junior brother. Both arrived within the past 3 days. They cultivate with exceptional diligence, emerging only for meals. Otherwise, they remain sequestered. He paused, then smiled. As it happens, you're timely. Tomorrow, another new disciple arrives. Each newcomer requires individual instruction in the incantations, so these past few days have been unusually peaceful. Why not teach them collectively once assembled? Would that not conserve effort? Subai asked curiously. Zhou Chang shook his head. Cultivation brooks no delay. Sometimes just 10 or 15 days make the difference between peak vitality and the slow decline of flesh and blood, making breakthroughs exponentially harder. 1 day sooner drawing chi inward means 1 day closer to foundation establishment. He gazed toward the rustling bamboo, voice soft yet resolute. When I first entered, my own resident senior brother treated me thus. Now that I bear this duty, I emulate him, to teach each as they arrive, never delaying a single soul. Twilight gilded his profile, azure robes, immaculate eyes limpid and true. Subai stood utterly still, reverence settling deep within him. This Brother Zhou was without question a man of genuine virtue. Clang, clang, clang. 3 deep and melodious bell chimes resonated from afar, penetrating the protective light barrier above the courtyard and echoing among the blue brick courtyard. The bell sounded ancient and steady, carrying a special rhythm that calmed the mind upon hearing it. Subai had just exited his meditative state when he raised his gaze towards the source of the bell sound. A silhouette of a stone tower deep within the outer gate, its tip shimmering with flowing light in the twilight. This is the Chunhua bell, which rings punctually every day. Zhou Chang's voice timely echoed as he stepped out from the west wing, having already rolled up the scroll in his hand. Morning bells and evening drums. Meals are served on schedule. Everything in the sect follows a set routine. In the outer disciples' courtyard, you need not worry about missing mealtimes. You will cultivate when it's time to cultivate and eat when it's time to eat. The daily routine is quite regular. Subai realized, so that was the evening meal bell. Exactly. Zhou Chang nodded and walked over to the stone table in the courtyard. Just as he finished speaking, a faint humming sound from the formation outside the courtyard was heard. The courtyard door was pushed open and a stout boy in a gray short shirt struggled to squeeze in, pushing a wooden dining cart. The cart was quite large, stacked with food boxes on 2 levels, and the boy was sweating profusely, his cheeks flushed. Brothers, the evening meal is here today, the stout boy panted, his voice tinged with a hint of shyness. He was a newly initiated servant disciple. Almost simultaneously, the doors of the second and third rooms in the west wing emitted faint magical fluctuations, the light from the jade talismans activating the prohibitions. The two doors slid open in succession, revealing two young men in green robes of similar age to Su Bai. Zhou Chang waved with a smile. Just in time, let me introduce you. This is Su Bai, our new junior disciple today. He pointed to the two who had just come out of the east wing. This is Zhang Yanshun residing in room 2, and this is Li Dinyo from room 3. Both are newly admitted disciples from a few days ago. Su Bai quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands in salute. Su Bai pays respects to the two senior brothers. Zhang Yanshun had a refined appearance, carrying an air of scholarly demeanor, and replied gently, Zhang Yanshun, nice to meet you. Li Dinyo was stout with dark skin and grinned widely, saying no need for formalities, we've all just joined. Just call me Dinyo. His straightforward personality led his gaze to the food boxes on the cart, his throat unconsciously moving. Zhou Chang laughed. Dinyo is quite straightforward. You two should look out for each other in the future. He turned to the dining cart. Come, let's have the evening meal first. Li Dinyo could no longer contain himself and rushed to the cart, saying, let me see what delicious food we have today. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling. Zhang Yanshun shook his head and chuckled, speaking quietly to Su Bai, don't mind Dinyo, he came from a poor background before joining, rarely eating meat. Now that he sees the sect's meals, he can't help but control himself. No worries, it's just his genuine nature, Su Bai smiled. Zhou Chang had already reached the dining cart and explained to Su Bai the staple food provided to outer disciples is spiritual rice, which is one of the basic benefits for outer disciples. Seeing the confusion on Su Bai's face, he added, spiritual rice is a special grain cultivated by cultivators in spiritual fields imbued with gentle spiritual energy. Long-term consumption can nourish the meridians and aid in cultivation. Zhang Yanshun took over the conversation, his tone serious. Though the effects of spiritual rice are not as rapid as medicinal pills, its advantage lies in gradual accumulation, which is greatly beneficial for us, qi refining stage cultivators. Many outer disciples from small sects can't even afford spiritual rice. Su Bai understood in his heart, this was the foundation of a large sect. At this moment, the stout servant boy had carefully taken out 4 green jade food boxes from the upper level of the cart and distributed them to the 4 individuals. The food boxes felt warm to the touch, with simple warming formation engraved on the lids, faint warmth emanating from within. In courtyard 32, there are currently 4 senior brothers, 4 boxes of spiritual rice. The servant boy respectfully said, the side dishes are below, you may choose as you like. Zhou Chang and Zhang Yanshun only took the boxes of spiritual rice, not taking any side dishes. Zhou Chang explained spiritual rice is for cultivation and it should be consumed. While mundane dishes may be delicious, they do not benefit cultivation and can easily generate turbid energy. We cultivators should refrain from gluttony as soon as possible. Zhang Yanshun nodded in agreement. However, Li Dinyo didn't care about these matters and excitedly lifted the lid of the lower food box. Instantly, various aromas wafted through the air, the rich scent of braised pork, the freshness of steamed fish, and the enticing fragrance of marinated dishes. He swallowed hard, quickly grabbing 5 boxes of side dishes and stacking them in his arms like a small mountain. The servant boy looked towards Su Bai, the last one not to select, and cautiously asked, Senior brother, would you like any side dishes? I still have to hurry to other courtyards. Su Bai wanted to taste what the celestial meals were like compared to the mundane, so he inquired, what dishes are available? Today we have braised fiery tiger meat, steamed silver fish from the cold pond, sauce-flavored iron-eating beast knuckle, jade mushroom stew, and 8 treasure chicken soup. The servant boy listed a string of dishes, many of which were rare delicacies even in the royal palace of the Yen Kingdom. I'll have a portion of the sauce-flavored iron-eating beast knuckle. Su Bai chose the one that sounded the most solid. Sure. The servant boy swiftly took out a ceramic food box and handed it over, then bowed. Enjoy your meal, brothers. I'll take my leave now. He struggled to push the dining cart out of the courtyard, and the light barrier of the formation closed once more. Zhou Chang watched the departing figure of the servant boy and sighed softly. These servant disciples have it tough. Having spiritual roots is a chance, but they have to start from being servants upon entering the sect. Zhang Yanshun shook his head, saying, Senior brother, Zhou has a kind heart, but this situation needs to be viewed clearly. Most of them have 4 or 5 spiritual roots. If they don't join a large sect, they might become outer disciples in small sects right away. But the opportunities given by the Yuxiao sect are far more precious. Once they reach the qi refining first layer, they can be promoted to outer disciples and enjoy the sect's resources. The spiritual energy within the mountain gate is abundant. Even the weakest 5 spiritual roots can break through within 3 to 5 years. At that time, the treatment of outer disciples in Yuxiao sect is incomparable to small sects. His tone was calm, yet he clearly laid out the pros and cons. One must lose something to gain something. This is their own choice. Hearing this, Zhou Chang smiled wryly and shook his head. Yinshin makes a good point, but seeing these young men toil every day, I can't help but feel some pity in my heart. He changed the subject. All right, junior brothers, as per our usual practice, should we eat together? I would love to. Zhang Yinshin smiled. I'll listen to senior brother Zhou. Li Dinyo was already unable to wait. The four walked towards the stone table beside the green bamboo. There were 4 stone tables in total, and Li Dinyo with an abundance of food boxes monopolized one. Subai Zhou Chang and Zhang Yinshan sat at the adjacent stone table. Subai opened the ceramic food box first. The sauce-flavored iron-eating beast knuckle was tender and fragrant, its sauce color bright red, with clear layers of skin, and meat steaming hot and aromatic. He picked up a piece and brought it to his mouth. The skin was soft and chewy, the meat tender, and not dry, the rich flavor of the sauce accompanied by a hint of sweetness, indeed surpassing the culinary skills of mortal royal chefs. The iron-eating beast had nearly gone extinct in the mortal realm. Even the royal family of the Yin Kingdom had difficulty tasting it once in several years. Yet in the eyes of the cultivation sects, it was merely a common wild beast found in the deep mountains, hunted for a change in diet. Subai lifted the lid of the green jade food box again. As the lid opened, a refreshing spiritual aura rushed towards him. Inside the box, the spiritual rice grains were plump and crystal clear, gleaming with a gentle jade-like glow, with faint strands of spiritual energy mist swirling between the grains. Just inhaling this aura made Subai feel refreshed, and his 3 spiritual roots within his body began to tremble spontaneously, filling him with a longing. He scooped up a spoonful and brought it to his mouth. The spiritual rice melted instantly upon entry, transforming into a warm, smooth flow sliding down his throat. It was not the fullness of ordinary food, but rather a wonderful sensation of satiation, the gentle spiritual energy spreading in his mouth, flowing into his stomach along the esophagus, and then transforming into countless fine streams seeping into his limbs and bones. The meridians seemed to bloom like flowers after a long drought, spontaneously expanding and greedily absorbing this pure energy. Subai felt warm all over every pore, rejoicing as they breathed in happiness. The fatigue from the fusion during his journey and the long trek was completely swept away. Even the original weakness of this body was relieved somewhat. Though the spiritual energy transformed from the spiritual rice was not overwhelming, it was enduring and persistent, like spring rain nurturing things quietly. A great thing. Subai silently praised, and his eating speed unconsciously quickened. A full box of spiritual rice was consumed in just a moment. If it were ordinary food, given the original weakness of this body, he would likely feel bloated after eating even half a box. However, the essence of spiritual energy transformed from the spiritual rice had no burden. Instead, it made him feel completely comfortable. Zhou Chang finished first, placing the jade box down and stating seriously, after 1 hour of spiritual rice in your stomach, the spiritual energy is most active for digestion, which greatly benefits cultivation. All junior brothers should seize the time to return to your rooms and cultivate. He looked at Subai and the others, his tone turning serious. You all have 3 spiritual roots with good talent. According to the sect's customary practice, if new disciples can reach the chi refining first layer within 1 month of joining, it's considered excellent. Future resources will be tilted more towards you, so do not be lax. Yes, the 3 replied in unison. Though Li Dinyo was reluctant to leave the plentiful dishes, he understood the importance and hastily stuffed a few bites before putting away the food box. Zhang Yinshan had already stood up, slightly nodding to Zhou Chang and Subai, and left first. Subai also bowed to Zhou Chang before turning towards the east wing. Opening the door to room for the scent of bamboo wafted in. He didn't light a lamp and walked directly to the mat under the window, sitting cross-legged. The night was deep, and the protective light barrier above the courtyard turned to a deep blue, casting a cool, faint light down. Outside the window, the shadows of the bamboo swayed, rustling softly. Subai closed his eyes, focused his mind, and placed his hands in a seal on his knees. Within him, the spiritual energy, transformed from the spiritual rice, was still flowing slowly. He operated the Xiaoguang Qi refining technique, his consciousness sinking into the spiritual platform, and soon he could see those jumping colored light spots again. Crimson, deep blue, emerald green, clearer and more vibrant than during the day. This time, guiding the spiritual energy was much smoother. Those light spots were no longer elusive like mischievous children, but seemed to be summoned, flowing into his meridians along his intentions. Although a good portion still dissipated during the process, the amount successfully absorbed into the dantian had nearly doubled compared to the afternoon. Subai entered a meditative state as per Zhou Chang's previous guidance, running his technique to attract the spiritual energy inside and outside into his body to clear the 100 meridians. As he cultivated, the effects of the spirit rice slowly released. Subai sat cross-legged on a cushion, silently circulating the rosy dawn chi cultivation art. The warm spiritual energy from the spirit rice in his belly flowed like a gentle stream through his meridians, merging with the ambient spiritual energy he absorbed from the outside world. The two streams of energy complemented each other, becoming far more vigorous and surging than during his usual practice. At a certain moment, as the energy flowed through the ends of a meridian, it seemed to strike an invisible barrier. Subai focused his mind, steadied his spirit, and guided the two streams of energy to converge into one point, stabbing at the barrier like a fine awl. Once, twice, thrice. A faint, almost imperceptible pop echoed within his body, and that stubborn obstruction burst open. Spiritual energy surged like a river breaking through a dam into the newly opened meridian, instantly flowing through its entire length. An indescribable sensation of relief washed over his entire being, as if some invisible shackle had been removed, making his limbs and skeleton feel lighter. Subai slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the bright moonlight spilled like liquid silver, casting dappled bamboo shadows on the gray brick floor. Unknowingly, he had been cultivating until late into the night. So this is the feeling of opening a meridian. Subai gently flexed his wrist, feeling the faint warmth of spiritual energy circulating within the newly opened channel. Immersed in cultivation, the passage of time was imperceptible, truly living up to the saying in the mountains, there are no years. In cultivation, one forgets time. Though he had embarked on the path of immortality, he had yet to condense spiritual power, and his mortal body still required sleep for rejuvenation. He lay back on his bamboo bed, pillowing his head on his arm, and gazed at the roof beams. Memories of his past life and experiences of this life interwove like a lantern show in his mind. The virtual game on Earth, the explosions blazed, the brocade curtains of Yen Kingdom's deep palace, the test at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, the spiritual root silently duplicated in his palm. In this life, since I have entered the Immortal sect, I truly intend to ascend to immortality and see for myself. Subai murmured, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Whether due to the nourishment of the spirit rice or the transformation brought by cultivation, Subai slept especially deeply and peacefully that night. The weakness that had plagued this body in the past mostly dissipated. He woke in the morning feeling refreshed, no longer groggy. The bell at sunrise rang on time, piercing through the dawn mist. Subai's eyes snapped open, and he rose nimbly. He changed into his green Taoist robe and pushed open the door. In the courtyard, 3 people were already sitting cross-legged. Zhou Chang faced east, his aura calm and composed. Zhang Yenshin sat with eyes closed in concentration, his robes fluttering without wind. Li Daniyu was scratching his head, clearly not yet fully settled. Junior brother Su, over here. Zhou Chang spoke without opening his eyes, yet seemed to sense him raising a hand to indicate the empty spot beside him. Subai quickly stepped forward and settled cross-legged on the cushion. The eastern horizon was already showing a pale, fish-belly white, with golden-red rays of dawn just beginning to emerge. His mind swiftly recalled the key points of cultivating by borrowing the dawn from the rosy dawn. Qi cultivation art face east formed the Zhuwu hand seal, unite the mind and spirit, and sense the spiritual resonance of the morning light. For your first time cultivating with the dawn, you need to know the essentials. Zhou Chang's voice chimed in at the right moment, deep and calm. When the dawn light falls, use your will to draw in its spiritual energy, slowly guiding it in through the Baihui acupoint. At first you may only sense a faint glimmer. Do not rush for results, proceed step by step. He paused, then added, when you feel a burning heat at your brow and the dawn light intensifies, that is the time to cease practice. By then the dawn light has turned into ordinary sunlight, its spiritual energy mixed and violent beyond the control of low-level cultivators like us. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother Su, Bai replied solemnly. As his words faded, the clouds on the horizon suddenly ripped apart. Myriad golden-red rays of dawn poured down like swords and ribbons from the gaps in the clouds, instantly dyeing half the sky crimson. The protective light film above the courtyard was soaked through by the dawn light, taking on a magnificent glass-like hue. Zhou Chang and the other 2 had long since closed their eyes in meditation, faint halos of golden light swirling around them. Subai took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. He silently recited the mantra and steadied his spirit. At first, it was exactly as Zhou Chang had said. Though he could clearly perceive the spiritual resonance of the dawn light pervading heaven and earth, those wisps of energy were like mischievous beams of light, flitting at the edge of his awareness, difficult to grasp. Subai remained calm and unhurried, his mind as still as an ancient well. His will transformed into an invisible silk net, slowly spreading out. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, his brow suddenly felt cool. A thread of dawnlight's spiritual energy, as fine as a silk filament and interlaced with red and gold, stealthily seeped in through his Baihui acupoint. The energy was extremely faint, hovering at the top of his skull like a candle flame in the wind, threatening to break and dissipate at the slightest misstep. Su Bei's heart tightened, but he dared not relax in the slightest. He gritted his teeth, marshaling all his focus, using his will as a guide to carefully lead that thread of energy downward. past the Intang acupoint through the nasal cavity, down the Chonglo, into the Shanzhou. The guiding process was like walking a tightrope, consuming immense spiritual energy. Beads of fine sweat formed on Su Bei's forehead, and the back of his robe grew damp. He knew not how long passed. Perhaps the time to burn an incense stick, perhaps half an hour, when suddenly home. That thread of dawnlight's spiritual energy finally sank into his Danshan's sea of qi. In that instant, a sound like shattering glass echoed within him. As a sharp pain exploded, the entire meridian was completely opened. Spiritual energy flowed like a stream into a channel, stirring up a faint golden ripple in the meridian that lingered long. Success! Su Bai rejoiced inwardly. Is this the power of dawnlight's spiritual energy? A meridian that would normally take 3 to 5 days of cultivation to open was instantly breached with a single thread of dawn light. He tried to draw in a second thread, but the moment he focused, he felt a scorching heat at his brow, like a needle prick. Knowing the time had passed and the dawn light had intensified, he had no choice but to slowly cease his practice. He opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. In the courtyard, Zhou Chang and the other two had long finished their cultivation and were talking in low voices. Seeing Su Bai awake, Zhou Chang asked with a smile, "How did it go? Were you able to draw in the dawn light?" Su Bai rose and bowed. "I was fortunate enough to succeed. I drew in one thread and opened a meridian." A look of approval flashed in Zhou Chang's eyes. "Excellent. It took Yinshin 3 days to successfully draw in the dawn light, and Daimyo still hasn't fully mastered it. Your comprehension is truly remarkable." Zhang Yinshin smiled and nodded while Li Daimyo scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. "Junior brother Su is amazing. My brain is too slow. I still need more practice." Su Bai humbly replied, "It's all thanks to senior brother Zhou's excellent guidance." As they spoke, the morning bell rang again. The courtyard's formation rippled and a servant disciple pushed a cart bearing the morning meal. Today it was porridge made from spirit rice, the grains translucent, the broth shimmering with a jade-like luster and a delicate fragrance. After a bowl of hot porridge, a warm current spread from his stomach, making him feel comfortable throughout. That warmth urged his body to quickly enter a state of cultivation. Su Bai wasted no time, took a simple leave from Zhou Chang and the others, and returned to his room to continue his practice. At lunchtime, like Zhou Chang and Zhang Yinshin, Su Bai only took the spirit rice and no side dishes. In recent days, he had gradually realized that although ordinary dishes were delicious, digesting them consumed his essence and energy, actually hindering his cultivation efficiency. Spirit rice was entirely different. It transformed into spiritual energy as nourishment without any burden. Such discernment was the proper duty of a cultivator. In the evening, a new member joined the courtyard. The newcomer, a young man named Qian Er, also possessed a triple spiritual root and was assigned to room 5. Zhou Chang, as usual, meticulously taught the essential cultivation techniques. Su Bai and the others also welcomed him warmly. With a virtuous and kind senior disciple like Zhou Chang setting an example, the atmosphere in courtyard 32 was harmonious, and Qian Er quickly integrated. 2 days later, room 6 welcomed its final resident, Jiang Han. This person was rather special. He had been tested as having a quadruple spiritual root, which should have relegated him to the ranks of servant disciples. That he could directly enter the outer sex suggested he had pulled some strings. Zhou Chang, being kind-hearted, did not treat him differently because of this and privately advised Su Bai and the others not to view him with prejudice. However, Jiang Han was withdrawn and taciturn all day. When Zhou Chang taught the techniques, he only lowered his head and listened, never asking a question. After the lesson, he would go straight back to his room and shut the door to cultivate, even having the servant disciples deliver his 3 meals to his room, never eating with the others in the courtyard. At first, Zhou Chang tried to initiate conversation, hoping to help him integrate, but Jiang Han remained consistently cold. After several attempts, Zhou Chang could only sigh and give up. Each person has their own aspirations. It cannot be forced, Zhang Yinshin said softly one day after a meal. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, let him be. With that, all 6 rooms of courtyard 32 were fully occupied. The Jade Dawn sect's decennial disciple recruitment ceremony was also drawing to a close. For the next 10 years, this courtyard would be the immortal dwelling shared by the 6 of them. Time slipped away quietly amid the morning bells and evening drums, the rising dawn and setting moon. Su Bai immersed himself completely in cultivation. Every day, he would rise at the end of the evening hour upon hearing the bell and practice with the dawn light for 1 hour. After breakfast, he would return to his room to circulate his energy, nourishing his meridians with the spiritual energy of the spirit rice. At noon, he would take a brief rest before continuing to open meridians. In the evening, he would practice for another 2 hours until late into the night. One by one, the meridians within his body were opened by spiritual energy, gradually lighting up like a spider's web. With each meridian opened, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy increased, and his cultivation efficiency layered upon itself. He also truly came to understand the essence of the rosy dawn qi cultivation art. Cultivating by borrowing the dawn yields twice the result with half the effort. Ordinary spiritual energy is like a gentle rain, nourishing but slow. Dawnlight's spiritual energy, however, is like a chisel and an axe breaking through barriers with irresistible force. Without the aid of the dawn light opening, all the meridians would likely take several times longer. On the 20th day of the third month, in the darkest hour before dawn, Su-bai awoke naturally before the bell rang. He rose, walked to the table, and tore off the page marked 19 from the calendar. The crisp sound of paper tearing was especially clear in the silent room. I entered the sect on the 1st of the third month, and today is already the 20th, he murmured to himself, changing into his green robe and stepping out into the courtyard. The morning mist had not yet dispersed, and dew clung to the green bamboo. The courtyard was empty. He was the first to rise today. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Su-bai understood the weight of self-discipline far better than his peers. In these 20 days, his cultivation schedule had been as precise as the gears of a clock. Morning, dawn, spirit, rice, meridian, opening, nurturing. Every segment of time was utilized with precision, leaving no gaps. Even the eldest Zhou Chang had once remarked with admiration, junior brother Su's diligence is truly commendable. Su-bai sat cross-legged on his cushion facing east. The horizon grew pale, and the clouds turned golden. He closed his eyes to concentrate, his breathing gradually steadying. The day when all his meridians were fully opened was not far off. Then it would be time to attempt condensing his first thread of spiritual power and step into the first layer of qi refinement. The door to room 6 slid open silently. A slender figure stepped out, clad in plain blue robes, his movements unhurried. It was Zhang Han. Since his admission to the academy, this youth had always been a solitary individual. Even during the golden hour of dawn cultivation, when others absorbed the morning glow, he never remained in the courtyard. Without a word, he would depart each day to seek a secluded spot for solitary training, returning only after the appointed time had passed. Su-bai looked up at the sound, his gaze meeting Zhang Han's midair. Neither spoke. They merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement before averting their eyes. Zhang Han did not pause. He strode directly across the courtyard, pushed open the gate, and disappeared into the morning mist. Junior brother Jiang has gone out again, Zhou Cheng's voice came from behind. Su-bai turned to see Zhou Chang, Zhang Yanxin, and Li Daniu arriving in the courtyard one after another. Qianair also emerged from room 5, rubbing his eyes sleepily. Good morning, fellow senior brothers, Qianair yawned. The 5 exchanged smiles, each taking a meditation mat and finding a spot in the courtyard to sit. Dew glistened on the emerald bamboo. The morning breeze was cool. The courtyard was steeped in tranquility, awaiting the break of dawn's glow. Before long, the sky paled and clouds were tinged with gold. Su-bai had already closed his eyes in concentration, his mind sinking into the spiritual platform. The moment the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, he instantly perceived that familiar spiritual resonance, purer and more intense than during ordinary cultivation. Today, he set his goal to open at least 5 meridians. Holding his breath, his consciousness spread like a net. The first wisp of pale golden dawn qi was quietly drawn and hovering at the crown of his head. Su-bai did not immediately drive it to impact a meridian. Instead, he continued to focus his mind. A second wisp, a third. In one breath, he drew 6 strands of dawn qi into his body. Only on the 7th attempt did a burning, stabbing pain shoot through his brow like a needle prick. Knowing the hour had passed and the blazing sun was about to rise, he finally stopped. The 6 strands of dawn qi converged within his body like 6 slender golden red streams. Su-bai focused his mind on his dantian and drove the qi forth in unison. Boom, boom, boom. The qi surged like a bursting flood, rushing along the predetermined meridian pathways. The blocked barriers were as fragile as paper before the dawn qi bursting open in succession. 1, 2, 3. 6 meridians were connected in quick succession within a short span of time. Su-bai slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing within them. I've opened 6 at once. He carefully sensed his internal state. Nearly 80 to 90% of his meridian network was now illuminated, and his qi flowed with increasing smoothness. At this rate, within 3 days at most, all 100 meridians would be completely unobstructed. Then he could attempt to guide qi into his dantian and condense the first wisp of spiritual energy that was truly his own. According to sect tradition, a disciple with 3 spiritual roots who could reach the first layer of qi refining within 30 days was considered outstanding. Now only 20 days had passed, and he was already close to having all meridians open, far ahead of schedule. At this thought, a smile crept onto Su-bai's lips. Junior brother Su, you're finally done cultivating. Zhou Cheng's voice pulled him back to reality. Looking up, he found himself alone in the courtyard. On the stone table sat a bowl of spiritual rice porridge, now slightly cool. It turned out that his meridian-breaking session had taken longer than expected. The breakfast hour had passed. Thank you, senior brother Zhou. Su-bai rose and walked to the stone table, downing the bowl of porridge in one gulp. The porridge was mixed with finely minced meat from an iron-eating beast, its rich aroma filling the air. The warmth in his belly instantly alleviated the slight emptiness left by the meridian breakthroughs. After Su Bai finished drinking, Zhou Chang spoke slowly. Shortly after the morning cultivation ended, someone came looking for you outside the courtyard, claiming to be an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Su Bai pondered for a moment and had a suspect in mind. It must be Wu Tian. He cupped his hands in thanks to Zhou Chang and hurried toward the courtyard gate. He pressed his jade token against the lock. A faint blue light flickered, and the gate slid open silently. On the bluestone path outside, a familiar figure was pacing back and forth. It was indeed Wu Tian. However, his face was haggard, his brow furrowed with worry, completely devoid of his usual simple smile. Brother Su. Wu Tian forced a faint smile as he saw him emerge. Su Bai stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Come, let's take a walk. This was the first time in 20 days since Su Bai entered the academy that he had truly stepped outside the courtyard. On both sides of the bluestone path, courtyards were scattered and blue-robed disciples came and went. The morning cultivation had just ended. Many were outside their courtyards relaxing and chatting. Some gathered in small groups to discuss cultivation insights, while others stood alone gazing at the clouds in meditation. Not everyone was like Su Bai, dedicating every moment to arduous training. The two walked slowly along the path, gradually leaving the residential area. Wu Tian hesitated several times, but Su Bai did not press him, simply accompanying him in silence. When they reached an open green space, Wu Tian finally couldn't hold back any longer. In a low voice, he said, Brother Su, the senior brother in charge of my courtyard. He's a real piece of work. Oh. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Tell me in detail. It turned out that the disciple in charge of Wu Tian's courtyard 122 was a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots. This man had served as a menial laborer for 2 full years before finally condensing spiritual energy and advancing to the outer sect. Perhaps due to his early experiences, he harbored jealousy toward disciples like Wu Tian who had entered the outer sect directly upon joining. He was perfunctory in teaching techniques and even deliberately misled them. It took me a full 10 days to figure out some basics from the Dan Qi refinement technique manual on my own, Wu Tian said bitterly. I still only have a half-baked understanding of the key to drawing Dan Qi. Every cultivation session is like groping in the dark, relying entirely on luck. Su Bai mused, for someone with 4 spiritual roots to reach the 6th layer of Qi, refining his comprehension must be decent. It's just this temperament. He shook his head. Have you considered reporting him to the affairs hall? Wu Tian gave a bitter smile. That bastard is already at the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refining, just one step away from advancing to the late stage and becoming an inner disciple. Even if I report him successfully, he'd at most get a scolding. But if he holds a grudge and makes life difficult for me and others for the next decade or more, who could bear that? Su Bai fell silent. Wu Tian's words rang true. The path of immortal cultivation was long. If a senior brother with seniority and higher cultivation deliberately targeted you, life would indeed be tough. I have a good senior brother in my courtyard. Su Bai suddenly said. Senior brother Zhou Chang is kin-natured and extremely patient in teaching techniques. I've largely grasped the first 3 layers of the Dan Qi refinement technique. Envy flickered in Wu Tian's eyes. Brother Su is fortunate. Su Bai looked at his haggard face, recalling that this youth was the original owner of his spiritual roots, and felt a stir in his heart. After a moment's deliberation, he spoke. If you don't mind, I can help tutor you. Wu Tian was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. How can this be? Wouldn't that delay your cultivation? It's just the introductory essentials. Half a day is enough, Su Bai said calmly. Let's go find a quiet spot. The two walked westward, passing the boundary of the outer disciple courtyards. The view suddenly opened up. A wide expanse of green land paved with bluestones stretched to the edge of a cliff. In the distance, a sea of clouds churned. Nearby, jagged blue stones dotted the landscape, and below the cliff was an unfathomable abyss. This place was called Listening Wave Cliff, named for the sound of wind surging like waves as it passed over the precipice. On the green land, a few blue-robed disciples sat scattered, all facing the sea of clouds with closed eyes and cultivation, clearly people who enjoyed solitude. Su Bai and Wu Tian found a large rock away from the crowd. The rock surface was flat enough for several people to sit cross-legged. It backed against the cliff wall, offering an open view ahead with clouds drifting beneath their feet. The two climbed onto the rock and sat facing each other. Let's start with the most basic, sensing spiritual energy, Su Bai said, his expression turning serious. Close your eyes, focus on your spiritual platform, and tell me in detail what you perceive. Wu Tian closed his eyes as instructed. After a moment, he said hesitantly, I think I see specks of light floating, but I can't grasp them. That means your mind isn't still. Su Bai said in a calm voice. Imagine yourself sitting above the sea of clouds with all things far away, only your breath resonating with heaven and earth. He guided him step by step, imparting what he had learned from Zhou Chang and his own understanding. From calming the spiritual platform to the pathways of meridians, from breathing techniques to guiding Qi, even down to the intensity and pacing of intent during each Qi induction. At first, Wu Tian was occasionally confused, but as the explanation deepened, a look of sudden realization gradually appeared in his eyes. He tried again, according to Su Bei's instruction, and within just a quarter of an hour he successfully guided a strand of qi through a minor circulation along the Han-Tying lung meridian. I did it. Wu Tian opened his eyes, his face full of surprise. So this is what letting intent follow qi means. My supervising senior brother only said to focus, but never told me how to focus. Su Bai smiled and nodded, continuing to explain several key difficulties of the first layer of the Dan Qi refinement technique. The two engaged in a question-and-answer session, and before they knew it the sun had climbed to its zenith. The clouds on the cliff were gilded with sunlight, and in the distance a crane soared across the sea of clouds, its clear cry lingering long. After Wu Tian completed a full cycle of the technique, with qi flowing smoothly through a major circulation, Su Bai stood up. That's enough. Practice this method when you return, and you should stabilize within 3 days. Wu Tian rose as well, and made a deep bow. Brother Su, words cannot express my gratitude. If there's ever anything I can do for you, just say the word. His eyes were slightly reddened. This half-day of guidance had resolved over 10 days of confusion and anxiety. After spending half a day guiding Wu Tian through the foundational techniques of the Rosy Dan Qi refinement art, Su Bai took his leave and returned to Courtyard 32 to continue his cultivation in solitude. Time slipped away quietly as he sat in meditation on the rush cushion. 3 days later, just past noon, Su Bai sat cross-legged on a bamboo mat. The spirit rice he had consumed transformed into gentle spiritual energy in his abdomen, flowing like a spring stream through the network of his meridians. Over 20 days of arduous cultivation had nearly perfected his meridian network, with only a few minute branch channels yet to be opened. At a certain moment, as the spiritual energy coursed through the terminal points of the gallbladder meridian of foot, Shaoyang, the stubborn obstruction, finally began to loosen. With a subtle shift of his mind, Su Bai did not force a breakthrough. Instead, he guided the spiritual energy like a gentle trickle, washing over the meridian again and again. After 9 such cycles, a faint hum resonated in his ears. The final meridian had burst wide open. In an instant, a resonance surged through all the meridians in his body. Su Bai felt every pore on his body suddenly expand, as if he had transformed from a sealed vessel into a permeable sieve. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth no longer seeped in solely through the crown of his head, but flowed naturally through every inch of his skin and every acupoint. The rate of absorbing spiritual energy had increased nearly tenfold compared to before. He dared not dally and immediately began to circulate the complete first layer technique of the Rosy Dan Qi refinement art. Sinking his consciousness into his dantian, he made the sea of qi his terminus, guiding the influx of spiritual energy along a specific path to complete a full cycle. Initially, the energy rampaged like wild horses, difficult to control, and escaped through meridian divergences several times. Su Bai steadied his mind and spirit, attempting over and over until he gradually grasped the knack, using intent as reins and breath as a whip, balancing tension and relaxation. After completing 7 minor cycles, as his mind and spirit neared exhaustion, a subtle tremor arose from the depths of his dantian. A faint, almost imperceptible point of light flickered in the darkness. Su Bai turned his gaze inward and saw a crystalline, translucent droplet suspended at the center of his qi sea. Though still gaseous in nature, it was tens of times denser than ordinary spiritual energy, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. This was the foundation of a qi-refining cultivator, the first drop of spiritual power ever born. With a mere thought, the droplet responded like an extension of his will, traveling to the palm of his right hand in an instant. A warm, brimming sense of power emanated from his palm, as if he were holding a miniature sun. More wondrously, once this droplet formed, it spontaneously became a gravitational core. The circulation of the Rosy Dan Qi refinement art no longer required deliberate maintenance, but continued naturally like breathing. Though its efficiency was less than half of focused meditation, it had the advantage of running ceaselessly day and night, a steady, enduring stream. So this is truly stepping into the first layer of qi refining. Su Bai slowly opened his eyes, unable to conceal the joy in them. Gazing out the window, the horizon was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. Unknowingly, the breakthrough had taken nearly an entire day. After advancing to qi refining layer 1, I can receive cultivation pills every month. Su Bai recalled the steward's words. I wonder how much benefit the qi gathering pill will bring. He pushed open the door, and the morning breeze greeted his face, carrying the crisp freshness unique to the mountains. In the courtyard, Zhou Chang and the other 3 were already seated beneath the emerald bamboo, facing east, awaiting the dawn rays. Seeing Su Bai emerge, Zhou Chang's eyes flickered with surprise before softening into a smile. Cupping his hands, he said, "Congratulations, junior brother Su. Qi refining layer 1, success." Su Bai returned the salute. "All thanks to senior brother's meticulous guidance." "Haha, I merely did my duty," Zhou Chang laughed. "That you broke through in 24 days is a testament to your own perseverance and comprehension. With this resolve, your future on the immortal path holds great promise." Zhang Yinshan, Li Daniu, and Qian Er all cast complex glances, admiration, envy, and a hint of urgency. They had entered the sect alongside Su Bai with similar aptitudes. Now that Su Bai had broken through first, the gap had already widened. Li Daniu scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Junior brother Su is amazing. I need to step it up too. He looked at the side dish box he was about to open, then gritted his teeth and placed it back on the meal cart, taking only the spirit rice. From today on, I'm not eating this junk anymore. Zhang Yenshin nodded slightly. To see virtue and aspire to emulate. That is as it should be. Qian Er silently clenched his fists, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. After the morning cultivation session, Su Bai finished his spirit rice porridge, exchanged greetings with Zhou Chang, and headed straight for the outer sect steward hall. Located on the east side of the outer sect, it was a 3-courtyard compound with green tiles and white walls exuding an air of antiquity. On ordinary days, the place was quite leisurely, for outer sect stewards each tended to their duties, but apart from the one responsible for task distribution, who was somewhat busy, the rest mostly passed their long, immortal years drinking tea and playing chess. Su Bai did not need to queue and walked straight into the main hall. The room was bright and clean. The steward Su, with snow-white hair but a youthful face, was reclining on a bamboo lounge, her eyes closed, basking in the morning light filtering through the window lattice, gently waving a palm leaf fan in complete contentment. Steward Su Bai stepped forward and bowed, presenting his identity jade token. This disciple has advanced to Qi refining layer 1 and has come to receive this month's cultivation pills. Steward Su slowly opened his eyes and took the jade token. A glimmer of spiritual light flickered at his fingertips, and several lines of small text appeared on the token. He glanced at it, a trace of surprise crossing his gaze. Triple spiritual root aptitude breaking through in 24 days. Not bad. He sat up straight, sizing up Su Bai for a moment, and spoke slowly. You are the third among this batch of new disciples to advance to Qi refining layer 1. Oh, Su Bai raised an eyebrow. May I ask the steward who the first two are? Both are dual spiritual root aptitudes. Steward Su returned the jade token. One took 18 days, the other 21. Though you were slower for a triple spiritual root, it is exceptionally fast. Su Bai understood in his heart. Dual spiritual root talents were inherently superior to triple, so faster cultivation speed was only natural. He made a mental note to keep track of those two individuals' residences and circumstances. When the spirit talent illumination cooldown finished a year later perhaps. Steward Su took a palm-sized gray cloth pouch from his waist. It appeared ordinary with its mouth tied tightly with a red cord. He casually tossed it to Su Bai. According to sect rules, disciples can only receive storage pouches upon advancing to Qi refining layer 4. Since you are among the top 3 to break through, I am making an exception and granting it to you early. Su Bai caught the pouch. It felt as light as nothing in his hand, with a texture neither linen nor hemp, and a faint subtle light shimmered across its surface. This is the lowest grade storage pouch with a space of 1 cubic zhang. Steward Su explained. Now that you have condensed spiritual power, simply channel a wisp into the rune at the pouch's mouth to open it for storage or retrieval. Su Bai followed the instructions and tried. He condensed a wisp of pale golden spiritual power at his fingertip and gently touched the grain-sized rune on the pouch's opening. The rune suddenly flared to life. The pouch's mouth loosened automatically, and as he extended his consciousness inside, within there was indeed a hidden realm. In a space about 3 feet square, a small white jade bottle lay quietly. Inside the bottle are 10 essence replenishing pills, an additional reward for the top 3. Steward Su reclined back into his chair, waving his fan. As for the monthly Qi gathering pill, you can collect it with your jade token on the first day of next month. Thank you, Steward. Su Bai bowed solemnly. Go now and cultivate well. Steward Su waved his hand, already closing his eyes again to rest. Su Bai withdrew from the main hall. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard gate, he saw a familiar figure approaching. Dressed in plain blue robes with a stern countenance, it was Jiang Han. They met on the stone steps. Jiang Han paused slightly, his gaze lingering for a moment on the storage pouch in Su Bai's hand, then gave a slight nod in greeting before walking straight into the steward hall. Su Bai vaguely heard a conversation from within the courtyard. Disciple Jiang Han has advanced to Qi refining layer 1 and has come to take on an outer sect task. Quadruple spiritual root aptitude breaking through in 25 days. Hey. Steward Su's voice carried surprise. You? Never mind. The task ledger is on the right shelf, a look for yourself. Su Bai's heart stirred. Jiang Han had broken through only a day later than himself. For a quadruple spiritual root aptitude, this speed was astonishing. He must have taken on those menial-level tasks that other outer sect disciples despised, exchanging them for pills to aid his cultivation, enabling such rapid progress. He's another overachiever like me, just on a different track. Su Bai lingered no longer, and clutching the storage pouch headed back toward courtyard 32. It was afternoon with the sunlight at its gentlest. Under the influence of the sect's grand formation, the sky above the Jade Cloud sect was perpetually a pristine azure, unblemished by even a single cloud. In room 4, courtyard 32 of the outer disciple dormitory, Su Bai gathered a wisp of spiritual energy and retrieved a bottle of essence pills from his storage pouch. He picked up the pill bottle and gently tipped one pill into his palm. The essence pill, a common first-grade lower-rank spirit medicine, was suitable for cultivators in the early to middle stages of chi refinement. The pill was a pale yellow-white, radiating a faint, ethereal glow of spiritual energy. It was immensely beneficial for the cultivation of those in the early and middle stages of chi refinement. According to the Jade Cloud Sect's regulations, Su, by being at the first layer of chi refinement, was normally only entitled to one essence pill per month from the outer sect affairs hall. However, he was among the top 3 new outer disciples to break through to the first layer of chi refinement. Thus, he was rewarded with an entire bottle of 10 essence pills. Gazing at the pill in his hand, Su Bai recalled the knowledge about the chi refinement stages that Zhou Chang had imparted to him. The chi refinement realm is divided into 10 layers. The first through third are the early stage, 4th through 6th, the middle stage 7th through 9th, the late stage, and the 10th layer is the great perfection. The time required to cultivate each subsequent layer is several times that of the previous one. Theoretically, a cultivator with a triple spiritual root talent would need at least 3 months to advance from the first layer to the second, even for the most gifted. So let's see if I can break through to the second layer within 3 months. Su Bai tilted his head back and swallowed the essence pill. As the pill entered his throat, it instantly dissolved into a potent medicinal energy that surged through his Bodhis meridians. Having just consulted Zhou Chang about the process, Su Bai was not caught off guard. He fully activated the first layer of the rosy cloud chi refining art. The medicinal energy was rapidly absorbed, circulating through his meridians in a grand cycle. Then during this circulation, it was slowly transformed into Su Bai's own spiritual energy, converging in his dantian, drop by drop. With the aid of the essence pill, the quantity of spiritual energy in Su Bai's dantian grew rapidly. After 3 hours of cultivation, when the medicinal energy was exhausted, his spiritual energy had increased by a full 10 drops. Su Bai calculated silently. 1 essence pill is roughly equivalent to 3 days of arduous cultivation. This bottle can accelerate my cultivation progress by at least a month. Refining 1 pill takes 3 hours. Considering the time needed to fully absorb the energy and recover one's spirit, taking 2 pills a day is optimal. In other words, this bottle will only last me 5 days of training. The benefits of spirit pills for cultivation are immense, but the consumption rate is also terrifyingly fast. Should I choose an outstanding alchemy talent to replicate during next year's spirit talent projection? After some thought, Su Bai quickly dismissed the idea. At his current cultivation level, barely reaching the late chi refinement stage, what right did he have to practice alchemy? Learning alchemy required not just talent, but also resources and time. It was better to continue replicating his spiritual roots to meet his own cultivation needs first before considering auxiliary talents like alchemy. Shaking his head slightly, Su Bai rested briefly before consuming a second essence pill. He was soon immersed in cultivation, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Su Bai had completely consumed all 10 essence pills. The spiritual energy in his dantian had now gathered to over 100 drops. These 100+ drops had coalesced into a single strand of spiritual energy, far more powerful than it was 5 days prior. Though he couldn't see it, Su Bai could perceive its existence with much greater clarity. That evening, by the bamboo grove in the center of courtyard 32, Su Bai and his 4 roommates sat around a stone table, savoring the spirit rice delivered by the service disciples. Even without any side dishes, the rice was so delicious it made their mouths water, and they never grew tired of it. It was said that this was merely low-grade spirit rice with even higher qualities reserved for the sect's upper echelons. Suddenly, Zhou Chang spoke up to remind them. Tomorrow is the last day of the 3rd month. An elite inter-sect senior brother will be giving a lecture at the outer sect lecture hall. If you're interested, don't forget the time. After morning cultivation, hurry to the hall to secure a spot and listen to his teachings. Zhang Yenshin asked with slight curiosity, Senior brother Zhou, what topics will this inter-sect elite cover? Zhou Chang replied, generally they start from their own cultivation experience, narrating their journey from the first layer of chi refinement to their current realm. After that, some senior brothers continue to discuss cultivation problems, while others shift to topics like spell knowledge, alchemy, and other arcane arts. In any case, it's all useful cultivation knowledge for us. Spell knowledge. Su Bai felt a flicker of longing. No cultivator didn't wish to master powerful spells that could overturn mountains and seas. Over the past month, through constant exposure, Su Bai had gained a preliminary understanding of spells. Only first-rank spells could be mastered during the chi refinement stage. First-rank spells were divided into upper, middle, and lower grades corresponding to the late, middle, and early stages of chi refinement. Spells could be elemental or non-elemental, with neither being inherently superior. Generally, the meager spiritual energy of an early chi refinement cultivator could only support some first-rank lower-grade non-elemental spells. To cast elemental spells, one needed to at least reach the middle stage of chi refinement, so their spiritual energy could sustain the consumption. However, there were ways for early-stage cultivators to use them. Early chi refinement cultivators could use talismans to unleash powerful elemental spells with less spiritual energy. But that was a different topic. The Rosy Cloud chi refining art issued to Subai by the sect, besides the first 4 layers of the technique, also recorded 3 first-rank lower-grade, non-elemental spells: telekinesis, lightness art, and expel chill art. These 3 spells were simple applications of spiritual energy and were not difficult to master. Telekinesis could levitate objects. For instance, Zhou Chong waved his hand, and a teacup on the table floated toward him. Zhou Chong gently caught the cup, took a sip, and with another wave the cup flew back to the table. Telekinesis could also open or close doors with a simple gesture, very convenient. Lightness art, as its name implies, made a cultivator's body as light as a feather, allowing them to walk swiftly. Expel chill art was not just for dispelling cold, it was a fundamental spell for using spiritual energy to treat various ailments and injuries. A single expel chill art could easily banish cold disorders from Immortal and even drive away diseases and plagues. During this time, Subai only occasionally practiced telekinesis. Of course, his own spiritual energy reserves were insufficient for prolonged spell practice. Nevertheless, he had already made initial progress with telekinesis, finding it quite handy for opening and closing doors from a distance. Ordinary martial artists had to reach the Xiantian innate realm to achieve similar feats of opening doors from afar. Though first-grade lower-tier spells may appear simple and lack the fierce power of slaughter, they serve as the foundation that runs through a cultivator's entire life. For instance, the telekinesis art, seemingly just a trick to move objects from a distance. In truth, from daily routines to combat and artifact control, everything requires it as a basis. Opening doors, closing windows, fetching items, and placing objects are merely its most superficial applications. With profound cultivation, flying on swords, capturing enemies from afar, and even manipulating intricate artifacts all originate from this. This seemingly unadorned spell is in fact the most practical method that the vast majority of cultivators learn first and use most frequently. In the courtyard, green bamboos rustled softly. After some discussion, the 5 of them decided to go together to the lecture grounds after the next morning's cultivation session. Junior brother Zhang Han, Zhou Chong turned toward room 6 and raised his voice. Tomorrow's lecture, will you join us? Today, Zhang Han had rarely stayed in his door tightly shut. After a long silence, a brief reply came from within the room. No. This fellow. Qian Air curled his lips. Living in the same courtyard for all these years to come, he's far too unsociable. Subai, however, understood inwardly. Though Zhang Han was solitary, he was by no means a slacker. He quietly took on outer sect tasks, cultivating diligently with his for-spiritual aptitude, and was already familiar with the task channels as soon as he entered the sect. There must be a reason behind this. Either he bore a secret, or there was a senior within the sect guiding him. This person had a firm resolve, walking a lonely and stubborn path. Well, each to their own, Zhou Chong said generously, then raised his voice toward room 6. Junior brother Jiang, the elite senior brother's lecture is immensely beneficial for low-level cultivators. It would be a pity to miss it. Thank you, came 2 words from within the room, followed by silence. A night of cultivation passed, and dawn light filtered in. At the early hour of Chun, the 5 disciples of Courtyard 32 finished their morning cultivation and set out in unison toward the lecture grounds. The outer sect lecture grounds were located at the center of the disciple courtyards, covering over 10 acres. The ground was paved with bluestone, flat and open. In the center stood a circular stone platform about 3 feet high, built of white jade, with simple amplification and mind-calming formations engraved on its surface. At this moment, a person was already seated cross-legged on the platform, eyes closed in meditation. The inner sect senior brother giving today's lecture. Subai and the others had arrived early, found a spot close to the stone platform, and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Gradually, figures in blue robes streamed in from various pathways like rivulets merging into the sea. Within 2/4 of an hour, over 1,000 outer sect disciples filled the lecture grounds, a dense black mass, yet there was no clamor at all. According to sect rules, no talking was allowed before the lecture began. At the hour of Chun, the melodious sound of a bell rang out from the outer sect bell tower. On the stone platform, the inner sect senior brother slowly opened his eyes. He appeared to be around 30 with an ordinary face, but his gaze was gentle and calm, exuding a steady composure as he swept his eyes over the audience. Dear fellow junior brothers and sisters, his clear voice spread throughout the venue with the help of the formation. I am Zhao Fuxing, an inner sect disciple at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Last year, I was fortunate enough to rank in the top 10 of the inner sect competition and was granted the title of elite by the sect. A faint stir rippled through the audience. Zhou Chong quietly explained to Su Bai and the others, to prevent disciples from only focusing on cultivation and neglecting combat, the sect holds an annual inner sect competition. Over 1,000 inner sect disciples compete, and the top 10 receive generous rewards. For senior brother Zhao to be in the top 10, his combat skills must be among the best in the sect. Hearing this, Su Bai looked at Zhao Fuxing with increased respect, but inwardly, he mused since this man possessed such strength, he might have an outstanding combat talent. When the celestial gift reflection cooldown ended, it might be worth paying attention to. Today I'll share with you my cultivation insights from the first layer of Qi refinement to the present, Zhao Fuxing said straightforwardly. He sat cross-legged on a cushion, relaxed as if chatting with friends. When I first entered the first layer of Qi refinement, I was just like you all, filled with confusion and fear. The Rosy Dawn Qi refining art focuses on drawing Qi into the body and opening the 100 meridians. With only 3 spirit roots, I couldn't even capture a wisp of spiritual energy at first. Every time the rosy light poured down, my impatience and restlessness led to repeated failures. He tapped his fingertip and spiritual energy formed a light projection in the air, the silhouette of a young man sitting on a cliff, morning breeze ruffling his clothes, his breathing gradually sinking with the mountain mist. As the young man drew the rosy light into his body, a faint golden halo shimmered around him, and his 100 meridians lit up like a star map. Until one day I let go of all distracting thoughts, stopped forcing it, and just sat quietly feeling the breath of heaven and earth. In that moment, the rosy light flowed in naturally like a close friend. He recounted in great detail from how to stabilize the foundation at the first layer of Qi refinement to how to choose the first attack spell at the third layer. From the bottleneck of breaking through to the mid-stage at the 4th layer to balancing cultivation and sect tasks at the 6th layer. And beyond the 7th layer, the changes in mental state during each breakthrough and the subtle differences in spiritual energy control. At one point, he suddenly smiled bitterly. After being promoted to the inner sect, I got carried away and took on a task to hunt demonic beasts. In my first real battle, my spiritual energy flow was unrefined, and I nearly died under a wolf's claws. His gaze swept across the young faces below, and his tone turned serious. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger at every step. If the foundation is unstable, it's like a castle in the air collapsing in an instant. The light projection shifted, showing a scene of a cultivator battling a demonic wolf. The cultivator stumbled, his spiritual energy stagnated, and the wolf's claws were already at his face. Many disciples below gasped. Fortunately, a senior brother arrived in time and saved my life. Zhao Fuxing dismissed the projection. Since then, I've spent an hour every day practicing basic spells purely with spiritual energy until it became as natural as breathing. After finishing his cultivation journey, he shifted to sharing combat insights. For low-level cultivators in battle, the most important thing is spirit control. He casually picked a bamboo leaf, and with a slight emission of spiritual energy, the leaf hovered in the air. If the spiritual energy output is too much, it's wasteful. Too little, it's insufficient. In the early stages of Qi refinement, instead of greedily learning flashy spells, it's better to practice the telekinesis art to the point where it activates with a single thought. The bamboo leaf suddenly shot out like a flying blade, embedding itself into the edge of the stone platform, with the Qi sound leaving only a thin mark. He also explained strategies for dealing with opponents of different attributes, how to overcome the strong with the weak, how to use the environment, and even shared several real combat cases from the sect competition. Though he didn't reveal course secrets, the analysis of strategies and tactics had already greatly benefited the disciples below. 2 hours slipped away quietly. Finally, Zhao Fuxing flicked his fingertip and a beam of rosy light shot into the sky, exploding midair into a rain of golden light that drifted down gently. As the light rain touched the skin, it brought a warm caress of spiritual energy, enveloping the entire lecture grounds in a dreamlike glow. After the 9th layer of Qi refinement, the morning cultivation feels just like this. He withdrew the spell, his gaze gentle as an elder's. Dear junior brothers and sisters, the path of cultivation is long. May you take the rosy light as your guide, and your heart as your lamp, step by step forward. One day the rosy light will reach the heavens, and the great Tao will be within your grasp. Over 1,000 outer sect disciples rose together and bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Zhao Fuxing smiled and nodded, then summoned a green jade ruler, stepped onto it, and flew off as a streak of light toward the inner sect. The lecture ended, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Many disciples walked back slowly, lost in thought. Several dozen even sat down on the spot, seeming to have gained insight, and entered a cultivation state directly. Su Bai returned to courtyard 32 with Zhou Chang and the others, his mind still churning. After a quick lunch, he went to his room to go into seclusion. After condensing the first wisp of spiritual energy, the path of the circulation cycle can be slightly adjusted to match one's own spirit root attributes. He recalled the details Zhao Fuxing had shared and began to practice the Rosy Dawn Qi refining art anew. The spiritual energy flow indeed became smoother, and the absorption efficiency improved slightly. The fixed monthly allowance of pills, the regular elite lectures, the inner sect senior brothers sharing without reservation. Su Bai closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling deeply moved. This kind of cultivation atmosphere in Jade Cloud sect truly lives up to the name Orthodox Immortal sect. He recalled a few fragments he had glimpsed in the royal library. Some demonic sects practiced through slaughter, treating low-level disciples like grass. If his former self had mistakenly joined such a sect with no spiritual roots, he would have turned to bones long before the celestial gift reflection took effect. Outside the window, bamboo shadows swayed, and the afternoon sun streamed through the window lattice, casting warm patches of light on the blue bricks. Subai took a deep breath, his spiritual energy flowing steadily through his 100 meridians. Unconsciously, a faint sense of belonging to Jade Cloud sect began to stir in Subai's heart. Time passed imperceptibly in the path of cultivation. Immersed in training, another 2 months slipped by. It was now early summer in June, and the emerald bamboo in the courtyard grew ever more lush, as if dripping with vitality. On this day, Subai collected his monthly share of essence pills for June, and was in his dwelling circulating his chi to refine the medicinal power. The wisp of spiritual energy within him had grown increasingly robust over the past month of training, condensing into a rounded form. Finally, with the aid of this essence pill, the last thread of spiritual energy was replenished. This larger strand of spiritual energy gradually reached perfection, transforming into a minuscule, yet solid circular gaseous mass. With a faint hum, Subai's body trembled slightly, and he knew he had broken through to the second layer of the chi refining stage. Subai had anticipated this before his training today. The breakthrough was destined for this very day. He immediately activated the cultivation technique for the second layer of the Rosy Dawn chi refining art. As the method shifted, Subai's absorption of the ambient spiritual energy from heaven and earth quickened by a third. Several hours later, once the operation of the second layer technique had stabilized, Subai concluded his cultivation. Opening his eyes, a gleam of joy shone within them. 2 months and 5 days, and I have successfully advanced to the second layer of chi refining. This speed of advancement is not only due to my diligent and unceasing practice, but also inseparable from the 10 essence pills awarded by the outer court upon my promotion to the first layer. With a flicker of thought, Subai checked the time. It was around 4 in the afternoon. The outer sect affairs hall should still have stewards on duty. He immediately rose, left his courtyard, and hurried towards the outer sect affairs hall. Subai recalled that last time arriving at the outer court just 1 day late had nearly cost him the 3rd place ranking to Zhang Han. Matters concerning potential elixir rewards were not to be taken lightly. Traveling swiftly, Subai reached Steward Su just before the outer sect steward closed for the day. Steward Su was tidying his desk, preparing to leave early. "Oh, it's you, Subai? Didn't you just receive your essence pills? Why the rush to come here, instead of cultivating in your own courtyard?" Steward Su spoke. As one of the first batch of outer disciples to reach the first layer of chi refining among the top 3, Steward Su naturally remembered Subai's information and appearance. Subai took out his jade token and handed it over, stating his purpose directly. "Steward Su, I have advanced to the second layer of chi refining. May I know if I am among the top 3? Is there a corresponding sect reward?" Steward Su, upon hearing this, showed no great surprise at Subai's cultivation speed. He shook his head. "The good news is that you are indeed among the first 3 of this batch of outer disciples to reach the second layer of chi refining. But there is also bad news. There are no additional rewards for the top 3 who reach the second layer. However, you can now collect 2 essence pills each month." Subai felt a slight disappointment, but an extra essence pill was still a good thing. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Steward Su, since I advanced today, should I be compensated with another essence pill for June?" "Haha, you little rascal. Trying to exploit a loophole, are you?" Steward Su chuckled, stroking his beard. Subai shook his head slightly. "Steward Su, I am not exploiting anything. Even without this essence pill, I am confident I could have reached the second layer in 4 or 5 days. Steward Su was magnanimous and didn't argue with Subai. After recording the information, he took out an essence pill, placed it in a jade bottle, and handed it to Subai. "Take it. It's your compensation." "Thank you, Steward Su." Subai accepted the jade bottle and tucked it into his chest. Steward Su waved his hand. "Don't rush off just yet. Since you have caught my fancy, let me give you another piece of advice. Remember to keep practicing diligently when you return. Don't slack off just because there's no reward for securing a rank. Among you first batch of disciples, the top 3 to reach the mid-stage of chi refining, the 4th layer, will receive quite generous rewards. You naturally cannot compete with those 2 with dual spiritual roots, but you have a head start. With consistent effort, securing 3rd place should not be too difficult." Subai's eyes lit up. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Steward Su." "No need for thanks. This news is known to the senior disciples in the courtyard. Competition will be fierce. You can thank me after you secure 3rd place." Steward Su spoke, his gaze meaningfully drifting towards the window where outer court tasks were assigned. Subai naturally understood Steward Su's implication. The world was never short of diligent individuals. As this batch of outer disciples grew familiar with the outer court, many like Jiang Han had begun accepting tasks to earn spirit pills for their cultivation. They sought to accelerate their training progress. If Subai, after reaching the second layer, continued to cultivate in seclusion without taking on the arduous outer court tasks, his progress would undoubtedly slow. With the second layer of Qi refining, my spiritual energy has increased significantly, allowing me to choose from a wider range of tasks than at the first layer. It's time to start accepting outer court tasks to earn spirit pills. Subai did not fear the hardships of outer court tasks. He harbored no intention of hiding his abilities, striving for excellence in all things, and securing various sect rewards would make the sudden improvement in his aptitude after replicating his spiritual root seem less conspicuous. In fact, Subai had already reviewed the relevant outer court tasks and had a plan in mind. Steward Su's news about the rewards had solidified his final decision. Thus, upon leaving Steward Subai walked directly towards one of the plump middle-aged stewards in charge of outer court tasks. This steward, surnamed Lin, was of the 7th layer of Qi refining and was considered relatively amiable among the stewards handling outer court tasks. Steward Lin disciples Subai requests to take on a spiritual field task. Subai presented his jade token and stated his intent directly. Spiritual field tasks involved daily care of the spirit fields and required at least the 2nd layer of Qi refining. Steward Lin took Subai's jade token and gently infused it with spiritual energy to examine Subai's information. The jade token had numerous functions. A basic information about Yuxia sect disciples was recorded on it, and it could also be used to send transmission messages within a certain range. Through the jade token, Steward Lin could see Subai's spiritual root entry time and the honor of being among the top 3 to reach the 1st layer of Qi refining in this batch. Stewards generally held a favorable attitude towards disciples with good comprehension and diligence. After reviewing it, Steward Lin spoke in a gentle tone. Subai, this is your first time taking on an outer court task. Spiritual field tasks require learning the Rain Do art. Have you learned it? Subai shook his head and asked, Steward Lin, if I recall correctly, one can still take on spiritual field tasks without knowing the Rain Do art, correct? Steward Lin nodded. That's right. If you take on the spiritual field task, I can provide you with the spell for the Rain Do art. You need to master it within 7 days, and then perform at least one spiritual field task. Corresponding outer court tasks came with opportunities to learn related spells, which was a benefit for outer disciples. Zhou Chang had mentioned this before, so Subai was not unfamiliar with it. Over the past few months, as Subai and the others had settled into their cultivation routines and no longer required frequent guidance, Zhou Chang, as the dormitory steward, had also begun to appear less frequently in the courtyard, much like Jiang Han. He too had gone to undertake various outer court tasks to earn spirit pills for his own cultivation. Zhou Chang, at the 4th layer of Qi refining, could take on even more tasks with richer rewards. Though the Rain Do art was merely a 1st-grade low-rank spell, it was an essential foundation for Qi refining disciples newly initiated into spirit plant cultivation. Mastering it within 7 days was not a difficult task for those with even a modicum of aptitude. Subai nodded in acknowledgement. In that case, this disciple will accept the spirit field assignment. I request your arrangement, steward. And the task duration, inquired Steward Lin. When accepting a spirit field task, the duration could be chosen by the disciple, ranging from 1 month at the shortest to half a year at the longest. The longer the term, the higher the monthly base remuneration. However, the penalties for early withdrawal or task failure were correspondingly more severe. They'll take 1 month for now, Subai replied after a brief deliberation. 1 month was the minimum term. Although the compensation was not particularly generous, it offered the advantage of stability. For his first assignment, he preferred to familiarize himself with the procedures and act cautiously. Very well. Steward Lin took out a jade slip, and with a flicker of spiritual light at his fingertips, he recorded Subai's information into it. He then retrieved a pale yellow talisman paper from a cabinet on which complex runic patterns were drawn with cinnabar, accompanied by several lines of explanatory text in small script. This is the spell diagram and essential formula for the Rain Do art. He returned the talisman along with the identity jade token. Your task information has been registered in the jade token. Learn the Rain Do art within 7 days, then proceed to the corresponding spirit field area and report at the steward's pavilion. Remember, failing to arrive on time or failing to master the spell will both be considered task failure. This disciple understands. Thank you, steward. Subai accepted the items, bowed respectfully, and withdrew from the side hall. It was already time for the evening meal when he returned to courtyard 32. Rarely, Zhou Chang had also finished his outer sect tasks and was back in the courtyard. Several people were gathered around the stone table in the yard. Jiang Han was absent, as usual, his portion of spirit rice sitting quietly on the stone steps outside room 6. Junior brother, Su, you've broken through to the 2nd layer of Qi refining. Zhou Chang's gaze fell upon Su by a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Cultivators were most sensitive to changes in the auras of those of similar rank. Although Subai had done his best to restrain the spiritual energy fluctuations around him, to Zhou Chang, who was at the 4th layer of Qi refining, they were as clear as a candle flame in the dark night. Subai nodded slightly. I was fortunate to break through this afternoon. Excellent. One step ahead leads to constant advantage. Zhou Chang clapped his hands in admiration, then turned to look at Zhang Yinshan and the others. You should all take junior brother Su as your example. The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. The slightest slackening will see you overtaken by those who come after. Junior brother Su's mindset resembles that of those seasoned predecessors who have weathered many storms and possess a firm Dao heart. His words were by no means hollow praise. Su Bei's focus and self-discipline in cultivation were utterly unlike those of a 16-year-old prince who had once enjoyed every luxury. Instead, he resembled an old cultivator who had struggled on the immortal path for decades and had long severed all worldly ties. Zhang Yinshan shook his head with a wry smile. Junior brother Su, we both have 3 spiritual roots, but your progress is far too fast. He considered his own cultivation to be sufficiently diligent, spending no less than 6 hours a day in training, yet he was still at least 2 months away from reaching the second layer of qi refining. Li Daniu scratched his head, his honest face full of bewilderment. I've even given up my beloved iron-eating beast elbows, so how come I still can't catch up to junior brother Su? Qianair, on the other hand, was thoughtfully stroking his chin. Hailing from a merchant family, he deeply understood the principle of one step slow, every step slow. In the mortal world of commerce, being half a step behind could mean losing everything. Now it seemed that competition on the immortal path was even more intense. It looks like he'll have to go into secluded cultivation too, he murmured to himself. Su Bai informed the others about his acceptance of the spirit field task, so that his prolonged absence from the courtyard would not cause undue worry. After the evening meal spurred on by Su Bei's progress, Zhang Yinshan and the others all hurried back to their rooms to cultivate. They had made up their minds once they broke through to the second layer of qi refining they would immediately accept outer sect tasks to earn elixirs and accelerate their cultivation. Otherwise the gap between them and Su Bai would only widen. Inside room for the oil lamp flame was as small as a bean. Su Bai sat cross-legged at the table and unrolled the pale yellow talisman paper. The cinnabar-drawn runes on it were intricate and profound, while the small annotations beside them provided a detailed explanation of the cultivation essentials for the rain dew art. Cultivating a spell typically consisted of 3 parts: hand seals, incantations, and the pathway for spiritual energy circulation. Hand seals were gestures used to guide the external manifestation of spiritual power. Incantations were ancient sounds chanted to resonate with and draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy pathway, however, was the core of the spell. How the energy was drawn from the dantian, which meridians and acupoints it flowed through, and in what form it was ultimately released were all determined by this. Among the 3, the spiritual energy pathway was the most critical. The hand seals and incantations served more as aids. If one's understanding of a spell was profound and their control was exquisite, they could even achieve instant casting by mere thought, casting the spell without seals or incantations in the blink of an eye. For instance, the telekinesis art, which Su Bai had already mastered, now only required a slight mental command combined with a simple hand gesture to move objects from a distance. As for a newly learned spell like the rain dew art, he naturally had to start with the basics. The rain dew art had only one hand seal called the moistening seal. The left thumb pressed against the base of the middle finger, the index and little fingers slightly curled, while the right hand cradled the left wrist. Though it seemed simple, the wrist and fingers had to maintain a specific angle to align with the flow of spiritual energy. The incantation consisted of 4 ancient words: Yun Xing, you sure clouds move, rain falls. These 4 words had to be chanted with a specific tone and rhythm, comprising a total of 12 tonal nodes, all completed in an instant to resonate with water-attributed spiritual energy. Su Bei's linguistic talent, honed through years of exam-oriented education in his past life, now proved useful. He chanted the words repeatedly, experimenting with pitch fluctuations and breath transitions. Within half an hour, he could fluently recite the ancient sounds with perfect accuracy in tone and rhythm. Next came the most critical part, the spiritual energy pathway. He focused his mind and carefully studied the runic diagram. The diagram traced the spiritual energy's trajectory with red lines, starting from the Dantian Qi Si, ascending to the Tanzhong acupoint, splitting into 2 streams, passing through the Jianjing points, traveling down the inner arms to the Laogong points, and finally converging at the fingertips. Along the way, it had to pass through 7 major acupoints, each requiring specific intensity and speed of spiritual energy output. Su Bai closed his eyes and mentally simulated the energy circulation. Once, twice, thrice, until the entire pathway was etched into his memory so well that he could even mentally trace it in reverse. At the beginning of the Z-hour, moonlight filled the window. Su Bai took a deep breath and opened his eyes. His left hand formed the moistening seal, his right hand cradled the wrist. He slowly mobilized the spiritual energy from his dantian, sending it along the predetermined path. Simultaneously, with resonance from his chest cavity, he chanted the 4 ancient words in a low voice: Yun, Xing, Yu, Shi, The 12 tonal nodes were completed in one breath, and at the instant the final sound fell, the spiritual energy at his fingertips was about to burst forth. Puff! A cloud of water mist suddenly exploded from his fingertips, spreading like smoke and fog before dissipating into the air. The spiritual energy output had been too violent, resulting in a failed spell. Su Bei's expression remained unchanged. He calmed the turbulent energy in his dantian and began again. The second time the water mist shot out in a thread-like stream, but could not maintain a stable form. The third time the spiritual energy flow encountered a slight blockage at the Jianjing acupoint, and the spell collapsed midway. The fourth, the fifth. By the time the moon was high in the sky, Su Bei had attempted over 20 times. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his dantian's spiritual energy was nearly half depleted. Yet his mind remained as calm as an ancient well. After each failure, he quietly reviewed the process and adjusted the details. At the third quarter of the Chou hour on his 20th attempt, the moistening seal was as steady as a rock, the ancient chant was smooth and natural, and the spiritual energy flowed like a stream over a pebbled shoal, unimpeded and harmonious. As the final tonal node was activated, Su Bei felt a slight coolness at his fingertips, a soft rustling sound. A pale blue rain mist rose from his fingertips, as fine and gentle as a silkworm spinning silk. The rain mist dispersed into the air, transforming into fine droplets that fell slowly, covering an area of about 3 square feet. The droplets touched the ground silently, but emitted a clear spiritual energy fluctuation. This was spiritual rain transformed from spiritual energy, containing gentle water-attributed essence. Su Bei made a slight mental adjustment to the energy output. The range of the rain mist changed accordingly, condensing to a single point at his fingertip at its smallest and expanding to a full zhang in diameter at its largest. But when he attempted to expand the range to 3 zhang, the spiritual energy in his dantian drained like a breached dam, consuming 30% in just 3 breaths. No wonder the spirit field task requires the second layer of qi refining. Su Bei ceased the technique, understanding dawning on him. With his current spiritual energy, if he were to fully execute the rain duart, he would be depleted in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Actual care of the spirit fields, however, required prolonged stable output, demanding high total energy capacity and precise control. A cultivator at the first layer of qi refining would indeed find it difficult to manage. He formed a telekinesis seal with one hand, gently expelled a wisp of spiritual energy, gathered the accumulated water on the floor into a ball, and lightly pushed it out the window. The ball of water fell into the bamboo grove in the courtyard, producing a faint rustling sound. Tomorrow I can head to the spirit fields. Mastering a first-grade low-rank spell in a single night was a testament to decent comprehension. Yet compared to true prodigies of spellcasting, it was still worlds apart. Zhou Chang had once mentioned that there were inner-sect disciples of such extraordinary talent that they could cast a spell with a mere glance at its diagram, without needing seals or incantations. No rush, Su Bei murmured, blowing out the oil lamp and lying back on his bamboo couch. Once the cooldown for Immortal gift reflection is over, I'll have the chance to replicate those spellcasting talents. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water, and the bamboo shadows swayed gently. The next morning at the first light of dawn, Su Bei finished his morning cultivation, packed a few simple belongings, and left Courtyard 32. He passed through the outer sect building complex and descended the eastern mountain path. The spirit fields of Jade Cloud sect were not located in the core area of the sect, but were carved into the mountain's contour. Mount Qingyun was conical in shape, and its slopes were terraced into concentric rings of fields descending layer upon layer like the steps of a giant tower. This was the famed ring spirit fields of Qingzhou. The entrance to the spirit fields was on a cliffside platform. The platform was paved with bluestone, its edge lined with white jade railings. Beyond the railings was a bottomless abyss with clouds and mist churning beneath one's feet. At the entrance stood a stone pavilion where 2 disciples in blue robes were on duty, both at the midstage of qi refining. Disciple Su Bei, having accepted the spirit field task, hereby reports for duty. Su Bei presented his identity jade token. The disciple on the left took the jade token, inspected it with his spiritual sense, and nodded. Zone Bing Spirit, Field 1 month care period. Descend from here and register at the Zone Bing Steward's Pavilion. He returned the jade token and added, first-timers should note no flying within the spirit fields, no unauthorized entry into others' assigned areas, and no theft of spirit plants. Violators will be severely punished. This disciple shall remember. Stepping through the entrance, a spiraling stone stairway descended before him. The steps were about 5 feet wide, with waist-high stone railings on the outer side and the carved mountain wall on the inner side. Embedded in the mountain wall, every few zhang were luminescent stones emitting a soft white light to illuminate the path. Su Bei descended the stairs. At first he could still see the sky above, but as he went deeper, the mountain walls on both sides grew higher, leaving only a sliver of sky overhead. Looking down, the stone steps coiled like a dragon, their end lost in the depths. After descending about 100 zhang, the view suddenly opened up. the first layer of the spirit field platform appeared before him. The platform was vast, estimated to be no less than 100 mu. The ground was covered in dark brown spirit soil, exuding a rich, earthy spiritual energy. The fields were divided into neat plots, each about 1 mu in size, separated by low white stone ridges. The spirit plants in the fields were diverse. Some had jade green leaves like swords, some bore heavy golden ears of grain, and others were adorned with small pale purple flowers. A faint mist hung over the spirit plants, which was spiritual mist formed by the concentration of energy. What surprised Subai even more was that this layer of fields was not open to the sky, but was covered by a translucent pale golden light barrier. Runes flowed across the barrier, clearly indicating it was a complex formation combining protection and spiritual energy gathering. Through the barrier, one could see the flowing clouds and mist of the outside world, but the fields were sheltered from wind and rain. And below this platform, there were countless more layers stacked one upon another. Subai did not linger and continued his descent. The second layer, the third layer. Each layer had a similar layout, but the types of spirit plants and the concentration of spiritual energy varied. The lower he went, the slightly thinner the spiritual energy seemed, and the grades of the spirit plants correspondingly decreased. The fields closer to the summit of Mount Qingyun were naturally of higher quality. These high-quality fields were protected by formation arrays appearing hazy to the naked eye and were not yet entrusted to Subai's care. The superior quality spirit rice was one of the primary ingredients for refining the essence replenishing pill, and its cultivation required meticulous care. Subai descended along the spiraling path by the terraced spirit fields, winding down a full 15 loops before finally reaching the designated plot 1523 near the base. This was among the lowest of the currently developed spirit fields. However, Yuxia sect, nestled deep within the massive spiritual vein of the Qingyun mountain range, possessed an almost inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, and the sect never ceased its expansion of the fields. Given the towering grandeur of Qingyun mountain, there was ample room to carve out over 100 more terraced rings downward. Now this 15th ring was only about a third developed, yet it already boasted over 30 spirit fields scattered across the slope, with plot 1523 being one of them. Subai arrived at the steward's office for the 15th ring. The office was a simple bamboo wood hut built on a patch of open ground between several fields, with a wooden sign hanging in front that read Steward's Office Sector C15. He pushed open the door. The interior was sparsely furnished with only a table, a chair, and a bamboo couch. An old man with white hair, but a youthful complexion, lay reclining on the couch, taking a nap, his soft snoring and the steady rise and fall of his chest the only sounds. Subai cleared his throat lightly. The old man's eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes, which held no trace of drowsiness, but were instead clear and bright. He sat up, sized up Subai, and chuckled at a newcomer. He patted the bamboo couch beside him. "Don't mind me. My surname is Chun. I'm 123 this year. I've been stuck at the 7th layer of Qi refining for over 40 years now. The path to immortality is hopeless for me. Since eternal life is out of reach, I might as well enjoy the time I have left. Don't you think so?" Though he was mocking himself, his tone was open and at ease. Nourished by spiritual energy, cultivators aged far slower than mortals. Steward Chun, despite being over a century old, still had a ruddy complexion, though his hair and beard were completely white, and deep wrinkles lined the corners of his eyes. Subai clasped his hands and said, "Steward, your perspective is clear. This disciple admires it. Haha, you certainly know how to talk." Steward Chen didn't bother to probe whether the words came from the heart. He stood up and walked to the table. "Let me have your jade token." Subai handed over his identity jade token. Steward Chen's fingertip shimmered with spiritual light as he made a few virtual taps on the token's surface. He then took out a bronze mirror and examined it. Nodding, he said, "Plot 1523, 1 mu of spirit rice, caretaking period of 1 month. You've already mastered the Raindew art. Good." He returned the jade token and then pulled a thin booklet from a drawer, handing it to Subai. "This contains the basics of spirit rice cultivation, the proper timing for casting the Raindew art, the standard for spiritual power output, and how to identify common pests. It's all in here. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask at any time." He paused, his tone turning more relaxed. "Just be diligent with your watering. You'll make regular rounds so nothing major will go wrong. Tend your fields with peace of mind. Think of it as a change of scenery for your cultivation." It turned out that this Steward Chun was a sect-certified spiritual farmer with profound expertise in the art of spirit plant cultivation, which was why he had been assigned to oversee this area's fields. "Thank you, Steward Chun." Subai accepted the booklet and bowed as he withdrew. Walking along the ridges, he saw that the green rice seedlings in the fields on either side were thriving, their heads just beginning to droop, appearing and disappearing in the spiritual mist. Before long, plot 1523 came into view. Beside the field was a patch of open ground with a crude, thatched hut. In front of the hut was a stone well, and beside it were tools like a wooden bucket and a wooden ladle. This would be Subai's dwelling for the time to come. He pushed open the door to the hut. Inside there was only a bed, a table, and a stool. The bed was covered with dry straw, and on the table sat an oil lamp and a kettle. Using the object manipulation art, Su-Bai brushed away the accumulated dust, made a simple arrangement, and then sat on the edge of the bed to flip through the booklet. The booklet contained detailed records for 1 mu of spirit field. A full watering with the rain-dew art was required daily. The watering had to be even with a fine gentle mist that soaked the soil to a depth of 3 inches. If there were consecutive sunny days, a light afternoon watering could be added as needed. With Su-Bai's cultivation at the second layer of qi refining, he naturally couldn't water an entire mu of spirit field in one go. The booklet suggested doing it in 3 stages: water about 1/3 of a mu each time, which took about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. After that, meditate to recover spiritual energy for about 1 shurchen. Repeating this cycle 3 times would complete the day's task. The entire process took a little over 3 shurchen, but the actual labor was less than half a shurchen, with the rest spent in meditative cultivation. This is rather clever, Su-Bai mused. Cultivating after one's spiritual energy was depleted often stimulated the activity of the meridians and improved absorption efficiency. This cycle of labor and recovery had instead become another form of ascetic training. What caught his attention even more was a line of small print at the end of the booklet: duty disciples may eat their fill of spirit rice at all 3 meals self-serve. An unlimited supply of spirit rice. Judging the time was about right, Su-Bai walked out of the thatched hut. He roughly divided the Onemu field into 3 equal parts in his mind, and chose the eastern section as his starting point. Standing firm on the ridge, he formed the moistening seal with his left hand, held his right hand cupped in the air, and slowly channeled the spiritual energy from his dantian. Clouds move, rain falls. A pale blue mist rose from his fingertips, spreading gently, transforming into a hazy spiritual rain that sprinkled down onto the green rice seedlings. The leaves quivered lightly, adorned with glistening droplets that sparkled in the spiritual light. For his first practical operation, Su-Bai was exceptionally cautious. Following the essentials in the booklet, he controlled the mist to cover evenly, maintaining a steady and prolonged output of spiritual power. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the eastern section was thoroughly moistened, the soil color turning to a deep brown. He ceased the technique, and his dantian's spiritual energy was depleted by nearly 30%. Su-Bai returned to the thatched hut, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began circulating the rosy cloud breathing technique. His energy-depleted meridians, like parched land after a long drought, greedily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, recovering at a speed 2/10 faster than usual. After 1 shurchen, his spiritual energy was fully restored, and it felt even more condensed than before. Repeating this cycle, he completed the watering of 2 fields by midday. In the afternoon, during the hour of the sheep, he finished the last section. Although his initial operations were a bit clumsy, the entire process went smoothly without any mistakes. At the stroke of noon, Su-Bai headed to the steward's office. Several long tables had already been set up in the open space in front of the office. Over 30 outer disciples who tended the spirit fields arrived one after another. 2 servant disciples carried over a wooden bucket steaming hot, containing freshly steamed spirit rice. The rice was crystalline and translucent, its fragrance invigorating, far superior in quality to what was served in the outer disciple quarters. Everyone silently took bowls, filled them with rice, and ate without a word. Occasionally someone would pick a piece of pickled vegetable or cucumber from a wooden basin nearby, but most simply focused on their meal. No one spoke, only the faint sounds of bowls and chopsticks and the soft noise of chewing could be heard. Su-Bai filled a large bowl. The rice had a rich fragrance, and the spiritual energy within was gentle. He unconsciously helped himself to bowl after bowl, until he had downed 8 bowls and realized his stomach was so full he couldn't eat another bite. Patting his round belly, he returned to the thatched hut and immediately sat down to meditate and refine the energy. The spiritual energy from the rice in his belly surged like warm spring water, flowing through his 100 meridians, nourishing his entire body. It took a full 3 major cycles of the energy before the feeling of fullness gradually subsided, transforming into pure spiritual power that gathered in his dantian. The quality of this spirit rice is even 2 notches better than what's supplied to the outer sect. Su-Bai slowly exhaled, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. Although eating until he was stuffed was unpleasant, the benefit of consuming such a quantity of spirit rice for his cultivation was obvious. A rough estimate suggested that this treatment of all the spirit rice you can eat was equivalent to half a day's worth of arduous cultivation. Accumulated over time, the difference would become significant. Time passed quietly amidst watering, cultivation, and eating. Before he knew it, it was the beginning of July. Outside, the summer heat was intense, but Qingyun Mountain's grand protective formation regulated the climate, keeping the mountain spring-like all year round with no distinct change of seasons. Su-Bai had now been stationed at plot 1523 for a full month. On this day, he went to the outer sect's task hall to collect the reward for this month's task, 3 essence replenishing pills, along with his monthly allowance of 2 such pills for a second layer qi refining disciple. Afterward, he found Steward Lin. Disciple wishes to convert the spirit field task to an open-ended term to take long-term care of plot 1523. Steward Lin glanced at him, asked no further questions, and simply nodded. Fine. The monthly base reward for a long-term task remains the same, but if the field yields a surplus, there will be additional contribution points. However, he cautioned being stationed at the spirit field long-term far from the disciple quarters can be monotonous and lonely. You must be able to endure it. Disciple understands, Subai replied calmly. Monotonous. Lonely. For him, this was actually the most suitable environment for focused cultivation. With no one to disturb him and stable resources, cultivation and labor complemented each other perfectly. At least until he broke through to the fourth layer of chi refining, this was undoubtedly the best choice. With the formalities completed, Subai did not immediately return to the spirit field. Time to go back to the courtyard and check on things, he thought, recalling the several messages he had received on his jade token this past month. Zhang Yenshin and Li Daniu had both broken through to the second layer of chi refining and had started taking on tasks. Qian'er was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Zhou Chang had achieved a good ranking in the intersect competition and received a reward. And then there was Wu Tian. This simple, honest young man had sent 2 messages, both about the disciple in charge of their dormitory. After Wu Tian and the others had broken through to the first layer of chi refining, this person had tried to deduct the single essence replenishing pill they received each month under the pretext of guidance fees. Unable to bear it any longer, Wu Tian and the others had jointly reported him to the task hall. Word was that a verdict had finally been reached a few days ago. The task hall ordered the dormitory manager to return the deducted pills and find him 3 months' worth of task rewards. Wu Tian and the others had also been permitted to change courtyards. But the grudge was now set in stone. Subai gripped the jade token at his waist and walked toward the outer disciple quarters. Subai quickly returned to courtyard No. 32. The yard was tranquil, with only the rustling of green bamboos in the morning breeze. Unexpectedly, aside from Zhou Chang, who had coincidentally returned from a mission and was perusing a scroll by the stone table, the other senior and junior brothers were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Yenshin, Li Danyue, and Qian'er had all ventured out like Subai to undertake various external sect tasks. Junior brother Su, you're back. Zhou Chang set down the scroll, a smile in his eyes. I heard you've done well at the spirit fields. Senior brother Zhou. Subai stepped forward to pay his respects and sat down by the stone table. They were merely basic labors, I dare not claim excellence. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, sharing insights on cultivation. Zhou Chang was already at the peak of the 4th layer of chi refinement, preparing to break through to the 5th layer. Observing Subai's steady aura and condensed spiritual power, he couldn't help but exclaim, your progress is truly astonishing. At this rate, by this time next year, you might even catch up to me. You flatter me, senior brother, Subai said humbly. Without the sect's resources and your guidance, I would never have achieved this. After chatting for about a quarter of an hour, Subai rose to take his leave. I still need to visit an old friend. Is it junior brother Wu Tian? Zhou Chang seemed to have heard something. I've heard a little about what happened in his courtyard. It's good that you're going to see him. Wu Tian had been reassigned to courtyard No. 89 in Sector C. The layout was similar to courtyard No. 32, except it was planted with several osmanthus trees. It was now the flowering season, and pale yellow blossoms adorned the branches, releasing a refreshing fragrance. Seeing Subai's visit, a bright smile immediately spread across Wu Tian's face. Brother Su, you're finally here. Having escaped the clutches of that harsh housing disciple, Wu Tian's complexion had improved markedly, and the gloom in his brow had mostly dissipated. However, having lost several months of cultivation, he still hadn't broken through to the 2nd layer of chi refinement. Subai could clearly sense that his aura remained at the peak of the 1st layer, just one step away from a breakthrough, yet that step remained elusive. Looking at Wu Tian, Subai felt a twinge of complexity. His triple spiritual root talent had been copied from this very youth. Their spiritual root attributes and subtle characteristics were almost identical. Yet now their cultivation progress had diverged significantly. Aside from his own diligent practice and fortuitous encounters, it seemed that karma truly held an ineffable weight on the path of immortality. Brother Su, how are things at the spirit fields? Wu Tian led Subai to a stone stool in the yard and asked eagerly. I've heard that while the spirit field tasks are dull, the spirit rice is plentiful and greatly benefits cultivation. Subai detailed the essentials of the spirit field tasks, the rhythm of daily watering, the synergy between spiritual recovery and cultivation, the tangible benefits of the spirit rice supply, and the solitude required for long-term duty. Wu Tian listened intently, asking questions from time to time. Finally, he clenched his fist and said, once I break through to the 2nd layer, I'll take on a spirit field task too. I can't rely solely on bitter cultivation when I'm short on pills. Subai nodded. If you have any difficulties, feel free to send me a message. After chatting for half an hour, Subai rose to leave. Wu Tian saw him to the gate and said solemnly, Brother Su, I'll remember this kindness. There's no need for that between fellow disciples. Subai patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Returning to the Ring Mountain spirit fields, Su Bei's life settled back into a regular routine. He rose at dawn to absorb the morning glow, watered the first field in the forenoon, the second in the afternoon, and spent the evenings cultivating and studying spell techniques. He ate his 3 meals in the steward's hall, with over 30 other colleagues in silence, with piles of empty bowls stacked before each person like small mountains. The air was filled only with the sounds of chewing and the fragrance of spirit rice. Was this life monotonous? For others, perhaps. For Su Bai, it was precisely the tranquil cultivation environment he sought. No one disturbed him, resources were stable, and cultivation and labor complemented each other perfectly. He calculated that with his current progress, he could advance to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement in at most 4 or 5 months. After advancing to the 3rd layer, my spiritual power will increase greatly, and I might be able to manage an additional spirit field. Su Bai had long planned this. He had observed that disciples at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement often chose to tend an extra field. With enhanced spiritual power, the rain art could be sustained longer, recovery was faster, and their energy was more abundant. Tending an extra acre would earn him 3 additional essence condensing pills each month. Over time, the gap would widen. As for the 4th layer of Qi refinement, that's the first major hurdle of the Qi refinement stage. Sitting cross-legged in his thatched hut, Su Bai gazed at the hazy spiritual mist over the fields, his mind clear. Crossing from the early to the middle stage of Qi refinement required not just an accumulation of spiritual power, but also the expansion of meridians, a qualitative change in spiritual energy, and even a breakthrough in mental state. For an ordinary triple spiritual root cultivator, this could take anywhere from 1 to 2 years, or even 4 to 5. The sex-distributed rosy dawn Qi refinement art only went up to the 4th layer, clearly indicating that they considered it quite impressive for new disciples to reach the 4th layer within a few years. With my immortal gift reflection as a trump card and the support of spirit field resources, I should be able to do it faster. Su Bai closed his eyes, letting spiritual power circulate slowly within his body. Days passed in a cycle of watering, harvesting, and planting. By the end of August, the green rice on plot 1523 had ripened. The ears were golden, the grains plump and heavy, bending the stalks. Harvesting was quite simple for a cultivator. Su Bai walked through the fields, and with a thought his telekinesis art activated. Each grain of spirit rice, as if summoned, detached from the ear and flew into the grain storage bag issued by Steward Chun. The bag's opening was no larger than a palm, but inside it contained a space of about a zhang square, more than enough to hold the rice from 1 acre. After the harvest, Steward Chun arrived at the edge of the field and formed a hand seal. A crimson flame surged from his fingertip, landing on the remaining stalks in the field. Where the flame passed, the stalks turned to ash, yet the soil remained completely unharmed. Then a menial disciple drove a spirit ox, pulling a plow to turn over the soil. Su Bai received a new batch of spirit rice seeds. Standing at the edge of the field, he used his telekinesis art to take the seeds. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the seeds scattered evenly across the entire field. There was no need for the seedling transplanting methods of mortal farmers. Nourished by the dense spiritual energy and the rain dew art, these seeds would sprout in 3 days and yield another bountiful harvest in 3 months. Time passed swiftly in the path of immortality. By the end of November, the 2nd season of spirit rice had ripened. Harvesting, burning stalks, turning soil, planting. Su Bai had mastered the entire process. That night, as he sat cross-legged in his hut cultivating, a sudden change occurred in his Danshan's sea of Qi. The cyclone of energy began to spin faster, expanding in volume by 1/3, and the purity of his spiritual power increased noticeably. The 3rd layer of Qi refinement had been achieved naturally. Finally, a breakthrough. Su Bai opened his eyes, a restrained glint of light within them. The fatigue of the day's labor vanished in that instant, replaced by a surging sense of power. The next day, he went to the outer sect steward's office. After examining his jade token, Steward Su stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Not bad, you're the 3rd among this batch of disciples to reach the 3rd layer. At this rate, you have a strong chance at the top 3 rewards for reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement." Su Bai thanked him and then went to see Steward Lin. Disciple wishes to take on an additional spirit field. Steward Lin looked up. At the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, you can indeed manage 2 acres. Which one do you want? Plot 1524. Su Bai had already made inquiries. That field was adjacent to plot 1523, and the disciple currently tending it was about to be transferred elsewhere. Su Bai had communicated with that senior brother in advance, and he had readily agreed. This way, with the 2 acres of spirit fields connected, Su Bai wouldn't have to travel between different areas, saving him a great deal of trouble. By the end of December, the mortal new year was approaching. Su Bai and his batch of disciples had been in the sect for nearly a year. On this day, the jade tokens of all new outer sect disciples vibrated simultaneously, transmitting a sect announcement. All new outer sect disciples of this year report to the outer sect lecture hall for the annual assessment. The assessment will include cultivation progress, task completion, and mastery of basic spells. Excellence will be rewarded and negligence will be punished. Those who rank last for 2 consecutive assessments will be temporarily demoted to menial disciples to be observed. At the same time, another rumor spread among the outer sect a few days prior. The sect had assessed over 1,000 menial disciples recruited this year. More than 10 of them had performed outstandingly and were promoted to outer sect disciples enjoying the same resource benefits. The capable advanced, the incompetent were dismissed. The Jade Cloud sect's screening of its lower-level disciples never ceased. On the morning of the assessment, Su-Bai requested leave from Steward Chun and hurried to the lecture hall. Having communicated in advance via their Jade tokens, everyone from Courtyard No. 32, except Zhou Chong, who was still out on a mission, had shown up. To Su-Bai's surprise, even the reclusive Jiang Han had been brought along by Qian Er using some unknown method. Even more astonishing was Jiang Han's cultivation level. With a 4 spiritual root aptitude, having been in the sect for less than a year, he had also broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Although his aura was slightly unstable, indicating a recent breakthrough, his progress was still remarkable. However, any cultivator with keen perception would notice that Jiang Han's youthful life force was greatly diminished, suggesting he had paid a heavy price for this. Su-Bai surveyed the lecture hall. Over 1,000 new disciples had gathered, their auras varying greatly in strength. A rough estimate showed that only about 20% had reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Calculating this way, all 5 new disciples from Courtyard No. 32 were at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, placing them in the upper echelon of this batch. Senior brother Su, are you still at the spirit fields? Qian Er came over to ask. Su-Bai nodded. I don't plan to change tasks until I reach the 4th layer. Qian Er clicked his tongue, half envious and half emotional. You really have more patience than me, senior brother. I've heard the spirit field benefits are excellent, but I could never endure that long-term solitude with my temperament. Su-Bai smiled. To each their own. Don't the tasks you've taken on have their own merits? Indeed. Qian Er had chosen the outer sect patrol duty. The mountain-protecting Grand Formation covered several hundred li around Qinyan Mountain, but mortals seeking immortality often wandered into it by mistake. Without guidance, even a martial arts master could become trapped within the formation. Patrol disciples were responsible for leading them out and casting a shallow amnesia spell to erase their memories. Although this task didn't offer high rewards, it provided several talismans each month as patrol equipment. Qian Er had secretly saved a few, saying they could save his life in a critical moment. Zhang Yinshan, on the other hand, was an assistant in the medicinal herb garden. Compared to spirit rice, spiritual herbs were 10 times more delicate and required meticulous care. However, his ambition lay in alchemy, and the Jade Cloud sect's alchemy hall was renowned. His goal was to accumulate contribution points to eventually gain entry. Though working in the herb garden was time-consuming and laborious, it allowed him to familiarize himself with the properties of various herbs, which was a learning opportunity he eagerly sought. However, it had also slowed his cultivation, and like Jiang Han, he had only recently broken through to the 3rd layer. Li Danyue was the most straightforward. He had chosen spirit or mining. The spiritual stone vein was located 300 li from Qinyan Mountain and required a special spirit pickaxe to mine. It was a physically demanding job, but the rewards were generous. Judging by his now more robust frame, solid muscles, and aura as steady as a mountain, the months of labor had clearly yielded significant results. As for Jiang Han, this youth remained as taciturn as ever, standing alone at the edge of the crowd. Su-Bai sensed a faint, chilling aura around him, a killing intent that could only be acquired through numerous life-and-death battles. Considering the type of tasks he had taken on, the answer was clear: hunting ferocious beasts to provide ingredients for the sect's dining hall. With only cultivation realm level 3, Jiang Han was hardly capable of slaying true demonic beasts. Yet hunting ordinary ferocious beasts, such as tigers or bears, for the sect's dining hall posed no difficulty. The flesh and blood of such beasts brimmed with vital qi, serving both as auxiliary ingredients for low-tier pills and as sustenance, satisfying certain cultivators' earthly appetites. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deep, resonant chimes rang out from the stone pagoda at the center of the lecture ground, their waves sweeping across the entire courtyard like tangible force. The disciples, previously exchanging pleasantries, fell instantly silent and lifted their gazes toward the sky. A streak of violet light shot forth from the inner sect, hurtling across the heavens before arriving above the lecture ground in the blink of an eye. As the radiance subsided, a middle-aged cultivator emerged, robed in violet-embroidered brocade. He stood suspended in midair, hands clasped behind his back, without relying on any artifact. His spiritual energy remained deeply concealed like an unfathomable abyss, yet an invisible aura of authority permeated the air, causing over 1,000 Qi refinement disciples below to catch their breath. Skywalking art, a signature Tier 2 technique attainable only by Foundation establishment cultivators. Unaided by external tools, it allowed one to soar through the heavens solely through resonance between inner spiritual energy and the Tao of heaven and earth. The vile-trobed cultivator descended slowly onto the circular stone platform, his gaze sweeping across the assembly like lightning. That was the divine sense, a hallmark ability of foundation establishment cultivators, far more precise than ordinary sight. In an instant it discerned each disciple's cultivation level and the purity and stability of their spiritual energy. The Tao of immortal cultivation is not for those lacking supreme perseverance and unwavering resolve. His voice, though soft, carried with crystalline clarity into every year. This annual assessment exists to identify the indolent. Sect resources are finite and must be entrusted solely to the diligent. He paused, then turned grave. First trial cultivation verification. All of you shall fully project your spiritual energy. No concealment permitted. At his words, over 1,000 disciples simultaneously activated their cultivation techniques. Instantly the lecture ground shimmered with radiant lights and surged with fluctuating energies. Crimson, azure, sapphire, ochre, ivory, like a star-strewn nebula woven from living light. Subai stilled his mind and calmed his spirit, channeling all his focus into the spiraling vortex within his dantian. As the third layer of the rosy light chi refinement art unfolded, pale white spiritual energy seeped from his pores, coalescing into a thin, steady halo that clung to his form like liquid moonlight. At that very moment, he distinctly felt an intangible force glide across his body. Gentle, yet irresistible, like clear water flowing over fine sand. It probed him utterly, his total spiritual energy, its refinement, the condition of his meridians, even the precise trajectory of his cultivation technique. All laid bare before that divine sense, leaving nothing hidden. This was the power of a foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense. Earth-rank cultivators possessed no means to resist such scrutiny. Legends claim that at its zenith, divine sense could extend 100 li outward, perceiving the finest details, commanding artifacts, and striking down foes, all within a single thought. Within mere heartbeats, the vile-trobed elder retracted his divine sense, his expression already knowing. He raised a finger and pointed into the crowd. You, and you, step forward. He singled out 5 disciples in quick succession. Their faces paled, trembling, they stepped hesitantly from the ranks. 1 year since entry, and your progress remains negligible. His tone remained calm. Given your innate root quality, diligence would have borne far greater fruit. Your stagnation reveals habitual idleness and the wasteful consumption of sect resources. He paused again, then declared, henceforth you are demoted to menial disciples for 1 year. Should your conduct prove exemplary during this period, you may regain outer sect status upon its conclusion. Any objections? The 5 stood frozen, speechless. Outer sect supervisor Su approached, bearing 5 coarse gray uniforms, and proceeded to outfit them on the spot. The stark gray garments sent a chill through the assembled disciples. Wuxia sect's rewards and punishments were absolute. It harbored no idle hands. Second trial spell demonstration. The elder turned his gaze to the remaining disciples. Step forward in formation and display your most proficient technique. Grandeur is unnecessary. Precision and practicality are paramount. Disciples advanced in turn. One wielded the artifact control art, guiding stones through intricate aerial patterns. Another demonstrated the spirit pickaxe art, the foundational technique of mining disciples, concentrating spiritual energy into a pick-like shape capable of cleaving rock with ease. The light body art rendered the body feather-light, allowing leaps spanning several zhang. The cold dispelling art summoned gentle warmth, banishing the morning chill. Subai stood midway through the line. When his turn came, he stepped forward steadily, neither forming hand seals nor chanting incantations, merely raising his palm and pressing it gently into the air. A delicate mist of pale blue rain rose softly from his palm, spreading smoothly to envelop a radius of 1 zhang before him. Fine and uniform, the mist fell soundlessly, yet left unmistakable damp traces upon the bluestone floor. Spiritual rain infused with gentle water element essence refined directly from spiritual energy. The entire process flowed with seamless grace, unbroken by the slightest hesitation, proof that he had mastered this Tier 1 lower rank art to the level of thought manifested execution. Pass. The elder did not even lift his eyelids, uttering the word with detached brevity. To a foundation establishment cultivator, even flawless mastery of a Tier 1 technique by a chi refinement disciple held no more significance than a child brandishing a wooden sword. 3 disciples distinguished themselves most remarkably in spellcraft. 2 dual-rooted disciples, Jin Xingjian and Yu Ji, had already mastered Tier 1 mid-rank offensive spells after ascending to chi refinement level 4. Last to step forward was Jiang Han. The slender youth approached the platform with impassive composure. Raising his right hand, he curled his fingers loosely in midair. Spiritual energy surged from his dantian, racing along precise meridian pathways until converging in his palm. Within 2 breaths, a fist-sized crimson fireball materialized, hovering weightlessly before him. Its surface shimmered with undulating flame light. Its core burned at extraordinary heat, warping the surrounding air into faint visible ripples. Most astonishing was its perfect stability. utterly unlike the flickering volatile flames typically produced by Qi refinement disciples casting fire arts. Qi refinement level 3 and fireball art. For the first time, the elder lifted his gaze, studying Jiang Han intently. Mastering a tier 1 mid-rank art beyond your rank, and with such control, your affinity for fire is exceptional. After brief contemplation, he withdrew a white jade vial from his sleeve and tossed it to Jiang Han. 10 crimson flame pills. Consumption refines fire element spiritual energy. Cultivate diligently. Do not squander your talent. Jiang Han caught the vial and bowed deeply. Thank you, elder, for your generosity. This act ignited murmurs among the disciples below. A personal gift from a foundation establishment elder. What extraordinary honor. Countless eyes now fixed upon Jiang Han. Awed, envious, curious, admiring. Subai stood quietly within the crowd, his gaze sharp and focused. Fire affinity spellcasting talent. Truly extraordinary. He mused inwardly. When the time is ripe, I shall replicate it. Yet what occupied him more urgently was another matter. The cooldown of the immortal gift reflection technique was nearing completion, and the ideal dual-rooted affinities resided precisely in Jin Qingjian and Yuji. How to approach them? As Subai pondered, the elder's voice rang out once more. Cultivation level forms the foundation, but spell-based combat prowess cannot be overlooked. In the immortal cultivation world, the weak are devoured by the strong. To possess mere rank without protective arts is to become a plump lamb awaiting slaughter. This second trial serves as a reminder, even amidst arduous cultivation, never neglect honing your fangs and claws. He swept his gaze across the assembly, his tone softening. Thus concludes today's assessment. May you all cultivate with diligence and honor the rare fortune of your immortal destiny. With that, his violet robe flared, and he shot skyward as a streak of light, vanishing instantly toward the inner sect. The elder's departure lifted the oppressive weight from the grounds. Disciples exhaled collectively, then erupted into animated discussion. Members of Courtyard 32 gathered together. Zhang Yanshun and Qian Er now regarded Jiang Han with markedly altered respect. The faint resentment born of his aloofness had long since dissolved. Brother Jiang, you've kept your talents well hidden. Qian Er marveled. Mastery of fireball art beyond your rank. Your talent is. Zhang Yanshun, ever pragmatic, added, should I pursue fire affinity arts in future, I hope Brother Jiang will grant me guidance. Jiang Han remained silent, offering only a slight nod in acknowledgement. Yet the vial of crimson flame pills in his hand spoke volumes, quietly affirming his singular standing among this cohort of disciples. While Subai weighed how best to approach the dual-rooted disciples, his gaze suddenly caught a familiar figure beside Yuji. Wu Tian. The earnest young man stood close to Yuji, speaking in hushed tones. And the small group surrounding him was clearly led by Yuji. Evidently, after his courtyard reassignment, Wu Tian had been placed in the very same residence as this dual-rooted prodigy. This boy didn't mention a word of it in his jade token message. A spark lit in Subai's mind, and then clarity dawned. Truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Straightening his robes, he strode forward confidently. Brother Wu. Subai called out warmly. Hearing his voice, Wu Tian turned and broke into a broad smile. Brother Su. He hurried to meet him, then quickly introduced Subai to the others. Senior brothers, this is Senior Brother Subai, the very one I've told you about. My entry-level cultivation technique was made possible only through his guidance. Yuji looked up, appraising Subai. The youth appeared 16 or 17, handsome of feature, warm of demeanor. Though clad only in simple indigo robes, he carried himself with effortless poise. More notably, his spiritual energy radiated solidity and depth, an unmistakable sign of rigorous foundational training. Junior Brother Su. Yuji gave a slight nod, his tone amiable. Wu Junior Brother speaks of you often, saying had you not intervened, he might have languished for months under that unscrupulous dormitory steward. Mutual aid among fellow disciples is rare and admirable. Subai clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Senior Brother, you overstates my role. Wu Tian and I are long-standing friends. The assistance was but a trifling gesture. His gaze shifted meaningfully to Yuji, sincere and respectful. I've long heard you are one of only 2 dual-rooted prodigies among this cohort. Today's meeting confirms your extraordinary bearing, and your cultivation pace leaves us triple-rooted disciples gazing at your back in awe. Yuji offered a gentle, modest smile, free of arrogance. Innate roots merely grant a swifter start. The immortal path stretches endlessly. Root, quality, heart, mind, and fate are all indispensable. Junior Brother Su's foundations are solid, your progress commendable. There is no cause for self-doubt. He paused, then added, since Wu Junior Brother holds you in such esteem, do visit our Courtyard 89 Beta whenever you wish. Fellow disciples should exchange insights freely. I certainly shall. Subai smiled in agreement. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, his course was set. In several months, the immortal gift reflection technique would be ready once more. And this dual-rooted prodigy before him stood as the ideal target. Immortal destinies are often seeded in such seemingly chance encounters, unfolding unseen like the quiet germination of a celestial lotus. At this moment, the crowd from Courtyard 32 also approached. Ujai's gaze soon fell upon Jiang Han, the youth who had just been personally bestowed a pill by the elder in charge of Foundation establishment, standing out conspicuously among the new disciples. Is this Jiang Han a junior brother from the same courtyard as Su? Yuji inquired, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Jiang Han's earlier performance had left a deep impression. The talent for spells and the innate spiritual root are two different matters. In a certain sense, exceptional spell talent is even rarer than a good spiritual root. However, the cultivation world ultimately relies on cultivation level as its foundation. Without sufficient realm to support it, even the strongest spell talent cannot be fully manifested. Thus, sects often place greater importance on spiritual root qualification. This is the basis for reaching higher realms. As for spell geniuses, they are only cultivated intensively by the sect after reaching a certain realm when their combat power undergoes a qualitative change. Subai consequently introduced the disciples from both courtyards. In Courtyard 98, where Yuji resided, there were 5 newly promoted outer disciples. Their attendant disciples had successfully entered the inner sect last month, and now Yuji temporarily managed the affairs of the courtyard. This dual spiritual root genius not only leads in cultivation, but is also quite respected by fellow disciples from the same courtyard. To Ujai's surprise, all 5 disciples from Courtyard 32 had already advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Moreover, with Jiang Han as a spell genius, the overall strength of this courtyard has become formidable. The path to immortality is long and arduous. In the future, when entering the inner sect and undertaking perilous missions, reliable companions are crucial. Ujai's heart immediately sparked a desire for friendship. The members of Courtyard 32 had no aversion to Yuji, this dual spiritual root genius. With Su Bei's subtle facilitation, the disciples from both courtyards engaged in lively conversation, leaning towards becoming allies. The two parties agreed to seek opportunities for future gatherings to discuss ideas and engage in friendly sparring. Subai felt a slight relief in his heart. He had successfully bridged the gap, with Yuji laying the groundwork for the replication plan 3 months hence. After the outer sect assessment concluded, Subai returned to the spirit field surrounding the mountain. The cultivation sect held no concept of mundane festivals. In the daily routine of watering and cultivating, Subai silently stepped into his 17th year. During this time, he received a letter from the royal family of the Yin Kingdom, delivered across mountains and rivers to the sect, which must have cost the Yin Emperor quite a bit. The letter contained nothing more than some casual greetings and reminders to take care of oneself, with an undertone of the mundane parents' concern for their child in the cultivation world. Subai did not turn cold-hearted. He took up his pen and replied with a brief letter informing them that he was well and diligently cultivating at the Yuxia sect. The content of the letter was not important. What mattered was the act of replying itself. It indicated that Subai was indeed within the sect and still remembered the familial bonds of the mundane world. That was enough. It was likely the very thing the Yin Emperor wished to confirm. After sending the reply, Su Bei's life returned to tranquility. The spirit field, the thatched cottage, the cultivation. Day by day, he diligently practiced, and the spiritual energy within his dantian gradually thickened, like streams merging into a lake. By the first day of the 3rd month, the total amount of spiritual energy within Subai had more than doubled compared to 3 months ago. Though he was still a distance from the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, his progress could be considered astonishing. And more importantly, within his mind, the amber-hued interface quietly refreshed. The Immortal Gift Reflection spell has been refreshed. Named Subai Spiritual Root Talent, Triple Attribute, Spiritual Root Waterfire. Would Immortal Gift Reflection Survey 11, Replicate 11. Subai opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. The dual spiritual root. I have finally awaited it. He had long calculated if he could replicate the dual spiritual root with this qualification, combined with the resources from the spirit field and his arduous cultivation, the hope of competing for one of the top 3 spots to advance to the 4th level of Qi refinement was immensely high. According to Elder Su, the reward included not only a large number of pills, but also a first-tier magical artifact. Having a magical artifact as a Qi refinement stage cultivator made a world of difference in combat power. Yuji, I shall go see you today. Subai rose to tidy his robes, took leave from Elder Chun, and headed straight for the outer sect. First, he went to Elder Su to collect the pills for this month. 3 for disciples at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and 6 for the spirit field task reward, totaling 9 essence pills. In his first year in the sect, he had become adept at this process. Su Kid, you arrived just in time. Elder Su handed over a green jade bottle, lowering his voice. I inquired, and among your group of disciples aside from Yuji and Jin Xingjian, there is no 3rd person who has broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Those 2 dual spiritual roots are indeed impressive. They both made the breakthrough a few months ago. Thank you, Elder. Subai felt a sense of certainty within. This was precisely the situation he desired: clear objectives and a timely window. After receiving the pills, Subai made his way to Courtyard 98. Through a jade talisman for communication, the courtyard's restrictions responded and opened. Upon entering, Yuji was already waiting beneath the cypress tree in the courtyard. Junior brother Su. Yuji smiled and nodded. 3 months ago, after the outer sect assessment, the disciples from both courtyards had gathered for a brief discussion. Yuji had gained some inspiration regarding fire-type spells from Jiang Han and held a favorable impression of the members of Courtyard 32. Thus, when Su Bai invited him under the pretext of consulting on cultivation difficulties, he readily accepted. Coincidentally, he also needed to come to the outer sect to collect pills today, so they agreed to meet in the courtyard. I trouble senior brother you to take time to provide guidance. Su Bai bowed respectfully. Simultaneously, he subtly activated his thoughts. Immortal gift reflection, survey activate. Survey successful. Name Yuji spiritual root talent dual attribute spiritual root fire would consistent with rumors. In fact, with the sect's rigorous dual testing, Su Bai could have spared this survey opportunity. However, as the path to immortality was just beginning, caution would never go amiss. Among fellow disciples, mutual sparring is indeed appropriate. Yuji's tone was gentle, devoid of the arrogance often found in geniuses. Junior brother, do you have any questions? Su Bai took out a thin booklet from his pocket and stepped forward saying, I have noted down several key points regarding cultivation. I hope senior brother will take a look. He paused and explained, Senior brother, you has just broken through to the 4th level of chi refinement not long ago. So your insights on the transition from the 3rd to 4th level should be fresher and more profound than those of our senior brother Zhou in the courtyard. As they spoke, the two had already closed the distance. Yuji, trusting him, reached out to take the booklet. The moment their fingertips touched, Immortal gift reflection replicate activate. An invisible bond was established in an instant. Su Bai felt a slight warmth in his palm, as if a mysterious mark flowed from Yuji's fingertips into him, swiftly coursing through his arm's meridians and reaching his spine's spiritual pivot. Replication successful. The target talent replicated dual spiritual root firewood. Detected that this dual spiritual root conflicts with the host's original 3 spiritual root attributes. Please choose one. Retain the 3 spiritual roots with the dual spiritual root partially overlapping, resulting in mixed spiritual roots. 2. Abandon the 3 spiritual roots and completely replace them with the dual spiritual root. Choose 2. Su Bai silently thought. Buzz. At the location of his spine, the originally gently flowing 3-colored spiritual root light suddenly dimmed, dispersing like ink meeting water. In its place surged a more intense and pure warm current from the spiritual pivot. Crimson and azure intertwined like 2 dragons coiling rapidly, spreading along the meridian network. In an instant, all the pores on Su Bai's body opened wide. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him like a magnet, flowing in from all directions. The absorption speed skyrocketed by more than 3 times. The spiritual energy flowed smoothly after entering his body, naturally differentiating into the fire and wood attributes under the guidance of the dual spiritual root, each returning to its own meridian with no longer any of the weak conflicts present when he had 3 spiritual roots. This is the feeling of a dual spiritual root. Su Bai suppressed the excitement in his heart. No wonder Yuji and Jin Qingjian's cultivation speed far exceeded their peers. This affinity for spiritual energy and refining efficiency is no longer a matter of quantity, but a qualitative difference. At this moment, Yuji had finished reading the booklet. What junior brother Su noted here are indeed common obstacles when advancing from the 3rd to the 4th level. He did not notice Su Bai's brief oddity and continued to ponder, saying, for example, this process of spiritual power condensation requires attention. He elaborated, analyzing his insights during the breakthrough, the rhythm of compressing spiritual power and the key points of mental adjustment. His words were clear and his insights profound, indicating not only outstanding talent, but also remarkable comprehension. Su Bai listened attentively. This experience would indeed be of great use for his upcoming breakthrough. Moreover, this inquiry was entirely reasonable, without any abruptness. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. After Yuji finished speaking, Su Bai solemnly bowed. It was no trouble at all. Yuji waved his hand, returning the booklet. Junior brother has a solid foundation. If you continue to cultivate diligently, you have a great chance of breaking through to the 4th level within a year. I appreciate senior brother's kind words. After some further pleasantries, Su Bai took his leave. As he stepped out of courtyard 98, the spring sun was warm. Walking along the bluestone path, Su Bai felt the refreshing sensation of his newly acquired dual spiritual root. Fire and wood attributes flowed gently through his meridians, resonating clearly and strongly with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The path to immortality is long, with each step a new level. Now he had stepped onto a higher stage. With the dual spiritual root in hand, the 4th level of chi refinement was within reach, and the abundant rewards from the sect were just around the corner. The dual spiritual root could support Su Bai's cultivation for several years. At least for now, he had yet to encounter anyone with a qualification surpassing that of a dual spiritual root. A peerless genius with a single spiritual root would often be recognized by an inner sect elder during the entrance test, taken as a personal disciple on the spot, and brought directly into the core area of the inner sect for meticulous cultivation. As an outer sect disciple, Su-Bai had no opportunity whatsoever to come into contact with such figures. As for the elders who had already reached foundation establishment, or even golden core, they were far above the clouds. Ordinary disciples could hardly even meet them in person, let alone get close enough to copy their talents. Being able to successfully copy a dual spiritual root was already an excellent opportunity for Su-Bai at this stage. Although the spiritual root is the foundation of immortality, it is not the only path. Su-Bai walked along the bluestone path back to the spirit fields, lost in thought. Over this past year, many outer sect disciples have already revealed other talents. Zhang Han's aptitude for fire spells, Zhang Yanshan's interest in alchemy, and some have shown early promise in talisman crafting and artifact forging. A thought surfaced in his mind: during these few years in the outer sect, I might try to copy these talents one by one. That way in the future I could. But no sooner had the thought arisen than he shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh. Bite off more than one can chew. Though there are all-rounders in the cultivation world, a person's energy is ultimately limited. Dabble in too many arts, and it will inevitably hinder fundamental cultivation. On the path of immortality, realm and lifespan are the true foundation. He couldn't help but recall a scene from his past life in the game. If he had a heaven-defying immortal art like immortal talent reflection, why would he need to hide and hesitate? He could copy talents freely and rise quickly. But reality was ultimately different. Not only was lifespan limited, but the secret of the immortal art had to be guarded closely, and every step required weighing the pros and cons. Forget it'll take it step by step. First, he'll use the dual spiritual root to break through to the mid-chi refining stage. Returning to the 15th ring of the encircling mountain spirit fields after completing the day's watering of 2 acres, Su-Bai eagerly took out a vitality pill and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged to cultivate. As the pill entered his stomach, its medicinal power dispersed. This experience was completely different from before. The affinity of a dual spiritual root for heaven and earth's spiritual energy far surpassed that of a triple spiritual root, and now the absorption efficiency of the medicinal power had surged dramatically. The stream of spiritual energy transformed from the vitality pill flowed through his body with almost no obstruction, like a stream merging into a river smoothly reaching the sea. The speed of refining the medicinal power and the efficiency of converting it into spiritual power had both increased by 30 to 40%. With the blessing of the dual spiritual root, 9 vitality pills achieved the effect of 13 or 14 pills in the past. So this is what superior talent feels like. Su-Bai exhaled slowly, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. No wonder the cultivation world placed such importance on spiritual root aptitude. It wasn't just a difference in cultivation speed, it was a chasm in resource utilization efficiency. The same pill had vastly different effects in the hands of those with different spiritual roots. Time flew like an arrow, and 3 months passed in a blink. With the blessing of a dual spiritual root, Su-Bai's cultivation speed advanced by leaps and bounds. In just 3 months, he had cultivated to the peak of the 3rd layer of Qi refining. In his dantian, the ball of Qi had solidified to the size of a pigeon's egg, with pale golden spiritual power slowly rotating within each revolution, stirring faint ripples in the surrounding spiritual energy. However, in recent days, Su-Bai had noticed a strange phenomenon. No matter how he cultivated, nearly half of the newly absorbed spiritual energy would inexplicably dissipate when converted into spiritual power, as if an invisible barrier was hindering the qualitative change. Is this the bottleneck for advancing from the early to mid-Qi refining stage? Su-Bai was not panicked. He had learned from ancient texts and Zhou that for disciples with a triple spiritual root, breaking through this barrier could take anywhere from a few months to several years, requiring repeated impact and refinement of spiritual power. But for those with a dual spiritual root, this barrier was almost effortless. They only needed to cultivate step by step, and it would happen naturally. He maintained his daily routine: morning cultivation, watering, taking pills, and practicing. Late on the 3rd night, the oil lamp in the thatched hut flickered like a bean. Su-Bai sat cross-legged on a cushion, running the 3rd layer technique of the rosy dawn Qi cultivation art. The sphere of spiritual power in his dantian spun faster and faster, its surface covered with fine ripples. At a certain moment, pop! A faint, almost imperceptible sound came from within his body. The invisible barrier shattered. The sea of Qi in his dantian suddenly expanded. The surface of the spiritual power sphere cracked with fine lines, then, as if breaking out of a cocoon, it swelled in volume by a third, its color turning into a more solid pale gold. A powerful suction force surged from his dantian, and the surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body like a tide. After circulating through his meridians, it quickly transformed into new spiritual power, filling the emptiness left by the breakthrough. Yet the newly transformed spiritual power was insufficient to fill the void. The fourth layer of qi refining required far more spiritual energy than the third. With a thought, Su Bai immediately switched to the fourth layer technique of the Rosy Dawn Qi cultivation art. The moment the technique changed, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy nearly doubled, barely meeting the cultivation demands after the breakthrough. It's done. Su Bai opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering in his gaze. He felt the surging spiritual power within him, nearly 50% more abundant than before the breakthrough, flowing more smoothly, and his perception of heaven and earth's spiritual energy had become much clearer. The fourth layer of qi refining, the mid-qi refining stage. From this point, the path of immortality truly began. The spirit field task ends here. Su Bai stood up and looked out the window at the 2 acres of spirit fields under the moonlight. The green rice stalks swayed gently in the night breeze, their ears gradually turning golden, ready for harvest in half a month. It wasn't that the spirit field task couldn't continue. Mid-qi refining disciples who wished to delve deeper into this path could learn more advanced spirit planting spells, manage more fields, and even earn the title of spirit farmer, enjoying special subsidies from the sect. But this was not what Su Bai wanted. The cultivation world was ultimately one of the survival of the fittest. For now, he could cultivate peacefully in the Jade Cloud sect only by relying on the sect's protection. Yet the immortal path was long, and there would always be a time to leave the mountain for training. Without sufficient combat power, encountering rogue cultivators or demonic beasts would make him a lamb to the slaughter. This was precisely why the Jade Cloud sect held an annual inter-sect competition, offering generous rewards to encourage disciples to hone their combat skills. What the sect needed were not mere farmers, but cultivators capable of protecting the Dao and waging war. After advancing to the mid-qi refining stage, one could begin to practice first-grade mid-rank spells, including some with considerable offensive power. For Su Bai, the next focus would be while improving his cultivation to temper his combat abilities within a safe range. The next morning, Su Bai went to the management office of the 15th ring. Elder Chun, this disciple, requests to terminate the spirit field task. Elder Chun, who was pruning a spirit plant, looked up, scrutinized Su Bai for a moment, and smiled, broken through to the fourth layer. Good. He did not try to persuade him to stay, only nodded, and said, young people should explore more. The path of spirit planting, though stable, lacks edge. Go ahead, I'll send a message to the outer courtyard to assign a new disciple to take over. The formalities were simple and swift. Su Bai handed over the spirit field's prohibition token, and Elder Chun recorded the task's completion on a jade talisman. Before leaving the office, Su Bai took one last look at the 2 acres of spirit fields. In the morning light, the green rice ears hung low, glistening with dewdrops. This land, which he had tended for most of the year, was about to welcome a new owner. Goodbye, Su Bai whispered to himself, then turned and stepped onto the stone path. There was not much reluctance. The immortal path was meant to move forward. Returning to the outer sect, Su Bai headed straight for the management office. Elder Su was lying on a wicker chair in the courtyard, squinting as he enjoyed the morning light. Hearing hurried footsteps, he lazily opened his eyes, and upon seeing Su Bai, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Elder Su. Su Bai stepped forward quickly, his aura slightly emanating. This disciple has advanced to the 4th layer of qi refining. May I ask if I am still the 3rd among this batch of disciples to break through? His tone carried a just right urgency, showing his concern for the reward without being overly undignified. Elder Su sat up, carefully sensing Su Bai's aura, and was secretly astonished. As a fellow triple spiritual root, how could this child's progress be so fast? But he did not show it on his face, only said slowly, "What's the hurry? What's yours won't escape." He took an indigo storage pouch from his waist and tossed it to Su Bai. "Congratulations, you are indeed the 3rd to break through. The reward is here. See for yourself." Su Bai took the storage pouch, which felt solid in his hand. He took a deep breath, condensed a thread of spiritual power, and injected it into the pouch's opening. The storage space unfolded, revealing the contents clearly: a white jade pill bottle with a yellow silk label attached, inscribed with the words, "Yellow Dragon Pill." Pulling out the stopper, a rich medicinal fragrance assailed his senses. A full 10 pills the size of longan fruits, pale yellow and shimmering with spiritual light on their surface. This was a first-grade mid-rank spirit pill with medicinal power 50% stronger than the vitality pill, most suitable for mid-qi refining cultivators. A sheathed longsword. The scabbard was made of green sandalwood engraved with flowing cloud patterns. Drawing the sword, the blade was about 2 feet 8 inches long, a pale green like autumn water with a restrained cold gleam and faint spiritual energy fluctuations. This was a first-grade low-rank magical artifact, the Green Stream Sword. Though the lowest grade of magical artifact, it was 10 times sharper than ordinary iron. 3 booklets. The first recorded the complete technique of the Rosy Dawn Qi cultivation art, from the 5th to the 10th layer. The second recorded 3 first-grade mid-rank spells: Fireball Technique, Water Shield Technique, and Revitalization Technique. The third was a basic guide to artifact forging and magical artifact maintenance. Su Bei's gaze fell on the spell booklet. Fireball technique. The most powerful among first-grade mid-rank elemental spells, when mastered it could turn into a chain of fireballs with astonishing power. Water shield technique. A water attribute defensive spell that could condense water into a shield defending against attacks from spells of the same rank. Revitalization technique. A wood attribute healing spell more effective than the cold expulsion technique, with significant curative effects on both external injuries and internal damage. Pill's magical artifact technique spells. The sect's reward was comprehensive. The green stream sword in particular was exactly what he needed at the moment. In the eyes of mortals, a cultivator capable of casting the revitalization art was indistinguishable from the legendary Immortals, who could revive the dead and regenerate flesh from bone. Even though it was merely a first-rank mid-grade spell, its ability to heal internal and external injuries and expel ailments rendered it a divine technique in the mundane world. For chi-refining mid-stage cultivators, these three spells were exceedingly practical protective arts: offense with the fireball art, defense with the water shield art, and healing with the revitalization art. With both offense and defense supplemented by healing, this constituted the foundational configuration for venturing out and facing perilous situations. However, as first-rank mid-grade spells, their cultivation difficulty far surpassed that of low-grade spells. Not only did they require more spiritual energy, but the pathways for chi circulation were also more intricate. The number of hand seals needed before casting increased, and the ancient incantation syllables were longer. Especially the fireball art. It required 3 layers of hand seals, 10 segments of ancient incantations, and the chi circulation path involved 12 meridians. The slightest error would lead to spell failure, or even chi backlash, injuring the caster. Among all the rewards, the most valuable was undoubtedly the Qinglu sword. Though merely a first-rank low-grade magical artifact, it was a rare treasure in the eyes of chi-refining cultivators. Many inner disciples cultivated bitterly for years without necessarily owning a magical artifact of their own. Within the sect, there were typically only 2 ways to obtain one ranking among the top 50 in the inner sect grand competition: to receive an artifact as a reward. The second was to accumulate spirit stones and purchase one from the sect shops, a price that would deter ordinary disciples. However, chi-refining mid-stage cultivators were still unable to achieve artifact control. Only in the hands of chi-refining later-stage cultivators could a magical artifact truly display its power, such as flying on a sword or killing enemies from a distance. For now, Su Bai wielded this sword more like a mortal warrior in close combat, except the blade was sharper, and after infusing it with spiritual energy, it could pierce the fur and scales of low-grade demonic beasts. As for that bottle of yellow dragon pills, it was equally a generous gift. The refinement of yellow dragon pills was far more complex than that of essence pills. Aside from spiritual rice, it required several genuine first-rank spiritual herbs, resulting in a low success rate, but over 50% greater efficacy. On the market, a bottle of essence pills was worth about 1 low-grade spirit stone, while yellow dragon pills cost 10, a tenfold difference highlighting their rarity. Many thanks, Steward Su. Su Bai carefully stored the rewards, tied the storage pouch to his waist, and beamed with joy. Hold on, Steward Su extended his hand. The rewards are yours, but return the storage pouch. Off. Su Bai was taken aback. Can the esteemed outer sect steward office be so stingy as to begrudge a storage pouch? Oomph. Steward Su's face hardened. Without careful budgeting, where would the resources come from to support you disciples? The sect has a large establishment and must economize. Su Bai had no choice but to take out the yellow dragon pills, the manual, and the Qinglu sword, placing them into his original storage pouch, and returned the indigo storage pouch. Steward Su took it, inspected it carefully, and stored it in a cabinet. Then from another drawer he produced a celadone porcelain bottle, poured out a single yellow dragon pill, and handed it to Su Bai. This is this month's allowance. Disciples at the 4th layer of Chi refining receive 1 yellow dragon pill per month. If unable to collect due to missions outside it, can be accumulated without limit. Su Bai took the pill and smiled wryly. Steward, you are truly meticulous to the last. Rules are rules. Steward Su waved his hand. Go now, cultivate diligently, and do not disappoint the sect's nurturing. After bidding farewell to the parsimonious Steward Su Bai turned to the task counter in the West Side Hall, where Steward Lin was on duty. Steward Lin was bent over sorting through scrolls. Hearing the sound, he looked up, and upon seeing Su Bai's round face, instantly broke into a broad smile. Junior brother Su. It's only been a few days, and you've already reached the 4th layer of Chi refining. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Once you become a true disciple, be sure to look out for this senior brother. His demeanor was a stark contrast to the indifference he had shown earlier when receiving a disciple with 5 spiritual roots. Such was the reality of the cultivation world. Talent and potential determined others' attitudes. Steward Lin flatters me, Su Bai said with a cupped fist salute. It was but a fortunate breakthrough. I dare not aspire to become a true disciple, who entering the inner sect would be more than satisfying. Haha, junior brother is too modest. Steward Lin chuckled, retrieving a heavy jade slip from a cabinet. Now that you're at Qi refining midstage, there are many more tasks available. Let me see. We need something that offers ample cultivation time, generous rewards, and is both safe and suitably challenging. His fingertips glided lightly over the jade slip, and lines of task information flickered and scrolled by. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Found it. Steward Lin turned the jade slip towards Su Bai and even directly opened the detailed description of one task for him to see. This was against protocol. Task information was meant for disciples to browse and select on their own, with stewards prohibited from intervening or recommending. Yet he was clearly willing to extend this courtesy to Su Bai. The Spirit Moon Lake Garrison task requires cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refining or above mastery of 3 first-rank mid-grade spells, including the Water Escape Art, a tenure of at least 1 year, and the reward is 3 bottles of Yellow Dragon pills annually. Su Bai focused his gaze and read carefully. Aside from the main sect on Qingyun Mountain, Yuxia sect had numerous resource points scattered across the vast Azure Spirit Plains, Spirit Stone Mines, Spiritual Herb Valleys, Special Spirit Springs. Spirit Moon Lake was one of them. This lake was located at the southwestern edge of the Azure Spirit Plain, a mere 100 li from the Yuxia sect's mountain gate, practically within arm's reach for a cultivator's pace. The lake's waters naturally contained lunar spiritual energy, and at its bottom grew a unique spiritual plant called the Spirit Moon Grass, the main ingredient for refining moon essence pills. Moon essence pills had the effect of calming the mind and aiding in breaking through bottlenecks, making them quite popular among inner disciples. Strangely, Spirit Moon Grass could only survive at the bottom of Spirit Moon Lake. Once transplanted, it would quickly wither. The Yuxia sect's alchemy hall had attempted this countless times, all ending in failure. Helpless, they had to establish a permanent outpost by the lakeshore, assigning disciples to guard it and collect the grass periodically. The Azure Spirit Plain is nominally owned exclusively by Yuxia sect, and Spirit Moon Lake is so close to the mountain gate. Safety is indeed assured. Su Bai pondered inwardly. Ordinary rogue cultivators and disciples of minor sects would never dare to touch Yuxia sect's resource points. Daily duties would only require guarding against low-grade demonic beasts stealing the spiritual herbs. In the cultivation world of Qingzhou, the 3 major sects led by Yuxia sect stood as a tripod. Apart from the core spiritual veins occupied by these 3, most other cultivation resources were concentrated in 2 great spirit plains, the Azure Spirit Plain and the Cloud Sea Spirit Plain. What was called a spirit plain was essentially a vast expanse of spiritual land formed by the convergence of countless micro-spiritual veins covering a wide area with abundant resources, hence the term plain. In ancient times, the spiritual energy within the plains was even denser, and many sects had established themselves there, leaving behind numerous secret realm ruins. The Azure Spirit Plain was adjacent to the Qingyun Mountain range. Indeed, Qingyun Mountain could be considered one of its gateways. Due to Yuxia sect's dominance, this spirit plain was largely monopolized by them. The Cloud Sea Spirit Plain, however, was divided between the other 2 sects. Of course, monopoly was merely nominal. The Azure Spirit Plain stretched tens of thousands of li, spanning several mortal kingdoms, and Yuxia sect could not possibly guard every inch. There were always rogue cultivators and disciples of minor sects sneaking in to seek opportunities. To this, Yuxia sect mostly turned a blind eye. As long as they did not touch the marked resource points, they were allowed to try their luck. But daring to meddle with the sect's designated resources was like touching a dragon's reverse scale, inviting thunderous pursuit. The reward for the Spirit Moon Lake task was indeed tempting. 3 bottles of Yellow Dragon pills a year meant 30 pills. Converted into essence pills, that was equivalent to 300. When Su Bai was at the 3rd layer of Qi refining, his monthly allowance, plus the Spirit Field task, yielded only 108 essence pills annually. If he could take this task, now his annual income would more than quadruple. The only drawback was that Spirit Moon Lake was outside the mountain gate. Although a simple spirit gathering array was set up, the spiritual energy concentration was far inferior to that within Qingyun Mountain. However, with the generous pill reward, this loss was entirely acceptable. Su Bai pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, "Steward Lin, I am willing to take this task, but I need to depart within a week and am afraid I cannot master 3 mid-grade spells in time." "No matter." Steward Lin waved his hand and lowered his voice. "You only need to master the Water Escape Art first. That's a hard requirement, as the Spirit Moon Lake task often requires underwater inspections. As for the other 2, I can make a temporary concession and give you 3 months to complete them. This little bit of authority this senior brother still possesses." He paused and chuckled. "This task is in high demand. The slot just opened up today. If you waited until you mastered the spells to come, someone else would have snatched it up. Junior brother, with your exceptional talent, you are destined to become a true disciple. This senior brother is merely forming a good connection in advance. When junior brother Su becomes a true disciple in the future, don't forget the convenience senior brother Lin provided today." The deep implication in his words was unmistakable. Subai understood and solemnly cupped his fists. Senior Brother Lin's kindness this junior will remember. Subai acknowledged Senior Brother Lin's favor with gratitude. After comprehensive consideration, the mission to guard Spirit Moon Lake was indeed the most suitable choice for him at present. The rewards were far more generous than ordinary missions, offering opportunities for actual combat against demon beasts to hone his battle prowess. Moreover, due to its proximity to the mountain gate, the safety factor was relatively high, posing no fatal threat. That's the spirit. Senior Brother Lin beamed with joy, deftly processing Su Bei's registration and recording the mission details into a jade talisman. This mission required leaving the mountain for an entire year's garrison, during which time he could not return to the sect to collect his monthly allowance. Hence, according to sect rules, the reward for such long-term external missions, 3 bottles of yellow dragon pills, was to be distributed in advance in a single batch. Senior Brother Lin took out 3 Celadone porcelain pill bottles from the cabinet along with a pale yellow talisman inscribed with the essential formula of the water escape art and handed them all to Subai. The mission details the map of Spirit Moon Lake and the precautions for the outpost have all been recorded in your jade talisman. You must set out within 7 days. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin. Subai accepted the items and expressed his sincere gratitude. No need for formalities. Senior Brother Lin waved his hand and lowered his voice. Junior brother, you have a promising future. If you become a true disciple one day, I hope you'll look out for me. I will surely remember. It was already afternoon when he returned to Courtyard 32. The courtyard was serene with green bamboos swaying gently in the wind. Zhang Yinshan, Li Danyue, and Qian Er were all out on missions while Jiang Han was rarely seen elusive as a dragon. The courtyard was empty, which suited Su Bei's intentions. He needed a quiet place to cultivate his techniques. Pushing open the door and entering his room, Su Bei stored the 3 bottles of yellow dragon pills into his dimensional pouch and unfurled the booklet on the water escape art. The manual was adorned with intricate diagrams of spiritual energy circulation with small annotations detailing the hand seal formations and the essential incantations of ancient tones. As a mid-grade first-tier technique, the complexity of the water escape art far surpassed that of the rain dew art. It required forming double hand seals, chanting 8 segments of ancient tones, and the spiritual energy circulation involved 9 main meridians and 24 acupoints. Subai concentrated deeply in comprehension. The hand seal was named the wave-parting seal, requiring different finger gestures from the left and right hands maintaining a delicate balance. The 8 segments of ancient tones comprised 32 syllables in total, which needed to be chanted in one breath without interruption. The most complex part was the spiritual energy pathway. It required dividing the energy from the dantian into 2 streams, one primary and one auxiliary. The primary stream ascended along the conception vessel. He closed his eyes, simulating the circulation with his mind. Initially, he made frequent mistakes, either the hand seals losing balance or the ancient tones breaking off. But Subai had a steady temperament, neither impatient nor flustered. He corrected himself repeatedly, gradually grasping the knack. After 4 days of arduous cultivation, neglecting sleep and meals, by dusk on the 4th day, Subai had thoroughly memorized the essential diagrams and could mentally rehearse the entire spellcasting process flawlessly. I need a place with water to practice. He rose and pushed open the window, gazing outside the courtyard. In the southeastern corner of the outer sect, there was a natural lake called Rinse Jade Pool. The pool's water was sourced from the millennium-old snowmelt atop Azure Cloud Peak, crystal clear and bitingly cold, about 3 zhang deep. It was a common place for disciples to practice water element techniques. Subai arrived at the pool's edge at dawn. A thin mist shrouded the lake's surface, with occasional fish leaping out, stirring rings of ripples. He took a deep breath and stood firmly at the shore. He formed the wave-parting seal with both hands. His left thumb pressed against the base of his ring finger, while his index and middle fingers were extended and joined, pointing forward. His right palm faced the sky, fingers slightly curled as if cupping water. The spiritual energy within his body stirred in response, splitting into 2 streams and flowing along the predetermined paths. With resonance from his chest cavity, the 8 ancient tones were chanted deeply. Part the waves, cleave the billows, the water domain yields a path. As the final syllable fell, a faint blue spiritual light radiated from his body, covering his skin like a transparent film of water. Subai leaped into the pool. He entered the water without a sound. The pale blue spiritual light naturally repelled the pool water, creating a dry space within 3 chi around him. Even more wondrously, the spiritual light could filter air from the water for breathing. With a slight thought and a gentle emission of spiritual energy, his body glided forward several zhang, like a fish, agile and free. He turned, dashed, and hovered in the water. Initially a bit clumsy within the time it takes to burn half a jaw stick, he could move as if on solid ground. However, to maintain the spell's stability, he still needed to keep his left hand in the seal formation, a sign that he had not yet fully mastered it. A few more days of practice, and I should be able to cast it with just a thought, Subai estimated. He continued practicing in the pool for another half hour until his spiritual energy was nearly half depleted before surfacing. When he leaped onto the shore, his clothes were not a single drop wet. The water-repelling effect of the water escape art was indeed extraordinary. Senior Brother Lin said to set out within 7 days. There's no need to rush. Subai returned to Courtyard 32 and took out the jade slips containing the fireball art and water shield art. Although these two techniques were not mandatory for the mission since he had accepted a task requiring mastery of 3 mid-grade techniques, he needed to put up some pretense. Moreover, offensive and defensive techniques were essential for protecting one's path. The fireball art was extraordinarily complex triple hand seals, 10 segments of ancient tones, and a spiritual energy pathway involving 12 meridians. A single misstep could result in self-immolation. Subai dared only to simulate it mentally, not to actually cast it. The courtyard was lush with bamboo and trees, and an accidental fire would cause considerable trouble. The water shield art was comparatively gentler double hand seals and 6 tones with spiritual energy condensing like a woven net in front of him, forming a watery curtain shield. Subai attempted it several times and managed to form a pale blue water curtain about a cheese square in front of him. Though it was far from true defensive efficacy, it had begun to take shape. He'll continue practicing at Spirit Moon Lake, he said, putting away the jade slips. I still need to put on a show. On the morning of the 7th day, the first light of dawn was faint. Subai tidied the room briefly, taking a last look at the chamber he had lived in for nearly a year. The bed, the desk, the meditation cushion. The furnishings were sparse, yet they bore witness to countless days and nights since his entry into the Immortal sect. He pushed open the door, dewdrops clung to the green bamboos. He did not linger, leaving Courtyard 32 directly. Passing through the outer sect building complex, he walked east for about a li until he reached the main square of Jade Cloud sect. The square was paved with white jade spanning 100 zhang. In the center stood a 9-hang-tall stone stele inscribed with the 3 ancient characters, Jade Cloud sect, the strokes strong and vigorous, imbued with a subtle sword intent. At the edge of the square stood 3 ancient pavilions with upturned eaves where white cranes occasionally perched. This was the sect's welcoming area and the main entrance. Looking up, the end of the square revealed a 1,000-step, white jade staircase winding upward into the depths of the clouds. The steps shimmered with iridescent light under the morning sun like a path to immortality. At the top of the staircase, the outlines of inner sect halls were faintly visible, with flying eaves and interlocking brackets, majestic and magnificent. The inner sect. Subai murmured, I will set foot there sooner or later. He walked toward the eastern pavilion. A black-robed steward sat inside, meditating with closed eyes. Disciple Subai has accepted the mission to guard Spirit Moon Lake and is hereby reporting for duty, Subai said, presenting his jade talisman. The steward opened his eyes, inspected the jade talisman, and nodded. He pointed down the mountain. Spirit Moon Lake is only 100 li from here. A mid-stage chi refining disciple, using the light body art, can reach it in an hour. Descend the mountain on your own. Understood. Subai retrieved his jade talisman. He walked to the edge of the square and gazed down the mountain. The so-called descending path was in fact no path at all. Dense forests grew thickly, brambles covered the ground, and cliffs and precipices were everywhere. Mortals could not take a single step. Only cultivators using the light body art to leap could traverse it. Subai took a deep breath, channeling spiritual energy to the soles of his feet. He activated the light body art. His body became as light as a feather, leaping 3 zhang in a single bound. His toes lightly touched treetops and rock edges, borrowing force to leap again. The mountain wind howled in his ears and the trees receded beneath his feet. Initially, he was quite unaccustomed to it. It was his first time descending the mountain entirely on his own. Gone was the stability he felt when carried by an inner sect disciple. Instead, there was a greater sense of danger. Twice his footing was slightly off, and he nearly slipped. Fortunately, he grabbed hold of rock crevices and vines in time to steady himself. After leaping for about a quarter of an hour, the air ahead suddenly rippled like water waves. The mountain protecting grand formation. Subai held out his jade talisman. As the ripples touched the talisman's faint light, they silently parted to create a gap. He passed through the formation, feeling a lightness throughout his body. The dense spiritual energy that had always enveloped the mountain gate suddenly thinned by a third. He continued descending. After another quarter of an hour, he finally set foot on solid ground. Before him stretched a lush primeval forest with towering ancient trees and hanging vines. Although he had left the mountain gate, he was still within the range of Azure Mountain Spirit Plains, where the spiritual energy was still considerably richer than in mortal lands. Subai took out the jade slip map and discerned the direction. Spirit Moon Lake was 100 li to the southwest. He activated the light body art again, darting through the forest. This time the terrain was flatter, allowing for greater speed. His figure passed through the dense woods like a wisp of green smoke, startling several forest birds. The 100 li distance took less than half an hour. As he advanced, the trees gradually thinned and the moisture-laden air brushed against his face. Pushing aside the last curtain of vines, the view opened up. A vast lake came into sight. The lake spanned several thousand mu, its water a clear turquoise shimmering with rippling light under the morning sun. Pale white spiritual mist rose from the lake's surface, drifting away with the wind, carrying a crisp, moist spiritual energy. Strange flowers and grasses grew along the shore, all containing faint traces of spiritual power. Clearly nurtured by the lake's spiritual energy, they were no longer ordinary species. In the center of the lake, a small island lay embedded in the water like a green jade. On the island, the outlines of several thatched huts were visible, with faint spiritual light from formations flowing around them. A spirit-gathering array, a warning array. Subai observed the arrangements are quite thorough. He did not approach rashly. Instead, he walked to a blue stone by the lake that was clearly a formation node and pressed his jade talisman against it. The warning array was triggered and a ring of ripples spread across the lake's surface. Subai stood waiting silently. Within 10 breaths, the water churned in the direction of the island. 2 figures burst forth from the water, shooting toward the shore like arrows. As the spray settled, 2 disciples in blue robes appeared. One tall, one short, both in their early 20s with steady auras, both at the 5th layer of chi refining. It's not a demon beast, the shorter disciple raised an eyebrow. It's a fellow disciple coming to take over, the taller round-faced disciple said with a smile, looking at Subai. Junior brother, have you come to take over the Spirit Moon Lake mission? Subai stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. Outer sect disciple Subai ordered to take over the garrison at Spirit Moon Lake. This is my mission, Jade Talisman. He activated the Jade Talisman and the mission details materialized in the air. The round-faced disciple inspected it and nodded. Indeed, Junior brother Su. My surname is Wang and his is Sun. Senior brother Zhao, who is stationed here, is on the island. Come with us to meet him. The shorter disciple, surnamed Sun, let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, someone's here. This damn place, I've been here so long I'm about to grow mold. Subai smiled. Please lead the way, senior brothers. Junior brother, do you know the water escape art? Senior brother Wang asked. I have some knowledge of it, Subai nodded. That's good then. Senior brother Wang turned to face the lake. Follow closely. With that, both of them formed hand seals simultaneously, their bodies glowing with blue light, and leaped into the lake. Subai also formed the wave-parting seal, a pale blue spiritual light covering his body as he followed closely behind. Entering the water, a cool sensation enveloped him. The 2 figures ahead moved as agilely as fish swimming swiftly toward the island. Subai urged his spiritual energy, maintaining a distance of 3 zhang as he followed. The lake water was clear, revealing swaying aquatic plants and schools of fish darting to and fro. Using the Shueidun technique, he glided through the lake as a faint blue aura wrapped his body and the water parted naturally around him. Subai lowered his gaze and saw the lake bed black as ink, yet dotted with faint yellow lights like stars scattered across a night sky, swaying gently with the waves and emitting a mysterious mellow glow. Those were the lake's unique bounty, lingwei grass. The herb resembled slender orchid leaves, crystalline throughout with veins that shimmered with a faint moonlight-like radiance. They were rooted in the silt of the lake bed, yet remained unstained and pure, drifting slowly with the undercurrents. According to his assignment, one of Subai's future duties would be to dive regularly to harvest mature lingwei grass for the sect's alchemical needs. Before long, the 3 approached the islet at the lake's heart and leapt from the water together. When their feet touched solid ground, they found themselves upon a tiny island scarcely half an acre in size. Though small, the islet had been tended by disciples of Yuxia sect and bore the tranquilly austere air of an immortal abode. At its center grew a small stand of green bamboo, shadows swaying and whispering. 3 thatched huts were arranged in a triangular fashion linked by a bamboo corridor. In front of the houses lay small plots of medicinal herbs where a few common low-grade spirit herbs were cultivated. Most striking were 2 snow-white cranes at the water's edge, preening their feathers with elegant deliberation. They showed no fear at the newcomers, merely lifting their eyes in a casual glance before returning to their grooming. A faint veil of formation light shrouded the islet. The residual spirit collecting array was in operation. Though not as intensely surging as the spiritual energy within Yuxia sect's mountain gate, it still possessed a rich concentration. With each breath, one could feel pure spiritual energy seeping into the lungs, refreshing the mind and spirit. Senior brother Zhao, the outer disciple sent to take up station at Lingwei Lake, have arrived. The round-faced senior brother called loudly toward the central hut. At his words, the bamboo door of the hut creaked open. A tall young cultivator clad in the black garb of an inner disciple strode forth. He appeared about 25 or 26, his features sharply defined, brows like drawn swords, and eyes bright as stars. His presence was steady as a mountain, fluctuations of spiritual power hinted at the rush of rivers, an unmistakable sign of the 8th level of Lianqi. The short senior brother lowered his voice to introduce him to Subai. This is Zhao Shana's senior brother, Zhao, the steward of Lingwei Lake's resource point. He is at the 8th level of Lianqi and is considered competent among the inner disciples. Among Yuxia sect's external assignments, it was common to pair inner and outer disciples. The inner disciple acting as overseer responsible for coordinating responses to emergencies. The outer disciples undertook daily patrols and collection tasks. Naturally, their rewards differed vastly. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhao. Su Bai stepped forward 2 paces and cupped his hands respectfully. Disciple Su Bai sent to take over the Lingyue Lake duty. Zhao Shanhe inclined his head slightly, his gaze lingering on Su Bai for a moment before he extended his hand. Su Bai understood and presented his identity jade token. Zhao Shanhe accepted it. A faint light flickered at his fingertips as he traced a few strokes across the token's surface. Transfer information updated. He returned the jade token and then looked to the short senior brother. You may depart for the sect. Upon hearing this, the short senior brother's face bloomed with the relief of a burden lifted. Senior brother Zhao, Senior brother Wang, Junior brother Su, will take my leave now. He cupped his fists to the 3, turned, and executed the Shuidun technique. With a plop he dove into the lake, a flash of pale blue light, and his figure vanished into the emerald depths, decisive and utterly indifferent. Later, Su Bai learned from senior brother Wang that the short senior brother had been stationed at Lingyue Lake for 3 full years and had long-awaited rotation. Today was, as he put it, his release from sentence. Wang Ju, Zhao Shanhe turned to the round-faced senior brother. In the coming days, have Su Bai familiarize himself with Lingyue Lake's daily affairs. Yes, Senior Brother Zhao. Wang Ju cupped his hands and accepted the charge with a genial smile. Zhao Shanhe nodded, his gaze falling on Su Bai once more. If anything is unclear, consult Wang Ju directly. There are 3 huts on the islet. You will occupy the remaining 1. At the hour of Mao tomorrow morning, begin your lakebed inspections. With those succinct instructions, he turned and returned to his hut, the bamboo door closing softly behind him. Wang Ju gave Su Bai a knowing look and whispered, Senior Brother Zhao has a cold disposition, but he is just and diligent in cultivation. Unless the alarm array is triggered or beastly threats arise, he spends most days in solitary practice and prefers not to be disturbed. As he spoke, he produced an object from his bosom and handed it to Su Bai. This is the auxiliary sensing disc for the warning formation. Su Bai received it. The disc was palm-sized black throughout with a pale cyan crystal set at its center. The crystal's surface shimmered with a faint flow of light, and within it one could make out the ghostly outline of the entire Lingyue Lake. Wang Ju explained, the warning formation covers the whole lake and a 100-zhang range along the shore. If an intruder breaches it, the sensing disc will tremble, and the crystal will mark the point of incursion. We wear them over the chest so we can detect anomalies immediately. Su Bai mimicked Wang Ju, fastening the sensing disc with a thin cord and hanging it at his throat over his heart. The crystal was cool to the touch and seemed to resonate faintly with the islet's formation. Wang Ju led Su Bai to the eastern hut for lodging. The interior was simply furnished: a bed, a table, a chair, a bamboo wardrobe in the corner, and a meditation cushion beneath the window. Although modest, it was tidy and bright. After a brief settling in, Wang Ju invited Su Bai to sit with him at the stone table beneath the bamboo grove. He produced a tea set, and with a flick of his finger conjured a thread of crimson flame that hovered beneath the kettle. Within breaths the spring water boiled, and white steam rose. Wang Ju retrieved several emerald tea leaves from a bamboo tube and dropped them into the pot, releasing an immediate fragrance. Junior Brother Su, let us talk while we drink. He poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one over. First, the daily matters. He sipped and began. The warning formation at Lingyue Lake is usually tripped by low-tier beasts, water snakes, iron-toothed fish, and occasionally land beasts that stray to the shore. These creatures lack developed intelligence and are often drawn here by the lake's spiritual energy or the Lingyue grass. To deal with them, a single fireball spell is usually sufficient. Wang Ju smiled, a look of fond recollection in his eyes. Beast meat is a fine thing, especially the iron-toothed fish. Roasted, it is exquisitely delicious and very helpful for tempering sinews and augmenting vigor. Consider it our extra perk. If a truly thorny situation arises, he nodded toward Zhao Shanhe's hut, Senior Brother Zhao is on watch. At the 8th level of Lianqi with his instruments, even latest-stage Lianqi beasts will think twice. Su Bai nodded and lifted his cup for a sip. The tea was warm and smooth, a clear, refined energy slid down his throat and spread through his limbs and marrow. He felt the spiritual energy in his dantian awaken and quicken its circulation. His eyes brightened. This tea aided cultivation. Haha, you noticed. Wang Ju said with pride, this spirit tea is a special benefit of Lingyue Lake. He rose and beckoned, come with me. The 2 walked to the west side of the islet. There the ground rose slightly, and 3 tea trees stood in a row. Each tree was half a man's height, leaves lush and dripping with vitality, their edges faintly silvered, glinting like scattered fragments of jade in sunlight. These are the lake's naturally nurtured in-house spirit tea trees. Wang Ju stroked a leaf. We privately call it Lingyue tea. Leaves may be harvested once a month and brewed with the islet spring. Long-term drinking clears the mind and sharpens sight, aiding the flow of spiritual energy. Disciples on duty may harvest and brew at will. Consider it an extra unspoken allowance from the sect. It was indeed a welcome compensation. Without stewards cooking spirit rice on the islet, the tea trees provided a regular enhancement to cultivation. Wang Ju suddenly slapped his thigh as if remembering something. Right, since you're newly arrived, I should let you taste another perk today. Before he finished speaking, he executed the Shuidun technique and leapt into the lake. Su Bai waited on the shore. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the surface broke with a splash, and Wang Ju emerged dripping, carrying 2 lively white fish. Each fish measured about a foot. Their bodies were snow-white, scales lustrous like pearls, and a faint spiritual glow shimmered in their eyes. Though gripped in Wang Ju's hand, they writhed fiercely, their tails flicking up spray. These are called Yuehua white scales, the spirit fish unique to Lingwei Lake. Wang Ju explained as he deftly cleaned them and removed their innards. They feed on fragments of Lingwei grass, and their waste in turn nourishes the grass, promoting its growth. Thus we maintain the fish population by taking only 3 to 5 each day, enough to control numbers, but not to extirpate them. He effortlessly built a small fire, skewered the cleaned fish on bamboo sticks, and turned them over the flames. From his pouch, he produced small bottles of secret seasonings to sprinkle over them. Soon the fish took on a golden hue, fat hissed and crackled, and the rich aroma of spices rose, making one's appetite stir. Su Bai had gone long without anything beyond spirit rice. At the scent of the roasted fish, he felt his throat involuntarily move. Wang Ju handed over a skewer. Su Bai took it, blew on it cautiously, and bit. The moment the fish met his tongue, he was taken aback. The flesh was tender as butter, melting with scarcely any need to chew, dissolving into a warm, sweet stream that slid down his throat. Remarkably few bones remained, the few thin spines that did were so soft they could be eaten. More wondrously, the spirit within the meat was far purer than in spirit rice. Once consumed, it spread quickly through his meridians, nourishing every limb and sinew. Well, Wang Ju asked expectantly. Exquisitely delicious, Su Bai replied sincerely. The spiritual energy is abundant, far surpassing spirit rice. Of course, Wang Ju beamed. These Yuehua white scales are the treasure of Lingwei Lake. 1 a day, and your cultivation progresses twice as fast. Truly a delicacy of the mortal realm. Su Bai let out a soft sigh, placing down the bamboo skewer with lingering satisfaction. After consuming an entire moonlit white scale fish, a warm sensation spread through his abdomen, and the pure spiritual energy flowed through his meridians like a warm spring, nourishing every limb and bone. With spirit fish to fill his stomach, spirit tea to refresh his palate, and the serene, tranquil cultivation environment of the lake heart islet, the garrison duty at Spirit Moon Lake proved far more comfortable than Su Bai had anticipated. Wang Ju took a sip of tea and continued, the alert formation triggers roughly once every 3 or 4 days. To be safe, we'll go together to investigate whenever it activates. On ordinary days, if nothing unusual occurs, you may cultivate in your hut. Although the spiritual energy on Lake Heart Islet is not as abundant as at the main mountain gate, it is still sufficient for mid-stage chi refinement cultivation. He paused, his expression turning serious. One thing I must remind you, junior brother, although Spirit Moon Lake lies on the edge of the Azure Spirit Wilderness, 50 li further west marks the true depths of the wilderness. Their genuine first-tier, even second-tier demon beasts roam. Unless necessary, never stray far from the lake area. Su Bai cupped his hands respectfully. Thank you for the advice, senior brother Wang. Don't mention it. Wang Ju waved his hand, a simple smile on his face. We'll be in the same boat for the coming year. Helping each other out is the only way to make life pleasant, isn't it? The words rang true, and Su Bai nodded in agreement. After some more casual chat, they each returned to their huts. Inside his thatched hut, Su Bai did not immediately consume the yellow dragon pill to cultivate his spiritual power. Instead, he took out the jade slip containing the fireball technique and concentrated on comprehending it. His most urgent task was to master the 3 mid-grade first-tier spells as quickly as possible, especially the offensive fireball technique. If Zhao Shanhe or Wang Ju discovered that he had taken on the mission without meeting the requirements, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Fortunately, luck was on his side. For 5 consecutive days, the alert formation remained undisturbed, granting Su Bai ample time for practice. The fireball technique was exceedingly complex, requiring 3 hand seals to be combined with 10 ancient incantations, and the path of spiritual energy flow was as intricate as a spider's web. Su Bai dared not actually cast the spell indoors, so he could only simulate it repeatedly in his mind. By the evening of the 5th day, he could finally construct the entire spellcasting process within his mind. A faint burning sensation surged at his fingertips, a sign that the spell was on the verge of taking form. On the 6th day, he began cultivating the relatively gentler water shield technique. This method required weaving a watery net with spiritual energy in front of his body to form an arc-shaped barrier. Su Bai attempted it in the open space before his hut. Initially, he could only condense a palm-sized water stain. After dozens of repeated tries, he managed to barely raise a pale blue water screen about a foot square. Though as thin as a cicada's wing, it had finally taken a rudimentary shape. At noon, a sunlight streamed through the bamboo window. Subai had just completed a water shield technique drill when a faint burning sensation suddenly emanated from his chest. He looked down. The alert sensing disc hanging around his neck was glowing red. Within the central crystal, a conspicuous red that was slowly moving along the northwestern edge of Spirit Moon Lake. It's here. Subai withdrew his spiritual power and pushed open the door. Wang Ju was already waiting under the bamboo grove. Seeing him emerge, he raised his own sensing disc. Northwest side. Probably some reckless beast caught the scent again. His tone was light, clearly accustomed to this. Let's go. Don't worry, it's probably just a minor nuisance. The two walked to the shore and simultaneously formed hand seals. A pale blue spiritual light enveloped them, and they dove into the lake. The lake water was crystal clear sunlight piercing the surface to cast shifting patterns of light on the lake bed. The red dot on the sensing disc continued to move its direction, pointing toward the central area of the lake. Subai and Wang Ju swam side by side, gliding through the water plants like two spirit fish. After swimming about 100 zhang, a dense patch of spirit moon grass appeared on the lake bed ahead. A faint yellow glow spread across it like a sea of stars, marking the most flourishing meadow of spirit moon grass. And the intruder was clearly in sight. A pitch-black giant serpent nearly 3 zhang in length and as thick as an adult's arm coiled at the edge of the meadow. Its head was raised high, holding a struggling moonlit white-scale fish in its jaws. Its scarlet forked tongue flickered, and its vertical pupils gleamed with cold, ferocious light. What was even more unsettling was the faint gray-black aura that surrounded the giant serpent, a tainted, sinister presence that clashed sharply with the pure water element's spiritual energy of the lake. Demon aura, Subai realized inwardly. Wang Ju transmitted his voice, an ungraded black water viper. It only relies on its thick skin and tough flesh. Let's try to drive it onto the shore. Fighting in the water is troublesome. Once on land, a single fireball technique will finish it. Subai nodded and flanked the serpent from the left with Wang Ju. Although they moved stealthily, the black water viper's perception was extremely keen. The serpent's head whipped around abruptly, its vertical pupils locking onto the approaching figures. With a gulp, it swallowed the white fish in its mouth, twisted its thick body, and instead of fighting, retreated, darting straight toward the darker depths of the lake bed. Think you can run? Wang Ju's eyes turned sharp. Spiritual power erupted from his feet, and he shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance instantly. His right hand formed a seal, and a water-blue spiritual rope shot from his palm, winding toward the serpent's body. But the black water viper was exceptionally slippery. Its body contracted and rebounded with a strange twist, slipping through the gaps in the spiritual rope and lunged back at Wang Ju. Caught off guard, Wang Ju raised his arms in a hasty block. The black water viper's body lashed out like an iron whip, carrying immense force. With a dull thud, Wang Ju's water shield shattered. Lake water rushed in, and he choked several times, his breath immediately thrown into disorder. Worse still, having landed a blow, the black water viper seized the opportunity to coil around. Its thick body constricted like a python's death grip, instantly wrapping around Wang Ju's waist and abdomen, the squeezing force turning his face crimson. The serpent raised its head high, fangs bared, and lunged viciously at Wang Ju's face. At the critical moment, a cyan flash pierced through the water. The light was as swift as lightning, carrying an incredibly sharp aura, and swept across the black water viper's vital spot 7 inches from its head. Shriek. A dull sound of blade cutting through flesh and bone traveled through the water. The serpent's head separated from its body. Scarlet blood burst like a mist, rapidly staining the surrounding lake water red. The headless serpent's body continued to writhe and tighten instinctively, but its strength quickly waned. Wang Ju struggled free and turned to look. Subai was sheathing his sword. The pale cyan blade's edge was restrained, a trace of demon blood on it slowly being washed away by the lake water. That single strike had been perfectly timed, angled, and powered, a testament to the might of a magical artifact. Excellent sword. Wang Ju transmitted his praise, giving a thumbs up. He casually grabbed the still twitching headless serpent body and pointed toward the lake surface. The two quickly surfaced. Breaking through the water, they returned to Lake Heart Islet. Wang Ju tossed the black water viper's carcass onto the shore. The serpent's body still occasionally spasmed, its long tail slapping the ground with loud cracks. Haha, we're having a feast tonight. Wang Ju wiped the water from his face, beaming. Black water viper meat is firm and most nourishing. Junior brother Su, thanks to your magical artifact. That beast's brute strength in the water was no easy opponent. He looked at the cyan flow sword at Su Bei's waist, envy undisguised in his eyes. To have a magical artifact at mid-stage chi refinement, junior brother is truly blessed. Su Bei humbly replied, I was merely fortunate to receive a reward from the sect. Wang Ju tactfully did not press for details and instead busied himself with processing the serpent carcass. Junior brother, go rest. Tonight I'll show my skills and invite senior brother Zhao to taste this black water viper. Do you need any help? No. Wang Ju waved his hands repeatedly, taking out a set of knives from his storage pouch. My family has run a restaurant for generations. I was forced to learn cooking from the age of 6. Back then I found the kitchen smoke stifling, but now that I've entered the Immortal sect, it has become a pastime to dispel loneliness. He skinned, deboned, and sliced the meat with practiced skill, his movements fluid and effortless, clearly a master of his family's craft. Su Bai smiled knowingly. It seemed that for the coming year his palate would be well taken care of. In the evening the sunset glow dyed the horizon. Spirit Moon Lake unfurled a magnificent painting, the golden-red sunset reflected in the water blending with the faint yellow light of the spirit moon grass on the lakebed, a riot of colors dreamlike and enchanting. On Lake Heart Islet a bonfire was already burning. Wang Ju set up 3 clay pots and used spiritual power to control the slow simmer. The snake stew in the pots bubbled with a rich aroma that drifted on the wind, mingling with the scent of grass and leaves, making anyone's mouth water. According to Wang Ju, the snake stew was prepared using his family's secret recipe, supplemented with a few warming spirit herbs. Each person had 1 pot, just the right amount. The remaining snake meat was cut into thick slices, threaded onto green bamboo skewers, and roasted over the bonfire. Fat dripped into the fire, sizzling and crackling, releasing a rich, smoky fragrance. The black water viper was a full 3 zhang long with plenty of flesh and blood. Apart from the portion cooked, the rest was processed by Wang Ju using a secret method and stored in his storage pouch. Although ungraded demon beast meat was not valuable, it could be traded for some spirit stones at the market or saved for future enjoyment. Time to eat. Wang Ju's shout echoed across the islet. Su Bai pushed open his door. The exotic aroma of the snake stew had already been lingering in his nostrils for a while. Almost simultaneously, the bamboo door of the central hut creaked open. Zhao Shanhe walked out slowly, carrying a green jade soup spoon of his own. This intersect senior brother at the 8th level of Qi refinement had finally been lured out of seclusion by the aroma. This was the second time Su Bai had seen Zhao Shanhe since arriving at Spirit Moon Lake 6 days ago. As Wang Ju had said, this man was a true ascetic. If not for Wang Ju's culinary skills, he would likely have remained in seclusion cultivating until the end of his assignment. Senior brother Zhao, this jar is yours. The cultivator, unafraid of the mundane cold or heat, steadily passed the steaming earthen jar enveloped in Wang Kei's spiritual power to Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe accepted it, took a small taste with a spoon, and found the snake soup rich and thick, the snake meat having been stewed to tenderness, melting on his tongue with a lingering fragrance. He nodded slightly, saying, "Not bad, Wang Kei, your skills have improved." "Haha, senior brother Zhao flatters me." Wang Kei smiled broadly, turning to hand another jar to Su Bai. "Junior brother Su, give it a try." Su Bai took the earthen jar. Inside the snake soup was milky and thick, the snake meat glistening like jade, garnished with bits of green spiritual herbs. He scooped a spoonful into his mouth, and indeed, as Zhao Shanhe had said, the snake meat had been stewed to perfection, requiring almost no chewing as it slid down his throat. Once in his stomach, a warm flow rose from his gut, permeating his limbs like a hot spring. The flesh and blood of demon beasts were particularly nourishing to the muscles and bones cherished by body cultivators. Though it provided limited benefits for spiritual energy growth, long-term consumption could strengthen the body and solidify the foundation. The refinement of certain special pills also required specific parts of particular demon beasts. The 3 sat around the campfire, sharing the snake soup and grilled meat. As dusk deepened, the full moon silently climbed into the sky. When the moonlight spilled onto the lake's surface, Su Bai beheld the true wonder of Lingwei Lake. Countless rays of moonlight and white scales surged from the lake's bottom to the surface as fish darted, like silver arrows, all tilting their heads toward the bright moon in the sky. They opened their mouths, swallowing moonlight, their scales shimmering with a dreamlike silver-blue sheen. Even more wondrous, as the fish inhaled and exhaled, strands of pure spiritual energy ascended from their bodies, merging with the moonlight and unexpectedly coalescing above the lake's surface into a faint golden Lingwei illusion nearly a foot in diameter. The illusion of the Lingwei radiated a soft glow suffused with spiritual energy, slowly rotating and scattering fine light dust. In comparison, the real moon overhead appeared cold and pale like a counterfeit. This is the origin of the name Lingwei Lake. Wang Kei gazed at the lake's astonishing scene, his tone filled with pride. Every month on the night of the full moon, the white-scaled fish gather and breathe, producing this Lingwei illusion. Practicing under this illusion greatly benefits water-related and moonlight-based techniques. Su Bai looked at the stunning Lingwei, feeling grateful that he had indeed chosen the right task to guard Lingwei Lake. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye more than a month had passed. It was mid-July, and Qingshan's spirit origin had entered the height of summer. Lingwei Lake lacked a protective array to regulate the climate, and the heat was palpable. During the day, the lake water was warmed by the sun, and at night schools of white fish could be seen leaping from the water to cool off, the sound of their tails splashing against the surface echoing in succession. Over this past month, Su Bai had made significant progress. The fireball technique could now be cast stably, though not as effortlessly as Jiang Han. The gathered fireball was already the size of a fist, its core temperature scorching. Water shield technique could raise a 0.5% high arc of water sufficient to withstand ordinary spell impacts. The revitalization technique could heal superficial flesh wounds and alleviate blood stasis. With the previously mastered water escape technique, Su by now possessed 4 first-tier intermediate spells, and the weight of misreporting his qualifications finally lifted from his heart. He began to take Huanglong Dan for cultivation. This intermediate-grade spirit pill was indeed remarkable. Once ingested, its medicinal powers surged like a river, and under the refining of his dual spiritual roots, the efficiency of transforming it into pure spiritual power was several times higher than that of the Jinyuan Dan. Subai took 2 pills daily, and his Danshan's spiritual power increased at a visibly rapid pace. However, the bottle of Huanglong Dan awarded by the outer sect had long been used up, and now he could only rely on the monthly allowance of 1 pill, forcing his cultivation speed to slow down. Even so, he remained some distance from the 5th level of Qi refinement. Although his dual spiritual roots had excellent potential, cultivation ultimately required time to accumulate. During this time, the alert array had been triggered 7 or 8 times, all by low-tier demon beasts attracted by the Lingwei grass. These creatures mostly lingered near the lake shore, occasionally daring to dive into the lake bottom to steal food, but without exception, they became the souls under the blades of Su Bai and Wang Ke, their meat served on their plates. The two had grown increasingly taciturn in their cooperation. Wang Ke would use water spells to trap and lure the enemy, while Su Bai sought opportunities to close in, drawing the Qing Lu sword to strike. With the sharpness of the magical weapon combined with precise timing, ordinary demon beasts could not withstand the might of a single strike. The first harvest of Lingwei grass had also been successfully completed. Su Bai followed Wang Ke into the lake bottom, carefully cutting the mature grass leaves with a specially made jade scissor and storing them in a water-repelling storage bag. The entire process, as Wang Ke said, took only an hour. Seeing that Su Bai was now capable of handling things independently, Wang Ke came to visit one morning. "Junior brother Su, I need your help a bit over these days." He rubbed his hands together, a smile broadening across his round face. "Your senior brother will be going out for some business, and I'll be back in a day or 2 at the earliest, or 3 or 4 days at the latest." Su Bai frowned slightly. "Where are you going, senior brother?" "To the mundane market to buy some spices." Wang Ke said candidly, "The spices we've been eating these days are running low. Without them, my cooking skills will be halved. Could you help out, junior brother?" Su Bai pondered. Leaving the post without permission indeed violated sect rules, but Lingwei Lake was located in a remote area, and if the 3 of them tacitly agreed, the sect would find it hard to detect. "I have no objections, but what about senior brother Zhao?" "Senior brother Zhao has already agreed," Wang Ke quickly replied. "He even asked me to bring some items back for his family in the mundane world." He paused, looking at Su Bai. "By the way, junior brother, where is your hometown in the mundane world? Do you need senior brother to bring anything along the way?" Su Bai shook his head. "I come from Yin country, which is tens of thousands of miles away. There's no need to trouble senior brother." Since Zhao Shana had given his consent, Su Bai felt it inappropriate to stop him. "Then senior brother should go early and return early. I will pay more attention these days." "All right. Thank you, junior brother." Wang Ke beamed. "When I return, I will definitely cook a big feast for you and senior brother Zhao." Before his voice faded, he had already activated the water escape technique, leaping into the lake with a splash, the ripples spreading as his figure swiftly disappeared into the depths of the emerald water. Su Bai gazed at the lake's surface, returning to tranquility, sighing softly. He could roughly guess Wang Ke's destination. Having accumulated demon beast materials over the past month, he was likely heading to the nearby market to sell them for money. He had heard during his time in the outer sect that there were numerous cultivation markets scattered along the Qingshan spirit origin, run by scattered cultivators, cultivation families, or small forces, trading all sorts of cultivation materials with spirit stones and pills as currency. Many outer sect disciples would secretly take sect pills to exchange for resources that were more useful to them. Although Wang Ke seemed to be indulging in cooking demon beasts and sharing delicious food, he was actually well planned. After selling the demon beast materials, he could exchange them for pills, thus enhancing his cultivation speed. So he is the one who plans everything. Su Bai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Well, everyone has their own path. He focused his mind, activated the water escape technique, and submerged into the lake, beginning his daily patrol. Although the alert array had not been triggered, certain exceptionally talented demon beasts did possess evasion techniques to avoid detection by the array and should not be taken lightly. After patrolling the lake bottom and seeing nothing unusual, Su Bai surfaced and planned to walk along the lakeshore again. Stepping on the damp, grassy land by the lake, his gaze swept over the dense thicket. In the height of summer, the vegetation grew wildly, the vines intertwining to form a natural barrier. As he approached a particularly dense patch of green shrubs on the west bank, Su Bai paused slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible chill mingled with the fragrance of the vegetation. More vaguely, there was a familiar and unsettling demonic aura. He focused his gaze. The shrub swayed gently in the morning breeze, appearing unremarkable, but the cultivator's intuition told him something was hidden there. Subai silently tightened his grip on the sword hilt at his waist, circulating his spiritual power quietly. Perhaps sensing that it had been locked onto him, the thicket suddenly shook violently. The branches and leaves parted to the sides, the disguise removed, revealing its true form. A massive lizard, gray-brown, all over with thorny spines on its back, lying flat on the ground. It was over 4 meters long, nearly a meter high, with limbs as sturdy as pillars and sharp claws glinting coldly. Most alarming were its vertical pupils, cold and cruel, fixed on Subai, as a low hissing sound emanated from its throat. A first-tier demon beast. This is bad. Subai's heart sank. Facing a first-tier demon beast in the midst of chi refinement left little hope for victory. Such demon beasts were not only physically formidable, but often possessed extraordinary talents far from the low-tier creatures. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the giant lizard struck. Its massive mouth opened, and a white shadow shot out like lightning. Indeed, it was its long tongue covered in backward-facing barbs. The tongue shot through the air, emitting a sharp screech, aiming straight for Subai's face. Caught off guard, Subai could only hastily cross his sword to block. Bang! The impact hit like a hammer. The sword trembled violently, and Subai's palm burst open, blood splattering. He flew backward like a kite with a severed string, tracing a Tenjong arc in the air, before crashing heavily to the ground, and rolling several times before barely coming to a stop. Uffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his chi surging in his chest, and a sharp pain radiated from his ribs. He feared they were already fractured. Ignoring the pain, Subai struggled to rise, quickly forming hand seals and reciting incantations. Water curtain, heavenly flower, protect my true self. Buzz. A light blue water curtain rapidly coalesced in front of him, swirling into a 0.5% high arc-shaped shield. Almost simultaneously, a second strike came. Boom. The giant lizard's long tongue whipped against the water shield. This time Subai saw it clearly. The surface of that tongue was covered with dense, backward-facing barbs, the tip forked, and its striking power was beyond 1,000 pounds. The water shield shook violently, ripples spreading densely across its surface, barely managing to block the blow. But the giant lizard was evidently not done. It exerted its limbs, charging toward him like a cannonball, its claws raised, crashing down onto the water shield. Bang! Crack! The water shield shattered with a sound. The exploding spiritual water splashed like a torrential rain, hitting Subai's face painfully. The first-grade mid-rank water shield technique could not withstand the full-force strike of this first-grade demonic beast, shattering under the impact. Subai, though startled, remained composed. Even as the water shield was raised, he had already begun preparing a contingency. His hands swiftly forming seals within his sleeves, ancient incantations murmured between his lips. The Dharma seal and incantation resonated within his spiritual sense, the spiritual energy in his dantian churning like boiling water, surging along specific meridians. As the shattered water shield's droplets still sprayed through the air, a crimson radiance blazed in Subai's palm. Go! With a low shout, a fireball the size of a washbasin shot forth from his hand. Flames danced across the fireball's surface, its core a piercing blue-white. Where it passed, the air warped, carrying a scorching heat wave and a sharp tearing sound. A mere mortal's touch would reduce them to literal ashes. This was the fireball technique. The giant lizard clearly recognized the power of this spell. It let out a low growl, its gray-brown skin suddenly glowing with an earthen yellow aura. Demonic energy condensed on its body surface, forming a rough rock-like armor. Simultaneously, its limbs pushed off, shifting its massive frame sideways to evade the fireball's direct impact. But Subai's timing was impeccable. It was the moment when the giant lizard's old strength had just waned and new strength had yet to arise. Boom! The fireball slammed squarely into the giant lizard's left shoulder. Flames exploded, crimson waves blooming like an enraged lotus. The earthen yellow armor on the giant lizard's body rapidly cracked under the intense heat. Demonic energy and fire clashed violently, producing a sizzling popping sound. Where the flame waves swept, grass and trees instantly withered, leaving black scorch marks on the ground. Yet the demonic body of a first-grade beast was ultimately formidable. Once the flames dissipated, the giant lizard's shoulder was charred black, with some scales curled and peeling off, revealing raw red flesh beneath. But it was clearly not mortally wounded. Demonic energy had protected its vital points, only the skin and flesh were damaged. Instead, the ferocity in its vertical pupils intensified, locking onto Subai as it let out an enraged growl. The moment the fireball left his hand, Subai had already activated the light body technique and retreated swiftly. But the giant lizard's speed far exceeded his expectations. Its 4 feet slammed into the ground with a dull thud, sending dirt flying. Its massive body shot forward like an arrow from a string, moving so fast it left afterimages in his vision. In just 2 bounds, a stench of blood filled the air, its gaping maw with gleaming white teeth lunging straight for Subai's nape. Life hung by a thread. Su Bei's right hand had already grasped the hilt of the Qinglu's sword, ready to turn and fight for his life. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry came from the horizon. A cyan rainbow broke through the air, arriving above them in an instant. The sword light faded, revealing Zhao Shanhe standing on his flying sword. His expression was cold and stern, his black robes rustling in the wind, an aura of sharp sword energy surrounding him. At least senior brother Zhao is reliable. Sensing the familiar presence of the newcomer, Su Bai breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the moment he recognized the demonic lizard as a first-grade beast, Su Bai, knowing he was outmatched, had immediately used a jade talisman to send a distress signal to Zhao Shanhe on Lake Hard Isle. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Shanhe had immediately taken to his flying artifact and rushed to the scene. Traveling by artifact was swift, and he had finally arrived in time. Fall back. Uttering a single word, Zhao Shanhe leaped from his sword. The cyan flying sword, as if imbued with spirit, turned in the air and shot, like a beam of light, toward the giant lizard. This was the sword control technique, a first-grade top-rank spell notoriously difficult to master, requiring exceptional talent in the way of the sword. Unlike ordinary object or artifact control techniques, the sword control technique specialized in offense. Once the flying sword was unleashed, its edge was unmatched. Sensing the lethal threat, the giant lizard abandoned its pursuit of Su by lashing out its tongue like a whip in an attempt to intercept the flying sword. Midair, Zhao Shan's sword finger shifted slightly. The flying sword's trajectory abruptly changed, tracing a precise arc, narrowly avoiding the tongue, its blade aimed straight for the giant lizard's brow. Poochie, a dull sound of flesh being pierced. The flying sword entered through the giant lizard's forehead and exited through its nape, carrying a spray of demonic blood. The sword's momentum unabated, it plowed a deep trench over a zhong long before embedding itself into the earth with a sharp ding. The giant lizard's forward charge abruptly halted. Its eyes bulged as if unable to believe it had been killed in a single blow. Its massive body swayed, then crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, shaking the earth. The dust settled. Zhao Shanhe descended gracefully, his sleeves sweeping as he pulled the flying sword from the earth, which returned to its sheath as a beam of light. He looked at Su Bai. Are you all right? I'm fine. Su Bai suppressed the surging energy in his chest and cupped his hands in salute. Thank you, senior brother, for saving me. Aside from excessive spiritual energy depletion, a burst tiger's mouth wound, and a slight fracture in his ribs, he was indeed not seriously injured. A few cycles of spiritual energy flow would restore him. Had Zhao Shanhe not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. This demonic lizard really chose its moment. Su Bai gave a wry smile. Senior brother Wang had just left when it arrived. Could it have been lurking nearby, all along waiting for us to be shorthanded before striking? What was meant as a casual remark, Zhao Shanhe took seriously, nodding. Very likely. First-grade demonic beasts have developed intelligence and know to bide their time. Especially this kind of ambush specialist, the spiny-backed rock lizard, which is the most cunning. Su Bai was momentarily speechless. Zhao Shanhe had already walked over to the demonic lizard's corpse. He made a slicing motion with his fingers, and a sword energy split open the lizard's head, delving into the brain to retrieve a thumb-sized crystal emitting a faint earthen yellow glow. A demonic core, he said flatly. Less than 1 in 10 first-grade demonic beasts condense a demonic core. This one is worth about 15 spirit stones. He stored the demonic core in his storage pouch, then took out 10 spirit stones of various colors. 3 pale gold, 4 verdant green, and 3 water blue, all low-grade spirit stones brimming with spiritual energy. By the rules, the demonic core is mine. These 10 spirit stones, you and Wang Jie each get 5. Keep his share for now. Zhao Shanhe waved his sleeve, and the spirit stones flew through the air towards Su Bai. Senior brother, this. Su Bai caught them instinctively. You killed the beast, how can we? My rules. Zhao Shanhe waved his hand to interrupt. Since we are jointly guarding Spirit Moon Lake, any gains should be shared equally. Just take them. He paused, glancing at the lizard's corpse. Keep the beast's flesh. When Wang Jie returns, have him prepare it properly. First-grade demonic beast flesh is excellent for body tempering. With that, he said no more, mounted his flying sword, and sped off as a cyan rainbow toward Lake Hard Isle. Su Bai gazed at the departing sword light, a realization dawning on him. So senior brother Zhao is a sword cultivator. The sword control technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring immense time and effort. Unless one was dedicated to the path of the sword, ordinary cultivators would never invest such effort during the chi refining stage. But once mastered, its offensive power was unmatched by ordinary spells. The demonic lizard that had barely been scratched by the fireball technique was as fragile as paper before the flying sword. If I ever get the chance, I might replicate a sword cultivator's talent. Su Bai mused inwardly. He stored the spirit stones, and then used his storage pouch to collect the lizard's corpse. The beast weighed several thousand jin. Without the spatial array within the pouch, it would have been impossible to move. Afterward, he mustered his energy and completed the remaining patrol along the lake shore. Confirming no further anomalies, he used the water escape technique to return to Lake Hard Isle. The island was as tranquil as ever. Subai picked a handful of freshly sprouted spirit moon tea leaves and brewed them with spiritual spring water. The tea was crisp and refreshing, the spiritual energy flowing down his throat, soothing the turmoil from the earlier battle. He then cycled his spiritual energy through several rounds, and the bruise on his chest gradually dissipated. Through this battle, Subai had truly witnessed the ferocity of a first-grade demonic beast. Its strength, speed, and demonic energy all surpassed the mid-chi refining stage. Had Zhao Shanha not arrived in time, he might have fallen here. Next time I encounter such a beast, if I can't win, I'll run. He resolved never to confront such a foe hidden again until he mastered stronger techniques. 3 days later, Wang Jie returned travel-worn. When he saw the massive spiny-backed rock lizard corpse Subai produced and heard the tale of the encounter, his round face flushed red, and he stamped his foot repeatedly. It's my fault. All my fault. If I hadn't left my post, junior brother wouldn't have been in such danger. Overcome with guilt, he ignored his own fatigue, rolled up his sleeves, and began to prepare the first-grade demonic beast. Scaling, skinning, deboning, and carving the meat. Wang Jie's technique was as deft as a master butcher. Even more astonishing, he prepared a special marinade using several spiritual herbs that completely neutralized the earthy, gamey smell of the lizard meat. Braised lizard tail, charcoal grilled ribs, clear bone stew, pan-seared meat patties. In just 2 hours, a full lizard feast was laid out on the bamboo grove stone table. To be honest, demonic beasts are not necessarily more delicious at higher grades. This spiny-backed rock lizard had coarse meat with an inherent earthy taste. If prepared by an ordinary cook, it would be nearly inedible. But in Wang Jie's hands, it was transformed from the mundane to the miraculous. Every dish was cooked to perfection, the seasoning layered fully, unlocking the rich, robust flavor unique to demonic beast meat. Subai and Zhao Shanha feasted heartily. The effects of the first-grade demonic beast flesh were immediate. Subai felt a furnace ignite in his abdomen, a surge of vigorous heat rising from his stomach and permeating his limbs and bones. His sinews and bones grew slightly hot, his blood surged like a tide, and even his spiritual energy circulation accelerated. It's a pity I don't have a body cultivation technique to guide this. Subai sighed inwardly. Such a perfect opportunity for body tempering. With the right technique, the effect would be at least doubled. With Wang Jie's return, Spirit Moon Lake returned to its usual rhythm. Summer faded into autumn, the maple groves along the lake shore gradually turning red and gold. Winter snow blanketed the plains, a thin layer of ice forming on Spirit Moon Lake's surface, while Lake Hart, all protected by its formation, remained warm as spring. When the ice and snow melted and spring grass sprouted, another year had passed. In March, with grass growing and orioles singing, as the 18-year-old Subai sat in quiet cultivation, the Xianhuang interface in his mind quietly refreshed. Immortal Gift Mirror has refreshed. Survey 11, Copy 11. In early March, the last remnants of snow at Lingwei Lake finally melted away. Tender green shoots emerged from the moist soil by the lake, thriving under the abundant nourishment of spiritual energy. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and greenery, occasionally disturbed by low-tier, glowing insects skimming across the water's surface in the warming breeze. Subai used the last bit of pure snow water he collected to brew spiritual tea on a specially designed small stove. Watching the snow water bubble, he added a few leaves of Lingwei tea. A refreshing, slightly sweet aroma wafted through the air. Sitting cross-legged on the familiar bluestone by the lake, he took a sip, feeling the warm tea slide down his throat with the lingering chill of ice and snow before transforming into a gentle flow of spiritual energy nourishing his meridians. At 18, this body is already approaching its 20s. He gazed at the shimmering surface of the lake, a fleeting sense of estrangement from both his past and present washed over him. In this world, the passage of age often correlates with breakthroughs in cultivation and survival pressures, carrying a different meaning from the simple passage of time in his past life. The Xinfu Zhaoying has already refreshed, but right now. This thought flowed through his mind. After nearly a year of interactions, Subai naturally became aware of the spiritual roots and talents of his two senior brothers. Wang Ke possessed ordinary water earth and with spiritual roots, and his mastery of spells was also unremarkable. Zhao Shanha, although endowed with fire and with spiritual roots like himself, rendered copying meaningless. As for Zhao's swordsmanship talent, Subai assessed privately that while Zhao demonstrated remarkable perseverance, having diligently practiced sword techniques for 5 years, his insight and spirituality in the sword path were not exceptional. His choice to pursue sword cultivation likely stemmed from a desire to leverage its strong practical capabilities to secure a foundation establishment pill in the upcoming internal sect competition. It seems I can only wait until I return to the sect to discuss this. Subai steadied his thoughts, suppressing the slight impatience caused by the refresh of talents. Among the outer disciples, Jiang Han's outstanding fire spell talent was his most clear target at the moment. Spiritual talent is inherently latent and difficult to measure, Jiang Han's fire spiritual root perception and spell control indeed surpassed his peers, but unfortunately his cultivation speed was hindered by his 4 spiritual roots. Time quietly passed during peaceful patrols and the occasional dealings with low-tier demon beasts. By the end of March, on a morning shrouded in spiritual energy, when Su Bai absorbed the morning sun's purple aura, his internal spiritual power effortlessly burst through its barriers. He reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. His cultivation had already caught up to Wang Ke, who had been practicing for over a decade. Amidst the refreshing sensation of his breakthrough, Su Bai also noticed that Wang's demeanor had been somewhat gloomy these past few days, even putting more effort into stewing demon beast meat. Su Bai pretended not to notice and interacted as usual. As May approached, only about 20 days remained until they returned to the sect to complete their tasks and collect their pills. By Lingyue Lake, the spiritual grass glimmered quietly. Everything remained as usual. On this day, the sky was clear and the distant mountains were lush. In the dense forest at the edge of the Qingshan Lingyuan, a staggering light blue female cultivator was swiftly navigating through. Her dress was torn in multiple places by branches covered in dirt and grass, her complexion pale as paper with blood stains at the corners of her lips, and a heavy sense of urgency knitted between her brows, her spiritual awareness constantly extending backward. I must be nearing the boundary of Yuxia sect. They shouldn't dare to pursue any further. Just as this faint hope rose, her spiritual awareness clearly captured 2 rapidly approaching waves of spiritual power, one of which was particularly formidable. They're still coming. Her heart sank. Despair and the will to survive clashed fiercely. Sensing the speed of her pursuers, she realized her spiritual power was nearly exhausted, and that her serious injuries made escape nearly impossible. Biting her tongue to draw out her last potential, she abruptly turned and desperately dashed toward the direction of Lingyue Lake from her memory. Trees flew past her as her vision began to blur. The trees ahead grew sparse, and a wide expanse of water reflecting the sky became vaguely visible. Whoosh! A scorching and violent aura suddenly surged from behind. A first-tier top-grade fire spell transformed into a several-meter-long crimson flame, tongue distorting the air as it howled toward her back, aiming to engulf her. There was no escape. Su Duanqius' eyes flashed with a fierce light as she forced the last remnant of spiritual power in her dantian, drew the ancient-style longsword from her waist, and swiftly slashed. This strike was simple and direct, yet at the moment of execution the sword emitted a clear ringing sound. A pale golden sword chi about a foot long and slightly ethereal, yet brimming with sharpness, suddenly erupted, howling as it met the fire. PFF. The sword chi was so sharp that it cleaved the raging flame tongue in 2. Flames scattered in every direction, waves of heat rolled forth. However, she was already at her limits, and after splitting the main body of the flame, the sword chi dissipated into nothingness. The residual scorching air and shockwave violently crashed against her already dim and thin protective spiritual light, shattering it instantly. PFF. She spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, her body flung like a kite, with its string cut, crashing through several branches before tumbling into the grassy ground by the lake. As she rolled, she vaguely sensed she had penetrated a faint warning spiritual energy wave, unknowingly triggering the Lingyue Lake's warning array. Ultimately, she collapsed on the damp grass, only a few steps away from the water. Her body was in agony, her spiritual power completely depleted, and her internal organs felt as if they had shifted. Even moving her fingers was nearly impossible. She struggled to prop herself up, but her arm only trembled a few times before going limp again, leaving her gasping for breath as darkness swam before her eyes. Third uncle ahead is the Yuxia sect's resource point. There is an array wave. 3 figures quickly followed, landing just outside the boundary of the array. The leading middle-aged man in a brocade robe had a calm demeanor and sharp eyes. With a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he was Su Maoyan from the Su clan. Behind him were 2 young men, one at the 6th layer of Qi refinement and the other at the 5th layer, dressed similarly, their faces bearing the fierce expressions of hunters. Su Maoyan's gaze swept over the fallen female cultivator, then carefully sensed the invisible boundary ahead, his brow furrowing. The Yuxia sect is powerful and should not be provoked by small clans like theirs whose foundation establishment lineage was already precarious. She has triggered the array. The disciple on duty at Yuxia sect will soon notice. Wait here and explain the reason for our presence, requesting the return of this rebel. The Yuxia sect will not easily trouble my Su clan over an outsider. He emphasized, explain the reason and request return, adopting a very low profile. Though the 2 young men were reluctant, they did not dare to defy him, glaring fiercely at the female cultivator in the array. Su Duanqiu, if you know what's good for you, come out yourself. The young man at the 6th layer of Qi refinement shouted harshly. If you remain obstinate and anger the immortals of the Yuxia sect, not only will you have no way back, but our entire Su clan will be dragged down by you. You ungrateful wretch. Originally weakened Su Duanqiu trembled slightly at the mention of dragging down the Su clan. A flash of grief and resoluteness glimmered in her eyes. Somehow finding strength from somewhere, she struggled to support herself with her elbow, dragging her painful body closer to the lake by half a meter. You truly don't know how to live. The young man, seeing this, was enraged and raised his foot to step forward. Just then, splash. The calm surface of the lake suddenly erupted with two splashes, and two figures in the outer garments of the Yuxia sect leaped out, landing lightly on the shore, completely dry. It was Su Bai and Wang Ke. Their expressions were calm as their gazes instantly locked onto the situation in the field. The moment Su Bai surfaced from the water and saw the situation, his heart jolted. A woman lay heavily injured on the ground, and 3 pursuers had arrived at the boundary, clearly a case of pursuit. His fingers had already discreetly grasped the communication jade talisman in his sleeve, sending out the message: an outsider cultivator has intruded into the warning area, situation unknown, please respond quickly, before he finally steadied his mind. Su Maoyan immediately raised his hand to stop the young man behind him, replacing his demeanor with a polite smile. He clasped his hands and said, "Two friends from the Yuxia sect, I am Su Maoyan, a steward of the Su clan, having tracked a family rebel to this point. This girl inadvertently entered your sect's territory, and I hope you will facilitate our request to take her back for handling my Su clan." Cough. Cough cough. Su Duanxiu suddenly coughed violently, struggling to raise her upper body, using the scant spiritual power regained from the recently dissolved pill to tremble and retrieve an object from her storage bag, raising it high. It was a pale purple jade pendant, warm and radiant, intricately carved on the front with a design of clouds and rosy clouds encircling mountains, with the ancient seal, "You," clearly visible in the center. "Two senior brothers. Do you recognize this item?" Her voice was weak, but carried a resolute determination. Su Bai noticed that the patterns on the jade pendant resembled the identity jade talisman, but did not recognize the specifics, turning his gaze to the more experienced Wang Ke. Wang Ke's gaze had already fixated on the jade pendant the moment it appeared. He stepped forward a couple of paces, not immediately reaching for it, but carefully examining the patterns and the flow of spiritual energy. Only after a moment did he cautiously take it, feeling it slightly warm, confirming it was indeed of the same origin as the sect standard. He nodded, his expression turning serious as he said in a deep voice, "This is certainly the Xiaoguang Huiyouling issued by the Yuxia sect." Upon these words, Su Bai's thoughts raced. The words "protect" coupled with Wang Ke's suddenly transformed demeanor were enough to indicate the weight of this order. Those bearing it must have a special connection to the Yuxia sect, receiving a certain level of protection. On the ground, Su Duanxiu, hearing Wang Ke's confirmation, felt the tightly strained cord of her heart relax slightly. The breath she had been holding escaped her body swaying as she nearly collapsed, yet she still struggled to stay conscious, looking towards Su Bai and Wang Ke. Especially Wang Ke, who seemed to have the authority, implored with the last of her strength, "Please, I beg you, senior brothers of the Yuxia sect, protect me." Upon seeing Su Duanxiu produce the Xiaoguang protection token, the 3 cultivators of the Su family turned an ugly shade of liver purple. As local cultivators of Qingzhou, they naturally recognized what this object was and the significance it represented. Su Duanxiu had been confined at home under watch all this time. Where could she have obtained the Xiaoguang protection token? The 3rd elder of the Su family was filled with questions. "Young friend from Yuxia sect, my niece is quite mischievous. Do not be mistaken. Is this token genuine?" The 3rd elder spoke with a somewhat stiff tone. He saw that Su Bai and Wang Jie were merely at the mid-qi refining stage, so despite their sect's prestige, he felt no excessive fear. Thus he attempted to blur the lines. A figure descended from the sky on a flying sword. It was Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe landed standing before Su Bai and the others, his gaze sharp as he faced the 3 Su family cultivators. Zhao Shanhe was tall, with a late qi refining cultivation and a stern countenance, exuding the cold aura of a sword cultivator. His great sect disciple's presence was even more imposing. The 3 Su family cultivators involuntarily took a step back. "This token is genuine. Do any of you have objections?" Zhao Shanhe spoke coldly as soon as he landed. The 3rd elder was still reluctant. "Even if the token is real, this woman is a cultivator of the Su family. Having violated the clan rules, she should be handed over to us for punishment. How dare a petty clan rule compare to the regulations set by my Yuxia sect? Or do you believe the Su family is stronger than Yuxia sect?" Zhao Shanhe spoke impatiently, his superior grade Dharma sword rising on its own, pulsating before him, exerting a terrifying pressure on the 3 Su family cultivators. The 3rd elder realized that even if they all attacked together, they were no match for this elite inner disciple sword cultivator of Yuxia sect. "My apologies, I was mistaken. This old man and the Su family have no intention of disrespecting Yuxia sect. Please do not take offense. We will leave this place immediately." The 3rd elder bowed his head in apology with utmost decisiveness. The 2 young Su family cultivators were also intimidated by Zhao Shan's aura, not daring to utter a word. Seeing the Su family cultivators submit, Zhao Shan's tone softened slightly, but remained aloof. "Remember, the Qingshan spirit wilds are Yuxia sect's territory. Don't think we turn a blind eye. and you can freely come and go disregarding Yuxia sect. To dare approach our resource points so recklessly, truly courting death. The third elder had no thought of retorting. This time there was indeed a reason. This old man admits his mistake. We will leave now. The three cultivators retreated, bowing for a distance, then turned and vanished into the dense forest using their movement techniques. The female cultivator, named Su Duanxiu, finally breathed a sigh of relief and fainted in a daze. Su Bai mused silently, so this is the prestige of Yuxia sect. Truly a top-tier great sect. Cultivators of the same rank seemed inferior before its disciples. Senior brother Zhao, what should we do with this woman? Wang Jie pointed at the fallen cultivator. Since she used the Yuxia protection token, bring her back. Zhao Shanhe lifted the woman, placed her on his Dharma sword, and flew directly back to the lake Hard Isle. Wang Jie and Su Bai also used the water escape art to dive into the lake and follow. At the lake Hard Isle, the female cultivator was placed in a thatched hut to rest. The three Yuxia sect disciples gathered at a stone table in the bamboo grove drinking tea. Zhao Shanhe toyed with the Xiaoguang protection token in his hand, then tossed it to Wang Jie. This is useless to me. As sect disciples we can't sell it. Handle it as you wish. Wang Jie played with it briefly, then passed it to Su Bai. This is also useless to me. Junior brother Su, isn't your family far away in the state of Yan? Take this. It can intimidate petty villains in critical moments. Su Bai accepted the jade pendant. Finally, he voiced his curiosity. Senior brothers, what exactly is this so-called Xiaoguang protection token? To be honest, this is the first I've heard of it. Explain it to him, Zhao Shanhe said, taking a sip of tea and nodding to Wang Jie. Wang Jie then began to speak slowly. It turned out that the Xiaoguang protection token was a type of protection talisman issued externally by Yuxia sect. Long ago, when Yuxia sect was short on spirit stones, they would issue these protection tokens for sale. The tokens came in 3 grades: Qingming, Qixia, and Ziki. The Qingming protection token could summon designated Yuxia sect disciples for aid. Qixia could mobilize a foundation establishment inner disciple. Ziki could even call upon a golden core ancestor of Yuxia sect. The token Su Duanxiu held was a Qingming grade Xiaoguang protection token. Even at the lowest level, its market price had been driven up to over 100 spirit stones. By using this token to request help from the 3 at Linghua Lake, the right to dispose of the token naturally fell to Su Bai and his companions. According to sect rules, Su Bai and the others should have destroyed the token directly. However, keeping it privately or giving it away without selling it did not violate sect regulations. Unless they accepted benefits when transferring it or actually resold the token, that would be a grave offense, and expulsion from the sect would be a lenient punishment. Only the sect had the authority to sell protection tokens. For ordinary disciples to do so was an act of betrayal. Therefore, when Yuxia sect disciples encountered such tokens and accepted them after providing aid, they often chose to destroy the token, or if their family needed it, or they took a liking to someone, they gave it away freely. For these reasons, the token ended up in Su Bai's hands. Su Bai thought for a moment, and not standing on ceremony with his senior brothers, stowed the Qingming protection token into his storage pouch. He would take it back to give to the nominal parents of this body when the opportunity arose. Thank you all for saving me. A stir came from the distant thatched hut. Su Duanxiu had awakened. Previously, she had merely fainted from spiritual energy depletion and mental exhaustion. After sleeping, her spiritual energy had partially recovered, and the cultivator's constitution naturally began to heal rapidly. Earlier, to build rapport in a life-threatening situation, Su Duanxiu had called them senior brothers. Now that the crisis had passed, since she wasn't a Yuxia sect disciple, using senior brother would be presumptuous, so she changed it to fellow Taoists. After speaking, she looked closely and noticed that among the 3 seated across from her, only the black-robed disciple might be slightly older, the other 2 might be younger than her. Come and sit for a while, Zhao Shanhe invited. All right. Su Duanxiu stepped closer and sat on an empty stone chair. Su Bai poured her a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Su Duanqiu's eyes lit up, and she said, I apologize for the trouble, fellow Taoists. Let me recover my spiritual energy for a few more hours and I'll leave. No need to inconvenience you further. Zhao Shanhe replied, You'd better stay on the Lake Hard Isle for now. Those clansmen of yours haven't left. They're still waiting in the woods. If you go out, you'll surely be ambushed and your protection token will have been wasted. They still refused to let me go. Upon hearing that the cultivators of the Su family were still waiting outside, Su Duanqiu's already pale face instantly drained of all color, her lips trembling slightly. Moonlight reflected in her startled eyes, casting a cold, hopeless glimmer. The last faint hope for family and blood ties, like a candle flickering in the wind, was extinguished with a soft puff in that very moment. What replaced it was a bone-deep resolve. She steadied herself, gazed at Zhao Shanhe, and spoke with an apologetic tone. Brother Dao, the resource stronghold of Yuxia sect is hardly a place for outsiders to linger, is it? If my delay here invites inspection or brings blame upon you all, my heart would be uneasy. Even in her own perilous state, her first thought was of the trouble others might face. Zhao Shanhe listened to slight movement stirring his stern brows. This woman, barely able to save herself, still had the grace to consider others. Her character was not lacking. No wonder she was often the one persecuted in familial strife. This very nature stirred a faint recognition within Zhao Shanhe, replacing his initial indifference born of duty. After a brief deliberation he spoke. You need not worry about this. Since you invoked the Radiant Light Protection token, the disciple who received it offers you shelter. This falls within the rules of our Yuxia sect. With this token as proof, even if the sect's stewards or elders come to verify, we have ample justification and will not face blame. These words were like a calming pill, finally easing Su Duanqia's taut nerves. She secretly rejoiced that she had gritted her teeth and spent all her savings, even selling her mother's only protective artifact to obtain this token from a mysterious black market broker. It was truly worth it. Now it had become her temporary talisman. Summoning strength from her weakened body, she bowed solemnly once more. Junior sister Su Duanqio, thanks the three brothers for rescuing and sheltering me. May I ask your honored names? Zhao Shanhe, he replied succinctly. Then he raised a hand to point at the person beside him. This is junior brother Wang Ju, and moved his finger to the other side. And this is your clansman junior brother Su Bai. Su Bai. Su Duanqio was startled, her already pallid face growing even whiter. She abruptly turned to look at the handsome gentleman-eared youth. Her mind raced. When had the Su family sent a male disciple to Yuxia sect? She had never heard of it. Had she just escaped the tiger's den of her family only to fall into the hands of a clansman? But the attitudes of brother Zhao and brother Wang suggested otherwise. Seeing her sudden panic and confusion, Wang Ju couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, Miss Su, don't panic. Senior brother Zhao is teasing you. Junior brother Su Bei's Su is from the Su clan of Yan State, a good 100,000 li from Qingzhou. It has nothing to do with your family. Pure coincidence. A faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered across Zhao Shan's perpetually stern face before vanishing in an instant. Su Bai also smiled, thinking to himself, so senior brother Zhao beneath that aloof and cold exterior hides a mischievous streak, truly a man of warmth beneath the ice, a master of light-hearted pranks. After this interlude, the atmosphere eased. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Ju voiced the question on both Su Bei's and Zhao Shan's minds. Miss Su, may I ask, why are you being so relentlessly pursued by your own family? They even dared to venture into the spirit wilds approaching our sect's resource point. This question seemed to strike a chord in Su Duanqia's heart. Her eyes quickly reddened and crystal tears like broken pearls streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She turned away, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, but they only fell faster. After a long while she managed to compose herself, and with a thick nasal tone slowly recounted her story. The Su family was once a renowned cultivation clan near the Green Mountain Spirit Wilds, having produced several foundation establishment cultivators in their ancestry, basking in glory. But in recent decades the clan had withered with talent scarce. The strongest remaining was an elderly Qi refining great circle patriarch, barely holding things together. Without a foundation establishment cultivator to lead the spirit veins, herb gardens, and market shares under the clan's control naturally drew the covetous eyes of neighboring families. Among them, a cultivation family that had risen through dual cultivation techniques was the most powerful, pressing ever closer. The Su family, weakened and unable to confront them heat-in after much struggle and deliberation, chose the oldest and most humiliating path, marriage alliance, to buy a respite. And the chosen one fell on Su Duanqio, whose parents had died in external conflicts years ago, leaving her without protection within the clan. If it were merely a normal family marriage, even if the other party were unattractive or of poor character for the clan's survival, I might have accepted it. Su Duanqia's voice trembled with suppressed anguish, but the Lin family demanded that I marry a direct descendant who practices the seductive maiden extraction art. This art is sinister, using female cultivators as cauldrons to drain their essence, and cultivation to bolster oneself. If I married into that, it wouldn't be a wedding. It would be a lamb walking into the tiger's maw, reduced to cultivation fodder. Within 3 to 5 years my foundation would be shattered, my cultivation wasted, and I would even perish in body and spirit. She lifted her head, her eyes blazing with hatred. I am my parents' only bloodline. They died for the clan in battle. If I vanish without a trace, who will offer sacrifices for them? Who will remember them? Let alone uncover the truth of their fall. The last words were ground out through clenched teeth, clearly hinting at her doubts about her parents' deaths. But the uncles and elders in the clan only spoke of the clan's nurturing grace being greater than heaven, and that a woman's sacrifice for the clan was an honor. They gave me no room to argue. I am merely at the 6th layer of Qi refining, weak and alone in the clan, powerless to resist. So I feigned compliance while secretly contacting a few trusted friends, exhausting all my resources to procure this radiant light protection token, waiting for the right moment. Last night, by chance, the clan uncle guarding me grew lax from drink, giving me an opening. I used a low-grade escape talisman I had prepared, fled the estate, and ran without pause, heading straight for Yuxia sect. Perhaps heaven did not abandon me, for in my panic I stumbled into the spirit wilds and was fortunate to meet you three brothers. Her voice choked, and she lowered her head again. Su Bai and the others listened quietly. Though Su Duanqia's account was brief, they could well imagine the peril of her escape, the coldness of her clan, and her personal despair and struggle. Su Bai sighed softly and said, "Using a woman for a marriage alliance to buy temporary peace. Such practices, even in the histories of mortal dynasties, are often seen as signs of a nation's decline and waning fortune. For a cultivation clan to sink to this, it is likely not far from collapse." Zhao Shanhe and Wang Zhu both nodded silently in agreement. After a moment of thought, Zhao Shanhe, as the overseer of this place, made the final decision. "Until we confirm that the Su family cultivators have fully left, or you have a safe alternative, you may stay temporarily on Lake Heart Isle. This place is simple, but it offers peace and safety." As the disciple in charge of the Spirit Moon Lake resource, his words set the tone for Su Duanqia's temporary residence. There were already in used thatched huts on Lake Heart Isle which could be tidied up for shelter. As for the sect's routine patrols, they could cover up as much as possible. If concealment failed, the Radiant Light Protection token and legitimate reasons would suffice to explain. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Spirit Moon Lake, atop a small, sparsely wooded hill, Su Duanqia's third uncle and two young cultivators sat cross-legged, their auras concealed, like lurking vipers, their gazes occasionally sweeping across the calm lake surface and the distant outline of Lake Heart Isle. One young cultivator, growing impatient, muttered, "Third uncle, waiting here is futile. If that wretch is fortunate enough to catch the eye of some Yuxia sect elder and be taken as a disciple, want we?" "Taken as a disciple, eh? Wishful thinking." The third uncle snorted, cutting off his speculation. "That girl Su Duanqio has merely had some luck in swordsmanship, a bit of unorthodox talent. But you must understand, she has a 4-tribute false spirit root. With such a spirit root, the path of cultivation is exceedingly difficult, requiring several times the resources of her peers for each step forward. Though Yuxia sect is a major sect with abundant resources, they are not a charity. Would they waste them on a disciple with limited potential due to a false spirit root?" He paused, his tone growing more assured. "This is far from the grand recruitment ceremony of Yuxia sect. How could a woman of unknown origin, burdened with trouble, make the sect break its rules? At most, she relies on that protection token to seek temporary refuge. Once its power fades, or when the Yuxia disciples find her troublesome, they will naturally send her out. We need only wait patiently, conserving our strength." The other young cultivator sighed, his voice laced with undisguised envy. "Alas, if only her swordsmanship talent were mine. I have a genuine triple spirit root. If I also had such insight into the sword, I might truly have a chance to knock on Yuxia sect's gates, perhaps even become an inner disciple." The third uncle glanced at him, a flicker of barely perceptible mockery in his eyes, but said nothing. Talent and bone structure are determined by heaven. They cannot be given just because one desires them. Such foolish musings were not worth engaging. He closed his eyes again, focusing his senses on the faint spiritual energy fluctuations from Lake Heart, all patiently awaiting the moment his prey would step out of its sanctuary. The next morning, Lake Heart Isle. Thin mist veiled the lake like gossamer, and the dawn glow bloomed, painting the sky a magnificent orange-red. A clear, resonant sword cry pierced the morning stillness. Su Bai, just finishing a night of meditation, stepped out of his hut for his routine patrol and was frozen in place by the sight before him. On the open ground by the bamboo grove, Su Duanqio, clad in simple green robes, wielded a Dharma sword. Her body moved with the blade, and sword light danced. As her sword momentum surged, the tip of the Dharma sword actually emitted a pale golden radiance an inch long. It was not the effect of a spell, but pure the hallmark of a sword cultivator, sword chi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Strands of pale golden sword chi shot through the air, with each slash dissipating after flying just over 10 feet, yet their sharp cutting intent, as if they could tear the morning mist, was palpable. The sound of sword chi splitting air rang incessantly, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy into slight turbulence, rustling the bamboo leaves. Su Bai's pupils contracted. He remembered clearly that senior brother Zhao Shanhe, a sword cultivator at the 9th layer of chi refining, wielded a fierce and imposing sword light in his practice, but he had never seen him manifest tangible sword chi. And yet Su Duanqio was only at the 6th layer of chi refining. Whoosh! The wooden door of another hut was flung open, and Zhao Shanhe strode out, his usual stern expression replaced by profound shock. His gaze locked onto the Dharma sword in Su Duanqia's hand, which shimmered with sword radiance, as if witnessing something unimaginable. Wang Zhu also emerged from his hut, rubbing his eyes. When he saw the scene, his mouth fell open. "This sword chi. Miss Suyu." In the clearing, Su Duanqio seemed completely absorbed in her own training rhythm. She was not swinging randomly. After each few slashes that released sword chi, her internal spiritual energy would deplete drastically, her face paling slightly. When her spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, she would immediately sheath her sword, sit cross-legged on the spot, take a low-grade kyre-storing pill, and close her eyes to meditate. Once her energy recovered a bit, she would rise again, swing the sword, and release sword chi, repeating the cycle. This was clearly a unique cultivation method combining sword chi training with the extraction and recovery of spiritual energy. Though seemingly crude and strenuous, it must yield remarkable results for sword insight and spiritual energy refinement. After a while, Su Duanxiu finally ended this round of training. Fine beads of sweat on her brow, her breath slightly quickened. She performed a sword flourish, returned the blade to its sheath, and let out a long sigh of relief. Zhao Shanhe rushed to her almost instantly, his voice carrying an urgency he didn't notice. How did you do that? You are only at the 6th layer of qi refining. How can you release sword qi like this? Su Duanxiu was startled, and Zhao Shanhe, realizing his loss of composure, stepped back and apologized. Su Bai and Wang Ju, watching from the side, could understand. Zhao Shanhe, who prided himself on being a sword cultivator with a dual spirit root, was usually somewhat proud. After all, not everyone had the courage to walk the path of the sword. Yet today, seeing a female cultivator of lesser cultivation and younger age surpass him on the sword path, it was inevitable that his Dao heart would be shaken. Under the imposing aura of Zhao Shanhe, which seemed as vast as an abyss and as weighty as a mountain, Su Duanxiu steadied her mind before speaking. Brother Zhao, although I possess only the talent of 4 spiritual roots, I have indeed shown a modicum of aptitude in the way of the sword since childhood. At the age of 7, when I first grasped a wooden sword, I felt the blade as an extension of my arm. After entering qi refining at 12, sword qi naturally began to emanate from my blade. I cannot explain the reason. Her voice was soft and clear, tinged with uncertainty, as if she herself did not fully understand the origin of this talent. This is far more than a modicum of talent. Zhao Shanhe shook his head, his tone complex. Sword cultivators at the qi refining stage who can condense sword qi are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, and you are merely at the mid-stage of qi refining. Your talent in the way of the sword is truly exceptional. He paused, his gaze falling upon Su Duanxiu's ordinary low-grade magic sword, then shifting to her delicate yet resolute features. Only 4 spiritual roots. What a pity. These last words were spoken softly, yet the profound regret within them reached every ear with unmistakable clarity. Spiritual roots represent everything in the world of immortal cultivation, a deeply ingrained consensus among all cultivation forces, and Yuxiao sect was no exception. For those with 4 spiritual roots, the probability of reaching foundation establishment was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. Without foundation establishment, one remained merely a low-level cultivator. No matter how powerful one's sword qi, it could change nothing. A sword cultivator could indeed fight across levels, but the chasm of major realms could never be bridged by technique alone. Though Zhao Shanhe genuinely felt regret for Su Duanxiu at that moment, Su Bai clearly perceived that the Dao heart of Zhao Shanhe, which had slightly crumbled due to Su Duanxiu's astonishing performance, was beginning to slowly recover. This was a result of seeing another person possess an enviable talent for the sword, yet being destined by their spiritual roots to halt at a certain height, thus gradually restoring psychological balance. It was not that Zhao Shanhe had a low character, it was merely human nature. Seeing another favored by heaven inevitably stirs discontent. Witnessing that talent ultimately has its shackles, one cannot help but secretly sigh that the way of heaven is after all somewhat fair. Su Bai fully understood this subtle mentality, having experienced similar moments himself. Yet at this moment his focus had completely shifted away from Zhao Shanhe. All his attention was concentrated on Su Duanxiu, more precisely on the sword talent within her that had astonished even Zhao Shanhe. I must replicate this talent. Su Bai's thoughts raced. Sword cultivators are foremost in offense. With this talent, I will have an additional trump card in future battles. Without hesitation, he covertly activated Immortal talent reflection on Su Duanxiu. Scan successful. Name Su Duanxiu spiritual root talent 4 element spiritual roots metal earth fire. Wood sword talent sword heart illumination yellow grade PS sword heart illumination sword Dao divine ability learning speed 1000 innate mastery of sword qi sword Dao divine ability power increased by 100 ability to preliminarily sense danger around oneself with a sword heart. This talent means the sword is one's true heart, where the mind reaches, the sword's edge follows. It's actually a yellow-grade talent. Su Bai's heart trembled, and he barely managed to control his expression. He quickly lowered his eyelids, concealing the surging ecstasy in his eyes. He knew the hierarchy of talents. Ordinary magical talents were divided into 3 tiers from first to third. A first-tier talent was enough to make a cultivator stand out among their peers, while a third-tier talent marked one as a core disciple of the sect. But before the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, third-tier talents seemed mediocre. These 4 tiers were gifts of heaven and earth, unattainable through arduous cultivation. Each possessor was a true child of destiny. Although the yellow grade was the lowest of the four in the mortal world, its rarity surpassed even that of a single spiritual root. Subai had originally thought he would need to ascend to the spirit realm before encountering someone with such talent. He had never imagined that today on Lake Heart, he would meet a great fortune that had come to him of its own accord. Choosing to delay the use of my replication opportunity was indeed a wise decision. Subai inwardly congratulated himself. With this talent, I can rely on the path of the sword cultivator for a long time to come. Fortunately, Su Duanqiu is temporarily residing on Lake Heart Isle. With her as a precedent, my gradual display of sword talent will seem natural and avoid suspicion. Having made up his mind, Subai stepped forward and suddenly bowed deeply to Su Duanqiu in a solemn gesture. Fairy Su, to be honest, I have long yearned for the way of the sword. Seeing your mastery of sword chi today has deeply moved me. I wonder if you could spare some time to offer me guidance. Su Duanqiu was clearly taken aback by Su Bei's formal bow. She extended her hand slightly in a gesture of restraint, saying, Su Bai, there's absolutely no need for this. You saved my life. If you wish to learn the sword, I will teach you. Her expression was sincere with no hint of holding back, but I am only at the mid-stage of chi. Refining my knowledge is limited. I am not yet qualified to learn sword Dao divine abilities. All I can teach are the most basic techniques for using sword chi. I'm afraid it might waste your time. No matter, the basics are precisely the most important. Su Bai straightened up naturally. At the moment their arms lightly touched, Su Bei's mind stirred, and the replication ability of Immortal talent reflection activated silently. Replication successful. Target sword talent sword heart illumination yellow grade has been copied. A strange power clear as a spring and sharp as a blade suddenly infused Su Bei's body. He seemed to hear a crisp sword chime perceptible only to himself echoing deep within his soul. His aura subtly changed as his gaze shifted. It naturally carried a hint of sword-like sharpness. Even the low-grade magic sword in his waist pouch seemed to resonate faintly with his being, as if connected by blood, the blade trembling slightly in response. So this is sword heart illumination. In the afternoon the sunlight was just right. By the shore of Lake Heart, all the water shimmered. Su Duanqiu, dressed in white, stood on a flat blue stone holding her sword. She turned her wrist lightly, and the magic sword slanted in an arc. A faintly visible pale golden sword chi left the blade, emitting a soft chi sound, shooting forward like a swimming dragon for several zhang, precisely splitting a falling leaf in two before the chi slowly dissipated in the air. Though the pair of red-crowned cranes by the lake had witnessed this many times, they were still startled by the sound of the sword chi breaking the air. They retracted their long necks, uttered a low cry, and fluttered slightly away from the shore. Su Duanqiu sheathed her sword and turned to face the three beside her, Subai, Zhao Shanhe, and Wang Jie, who was purely there for the fun, watching with arms crossed and a grin. Sword chi is not simply about splitting wood. She chose her words carefully, trying to articulate her almost instinctive understanding. Many cultivators, when first practicing sword chi, always think that the more spiritual energy they pour in, the stronger the sword chi. But that is not the case. She raised her sword again, this time very slowly, allowing everyone to clearly see the path of spiritual energy flowing through her meridians and converging at the sword tip. The mind moves with intent. The heart is clear and natural. Sword chi is not so much a manifestation of spiritual energy as it is an external expression of the heart's chi. You need to trust your sword, perceive its breath, and then another sword chi gently emerged, though not as swift as before. It was more condensed, leaving a faint golden trace in the air. Zhao Shanhe listened with a furrowed brow, clearly struggling to grasp this somewhat esoteric explanation. He considered himself not untalented and was diligent in cultivation, but this talk of heart's chi seemed rather ethereal. Yet seeing Su Duanqiu demonstrate with such effortless grace, his competitive spirit was stirred. Let me try, Zhao Shanhe said in a deep voice, summoning his high-grade magic sword. As the sword appeared, its cold light was far superior to the ordinary magic swords in Su Duanqiu and Su Bei's hands. He held his breath, concentrated, recalled Su Duanqiu's movements and explanations, slowly channeled his Danshan's spiritual energy into the blade, and then slashed forward fiercely. The sword light surged, spiritual energy billowed, and the momentum was formidable. Yet the sword chi failed to leave the blade. Only 3 inches in front of the sword tip did the air slightly warp and ripple before calming. Zhao Shan's expression stiffened. He tried twice more, unwilling to admit defeat, but the result remained the same. The abundant spiritual energy simply could not transform into detached sharp sword chi. It only surged within the blade or dissipated into the air. A thin flush crept across his stern face, and even fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Ahem, it seems the way of sword chi indeed demands talent and fortune. Zhao Shanhe finally sheathed his sword, his tone laced with undisguised frustration and self-mockery. Perhaps Su Bai, you should give it a try. He stepped aside, his gaze complex as he looked at Su Bai, carrying both expectation and a subtle desire not to be the only one to fail. Su Bai had been waiting for this opportunity. He nodded calmly, stepped forward, and drew his low-grade magic sword. It was merely a low-grade sword, ordinary in quality with a dim luster as different from Zhao Shan's green frost as clouds from mud. He did not rush into action, but first closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment. It was not pretense, he was carefully experiencing the new perception brought by the sword heart illumination talent. In his sensation, the sword in his hand was no longer an inanimate object, it had a faint pulse subtly aligning with his own breath and heartbeat. The spiritual energy flowing through the air also seemed to be guided and shaped by a certain intent. The next moment Su Bai opened his eyes and, following the posture demonstrated by Su Duanqiu, swung the sword naturally. His movements were raw, even somewhat clumsy, appearing utterly unremarkable compared to Zhao Shan's fierce strike. Yet, a soft sound and a faint mist-like half-inch-long wisp of sword qi tremblingly emerged from the sword tip. Though it dissipated after only an instant, it was undeniably detached sword qi. Su Bai immediately wore an expression of perfectly mixed surprise and regret, turning to look at the others. Su Duanqiu's eyes lit up, and she clapped in praise. Not bad, Su Bai. To let sword qi emerge from the tip on your first try, though still faint, the feeling is right. Your sword talent seems quite promising. She was genuinely happy for Su Bai and found it natural. In her view, comprehending sword qi was an instinctive process. The real difficulty lay in refinement and control. The corner of Zhao Shan's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He looked at the inferior magic sword in Su Bai's hand, then at his own high-grade magic sword, with its flowing cold light, his heart a mix of emotions. In the end, he merely let out a long sigh and shook his head, his dispirited demeanor even more pronounced than before. Enough. He sheathed his magic sword, his voice somewhat low. No matter how strong the sword qi, it cannot surpass the grade of the magic tool itself and the mastery of its manipulation. Perhaps, I am indeed unsuited for this path that relies so heavily on talent. It is more practical to focus on enhancing the power and control of the sword control art. These words seemed meant to convince others, but even more so to convince himself. Junior brother Su, I must congratulate you for finally discovering the talent you excel at. Zhao Shanhe sheathed his azure frost sword, walked over to Su Bai, and offered his congratulations with a complex expression. Though there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes, it was mingled with sincerity. With such talent and swordsmanship, it was foreseeable that Su Bai would become a remarkably outstanding sword cultivator among the qi-refining disciples of Yuxia sect. Su Bai scratched his head, feigning a bashful demeanor. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. Zhao Shanhe shook his head, his tone indifferent. No need to thank me. This is your own fortune, none of my doing. He gazed at the shimmering lake in the distance, paused for a moment, then continued. While Miss Su is still at heart of the lake, I'll these few days take some time each day to seek her guidance on the application of sword qi. Though her cultivation is not profound, her understanding of sword qi has already crossed the threshold, far surpassing mine. He paused, lowering his voice. The power of sword qi far exceeds ordinary spells enough to make you formidable at the qi refining stage. If you can master it, perhaps some elder of the sect might take notice and accept you as an unregistered disciple. Even as a mere nominal one, the resources and treatment would be far better. With that, Zhao Shanhe shook his head again, a trace of self-mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. I want train alongside you all. He turned and walked toward his thatched hut, his steps somewhat heavy, his last words drifting back on the wind. Lest I get infuriated by watching you all. Despite his words, Su Bai could sense no malice in them, only a resigned acceptance of reality. Zhao Shanhe was inherently a man of unyielding resolve. Since this path proved difficult, he would decisively change course, focusing instead on perfecting the sword control art he could already command. Senior brother, Zhao, don't rush off. See if I have any talent for swordsmanship too. Wang Ju, watching eagerly from the side, called out hastily as Zhao Shanhe departed. He turned to Su by rubbing his hands together with a grin. Senior brother Su, lend me your Dharma sword for a try. Just a test. Su Bai helplessly handed over the sword. Wang Ju took it excitedly, imitating the stance of those before him. He drew a deep breath, struck an exaggerated starting pose, then let out a loud shout, and swung the sword with all his might. Yet with that strike, not only was there no sword qi, but even the faint spiritual glow inherent to the Dharma sword itself failed to ignite. In the hands of Wang Ju, who had never systematically trained in the art of controlling magical instruments, the Dharma sword was no different from ordinary iron, merely cleaving the air with brute force, producing a dull whoosh. Wang Ju stared blankly at the long sword in his hand, tried a couple more times, but the result was the same. He awkwardly tossed the sword back to Su by scratching his head with a dry laugh. Forget it. I'm not cut out for this. They'll just go grill some fish for you all. Caught a plump silver-scaled fish today, guaranteed delicious. With that, he turned and scurried toward the lakeshore, his retreating figure carrying a hint of escape. Su Bai shook his head with a smile, sheathed the Dharma sword, and turned to Su Duanqiu. So Miss Su, shall we continue? Su Duanqiu looked at him, a gentle smile flickering in her eyes as she nodded softly. All right. She suddenly felt that these disciples of Yuxia sect were not as unapproachable as the rumors about major sect disciples suggested. Zhao Shanhe was proud, but had his limits. Su Bai was diligent and humble, and Wang Ju, though flighty, was sincere. The days on Heart of the Lake all turned out to be far more serene and comforting than she had anticipated. As time passed, 3 days slipped away like the ripples on Spirit Moon Lake. One afternoon on the eastern clearing of the Isle, Su Bai stood with his sword, eyes closed in concentration. A gentle breeze rustled his robes, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of lake water lapping against the shore could be heard. Su Duanqiu stood 3 zhang away, watching silently. Suddenly Su Bai opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. The Dharma sword in his hand swept upward in a diagonal arc. SSH. A pale golden sword chi burst forth, slicing through the air. Though not as condensed or enduring as Su Duanqiu's, it already had a recognizable form. The sword chi streaked across the sky, neatly cutting through a few drifting willow leaves before traveling over 20 zhang and finally dissipating into the mist above the lake. You've succeeded, Taoist brother Su Bai. Su Duanqiu stepped forward, a genuine joyful smile spreading across her face. Successfully teaching Su Bai to wield sword chi filled her with a rare sense of accomplishment. She even secretly mused that perhaps she had a talent for being a teacher. It was only many years later, when she failed to teach a second disciple who grasped things as readily as Su Bai did, that she realized it was not her skill in teaching, but Su Bai's astonishing aptitude for learning. That day she understood that some master-disciple bonds in this world, though they appear guided by the teacher, are in truth fulfilled by the disciple. Thank you, Miss Su. Su Bai sheathed his sword and bowed, his gratitude sincere. This thanks had 2 meanings: first, for giving him the opportunity to replicate the talent of sword heart enlightenment. Second, for her patient companionship over these 3 days, which made the awakening of his sword Dao talent seem natural, sparing him from much potential suspicion. Taoist brother Su, there's no need for thanks. Su Duanqiu waved her hand, though a hint of regret colored her expression. But I have nothing more to teach you from here on. She was only at the mid-stage of chi refining and had never cultivated the profound sword Dao divine abilities of the sect. Unleashing sword chi was already the most powerful attack she could muster. Beyond that lay sword Dao divine abilities that required cultivation base and resources which exceeded the scope of what she could guide. Teaching me the way of sword chi is already a great kindness. Su Bai said solemnly. Our cultivation is still shallow. From here we should focus on strengthening our foundation. As our cultivation advances, the power of our sword chi will naturally rise. His mind was clear. Being able to condense sword chi was sufficient for most situations at this stage. Cultivation ultimately returns to its roots, and the realm of cultivation is the cornerstone. Combining the sword control art with sword chi would indeed increase its power, but that required the late stage of chi refining to practice. For now, the most urgent task was steadily improving his cultivation base. Thus, life on Heart of the Lake will return to its former rhythm now, with a temporary guest by their side. Su Duanqiu was very considerate, never disturbing the 3 during their cultivation. After teaching Su Bai sword chi, she rarely practiced swordsmanship in front of others, lest the sound of sword chi disrupt Zhao Shan's quiet meditation. Most of the time she sat alone in a secluded spot by the lake, meditating or gazing at the water, lost in thought. In the dense forest on the other side of the lake, the patience of the 3 Su family cultivators finally wore thin after half a month of waiting. One morning, Su family's 3rd uncle, who had been sitting cross-legged under a tree, abruptly opened his eyes and rose slowly. The morning dew clinging to his robes fell with the movement, glistening like tiny crystals in the rising sun. 3rd uncle, what's wrong? Aren't we waiting for that wretch? A young cultivator asked urgently, his eyes bloodshot. Half a month of sleeping in the open and living in fear had pushed his nerves to the breaking point. Su family's 3rd uncle shook his head, his gaze fixed on the direction of Heart of the Lake, all his expression dark. We won't wait. That inner disciple of Yuxia sect has been covertly watching us all this time, sweeping his spiritual sense through these woods. If we don't leave, Su Duanqiu won't leave the bounds of Spirit Moon Lake. He snorted coldly. This girl has played a clever move, using the influence of Yuxia sect to protect herself, and her gamble paid off. Another young cultivator said anxiously, but 3rd uncle, if we don't bring Su Duanqiu back for the marriage alliance, the clan might truly face annihilation. Return to the clan. Su family's 3rd uncle whipped around, a fierce, resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Who said him returning to the clan? The 2 young cultivators were taken aback. Su family's 3rd uncle lowered his voice, his tone unyielding. The Su family has encountered this calamity. The clan's collapse is imminent. I've decided. I'm not going back to Su Mountain. He looked toward the outline of the eastern mountain ranges, the direction of Green Mountain Spirit Field bordering Yuxia sect's territory. I will follow the Green Mountain Spirit Field to another country, find a new spiritual land to establish a branch family, preserving a line of blood for the Su clan. If you are willing to come with me, I will lead you to a path of survival. If you are determined to return to the clan, I won't stop you. but fortune and misfortune will be yours to bear. The two young cultivators exchanged glances, their faces shifting with uncertainty. After a low-heated discussion, the three reached an agreement. At noon, the three Sioux family cultivators packed their belongings and instead of retracing their steps sped into the unfamiliar forest to the northeast. Their figures soon vanished into the vast, verdant woods. The morning after the three Sioux family members left, Zhao Shanhe walked out of his thatched hut and approached Su Duanqiu, who was meditating by the lake. He spoke softly. The three Sioux family cultivators have left Spirit Moon Lake's territory. Su Duanqiu was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped the implication. It was time for her to leave. She had no luggage, only a Dharma sword at her side. Returning to the temporary hut, she cleaned it thoroughly, straightened the bedding, as if no one had ever stayed. Then she walked to the clearing by the lake and bowed deeply to the three Yuxia sect disciples, performing a solemn grand salute. For the kindness of saving and sheltering me, and for the guidance and instruction, I Duanqiu will hold this in my heart and never forget it in this life. Straightening up, though her eyes held a trace of reluctance, there was no hesitation as she turned to walk toward the shore. Wait! Zhao Shanhe called out to her. Su Duanqiu turned back, a look of confusion on her face. You don't know the water escape art. How will you cross Spirit Moon Lake? Zhao Shan's tone was flat. He'll take you across. With that, he formed hand seals and chanted an incantation. His Dharma sword hummed as it unsheathed, hovering 3 feet above the ground. Zhao Shanhe leaped onto it and extended a hand to Su Duanqiu. After a brief hesitation, she gently took it and with his help stepped onto the flying sword. The sword skimming across the wide lake, startling a few lines of waterfowl into flight. In no time, they reached the opposite shore. Zhao Shanhe landed the sword and withdrew his hand once Su Duanqiu was steady. We part here. May you fare well on your journey ahead. He gave a slight nod. Su Duanqiu bowed once more, then turned and walked into the forest. After taking a dozen steps, she paused, turned back toward heart of the lake isle, and waved vigorously. Morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across her graceful figure. Then that figure was completely swallowed by the verdant greenery. When Zhao Shanhe returned to heart of the lake isle alone on his sword, Wang Ju opened his mouth as if to say something, perhaps about Su Duanqiu's destination or about the dangers she faced alone. But in the end it turned into a soft sigh, and he said nothing. The bonds of cause and effect among cultivators are often like the morning mist over the lake, gathering and dispersing without pattern. He shook his head and called out to Su Bai, "Come on, senior brother Su. Time to patrol the lake." And so the refugee female cultivator departed, and Spirit Moon Lake finally returned to its former tranquility. The lake remained azure, the cranes still danced gracefully as if that interlude had never occurred. 5 days later, the calendar turned to July. The one-year term of Su Bai's assigned duty at Spirit Moon Lake had expired, and it was time to return to the sect for handover. At dawn, Su Bai informed Zhao Shanhe, and Wang Ju then set off alone. When he first came to Spirit Moon Lake, he was only at the 4th layer of Qi, refining his movement technique, still clumsy. A year later, returning to the sect, he had advanced to the 5th layer, his spiritual power much denser. Casting the light body art, wind seemed to gather beneath his feet, his speed increased by nearly 30%. In less than an hour, he arrived at the sect's welcome pavilion. The familiar towering peaks and swirling spiritual energy stirred a wave of emotion within Su Bai. He landed before the pavilion, straightened his robes, verified his identity with the gate-guarding disciples, and smoothly entered the outer courtyard area. In the outer sect steward's hall, Steward Lin was handling affairs for a disciple. Su Bai stood quietly to the side, waiting, taking in the familiar, yet slightly unfamiliar hall. A year had passed, and the furnishings remained unchanged. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, it was Su Bai's turn. "Haven't seen you in a year, kid. Your cultivation has grown fast." Steward Lin looked up and saw Su Bai. He was momentarily startled, then a broad smile spread across his face, his eyes full of approval. 5th layer of Qi refining. Excellent, excellent. Lin didn't misjudge you. He rose from behind the desk, walked around, and patted Su Bai on the shoulder, his joy unmistakable. "It's all thanks to your advice back then, Brother Lin." The task at Spirit Moon Lake was peaceful and rich in spiritual energy, a perfect place for cultivation. Su Bai replied with a smile, giving full credit. Not at all, not at all. It was all arranged properly by the sect. I was just following procedure." Steward Lin waved his hands, repeatedly modest in words, but the smile on his face deepened even further. He was always cautious by nature, and even when inwardly pleased, he never left any leverage in his speech. "So are you renewing the Lingyue Lake mission, or would you like to switch to another one?" Steward Lin placed Su Bai's identity token on the table, looking up with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Su Bai had already made up his mind. Lingyue Lake was serene, abundant in spiritual energy, and with Wang Ju, a skilled cook, as his companion, it was ideal for both cultivation and daily life. More importantly, the lake islet's secluded environment, far from the sect's disputes, was perfect for steadily enhancing his cultivation and familiarizing himself with his newly acquired sword heart enlightenment talent. Please renew my Lingwei Lake mission, Steward Lin, for another year, Su Bai replied without hesitation. Steward Lin nodded, unsurprised by the choice. He took the token, retrieved a special mission seal, and infused it with spiritual energy, pressing it gently onto the token's back. A pale golden runic imprint was etched onto it. Then he took out 3 small Celadone porcelain bottles from the cabinet and pushed them towards Su Bai. The renewal is complete. These are the yellow dragon pills for the coming year, issued in advance. A special privilege for the Lingwei Lake mission, given its remote location, makes travel inconvenient. Steward Lin explained, his tone carrying a note of care. Su Bai accepted the pills solemnly. They were slightly warm to the touch, and the bottles exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. He bowed respectfully. Thank you for your kindness, Steward Lin. Go on, go on. Cultivate diligently, and don't waste this opportunity. Steward Lin waved his hand, a smile on his face. Leaving Steward Lin's office, Su Bai turned and walked to the adjacent door of Steward Su. Steward Su, I've come to claim the accumulated yellow dragon pills from the past year. Su Bai stated his purpose directly upon entering. Steward Su looked up from the ledger, squinting at Su Bai for a moment before realizing, it's you, lad. Chi refining layer 4, 1 yellow dragon pill per month, 12 months a year, that totals. Steward Su, your calculation is wrong. Su Bai gave a faint smile as spiritual energy flowed naturally around him, revealing his Chi refining layer 5 aura. According to my current cultivation at Chi refining layer 5, it should be 2 yellow dragon pills per month, correct? Steward Su was taken aback, then widened his eyes and pointed at Su Bai, scolding with a laugh. You little rascal, you're getting addicted to fleecing us, aren't you? If we're being strict, I doubt you advanced to Chi refining layer 5 immediately after leaving the sect last year. Despite his words, a glint of appreciation flashed in Steward Su's eyes. Having managed the outer sect's monthly allowances for years, he had seen countless disciples. A triple spiritual cultivator like Su Bai advancing so swiftly was indeed rare. Without both talent and diligence, breaking through from Chi refining layer 4 to layer 5 within a year would be nearly impossible. The outer sect inherently offered subtle privileges to gifted disciples, an unspoken rule across all sects. After all, the cultivation world ultimately revered strength, and the exceptionally talented deserved certain prerogatives. Steward Su pondered for a moment, took Su Bai's identity token, and used a special technique to inspect and update the recorded cultivation information. Confirming its accuracy, he shook his head, but still retrieved 2 slightly larger porcelain bottles from the cabinet. 24 yellow dragon pills issued retroactively according to the Chi refining layer 5 monthly allowance. Steward Su pushed the bottles over his face, stern. Don't let this happen again. Report and update your records promptly after future breakthroughs rather than quibbling only when collecting your allowance. Steward Su, you are most wise. Su Bai accepted the pills, cupping his hands in praise with a solemn expression. Get out of here. Steward Su waved his sleeve irritably, but couldn't help the slight upward twitch of his lips. Leaving the outer sect steward's compound, Su Bai didn't rush off, but headed to his own disciple courtyard. After a year away, the courtyard remained with its green tiles and white walls, though the moss in the corners seemed thicker. Pushing open the gate, all was silent. His fellow disciples in the courtyard were absent, either on missions or secluded in cultivation chambers. The path of cultivation was always a relentless grind. Su Bai approached his room. Just as he was about to push the door open, his gaze fell on a small wooden box on the wall beside it, the mailbox assigned to each disciple's quarters. Opening the lid, 3 letters lay inside. The envelopes were of fine paper sealed with simple wax stamps. Su Bai opened and read them one by one. They were all family letters from this Bodhi's mortal relatives. The contents were mundane, greetings, updates on home affairs, and inquiries about his cultivation progress. From the fragments of words, Su Bai could sense a simple, heartfelt concern. Yet he was not the original owner. While he appreciated the familial bond, he found it hard to deeply empathize. After a moment's thought, he put the letters away, deciding not to reply for now. The bond between a cultivator and mortal kin was destined to fade over time, a reality most cultivators had to face. After tidying the room briefly, Su Bai stepped out of the courtyard. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar face approached. Jiang Han. Senior brother Su. Jiang Han looked up, his face lighting up with surprise. A year apart, he seemed more talkative, with a newfound confidence in his brow. His commendable talent in fire element spells had earned him a place in the outer sect, no longer just a grinder as when he first joined. The two sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and chatted. Jiang Han had just finished a month-long gathering mission and planned to rest a few days before taking on a new one. His cultivation was still stuck at Chi refining layer 3. The drawback of his force spirituate was evident. Without pill assistance, breaking through to mid-Chi refining was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Senior brother Su, have you heard? Some intersect elder has proposed an unprecedented outer sect grand tournament this year. Jiang Han lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming. A good ranking could earn top-grade pills, or even catch an intersect elder's eye as a nominal disciple. Will you participate, senior brother Su? Speaking of the tournament, Jiang Han's gaze burned with determination. He aimed to leverage his exceptional fire element talent to shine, winning medicinal pills to bridge the gap in cultivation caused by his spirit root. Oh, an outer sect grand tournament. Su Bei's interest was piqued. The Yuxia sect held inter-sect tournaments annually, but outer sect ones were rare, often only every few years. This was a good opportunity. There are still months until year-end, he'll decide then. Su Bei didn't commit immediately, but his mind was already calculating. Now that he had copied Sword Heart Enlightenment and mastered Qi swords, his combat prowess should be among the best of mid-Qi refining disciples. If the timing was right, he might return to participate, both to test his strength and vie for resources. They chatted a while longer about the recent news of their fellow disciples in the courtyard, who had broken through, who had been injured on a dangerous mission, who had caught a steward's eye with outstanding performance. Finally, Su Bei rose to leave. Before departing, he said to Jiang Han, "May junior brother Jiang break through to mid-Qi refining after this rest." Jiang Han cupped his hands solemnly. "I hope your words come true, senior brother Su." Over an hour later, Su Bei had returned to Lingwei Lake. As soon as he stepped onto the lake islet, Wang Ju greeted him, holding a plate of fragrant grilled fish. "You must be weary from the journey. Here, have some grilled fish and a cup of spirit tea to unwind." Wang Ju grinned, pointing to the freshly brewed spirit tea on the stone table. "This is a new roasting method I came up with using some local lakeside herbs. It's guaranteed to be delicious." Su Bei didn't stand on ceremony. He took the fish and bit into it. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender within, carrying a refreshing herbal aroma that surpassed the usual preparation. He sipped the warm spirit tea, which soothed the fatigue from the journey. A lake breeze brushed by cranes sang softly, and life at Lingwei Lake returned to its familiar rhythm. Time in cultivation passed unnoticed, and the mountains knew no seasons. In the blink of an eye, it was November. In late autumn, the forests around Lingwei Lake were dyed in shades of deep gold and russet. The autumn wind was biting, and the lake's ripples were denser than usual. Immortal would need thick clothing by now. Even cultivators without circulating protective qi could feel a chill seeping into their bones. That day, Su Bei and Wang Ju conducted their routine patrol of the lake. Su Bei cast water escape, his form transforming into a faint blue watery light as he darted through the lake bed. The lake water was icy, its chill penetrating through his protective qi, forcing him to divert some spiritual energy to maintain body warmth. The underwater world felt particularly desolate in autumn. Fewer fish swam by, and the water plants were turning yellow. After about half an hour, the patrol was complete. They returned to the islet where Wang Ju deftly lit a fire to brew tea. A steaming pot of Lingwei tea was soon ready, its fragrance mingling with the mist, irresistibly inviting in the autumn chill. Just then, a sound of tearing air came from the horizon, shattering the tranquility over Lingwei Lake. Su Bei looked up to see a streak of light speeding from the south at tremendous velocity. In mere moments, the light reached the islet's sky and descended slowly. The newcomer wore the black inner disciple robes of Yuxia sect, appearing about 27 or 28 with a handsome face, but a hint of aloofness in his brow. He stood on a fan-shaped spiritual artifact, clearly a high-quality magical instrument. Most striking was his spiritual energy fluctuation, fully at Qi refining layer 8, with a solid aura, not a novice at this level. Zhao Shanhe emerged from the thatched hut to greet him. "You've arrived." The inner disciple wore a faint, ambiguous smile, nodded, and put away his fan artifact. "Senior brother Zhao, I've kept you waiting. I've come to take over the mission." It turned out that Zhao Shanhe needed to return to the sect to prepare for the upcoming inter-sect grand tournament, so he had ended his Lingwei Lake posting early. This man was the inner disciple replacing him. Zhao Shanhe gestured toward Su Bei and Wang Ju. Su Bei and Wang Ju, both elite outer sect disciples at Qi refining layer 5, reliable and trustworthy. Daily lake patrols and routine affairs are mostly handled by them. He paused, then added, "With them around, the situations requiring your personal intervention in a year are few and far between, saving you considerable effort." The inner disciple's gaze swept over Su Bei and Wang Ju. He gave a slight nod and cupped his hands. "That's excellent. I appreciate your efforts, junior brothers." Though his tone was polite, his scrutinizing look made Su Bei inwardly cautious. This man seemed easygoing but carried a high air. Zhao Shanhe then pointed to the inner disciple and introduced him to Su Bei and Wang Ju. "This is senior brother by Dao Yuan of the inner sect at Qi refining layer 8. He excels in water element spells and is formidable in combat. Even I might not be his match. You must show him respect and consult him on matters." Bai Dao Yuan waved his hand, repeatedly laughing. "Senior brother Zhao flatters me. Everyone knows your swordsmanship is extraordinary. In a real fight, the outcome would be uncertain." They exchanged a few more pleasantries, polite, yet with an undercurrent of rivalry. Finally, Zhao Shanhe bid a solemn farewell to Su Bei, and Wang Ju then rose on his sword, transforming into a streak of cyan light, speeding toward Yuxia sect's mountain gate. He was determined to win this year's inter-sect tournament, his mind already consumed by preparations. After Zhao Shanhe left, Bai Daoyuan walked to the stone table, helped himself to a clean cup, and poured some spirit tea. He took a sip and nodded. This is the Lingwei tea unique to the lake, isn't it? The liquor is clear, infused with the lake's aqueous qi. Not bad. Finishing the cup, he turned to Wang Ju, his tone casual, but brooking no refusal. Junior brother Wang, is it? Be a good fellow, and brew a pot of tea for my room. I'm new here, and need to familiarize myself with the surroundings, so I won't stay outside. Though he said be a good fellow, the condescending tone was unmistakable. Wang Ju shot Su Bai a look, clearly communicating, see, we've got a difficult intersect, senior brother. Su Bai nodded slightly, his expression calm. He raised his cup, took a light sip, and gazed at the lake. The autumn sun was slowly sinking behind the distant mountains, painting the water in a tapestry of gold and crimson. Life at Lingwei Lake seemed destined for new changes. I can't stand this overbearing fellow. At the edge of a pine forest near the lake outside the Spirit Moon Lake's warning formation, Wang Ju and Su Bai were patrolling the area. Taking advantage of being out of Bai Daoyuan's sight, they paused to rest and chat. Wang Ju complained bluntly, his target clearly being the newly arrived intersect senior brother Bai Daoyuan. Today marked exactly 1 month since Zhao Shanhe left, and Bai Daoyuan arrived at Spirit Moon Lake. The season had deepened into winter, now December, and thin ice had formed along the lake's edge, glinting coldly in the sunlight. During this month, Bai Daoyuan, as the chief disciple overseeing Spirit Moon Lake, had drastically revised the daily routines that Zhao Shanhe had previously established. What was once a simple morning and evening patrol of the lake area had now become 3 patrols, morning, noon, and evening, each requiring detailed records of the lake's spiritual energy fluctuation, signs of beast activity, and the status of formation nodes. Additionally, a patrol report was required daily and an overall account of the lake area every 3 days. These new tasks had made life difficult for Su Bai and Wang Ju. The increased patrol time was tolerable, but the tedious record-keeping and reporting were truly draining. Bai Daoyuan's explanation was sect tasks must be carried out with rigor and meticulousness. One cannot be perfunctory. Yet anyone could see that this was partly a display of authority from a new appointee. Senior brother Bai is indeed a bit too rigid. Leaning against a pine trunk, Su Bai gazed at the cold birds skimming over the distant lake, his brow slightly furrowed. For a good external task, besides the tranquility and benefits it offered, the companions one had to work with were also a crucial factor. Previously working with Zhao Shanhe and Wang Ju, though each had their own personality, they respected each other and got along well. Now Bai Daoyuan's arrival had clearly diminished the comfort level of the Spirit Moon Lake task. What worried Su Bai more was that in a few days he planned to request leave to return to the Outer Sect for the upcoming Outer Sect Grand Competition. Given Bai Daoyuan's conduct over the past month, it was hard to say whether he would approve the leave. Over the past month, Su Bai had fully refined all the yellow dragon pills he had received. His cultivation base had steadily advanced toward the 6th layer of qi refinement. His control over sword qi had also become more proficient. Though he could not yet wield it with the effortless grace of Su Duanqiu, he could now release sword qi at the mere thought. Su Bai was confident he could achieve a good ranking in the Outer Sect Grand Competition and obtain elixir rewards. If Bai Daoyuan refused his leave, missing out on these resources would be a great pity. From his observations over the past month, although Bai Daoyuan was only at the 8th layer of qi refinement, his demeanor and speech bore a striking resemblance to those intersect elders who were over 100 years old and fond of flaunting their seniority. Wang Ju had learned from certain special channels that Bai Daoyuan had a foundation establishment elder in his family, an intersect elder who valued seniority and hierarchy. Having grown up under that elder's tutelage, Bai Daoyuan had naturally absorbed this kind of bearing. This was not to say that his character was evil. In fact, although Bai Daoyuan was strict in his actions, they all fell within the sect's regulations with no deliberate harassment or withholding of benefits. However, the naturally exuded air of a superior and his constant talk of following the rules and do not overstep boundaries made him truly hard to get close to. Rigid is an understatement. Wang Ju kicked a stone by his foot, fuming. All day long he puts on airs of a veteran, always going on about in my day and sect rules. Hey, I've checked. He's only of triple spiritual root aptitude. Without the resources and pills from that foundation establishment elder, his cultivation speed might not even match yours, junior brother Su. He paused, looked at Su Bai, and spoke with a serious expression. Junior brother Su, I've decided not to renew my contract after this task period ends. I can't stand this, Bai Daoyuan. This was not said in anger. Although Bai Daoyuan did enjoy the grilled spirit fish and stewed beast meat Wang Ju prepared, praising his good cooking, he also strictly enforced sect rules forbidding station disciples from privately leaving their posts to visit cultivation market towns during long-term tasks. His reasoning was, during sect tasks one must devote full attention to duty and not be distracted by other matters. For Wang Ju, this greatly diminished the appeal of staying at Spirit Moon Lake. Aside from the peace and benefits, a major reason he had chosen this task was the chance to occasionally visit nearby market towns during patrols to sell homemade spirit food, buy specialty ingredients, earn some extra money, and enrich his cultivation life. With that avenue blocked, Spirit Moon Lake now offered him nothing but tedious patrols and cultivation. Hearing this, Su Bai sighed softly. What a pity. He'll never get to taste your delicious cooking again, Senior Brother Wang. You little rascal, always thinking about food. Wang Ju laughed and cursed, then patted Su Bai on the shoulder and said seriously, if you ever get any good ingredients or crave something, just send me a message through the Jade Talisman. As long as I'm in the market town, I'll get it for you. The two chatted a while longer by the forest, and when they judged the time was right, they used the water escape art to return to the island in the lake's heart. Wang Ju was serious. In mid-December, on a chilly morning, he found Bai Dayuan, who was practicing water techniques in the open space in front of the house, and formally announced that he would be leaving today and not renewing his contract. The news had already been sent back to the sect's External Affairs Hall through his identity Jade Talisman. Bai Dayuan merely nodded slightly at the announcement, not even turning his gaze. Since you've decided, proceed with the handover according to the procedures. His tone was flat, as if Wang Ju's departure was a trivial matter. Spirit Moon Lake was not far from the Yuxiao sect's main gate. Su Bei's habit of taking 7 days to return was unusual. The sect was quite efficient after receiving the message. Within just 2 hours, a figure appeared outside the lake's shore warning formation, the new outer sect disciple arriving for the handover. Just as cautious as Su Bai had been when he first arrived, the disciple triggered the warning formation and then waited quietly on the shore, not attempting to cross the lake rashly. Su Bai and Wang Ju exchanged a glance and used the water escape art to rush to the shore. The lake water was bitingly cold, and even with spiritual energy protecting their bodies, they could feel the winter chill. Stepping onto the shore, they saw a young disciple in an outer sect blue robe, standing quietly waiting. Seeing Su Bai and Wang Ju emerge from the lake, the disciple quickly cupped his hands. Greetings, senior brothers. I am Yang Sheng, here today to take over the Spirit Moon Lake task. He was about 17 or 18, his face still bearing some youthful greenness, but his demeanor was proper, clearly well taught. Wang Ju smiled. That was fast. Come with us. He'll take you to meet the senior brother currently in charge of Spirit Moon Lake. The three of them used the water escape art to return to the island in the lake's heart. As they stepped onto the island and Yang Sheng was still looking around, Bai Dayuan walked slowly out of the thatched cottage. His hair bun was meticulously combed, and his gaze fell upon Yang Sheng with an appraising look. You are the outer sect disciple coming for the handover. Su Bai quietly transmitted a message to Yang Sheng, briefly introducing Bai Dayuan's identity and temperament. Yang Sheng understood, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully. Disciple Yang Sheng here for the handover. Greetings, senior brother Bai. Bai Dayuan nodded slightly, but did not immediately take Yang Sheng's identity Jade Talisman. Instead, he said calmly, since you are to guard Spirit Moon Lake, you must have the ability to protect yourself and perform your duties. Show me the 3 first-grade mid-rank spells you have mastered. The request was somewhat unexpected, but also reasonable. Yang Sheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He stepped back 2 paces, formed hand seals with both hands, and chanted an incantation softly. Fireball art. A fist-sized ball of crimson flame condensed out of thin air, leaping and burning above his palm. Though not as intense and dazzling as Jiang Han's, it was stable and solid, clearly the result of hard work. Dispelling the fireball, Yang Sheng changed his hand seals again, and a pale blue water shield materialized before him, its rippling surface showing complete defensive integrity. Together with the water escape art he had demonstrated while crossing the lake, that made 3 first-grade mid-rank spells, all meeting the required standard. Only then did Bai Dayuan take the identity Jade Talisman Yang Sheng offered, verify it with a special technique, and not acceptable. The handover is complete. He turned to Wang Ju, his tone still flat. You may go now, junior brother Wang. Excellent. Wang Ju grinned broadly, then cupped his hands to Su Bai. See you in the outer sect, junior brother Su. We'll meet again if fate allows. He nodded to Yang Sheng as well. Junior brother Yang, the hard work is yours from now on. Spirit Moon Lake has a fine winter landscape, but it's a bit cold. Make sure to have plenty of warm clothes. With that, he activated the water escape art, his form turning into a streak of watery light as he sped toward the shore, soon disappearing into the vast snowy landscape without casting another glance at Bai Dayuan from start to finish. Bai Dayuan's expression darkened for a brief moment, but quickly returned to normal as if nothing had happened. He turned to Su Bai. Su Bai, for the next few days you will guide Yang Sheng in familiarizing himself with the daily patrol routes of the lake area, the locations of formation nodes, recording standards, and such matters. Be thorough and leave no omissions. Yes. Su Bai acknowledged. Seizing this opportunity, he also asked, Senior Brother Bai, in a few days the outer sect will hold the grand competition for outer disciples. I would like to return to the mountain gate to register and participate. I only need 2 days of leave. May I? Bai Dayuan listened, and almost without thinking shook his head. During a long-term sect task, one must devote full attention to duty and not be distracted. Although the Outer Sect Grand Competition is a fine opportunity, you have responsibilities here at Spirit Moon Lake and cannot leave lightly. Be at ease and remain stationed here. For this competition, you will have to forego participation. His tone was gentle but brooked no argument. Subai smiled bitterly, inwardly knowing that further argument would be futile and might only invite more reprimands. So he simply cupped his hands. Disciple understands. Bai Daoyuan seemed quite satisfied with Su Bei's compliance, nodded, turned, and went back into the thatched cottage to continue his quiet cultivation. Once he was inside, Yang Sheng let out a soft sigh of relief and lowered his voice to Su Bai. Senior brother Su, this senior brother Bai seems quite stern. Su Bai patted him on the shoulder. You'll get used to it. Come, let me first show you the patrol route. The two walked slowly along the lakeshore with Su Bai pointing out various locations that required attention, the maintenance essentials for the formation nodes, and the method for using the recording jade slips. Through their conversation, Su Bai learned a bit about Yang Sheng's background. It turned out that Yang Sheng was also from a notable family. He had a 4-spiritude aptitude and had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement by the age of 18. Besides his own efforts, this was largely due to the resource support from his cultivation family. The Yang family he belonged to was a well-established cultivation clan with an ancestral elder at the early foundation establishment stage, making them significantly more powerful than the Su family Su Duanqiu had come from. As the direct eldest grandson of the Yang family's foundation establishment, ancestor Yang Sheng was sent to the Yuxiao sect with great expectations from his family, both to forge a better future for himself and to expand the family's network and build relationships within the sect. Therefore, in addition to the sect's benefits, Yang Sheng received monthly deliveries of cultivation resources from his family, making his conditions far more comfortable than those of ordinary outer disciples. Yang Sheng frankly admitted that besides improving his own cultivation, another important goal in coming to the Yuxiao sect was to befriend outstanding fellow disciples and pave the way for the Yang family's future. In their conversation, he showed considerable respect for Su Bai. He had learned from Wang Ju that Su Bai, with only triple spiritual root aptitude, had advanced from the 4th to the 5th layer of Qi refinement within a year, a talent and diligence worthy of befriending. Thus, the plan to participate in the Outer Sect Grand Competition fell through. To be honest, Su Bai was not in a good mood. But he also understood that arguing with Bai Daoyuan would be pointless and might only make his subsequent situation more difficult. In the following days, Su Bai patiently taught Yang Sheng the various daily affairs of Spirit Moon Lake. Yang Sheng was quick-witted and diligent, soon becoming familiar with the procedures, and his patrol records were done properly. As winter deepened, a heavy snow fell silently. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers drifted down, and overnight the area around Spirit Moon Lake was blanketed in a thick layer of silver. Pine branches were laden with snow, the lakeshore was covered in white, and the world was a pristine, pure expanse. Most of the lake surface had not yet frozen over, but the ice at the edges had expanded to several zhang wide, covered with fresh snow, creating a stark contrast with the deep green of the water. One afternoon, Su Bai led Yang Sheng to complete a patrol beneath the lake, breaking through the ice at a spot on the shore. Moving through the icy lake in the dead of winter, even with spiritual energy protecting their bodies, the cold pierced into their bones like fine needles. The two leaped onto the shore, shook off the ice crystals clinging to them, and decided to rest briefly on land, circulating their techniques to dispel the chill before returning to the island in the lake's heart. Just then, two figures approached from afar through the snow. They wore purple robes and black gauze hoods that covered their heads. Small wind chimes hung from the brims of the hoods, tinkling crisply as they clashed together in the cold wind. Su Bei's heart sank. The two purple-robed figures before him were oddly attired, far from ordinary cultivators. More unsettling was the fact that their auras were completely concealed, revealing nothing of their cultivation depth. Such deliberate concealment of their cultivation realm exuded an indescribable strangeness. The snowfall grew heavier, with snowflakes like goose feathers dancing between them. The wind chimes hanging from the bamboo hat of the purple-robed figure tinkled softly in the cold wind, producing a crisp yet monotonous sound that was strikingly abrupt in the silent, snowy wilderness. If he couldn't win, he'd call for reinforcements. Following protocol, Su Bai first sent a distress message to Bai Daoyuan using a jade talisman. Having done this, Su Bai stepped forward, shielding Yang Sheng, and declared in a loud voice, "This is the Spirit Moon Lake resource point of the Yuxiao sect. Unauthorized persons leave immediately." His voice echoed through the wind and snow, carrying deliberately amplified spiritual energy fluctuations, both a warning and a stalling tactic. Yang Sheng's face was pale, clearly sensing the ominous atmosphere. He quietly retreated half a step, clutching a defensive talisman granted by his clan, his knuckles whitening from the grip. Yet the two purple-robed figures seemed not to hear Su Bei's warning or see their guarded postures. The slightly taller one, who appeared to be the leader, tilted his head slightly and spoke to his companion in a hoarse, low male voice, his tone as casual as if chatting. "Which one is the person you mentioned whose talent is only slightly inferior to yours?" The question came out of nowhere, but it made Su Bei's heart tighten. The other purple-robed figure lagged half a step behind, maintaining a respectful demeanor. She turned her bamboo hat slightly, and beneath the black veil a gaze seemed to sweep over Su Bai and Yang Sheng. Then extending a hand clad in a purple velvet glove, she pointed accurately at Su Bai. Him. Just a single word deliberately lowered in tone, yet it made Su Bai's mind buzz. This voice. Had he heard it somewhere before? Though it was only a brief syllable, the intonation and the aura evoked a faint, elusive sense of familiarity. Su Bai strained his memory, but it was like looking at flowers through a mist. He couldn't grasp the key. Before he could ponder further, the leading male purple-robed figure extended a hand towards Su Bai. It was a slender, pale hand, its skin almost translucent against the black robe. Most bizarrely, the nails on all 10 fingers were painted with an ink-black lacquer glinting with a dark luster in the snowlight. Though Su Bai didn't know the man's intent, his sword heart clarity instinct warned him of a deadly threat. He didn't hesitate. With a flick of his right hand, a Dharma sword appeared in his grasp. The blade trembled slightly, and his sword heart clarity talent sharpened his perception of sword aura to its utmost. He could sense something formless coalescing in the air. Sword prison, the male purple-robed figure murmured, his lips barely moving, uttering 2 words. Simultaneously, his black-nailed right hand formed an exceedingly simple seal in the air. The next moment, a soft shush sound surrounded Su Bai. Not just one, but a full 18 pale golden sword auras materialized out of thin air. These auras were not straight. They curved and writhed like spirit serpents, intertwining and linking instantly to form a spherical cage, trapping Su Bai firmly at its center. The gaps between the sword auras were only half a foot wide. Su Bai could even feel the sharp chill radiating from their edges, pressing against his robes. Without even using a sword, how can he condense sword auras out of thin air from dozens of meters away? Su Bai was horrified. This completely exceeded his understanding of sword aura manipulation. Ordinary sword cultivators required a Dharma sword as a medium for sword auras, which would dissipate rapidly after leaving the blade. But this man could condense chi into swords from nothing and control them at will. This was beyond the capability of chi refining or even ordinary early foundation establishment cultivators. He dared not move now. The cage of sword auras was too close. Su Bai could clearly perceive the terrifying power within them. They were not on the level of chi refining sword auras. Each one was condensed to solidity with sharpness concealed within. He had no doubt that the slightest movement would result in his flesh being sliced away by the auras. Gritting his teeth, Su Bai formed a hand seal with his left hand, attempting to cast a fireball technique. But as his spiritual energy surged from his dantian and traveled halfway through his meridians, it collided with an invisible wall and abruptly dispersed. This sword aura cage even had the effect of obstructing and disrupting spiritual energy flow. This is no spell or divine ability that a chi-refining cultivator can master. A cold sweat broke out on Su Bai's forehead. Could this man be a foundation establishment cultivator? Or even higher? Tingling. Tingling. The wind chime sound was now close at hand. Su Bai looked up abruptly to find the male purple-robed figure standing before him, having arrived silently. There were no new footprints in the snow, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Beneath the black veil of his bamboo hat, a gaze seemed to scrutinize Su Bai with interest. On the other side, Yang Sheng had already collapsed in terror, his talisman dropped in the snow unnoticed. His lips trembled, his face pale as paper. This was not entirely due to cowardice, but more the instinctive fear of a low-level cultivator facing high-level pressure. Senior Y Trouble, a mere junior at the chi refining stage. At this critical moment of life and death, Su Bai instead calmed down. He sheathed his Dharma sword, hands hanging at his sides, and asked in a steady voice. Trouble? Heh. The male purple-robed figure let out an ambiguous low laugh. He paced slowly around the sword prison, his black nails tracing eerie arcs of light in the snow. Finally, he stopped behind Su Bai. That black-nailed hand reached through the gaps of the sword aura cage and gently pressed against Su Bai's back. Su Bai's entire body stiffened. He could feel a cold yet pliable stream of spiritual energy seeping into his body through the man's fingertips, probing like a venomous serpent. He instinctively circulated his own spiritual energy to conceal his spiritual root aptitude, a reflexive response to being probed. But the foreign energy was too powerful. Su Bai's resistance was futile. He could clearly sense his spiritual root information being forcibly read, as if invisible eyes were piercing through flesh and blood to observe the very foundation of his cultivation. After a moment, the male purple-robed figure withdrew his hand. What a pity, a dual spiritual root. His tone carried obvious disappointment as he spoke to the distant female purple-robed figure. Wouldn't superior spiritual root aptitude be better? The female purple-robed figure remained in place, her voice still lowered, but her question was clear. For ordinary sex indeed. The male purple-robed figure turned his black-veiled bamboo hat facing his companion. But our celestial palace is different. Without inferior spiritual roots to block the path of immortality, without innate limitations forcing one to be content. Such cultivators will inevitably grow timid and retreat in the endless struggles against the heavenly Dao and the plundering of all things in the world. His voice was calm, yet carried a bone-deep obsession for us. His talent is too good, making him unworthy to join. To enter our celestial palace, one must at least have a triple or quadruple spiritual root, those condemned to death by the heavenly Dao yet determined to defy heaven. Su Bei's heart chilled. Celestial palace. Struggle against the heavenly Dao. Plunder all things. These words combined exuded an indescribable evil and arrogance. The male purple-robed figure seemed to lose interest and turned to leave. But the female figure spoke again, her voice low, yet carrying a rare note of pleading. He has a special connection with your disciple. I beg the envoy to spare him. Silence reigned in the wind and snow for 3 breaths. Fine. The male purple-robed figure finally replied. He didn't even turn back, merely raising his right hand and casually snapping his fingers. Snap. At the crisp sound, the 18 sword auras imprisoning Su Bei simultaneously dispersed, dissolving into specks of golden light in the wind and snow. The next moment, the 2 purple-robed figures faded like smoke and mist, gradually vanishing in place, as if they had never existed. The instant the sword prison dissipated, Su Bei's legs gave way, and he involuntarily knelt in the snow. The spiritual energy in his body was chaotically disrupted by the sword prison's power, his meridians aching. It would take considerable time to regulate and recover. He gasped heavily, the cold air filling his lungs, yet it couldn't suppress the cold sweat trickling down his back. Too dangerous. That feeling of his life being completely at another's mercy, of life and death hinging on a single thought. He never wanted to experience it again. About half an hour later, a streak of light shot from the direction of Lake Heart Island, landing beside Su Bei. A fan-shaped spiritual artifact retracted, and Bai Dayuan's figure appeared in the snow. He looked at Su Bei, who was kneeling and regulating his breath, and Yang Sheng, who was limp nearby, his brow furrowing deeply. What did you encounter? Su Bei slowly raised his head to look at Bai Dayuan. He tried to discern something from the inner disciple's expression. Had he truly just arrived after the incident, or had he known all along, but been too afraid to show himself? But Bai Dayuan's expression was normal, only showing vigilance at an unexpected situation with no further anomalies. Yang Sheng finally struggled to his feet and briefly described what had happened. The sudden appearance of the purple-robed figures, the sword prison trapping them, the spiritual root probing, and the strange conversation, omitting some details. His voice still trembled, clearly not yet recovered from the fear. Attacking a Yuxia sect disciple at a Yuxia sect resource point. Bai Dayuan's expression darkened. So arrogant, utterly heinous. He seized on the key information from their words. They intend to head to the Yuxia sect mountain gate next. Su Bei and Yang Sheng both nodded in confirmation. Bai Dayuan didn't dare delay. He immediately took out his identity jade talisman, formed hand seals with his right hand, and traced communication runes on its surface with spiritual energy. As he pressed his final finger down, several faint lights rose from the jade talisman, transforming into streaks of light that shot toward the Yuxia sect mountain gate. The location was only 100 li from the sect, so the success rate of this urgent communication talisman was extremely high. For greater distances, a more complex communication array would be needed. Having done this, Bai Dayuan began to carefully examine the traces left at the scene. These 2 purple-robed figures have unfathomable cultivation. He finally concluded, looking at Su Bei and Yang Sheng. You 2 should return to Lake Heart Island to rest for a few days. I will personally handle the patrols for now. This statement took Su Bei slightly by surprise. Though Bai Dayuan was known to be rigid and difficult to get along with, his loyalty and sense of responsibility to the Yuxia sect were sufficient. It seemed he had likely just arrived and not avoided the battle out of fear. But then again, given the techniques displayed by the purple-robed figure, even if Bai Dayuan had been present, it probably wouldn't have changed the outcome. Thank you, senior brother Bai. Su Bei cupped his hands. Bai Dayuan waved dismissively, his gaze still warily scanning the snowy wilderness. Return to Lake Heart Island quickly and activate the defensive array. Do not leave the island easily until the sect replies. During the days Su Bei spent recuperating on Lake Heart Island, the outer disciple grand competition he had missed finally began at the Yuxia sect's mountain gate. Through flying messages via his identity jade talisman with fellow disciples within the sect, Su Bei intermittently learned of the competition's progress. Most outer disciples were at the early to mid-chi refining stage with limited mastery of spells. A spell like the fireball technique, a first-rank mid-grade attack spell, was already considered a combat asset. Jiang Han also participated in the competition. Relying on his exceptional fire attribute talent and diligent cultivation, he had advanced to the 4th level of chi refining, and the power of his fireball technique far surpassed that of his peers. In the early rounds, he won consecutive victories, his fireballs roaring as he defeated several opponents, earning considerable face for Courtyard 32. When the news reached the courtyard, several familiar fellow disciples cheered for him. Su Bei could also sense Jiang Han's high spirits from the messages. But the good times didn't last. As the competition deepened, Jiang Han encountered disciples who had reached the 5th or even nearing the 6th level of qi refining. The gap in cultivation level couldn't be bridged by spell talent alone. After several grueling battles, Jiang Han was ultimately defeated. In the end, he stopped at 4th place, just one step away from the top 3 who received spirit pill rewards. What a pity. After reading the flying message sent by senior brother Zhou Chang in the Jade Talisman, Su Bai felt regret for Jiang Han's sake. Being just one step away from the top 3, this feeling must be hard to bear. After pondering for a moment, Su Bai took out his Jade Talisman and composed a message to Jiang Han's imprint. His words carried both comfort and encouragement. The path of immortal cultivation is long. A single failure means nothing. He gathered his spiritual energy and sent the message using a transmission spell. A faint, almost imperceptible glow shimmered on the Jade Talisman's surface. An invisible wave shot into the sky, then streaked swiftly toward the gates of Yuxia sect. Senior brother Su, it's time for patrol. Yang Sheng's voice came from outside the hut, tinged with caution. 3 days had passed since the eerie incident with the purple-robed figures. Bai Daoyuan remained convinced that the 2 purple-robed figures had come for Spirit Moon Lake. Thus, he still personally patrolled the area several times daily, maintaining the highest vigilance. After Su Bai recovered from his injuries, the patrol duty was changed to groups of 3. Su Bai had his own suspicions about the 2 purple-robed figures, especially the familiarity of the female voice. But he ultimately chose silence. First, there was no solid evidence. Second, their strength was too terrifying. Speaking recklessly might invite disaster. The sect also takes this matter quite seriously. During the patrol, Bai Daoyuan spoke with a grave expression. In a few days, disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall will be sent to thoroughly investigate the matter of the purple-robed figures. Law Enforcement Hall. Su Bai's heart stirred. The Law Enforcement Hall was the executor of Yuxia sect's rules, monitoring disciples' conduct internally and purging evil cultivators externally. Led by the inner sect law enforcement elder, the hall's disciples were all elites among their peers, formidable in combat and resolute in action. Yet for a sect as large as Yuxia sect, the law enforcement disciples were usually swamped with duties. Being able to dispatch them so quickly to a remote resource point like Spirit Moon Lake to investigate the danger was clearly the result of Bai Daoyuan pulling strings. His foundation establishment elder relative must have some influence in the law enforcement hall. Having the law enforcement disciples come was naturally a good thing. But honestly, Su Bai didn't want to get entangled in such complicated affairs. If not for the sect's strict rules prohibiting disciples from arbitrarily terminating long-term assignments, he would have already ended his posting at Spirit Moon Lake. These conflicts involving high-level cultivators were far beyond the involvement of a mere qi-refining 5th-layer cultivator like him. Yet things rarely go as one wishes. As the 3 patrolled an open snowy plain on the eastern shore of the lake, 3 figures streaked toward them from the direction of Yuxia sect. Su Bai's pupils constricted sharply. Among the 3 figures, 2 wore deep purple robes and black gauze veils. Exactly the pair of purple-robed figures from 3 days ago. The 3rd person, however, wore the green robe of an Yuxia sect outer disciple. They were still too far away to make out the face, but a foreboding feeling surged in Su Bai's heart. He nearly called out, immediately urging Bai Daoyuan to avoid confrontation. The opponent's strength was unfathomable, and a heating clash would be unwise. But Bai Daoyuan clearly thought otherwise. Who dares approach an Yuxia sect resource point without authorization? Halt immediately. He stepped forward, summoning a fan-shaped artifact to hover before him. His spiritual energy surged, and his voice echoed across the snowy plain. That Yuxia sect outer disciple, are you under duress? Unexpectedly, the 3 figures actually stopped. When the distance closed to 100 zhang, Su Bai finally made out the outer disciple's face, delicate yet stubborn, with a familiar obstinacy in his brows and eyes. It was Jiang Han. Jiang Han clearly recognized Su Bai as well. His face was pale, his lips tightly pressed together, his eyes swirling with complex, indescribable emotions. There was fear, struggle, and even a hint of shame. He looked at Su Bai, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. The 2 senior brothers who had once trained side by side in the same courtyard now stood in silent confrontation on the snowy plain. The cold wind whipped up snowflakes, swirling between them. Su Bai vaguely guessed what was happening. Jiang Han's exceptional fire tribute talent, his own 4 phases spiritual root, and the words the purple-robed figure had spoken when probing his spiritual root earlier. But this was clearly not the time or place to ask. Sword 3, another old acquaintance of yours. The male purple-robed figure's raspy voice rang out, tinged with mockery. Then handle it yourself. Yuxia sect will probably catch on soon, so we need to speed things up. He paused, then turned to the female purple-robed figure. They'll take Genius Jiang away first. Finish this quickly. The female purple-robed figure gave a slight nod. Her veiled hat turned slightly, as if she was looking at Bai Daoyuan and Su Bai. With a flick of her right hand, a pure white high-grade spirit sword, its blade faintly etched with icy patterns, appeared in her grasp. Even before the sword was drawn, a chilling aura spread through the air. The other male, purple-robed figure grabbed Jiang Han by the shoulder. His form suddenly accelerated, turning into a streak of purple-black light that shot toward the northern horizon, vanishing into the vast wind and snow in an instant. "Stop! Release my Yuxia sect disciple!" Bai Daoyuan roared in fury, urging his fan-shaped artifact to pursue. But the female purple-robed figure had already blocked his path. She didn't even draw her sword. With her left hand, she formed an extremely simple sword seal, and with her right, she pointed the sheathed sword into the air. The sword's cry was clear, but not singular. It was layered as if 1,000 swords were vibrating at once. With the sword's cry, countless pale blue crystalline sword auras surged from the sheath, sweeping toward Bai Daoyuan like a raging tide. Each sword aura was condensed as solid as substance, weaving into an impenetrable net in the air. Where they passed, the air froze, snowflakes halted, and even the light seemed to be shattered into fragments. Bai Daoyuan's face changed drastically. He hurriedly urged the fan-shaped artifact to shield himself. The artifact blazed with spiritual light, expanding into a shield of energy over a zhang in diameter, its surface rippling like water. Clearly a water-attribute defensive artifact of considerable quality. Yet before the crystalline sword tied, this shield was as fragile as paper. Puff, puff, puff. The sword auras struck the shield not with a crash, but with a dense staccato sound like raindrops pelting banana leaves. The pale blue sword auras visibly eroded and pierced through the shield. The watery ripples on its surface dimmed rapidly, and cracks spread across it. In just 3 breaths, the fan-shaped artifact's spiritual light completely collapsed. It fell to the snow with a thud, its surface covered in fine cracks, its spiritual nature severely damaged. Bai Daoyuan was struck as if by a heavy blow. He let out a muffled groan, blood gushing from his mouth. His body staggered back several steps before he finally fell weakly to his knees in the snow. His face was ashen, his aura feeble. In a single strike, not only was his artifact destroyed, but his dantian and meridians were also shaken, his spiritual energy nearly exhausted. Yang Sheng, witnessing Bai Daoyuan's crushing defeat, completely lost his nerve. He screamed, and without a second thought turned and fled, scrambling and crawling toward the distant forest, utterly abandoning Su Bai and Bai Daoyuan. That bastard. Su Bai couldn't help cursing inwardly. Fleeing alone in a crisis was only human, but abandoning one's comrades so decisively was still chilling. The female purple-robed figure seemed unconcerned about Yang Sheng's escape. She walked slowly toward Bai Daoyuan, who was on his knees gasping for breath. She raised the sheathed sword in her hand, its tip aimed at Bai Daoyuan's brow. Bai Daoyuan struggled to stand, but his meridians were damaged and his spiritual energy in disarray. He couldn't even form the simplest hand seal. He looked up at the sword, drawing closer, and a flicker of despair finally appeared in his eyes. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce his forehead, Su Bai suddenly shouted, "Su Duanqiu, is that you?" His voice echoed across the snowy plain, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. The female purple-robed figure's movement abruptly stopped. The tip of the pure white spirit sword hovered 3 inches from Bai Daoyuan's brow. The chill emanating from the blade formed a thin layer of frost on Bai Daoyuan's forehead. He could feel that his life now hung entirely on her whim. Even the wind and snow seemed to freeze in that moment. After a long pause, the female purple-robed figure let out a soft sigh. "You recognize me after all." She no longer deliberately lowered her voice, returning to the cool, clear tone Su Bai remembered. Though her face was still hidden behind the black gauze veil, the unique cadence and rhythm of her breathing confirmed it without a doubt. A weight lifted from Su Bai's heart, only to be replaced by a surge of even more complex emotions. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice steady. "How did you become so strong in just a few months?" He clearly remembered that Su Duanqiu had only been at Qi refining 6th layer when she left with a 4 phases spiritual root. But now the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from her had clearly reached the late Qi refining stage. Even more terrifying was her control over sword auras. That effortless tide-like condensation of energy far surpassed the scope of an ordinary Qi refining sword cultivator. Su Duanqiu was silent for a moment. Her veiled hat turned slightly, as if looking toward the north, the direction the male purple-robed figure had taken Jiang Han. "Because I found my Dao." She spoke slowly, her voice calm, but laced with an indescribable conviction, even fervor. Such an edgy statement left Su Bai momentarily unsure how to respond. Immortal cultivators sought the great Dao, but the word Dao was profoundly mysterious. Many golden core cultivators spent their entire lives without truly understanding it. Yet Su Duanqiu, only at the Qi refining stage, dared to claim she had found her Dao. "Do you really have to strike?" Su Bai brought the conversation back to the present, his gaze falling on Bai Daoyuan's pale face. Su Duanqiu's sword still hung in the air. The Immortal Palace operates on the principle of killing first and seizing later without asking for reasons. Her voice turned cold, utterly devoid of emotion. "He saw our movements, heard our conversation, and knows Jiang Han was taken. Leaving him alive is a liability." The moment she finished speaking, the sword tip thrust forward gently. The faint sound of penetration was eerily clear on the silent snowy plain. The tip of the pure white spirit sword sank about half an inch into Bai Dawan's brow. No blood spurted out as the wound was instantly frozen by the sword aura. Bai Dawan's body trembled, his pupils suddenly dilating before rapidly dimming. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but no sound came out. His body slowly pitched forward, crashing heavily into the snow. This rigid, disciplined, inner disciple utterly loyal to the sect died silently by the shores of Spirit Moon Lake. In his final moments, his identity as an Yuxia sect inner disciple offered him no protection. Su Duanqiu flicked her wrist, withdrawing the spirit sword. The blade remained pristine white, unstained by even a speck of crimson. She bent down, picked up the storage pouch at Bai Dawan's waist, and tucked it into her own robe with a practiced motion, as if she had done it countless times. You should leave quickly. She turned to Su by her voice from beneath the veiled hat, unreadable. Others will be here soon. With that, she formed a hand seal to summon her sword. The pure white spirit sword rose into the air. She leaped onto the blade and shot away as a streak of white light heading in the direction Yang Sheng had fled. Su Bai stood there looking at Bai Dawan's body lying in the snow, then at the direction Su Duanqiu had vanished. His heart was a turmoil of conflicting emotions. Before long, Yang Sheng's short, piercing scream echoed from the distant forest, then abruptly ceased. The cold wind howled, whipping up snowflakes and scattering the scent of blood. Thus, of the 3 Yuxia sect disciples stationed at Spirit Moon Lake, only Su Bai remained alive. The other 2 had perished. Su Bai was silent for a long time before finally activating the light body technique and pursuing the direction from which the scream had come. In the snow, Yang Sheng's fleeing footprints were chaotic and panicked, leading deep into the forest. After chasing for about a li, he found Yang Sheng's body in a clearing among the pines. Yang Sheng was slumped against an old pine, a piercing wound through his chest, also sealed by frost with no blood flowing. His eyes were wide open, his face frozen in an expression of ultimate terror, as if he had witnessed some unimaginably horrifying sight in his final moment. Su Duanqiu had not left. She stood in the snow, her back to Su Bai, gently wiping the pure white spirit sword with a white cloth. The blade reflected the snowlight, clean as new, as if it had never touched blood. So Brother Zhao is gone too. She spoke suddenly, her voice somewhat ethereal. I was worried for so long, thinking about how to deal with him if he were still here. She turned around, her veiled hat facing Su Bai. It's a pity you have a 2 phases spiritual root. I even took the risk to bring him here to find you, hoping to invite you to join the Immortal Palace. If you could join, we could work together. Su Bai walked to stand 3 feet in front of her, his gaze trying to pierce the black gauze to read her expression, but he only saw a blurry outline. Did you become this strong because of this Immortal Palace organization? He asked. And because I have a 2 phases spiritual root, am not qualified to join. In his mind, fragments of information began to piece together. Immortal Palace, only those with inferior spiritual roots were eligible, contending with the heavenly Dao, plundering all things, combat prowess surpassing their peers. An image of a powerful, obsessive, and eerily alluring organization gradually took shape. Su Duanqiu nodded slightly. The Immortal Palace values combat talent more, or rather, the awareness to defy fate. Those with too good talent often can't bear to risk everything, can't bear to burn their bridges. She paused, her tone softening uncharacteristically. Not being able to join the Immortal Palace might not be a bad thing. That place isn't for ordinary people. I've walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood during this time. Actually, I'm also very curious. She raised her hand and gently traced the sword blade. Between you with your 2 phases spiritual root walking the grand path, and me with my 4 phases spiritual root on a single plank bridge, who will go further on the immortal path in the end? She took a pale green jade slip from her robe and tossed it to Su Bai. Here, this is my repayment for your life-saving grace. It contains some insights on sword cultivation and a few practical techniques for using sword auras, more refined than what you can access in Yuxia Sect's outer courtyard. She specifically instructed, remember to make a copy for senior brother Zhao as well. Though he probably won't be able to use it. Su Bai took the jade slip. He wanted to ask more, but Su Duanqiu had already summoned her spirit sword. Wait. Su Bai hurriedly called out. What about Jiang Han? Was he taken by you? What will you do with him? Su Duanqiu paused slightly, her veiled hat turning toward him. Oh, so you know Genius Jiang. She seemed to weigh her words before speaking slowly. Don't worry. He is our gain from this trip. Yuxia Sect only saw him as an ordinary outer disciple, but the Immortal Palace recognized his worth. That flame talent bound by his spiritual root, yet burning with all his might, is exactly what the Immortal Palace needs. We came to guide him onto the immortal path that suits him. Her tone carried a certain certainty. In the Immortal Palace, he will receive the attention he deserves and become far stronger than he ever could in Yuxia Sect. Su Bai wanted to ask more, but Su Duanqiu had already leaped onto her sword light. I'm off, Su Bai. Farewell if fate allows. Su Duanqiu flew away on her sword, quickly disappearing above the forest. Subai watched as Su Duanqius' sword light vanished into the snowy wilderness of the north, standing motionless for a long time. Could it be that this realm of cultivation actually harbors a faction that treasures inferior spiritual roots? Why, truly nothing is too strange. The snow fell more heavily, blanketing the earth like goose feathers. In but a moment, Yang Sheng's body was covered with a fresh layer of snow, its outline gradually fading. A cultivator who in life could move mountains and seas or soar through the skies on a flying sword was in death no different from a mortal, merely a slowly chilling corpse. Subai walked over to Yang Sheng, bent down, and lifted him from the snow. This body was still young, the muscles had not yet fully stiffened, but the spark of life was utterly extinguished. The fatal wound was at the center of his brow, a fine piercing injury with traces of frost at its edges clearly inflicted by Su Duanqius' sword energy. Yang Sheng's eyes were wide open, his pupils dilated, frozen in the terror of his final moment. Though he was as timid as a mouse and had fled from his companions in a critical moment, he did not deserve death. Subai reached out and gently closed his eyelids. You failed to secure connections for your family through networking and instead met your end here. Subai murmured softly, unsure whether he was speaking to Yang Sheng or to himself. The path of cultivation, after all, cannot be traversed through schemes alone. He examined Yang Sheng's belongings. His storage pouch was indeed taken, and the small satchels at his waist for talismans and pills were empty. It seemed that the Immortal Palace where Su Duanqiu belonged operated with ruthless efficiency, kill and plunder in one seamless motion. Either the organization was desperately short of resources, or killing for plunder was their primary means of acquisition, or perhaps both. Having laid Yang Sheng's body aside, Subai walked to where Bai Daoyuan had fallen. This intersect senior brother lay quietly in the snow, his expression serene, almost as if asleep save for the frozen wound on his brow. Subai helped him up and brushed the snow from his body. Bai Daoyuan was rigid in character and strict in conduct, hardly endearing, yet when facing the external enemy from Yuxia sect, he did not flinch. Knowing he was outmatched, he still stepped forward to uphold the sect's dignity. He was a worthy inner disciple of Yuxia sect. Subai commented softly, his tone complex. With some effort, he used the lightness art to lift both bodies and slowly carried them back to the islet at the lake's heart. The wind howled, and the snow fell heavily, making the journey arduous. By the time he laid them on the open ground by the lake, fine sweat had beaded on his forehead. Afterward, Subai sat quietly on the stone steps before his thatched hut, waiting for the sect to send someone. He had already urgently reported to the sect, through his identity jade token, about the incident at Lingwell Lake and the deaths of 2 fellow disciples. The loss of an inner disciple and an outer disciple at his own resource point was no trivial matter. The sect responded swiftly. In about a quarter of an hour, a streak of cyan light raced from the southern horizon, its speed far exceeding the limit of a chi refining cultivator's flying artifact. The light circled briefly above the islet, then plummeted like a meteor, landing steadily 3 zhang before Subai. As the radiance faded, a middle-aged cultivator appeared. He wore the distinctive robe of the enforcement court of Yuxia sect. His face was resolute, appearing around 30, but his drooping eyebrows gave him a perpetually sorrowful look, though that was merely on the surface. Once a cultivator reached foundation establishment, their appearance would largely stabilize, only showing age when their lifespan neared its end. This man's true age was likely far beyond his looks. Outer disciple Subai greets the elder. Subai quickly rose and bowed. This was his first time being so close to a foundation establishment elder of the sect. Yuxia sect had over 100 foundation establishment elders, reportedly around 200, but most were in seclusion or handling sect affairs, rarely appearing among the outer disciples. Inner disciples seldom saw them, let alone outer disciples. The enforcement elder nodded slightly at Subai, his gaze already falling on the bodies of Bai Daoyuan and Yang Sheng. He stepped forward slowly, crouched down, and carefully examined the wounds. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. Both were killed instantly by sword energy, condensed and executed with seasoned skill. The attacker was at least at the late stage of chi refining with exceptional sword mastery. He turned to Subai. Tell me exactly what happened, leaving out no details. Subai steadied himself and recounted the events in full. The sudden appearance of 2 purple-robed figures, the male taking away Jiang Han, the female killing Bai Daoyuan, Yang Sheng's flight, in pursuit, the revelation of the female's identity, their conversation. He omitted only the jade slip gifted by Su Duanqiu, but truthfully reported everything else, including his past acquaintance with Su Duanqiu and her invitation for him to join the Immortal Palace, which he declined. He had to speak clearly. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for why the purple-robed figure killed Bai Daoyuan and Yang Sheng, but spared him. Concealment would only breed more suspicion. The enforcement elder listened quietly, his expression unchanged, showing neither anger nor surprise. When Subai finished, he simply nodded. I understand. Then he took to his flying artifact and went to the snowy lakeside where the battle had occurred, conducting a thorough investigation. The divine sense of a foundation establishment cultivator far surpassed that of a chi refiner, allowing him to perceive details beyond Subai's reach. Traces of residual sword energy layers of spiritual power fluctuations. After about half a joss stick's time, the enforcement elder returned to the islet. His gaze towards Su Bai now held a note of confirmation. Your assignment at Lingwell Lake ends here. He spoke in an unquestionable tone. This place will be temporarily taken over by enforcement court disciples. You will return to the outer sect immediately and await further investigation. After a pause he added, by the way, in a few days that old fellow by Yuanji might seek you out privately. He is protective of his own, so you had best stay within the sect and not wander outside. By Yuanji. Su Bei's heart tightened. The surname matched by Daywan's, so this must be the foundation establishment elder of by Daywan's family. An inner disciple leading two outer disciples on a mission, with only the lowest ranked outer disciple surviving. It was only natural for him to be suspicious and resentful. Thank you for the warning, elder. Su Bai cupped his hands respectfully. This disciple understands and will return to the sect immediately. Go, the enforcement elder waved his hand, saying no more. Su Bai took one last look at the islet. This Lingwell Lake, where he had been stationed for over a year now, saw, by Dao Yuan, dead, Yang Sheng slain, and Wang Zhe long gone, leaving only him to return alone. He quickly gathered his belongings, used the lightness art to walk on water, and soon vanished across the vast lake. After Su Bai left, the enforcement elder took out a special jade token from his bosom. This was a communication token for high-ranking members of the enforcement court, capable of contacting the court master directly. He infused it with spiritual energy. The token's surface rippled like water, and a vague, elderly silhouette emerged above it. Though indistinct, it exuded an imposing authority. Court master, it has been confirmed at Lingwell Lake as well. This was the work of those two from the Immortal Palace during their retreat. The enforcement elder reported in a deep voice. By the time I arrived, they had already left through a one-time teleportation array, leaving only faint residual spatial fluctuations. The silhouette on the token was none other than Yi Tai, the enforcement court master, and one of Yuxia sect's Golden Core ancestors. What appeared now was merely an avatar projection used for handling daily sect affairs. His true body was in perpetual seclusion, rarely emerging unless for a major upheaval. Yi Tai's avatar mused briefly, his voice aged yet icy. They killed two of our outer disciples, sent a substitute to openly participate in the outer sect competition, abducted one of our outer disciples, and then during their retreat casually slew an inner disciple before swaggering away. He paused, his tone growing colder. This is a blatant disregard for Yuxia sect, calling themselves the Immortal Palace. Quite the audacious name. Yi Tai said coldly. Kwangming Yuan, have you thoroughly investigated all information about this organization? So the enforcement elder's name was Kwangming Yuan. Kwangming Yuan nodded, took out a recording jade slip from his storage pouch, activated it with spiritual energy, and presented a summary of the information before the avatar. I have mobilized all of the sect's intelligence channels and have gathered some preliminary data. The Immortal Palace organization likely originates from the Qian Yuan cultivation realm. Qian Yuan. Yi Tai's avatar raised an eyebrow. The Qian Yuan cultivation realm was vast, with a flourishing cultivation civilization, its overall strength far surpassing Qingzhou. Yuxiao sect was the leader in Qingzhou, but if placed in Qian Yuan, it would struggle to rank even in the top 10. Indeed, Kwangming Yuan continued. The Immortal Palace specifically recruits cultivators with powerful magical talent, especially those with poor spiritual roots, but exceptional combat prowess, providing them with special training. Their main activity is plundering resources. Though named Immortal Palace, it is in fact a notorious bandit organization in the Qian Yuan cultivation realm. Its members possess extraordinary combat strength rarely matched among their peers, and act with ruthlessness, typically leaving no survivors. Since this organization had not been active in Qingzhou before, our sect's information is limited, mostly obtained through spies placed in Qian Yuan. Kwang Ninjiwan's expression grew grave. The organization's operational methods, leaders' identity, core members, and so on remain unknown. However, for it to survive and expand in a place like Qian Yuan teeming with powerful experts, its strength must not be underestimated. This also explained why Kwangming Yuan had not interrogated Su Bai extensively. Compared to the sudden emergence of the Immortal Palace behemoth, the Lingwell Lake incident was merely the tip of the iceberg. Su Bai seemed more like a bystander accidentally caught up in the affair. A powerful dragon does not crush a local snake. Yi Tai's avatar snorted coldly. I will inform the other two sects. Since they dare to act recklessly in Qingzhou, they must be prepared to pay the price. He paused, his tone venomous. Kwangming Yuan, continue your investigation and keep a close watch on the Immortal Palace. The moment they reveal a single flaw, repay today's humiliation tenfold. If necessary, I will awaken my true body. Kwangming Yuan responded solemnly. This subordinate understands. The transmission ended and the avatar on the token slowly faded. Kwangming Yuan put away the token and gazed in the direction Su Bai had gone, murmuring to himself, Su Bai. The Immortal Palace affair was a direct slap in the face to Yuxia sect. Even Court Master Yi Tai had been stirred, a testament to the severity of the situation. As the enforcement elder fully responsible for this case, Kwangming Yuan was under considerable pressure. At present, the only direct lead he had to the Immortal Palace was Su Bai. Su Duanqiu was the only known member of the Immortal Palace, and Zhang Han, who had been taken, would likely join as well. Both had close ties to Su Bai. Will the Immortal Palace contact him again? Kwang Ninjuan's gaze grew deep. I need to keep a close watch. He suddenly recalled something and added in a low voice. Bai Yuanji should be making his move soon. I need to go back and watch Su Bai closely to ensure our only lead doesn't meet with an accident. In the distance, a squad of enforcement court disciples arrived on flying artifacts and landed on the islet. They were well-trained, swiftly taking over the defense of Linghua Lake and beginning their scene investigation and evidence collection. Kwangming Yuan took one last look at the snow-covered islet, then turned and took to his flying artifact, transforming into a cyan streak that shot toward the mountain gate of Yuxia sect. Su Bai activated the light body art, darting through the wintry mountain forest. The Spirit Moon Lake was not far from the Jade Cloud sect's main gate, and in less than an hour the familiar towering peaks came into view. He passed through the outer barrier of the mountain protecting formation and finally arrived at the welcome pavilion. Before him lay the vast reception square with the sect's lofty archway standing at its far end. Su Bai breathed a faint sigh of relief. As a disciple of the Jade Cloud sect, stepping into the sect's domain granted him a sense of security, at least on the surface. He presented his identity Jade token to the disciple on duty at the welcome pavilion, completed a brief registration, and smoothly returned to the outer courtyard area. It's only the end of the 12th month. This time I've finished the Spirit Moon Lake mission ahead of schedule. Su Bai mused as he walked. It seems the outer courtyard has no intention of demanding the return of the yellow dragon pill I collected early. Completing half the mission and receiving full rewards. That's a neat little profit. The warning from that enforcement elder surfaced in his mind. That old man Bai Yuanji might seek you out privately. But he glanced at the familiar halls and pavilions around him, finding some solace. Him within the sect, and Bai Dayuan's death, truly has no direct link to me. Even if Elder Bai harbors resentment, surely he wouldn't dare act too rashly. Even so, caution prevailed. Su Bai decided to take on no more outer courtyard missions for the time being. He would stay in his courtyard and wait for the uproar over the Spirit Moon Lake incident to subside. Conveniently, he still had something to study. The jade slip gifted by Su Duanqiu. A mere glance at its contents had already sent a thrill through Su Bai. It recorded a sword art divine ability known as the Mystic Sword Condensation, true art unmatched in power, divided into 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower. The jade slip in his hand contained the foundational upper section, encompassing 2 core techniques, spiral compression art and the yin-yang return to void sword vein. According to the jade slip, mastering this art would amplify sword chi density by 27 times while reducing the spiritual energy consumption of each sword strike by 70%. Such an augmentation defied comprehension. No wonder Su Duanqiu had slain the same tier by Dao Yuan with a single blow, not even allowing him to unleash his trump card. Against such terrifyingly condensed sword chi, ordinary defensive artifacts and protective spiritual energy were as fragile as paper. From now on, alongside my cultivation, I must delve deeply into this divine ability. Su Bai resolved inwardly. This was not only to enhance his combat prowess, but also to secure an additional card for self-preservation. The world of immortal cultivation was fraught with peril, and strength was the ultimate foundation. Su Bai had underestimated Bai Dayuan's significance in Bai Yuanji's heart, as well as the protective stubbornness of this foundation establishment elder. When he pushed open the gate to courtyard No. 32, the first to greet him was not a familiar fellow disciple, but Li Daniu's face etched with tension and worry. Su Bai, you're back. Li Daniu hurried forward, lowering his voice with urgency. There's an elder waiting for you. He's been waiting for a while. Su Bai frowned, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He stepped past Li Daniu, his gaze searching the depths of the courtyard beside the bamboo grove. There beneath the verdant bamboo shadows stood a straight-backed old man with graying hair and beard. He wore the robe of an inner sect elder of the Jade Cloud sect, his features bearing a 4 or 5/10 resemblance to Bai Dian, though time had etched deeper lines into his brow, along with an imposing unspoken authority. It was none other than the inner sect foundation establishment elder Bai Yuanji. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Yuanji turned slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing into Su Bai. Tell me then, how exactly did Dao Yuan die? Before the words faded, a colossal mountain-like spiritual pressure erupted without warning, crashing down upon Su Bai like an invisible tidal wave. The spiritual pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator was fundamentally different from that of a chi refining one. It was not mere oppressive force, but a comprehensive suppression that combined divine sense, intimidation, and spiritual energy interference. An ordinary chi refining cultivator under such pressure might lose their composure, suffer meridian chaos, or even collapse to their knees on the spot. Bai felt the air around him instantly solidify, weights pressing on his shoulders, as if 1,000 June burdened him. His knees buckled, nearly forcing him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his inner chi, frantically pushing the light body art to its limits, barely managing to stabilize himself. Beside him, Li Daniu had already been caught in the pressure's aftershock, sprawling involuntarily on the ground, his face pale as death, struggling even to breathe. At that moment, the innate sword intent within Bai, born from the heart of sword clarity, seemed to awaken under the stimulus of external oppression, surging to life. A crisp, sharp aura emerged from the depths of his dantian, coursing through his meridian straight to his sea of consciousness, taking shape as an intangible sword shadow hovering over his soul. Though ethereal, this sword shadow bore a razor-sharp intent to sever all bonds and confront the core self. Under its resistance, Bai Yuanji's spiritual pressure was weakened by a full 30%. Bai straightened his back, standing firm. Though cold sweat beaded on his brow, he no longer risked kneeling. Oh! A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yuanji's eyes. A mere mid-stage chi refining cultivator, yet your will is not weak. But the surprise lasted only a moment, replaced by a deeper gloom. He took a step forward, his spiritual pressure escalating, once more setting the courtyard's bamboo leaves rustling without any wind. Was Dao Yuan killed by you and that demoness from the Su family? Bai Yuanji's voice turned harsh, his spiritual energy rippling violently, as a faint glimmer of a spell began to coalesce in his palm. From his stance, it seemed he was prepared to unleash a foundation establishment divine ability on a moment's whim, slaying Bai on the spot. Li Daniu, still prostrate on the ground, lifted his head with difficulty to look at Bai, his eyes filled with terror. He had no idea what grave trouble this usually composed junior brother had courted to provoke a foundation establishment elder into such fury, even daring to apply pressure openly within the sect. Bai took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs and calming his surging blood and chi. Meeting Bai Yuanji's piercing gaze, he cupped his hands with neither humility nor arrogance. Elder, Bai, senior brother Bai's death has nothing to do with me, nor was it my wish. The situation at the time was complex, and I barely escaped with my life. Please accept my condolences and investigate with clarity. You say it has nothing to do with you, so it's nothing. Bai Yuanji sneered, taking another step closer. If your conscience is truly clear, then open your sea of consciousness and let me perform a soul search. I have my own means to discern the truth of your words. Soul search. Bai's heart tightened. This was the most direct and brutal investigative method in the immortal cultivation world, where a higher-level cultivator forcibly invaded a lower-level cultivator's sea of consciousness to read memory fragments. The victim of a soul search might suffer damaged soul memory disorder, or even become an idiot or have their soul scattered. Bai Yuanji intended to sever his path to immortality or even take his life. Elder Bai, think twice. Bai shouted, retreating slowly under the pressure. Forcibly performing a soul search on a sect disciple is a serious violation of sect rules. Even as an inner sect elder, you have no such privilege. If the search proves your involvement, then I will not have violated the rules. Bai Yuanji's eyes were cold, his right hand already raised with a faint blue light flickering at his fingertips. Do not resist, otherwise if something goes wrong during the soul search, do not blame me. The distance between them was now less than 3 zhang. For a foundation establishment cultivator, this was a killing range reachable in an instant. Bai's back was soaked with cold sweat, his mind racing. Fighting Hedon was hopeless, fleeing. In front of a foundation establishment cultivator, a chi refining cultivator's escape speed was child's play. Was he truly to submit to a soul search? At this critical moment, several sounds of breaking air came from outside the courtyard. Then a steady voice sounded from outside the courtyard gate. Is Bai here? This voice was like a lifeline, and Bai responded without hesitation. This disciple is here. However, it was only outside intervention could break the deadlock. 3 figures swept into the courtyard, landing near the bamboo grove. The leader was the Enforcement Court's Enforcement Elder Kuang Yuan, followed by 2 Enforcement Court disciples with condensed auras and sharp eyes, clearly elite latest-stage chi refining cultivators. Kuang Yuan scanned the courtyard, pausing briefly on Bai Yuanji before turning to Bai. Bai, you must come with me to the Enforcement Court to cooperate in investigating the specifics of the incident involving Su Duanxiu, the daughter of the Su family. He gave a slight gesture, and the 2 Enforcement Court disciples stepped forward, standing one on each side of Bai, making a pleased gesture. Though their manner was polite, the solemn businesslike air brooked no refusal. Bai felt a great weight lift from his heart. Without even glancing at Bai Yuanji's ashen face, he nodded to the 2 Enforcement Court disciples and followed them out of the courtyard. As he passed Li Daniu, Bai paused briefly and whispered, "Sorry, senior brother Daniu, for dragging you into this fright." Li Daniu struggled to his feet, shaking his head repeatedly, his eyes still wide, with fear, his lips moving, but unable to form words. The lingering power of a foundation establishment cultivator's spiritual pressure was not something a chi refining 3rd-layer cultivator could recover from quickly. As for Bai Yuanji, he had remained silent since Kuang Ninjuan's arrival. He only watched coldly as Su Bai was taken away by the enforcement court disciples, his expression dark as water, but he did not move to stop them. Kuang Ningyuan watched Su Bai leave the courtyard, also breathing a silent sigh of relief. When he received the message from the disciple on duty that Bai Yuanji had headed straight for courtyard No. 32, he knew trouble was brewing and rushed over with his men immediately. If he had been even a moment later given by Yuanji's stubborn and protective nature the consequences of him actually using a soul search on Su Bai would have been disastrous. Su Bai was now a key figure under the enforcement court's watch. He was the only lead with close connections to both Su Duanqiu, a known member of the Immortal Palace, and Zhang Han, the abducted disciple. If Su Bai became an idiot, this thread would be cut. At this thought, Kuang Ningyuan's gaze toward Bai Yuanji turned cold. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Elder Bai, you have privately used Foundation establishment cultivation to coerce a qi refining sect disciple violating sect discipline. This elder sentences you to 100 days of solitary confinement in the enforcement court's meditation room to reflect on your errors. Do you accept?" Bai Yuanji finally lost his composure at these words, snorting coldly, "An outer sect disciple like him. Even if I did perform a soul search, what of it? Kuang Ningyuan, don't wave a chicken feather as a command." Kuang Ningyuan's expression darkened, refusing to accept an enforcement elder's verdict and deliberately provoking conflict. "Double the punishment. You are sentenced to 200 days of solitary confinement." "Have you lost your mind, Kuang Ningyuan?" Bai Yuanji's face changed drastically, his spiritual energy fluctuating again. 200 days of confinement. Do you take me for a clay figure? Seeing Bai Yuanji finally lose control, Kuang Ningyuan instead grew calmer. He stared at Bai Yuanji and said word by word, "I have not lost my mind." "You have." He lowered his voice using telepathy to send his next words into Bai Yuanji's ear. "Your nephew Bai Daiwan's matter involves a mysterious organization called the Immortal Palace. This has already alarmed Court Master Yi Tai himself, who is personally overseeing it, and may awaken his true body to intervene if necessary. And Su Bai and the other two are the key clues in the pursuit of the Immortal Palace. I will keep today's incident quiet for now, but if there is a next time..." Kuang Ningyuan's eyes were icy. Given Court Master Yi's temperament, if someone disrupts his plans, Elder Bai should know what the outcome will be. The matter of the Immortal Palace committing murder and impersonation within the Jade Cloud sect's gates and abducting disciples had been tightly sealed by the enforcement court to protect the sect's reputation, never to be leaked externally. But the existence of the Immortal Palace organization was something Kuang Ningyuan did not need to hide. Bai Yuanji's expression shifted unpredictably as he listened. The name Yi Tai was known to all in the Jade Cloud sect. The court master of the enforcement court, a golden core ancestor, iron-faced, in enforcing the law with a thunderous hand. If he were truly provoked. After a long moment, Bai Yuanji exhaled deeply, his spiritual energy slowly receding. "Very well. I will wait for the enforcement court's news." His tone softened as he tried to negotiate, "But this confinement, can it be waived? Dao Yuan has just passed, and I still need to handle his funeral. It truly cannot be waived." Kuang Ningyuan shook his head, his tone leaving no room for argument. "The confinement order has been filed with the enforcement court. The process has begun, and it cannot be cancelled." Bai Yuanji's face darkened, and he shot a fierce glare at Kuang Ningyuan, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. "You bastard. Your hands are quick." Kuang Ningyuan's expression grew stern. "Elder Bai, mind your words. If you speak out of turn again, I will add another 50 days to your confinement." Bai Yuanji's mouth twitched, but he finally let out a cold snort, flicked his sleeve, and turned away, transforming into a streak of white light soaring into the sky, heading in the direction of the enforcement court's confinement room. Kuang Ningyuan watched him disappear, shaking his head. He turned to Li Daniu, who had just picked himself up from the ground, and said in a warm tone, "Disciple Li, you have been frightened. Today's matter is part of an internal sect investigation and need not be spoken of outside." Li Daniu quickly bowed. "This disciple understands and will not speak a word." Kuang Ningyuan nodded, then cast one last glance at the depths of the courtyard before leaving with the remaining enforcement court disciple. The courtyard fell silent once more, only the rustling of bamboo in the wind. Li Daniu stood still, and after a long time finally let out a turbid breath, staring in the direction Su Bai had gone, his eyes filled with deep concern. "All right, the questioning is over. You may leave now." The disciple of the enforcement court closed the record book and said this in a flat tone before standing up and leaving through the door, holding the book filled with dense writings. The heavy wooden door of the interrogation room closed behind him with a soft click. Su Bai sat alone on the cold stone chair, remaining silent for a moment before slowly raising his hand to touch his forehead. For 3 consecutive days of interrogation, different disciples from the enforcement court came each day, repeatedly asking about details from various angles, trying to find contradictions and flaws in his words. From every detail of the first encounter with Su Duanqiu at Lingwe Lake 6 months ago to the bits of their interactions, and finally, to that bloody incident on the snowfield. Every minor detail was recorded. The talisman he carried with him, which granted protection, was also seized by the enforcement court as crucial evidence. Fortunately, Su Bai only concealed the matter of the Xianjian Ningxinju, which was unrelated to the core of the event. This was a private matter between him and Su Duanxiu, having no direct connection to the assassination by the Immortal Palace or the deaths of his fellow disciples. It seems this is really the end. Su Bai murmured, his voice sounding somewhat ethereal in the empty interrogation room. Today is the 2nd of January. He spent the new year in this dark interrogation room, stepping into his 19th year. In the cultivation world, time bears little meaning, but such a new year is truly unforgettable. He exhaled softly, stood up, stretched his stiff limbs from sitting too long, and pushed open the heavy wooden door of the interrogation room. Almost as soon as he stepped out of the room, the doors of the other 2 interrogation rooms on either side opened simultaneously. Zhao Shanha and Wang Ke emerged, and the 3 exchanged weary glances, seeing similar exhaustion reflected in each other's eyes. It turned out that for these 3 days, the 3 of them had been confined in adjacent interrogation rooms, undergoing questioning at the same time. The enforcement court clearly sought to prevent any possibility of them colluding to verify the authenticity of their statements. "You 3 come with me." A steady voice came from the end of the corridor. Elder Kuang Ningyuan, the law enforcement elder, had been standing there for some time, his law robe appearing particularly solemn under the dim light. He glanced over the 3 of them, nodded slightly, and turned to walk out. Su Bai and the others did not dare to delay, and quickly followed. Passing through the winding corridor and exiting the dim and oppressive interrogation area, the 4 stepped into a small, independent courtyard within the enforcement court. Several green pines were planted in the courtyard, still verdant in winter, adding a touch of vitality to this grim place. Kuang Ningyuan waved his hand, and a faint golden spiritual light spread around the courtyard. The soundproofing and spiritual isolation array had activated, ensuring that the forthcoming conversation would not be overheard by any external divine sense. He turned to face the 3 in front of him: Zhao Shanha, an elite inner disciple and sword cultivator; Wang Ke, an outer disciple with ordinary spiritual roots; and Su Bai, an outer disciple with 3 spiritual roots and rapid advancement. All 3 had interacted with the Su family girl, who had now joined the Immortal Palace and could even be considered her saviors. Notably, Zhao Shanha had successfully entered the top 10 in the intersect competition at the end of last year, showcasing his formidable swordsmanship and earning the title of elite disciple. However, he ultimately stopped at 10th place, failing to enter the top 3 to obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill, thus missing out on the status of a direct disciple. Having been in a low mood, being embroiled in this inexplicable incident, and enduring 3 days of interrogation in the enforcement court, his expression was as dark as iron, feeling worse than having swallowed a fly. Now being summoned alone by the Foundation Establishment elder, both Zhao Shanha and Wang Ke felt anxious. Only Su Bai, having had a brief encounter with Kuang Ningyuan at Linghua Lake, remained relatively calm. Kuang Ningyuan took in their expressions and slowly spoke. "You 3 should relax. Since you've passed the interrogation, it can be basically confirmed that you have not violated any sect rules, and the enforcement court will not punish you." He paused, his tone softening slightly. "When you rescued Su Duanxiu, you were unaware that she would later turn against sect disciples. Following the rules of the protection talisman, you bear no wrongdoing. Elder of Law, your vision is clear." The 3 of them collectively sighed in relief. Kuang Ningyuan continued, "The reason I called you here is that I have a personal matter to entrust to you." He no longer beat around the bush and revealed some information regarding the Immortal Palace. Of course, it was limited to what could be disclosed publicly. He made it clear that he hoped the 3 of them would report to him immediately if they ever encountered any clues related to Su Duanxiu, Jianghan, or even the Immortal Palace. "You 3 share a karmic connection with Su Duanxiu." Kuang Ningyuan's gaze was profound. "If you meet her again one day, I hope you can follow the clues and find more information regarding the Immortal Palace for the sect." As he spoke, he took out 3 thumb-sized conch-shaped light blue talismans and distributed them. "This is the 1,000-mile sound transmission conch. It can transmit messages instantly within 10,000 miles, but can only be used once. When you discover important information, crush it, and I will sense your location and general situation." Next, he took out 3 talismans glowing with faint golden light, their complex runes hinting at powerful spiritual energy within. "This is the Sealing Spirit Talisman. It contains a spell from my full strength which can block 1 attack from a Foundation Establishment cultivator in a critical moment, potentially saving your lives, serving as remuneration for this commission." Kuang Ningyuan was at the peak of Foundation Establishment, merely a step away from Golden Core. His full-strength strike possessed enough power to make most Foundation Establishment cultivators retreat in fear. These 3 talismans in the hands of Qi refinement disciples were indeed life-saving treasures. Su Bai and the others solemnly accepted the talismans and the sound transmission conches, carefully storing them. "All right, that's all for the commission." Kuang Ningyuan waved his hand. "The Immortal Palace after this incident should not show itself easily in the short term. You need not worry too much. I focus on your cultivation as usual." He looked specifically at Su Bai regarding Bai Yuanji. "I have made the necessary arrangements, and he should not trouble you again." "Thank you, Elder." Su Bai bowed slightly. Go now. Huang Mingyuan said no more and turned to walk deeper into the courtyard. Su Bai and the others bowed and exited the small courtyard. Only when they had walked out of the stern gates of the enforcement court did they truly breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the enforcement court, disciples of law enforcement moved about with solemn expressions, creating an atmosphere heavy enough to make one feel suffocated. The enforcement court was located on the right side of the reception square, flanked by the outer disciples' courtyard on either side, guarding the front of the mountain gate. The three walked along the bluestone path until they reached the spacious reception square, finally stopping. It was time to part ways. The outer disciples' courtyard was on the left side of the square, while Zhao Shanhe, as an inner disciple, needed to ascend the stone steps to the intersect area above the waist of the mountain. Just having come out of the enforcement court, the atmosphere was heavy, and it was evidently not a good time to hand the Xinjian Ningxinju to Zhao Shanhe. Su Bai decided to hold off on this matter, waiting for a more suitable opportunity in the future. The three exchanged well wishes and parted ways. On the way back to the outer courtyard, Wang Ke finally couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed, "Damn it. That Su girl really repaid kindness with enmity. We were kind enough to save her back then. Next time I see her, I must hit her with a fireball to vent my anger." Su Bai shot him a glance and reminded him blandly, "She killed Bai Dian, an inner disciple at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, right in front of me. Brother Wang, are you sure your fireball technique can get close to her?" Wang Ke was rendered speechless, his momentum deflated significantly, but he still protested. But how could she have improved so quickly in just half a year? Could the Immortal Palace truly possess some miraculous means that allows one to leap to greatness? Su Bai shook his head. "I do not know either. The cultivation world has countless extraordinary methods and secret techniques. Perhaps the Immortal Palace indeed has a unique inheritance." Forget it, forget it. Wang Ke waved his hands, a look of not wanting to think about it any further. "Let's focus more on our own cultivation." He clearly didn't take Huang Ninjuan's commission too seriously. In his view, even if Su Duanxiu were to seek help again, she would surely look for Su Bai, who had sword talent, or Zhao Shanhe, who was also a sword cultivator. With no outstanding spiritual root and no special talent, how could the Immortal Palace possibly take an interest in him? This mindset made Su Bai somewhat envious. It was simple and direct, unperturbed by external affairs. By the way, Wang Ke suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. He leaned closer to Su Bai and whispered, "I found a good outer courtyard task in the external affairs hall the other day, and it requires 2 people to form a team. Su Shidi, are you interested?" Su Bai raised an eyebrow slightly. With Wang Ke's personality, he wouldn't be this enthusiastic unless the task's rewards were sufficiently enticing. "What is the task?" he asked. "Go to the sect's resource point, Yinyang Pool, to collect couple lotus." Wang Ke lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming. "This couple lotus is quite rare, with a very unique growth method. When harvesting, one person must use fire spiritual energy to melt the Xian Ai shell on the outer layer of the lotus stem, while the other must simultaneously use water spiritual energy to protect the lotus heart. Only then can it be completely peeled without damaging its medicinal properties. The couple lotus from the Yinyang Pool matures only once every 10 years or so, and this time is its maturity period. The outer courtyard is currently recruiting a large number of disciples above the 5th layer of Qi refinement to participate, and they must sign up in pairs." He paused, lowering his voice even more, adding an air of mystery. "I got wind of a secret that after successfully harvesting the couple lotus, the lotus seed will emit a wisp of yin-yang qi. Absorbing this qi has effects comparable to a first-tier mid-grade spirit pill. It's just right for us, Qi refinement 5th layer disciples, striving to break through to the 6th layer." Su Bei's heart stirred. A first-tier mid-grade spirit pill was already a rare cultivation resource for disciples in the mid-stage of Qi refinement. If he could obtain a few wisps of yin-yang qi, his chances of breaking through to the 6th layer would greatly increase. "What is the deadline for the task? Are there any other risks?" Su Bai inquired, his tone taking on a hint of seriousness. Wang Ke grinned. "The task duration isn't long, including the trip and collection, at most a month. As for risks, the Yinyang Pool is situated deep within the sect's territory, with Foundation establishment elders stationed there, so it's very safe. The most we need to worry about is coordinating during the harvesting process, otherwise we might damage the spiritual lotus and affect our yield." He looked at Su Bai, his eyes filled with anticipation. "So what do you think, Su Shidi? I've been keeping an eye on this task, just waiting for a reliable partner. We have cooperated well enough at Linghua Lake. We'll have no problem working together." Su Bai pondered for a moment. Currently, he indeed needed resources to push through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and it wasn't advisable to take on long-term or overly dangerous tasks in the short term. This Yinyang Pool task sounded just right. Wang Zhu had refrained from taking on other outer sect tasks during this period solely to await the opportunity for the Yinyang Pool harvesting mission. He had already thoroughly investigated the mission details through various channels and even pre-selected a collaborator, an outer sect disciple skilled in water elemental spells with whom he had cooperated several times. However, human calculations could not match the whims of fate. 3 days ago, he was summoned for questioning by the enforcement hall and completely cut off from the outside world. When he finally extricated himself today and checked his jade talisman at the first opportunity, he discovered that his originally intended partner had already sent a message. Unable to contact Wang Ju for 3 days, the other party mistakenly assumed he had other arrangements and in a hurry had already found someone else to team up with. This led to Wang Ju's urgent invitation to Subai. This Inyang Pool mission is basically unknown to anyone who hasn't spent over a decade in the outer courtyard, Wang Ju explained in a low voice as they walked, a hint of pride in his tone. It's a hidden perk and you're lucky to get in on it. With things put that way, Subai naturally had no reason to refuse. He nodded. Then I'll follow senior brother Wang and take on this mission. Since Elder Kuangning Yuan had already stepped in to resolve the trouble with by Yuan Bai should seize the time to cultivate and enhance his cultivation base. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, strength was the ultimate truth. If he could break through to the late Qi refining stage early, or even enter the inner sect, then even if Bai Yuanji was a foundation establishment elder, he would no longer dare to exert pressure wantonly, as he had a few days ago. Remember, don't let this news leak. Wang Ju suddenly stopped, looking at Su Bai with a serious expression. The registration slots are limited. By the time the outer courtyard officially announces it, they'll have long been snatched up. I got inside info from the stewards. They'll open a secret registration half an hour before the official announcement. He lowered his voice. If you let this slip, we won't even be able to sign up ourselves, and that would be a huge problem. Hearing this, Su Bai had originally considered informing senior brother Zhou Chang, who lived in the same courtyard, since Zhou Chang had treated him well. But since Wang Ju had already made his request, he refrained from bringing it up. After all, this was a mission resource that Wang Ju had painstakingly gathered, and it was only right to respect his wishes. Besides, Zhou Chang had been in the outer courtyard for over a decade and had a wide network. Perhaps he had his own channels to learn of this mission. Just as he was pondering this, the jade talisman at Wang Ju's waist suddenly flickered. He quickly picked it up to check, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, "Damn it. The secret registration for the mission opens in an hour. We need to hurry to the External Affairs Hall and line up." The two immediately activated their light body technique and dashed toward the outer sect steward's courtyard. In the square before the External Affairs Hall, several teams were already queuing, but the numbers were still manageable. Wang Ju, clearly familiar with the place, quickly led Su Bai into a line, taking the 8th position. "Good, we made it in time," Wang Ju whispered, wiping sweat from his brow. Within half an hour, dozens more outer sect disciples rushed over one after another. Clearly, these people also had their own sources of information and were all aiming for the Inyang Pool mission. In no time, the lines lengthened rapidly, leaving latecomers sighing in frustration. For outer courtyard disciples, the Inyang Pool mission was tantamount to a rare opportunity to boost their cultivation. Those with sharp information channels naturally seized the advantage, while those who arrived late could only watch their chance slip away. The line moved slowly. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, it was finally Wang Ju and Su Bai's turn. The outer courtyard steward in charge of registration was a stern-faced, middle-aged man who asked, without looking up, "Also here to take the Inyang Pool harvesting mission?" Su Bai and Wang Ju quickly nodded, each presenting their identity jade talismans. The steward took the talismans, formed a hand seal, and a faint light glowed on their surfaces as a new line of mission information was inscribed. Wang Ju's eyes were fixed on the steward's movements, and only after confirming that both their talismans had been updated did he let out a sigh of relief. The Inyang Pool harvesting mission's duration is based on the completion of the Inyang Twin Lotus harvest, typically lasting 2 to 3 months, the steward said flatly as he returned the talismans. Be aware that this mission offers no additional rewards. No mission rewards. This was the first time Su Bai had encountered such a situation. But upon reflection, since this mission was essentially a cultivation benefit granted by the sect to outer courtyard disciples, the Inyang Qi itself was a rare opportunity, and it made sense not to offer other rewards. After accepting the mission, proceed to the outer courtyard's lecture hall to assemble, the steward continued. An elder will personally lead you to the Inyang Pool camp. Departure is in about an hour. If you have personal matters to attend to, go quickly and return. Don't miss the time. Having successfully accepted the mission, Wang Ju was in high spirits and patted Su Bai on the shoulder. "They'll go ahead to the lecture hall to save us good spots. If you have personal business, finish up and come as soon as you can." Su Bai nodded. "They'll be there shortly." He did have an urgent matter to handle. After parting ways with Wang Ju, Su Bai didn't head directly to the lecture hall, but instead took a detour to a grove of stone pillars on the back mountain of the outer courtyard. This place, with its jagged rocks and sparse visitors, was an ideal spot for a private meeting. He stood quietly beside a large boulder shaped like a crouching tiger. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a figure in black intersect disciple robes flew in on a magic artifact, landing lightly before him. It was Zhao Shanha. This trip to the Inyang Pool would last 2 or 3 months. After much deliberation, Su Bai felt he should settle the matter of the jade slip gifted by Su Duanxiu before departing. But how to give it and how much to give was a delicate art. One had to achieve the goal without revealing too much. Junior brother Su, why have you summoned me here? Zhao Shan's expression remained cold, but the fact that he had rushed over promptly at an outer courtyard disciple's invitation showed his regard for Su Bai. In Zhao Shan's eyes, Su Bai, with his sword talent and shared experiences, being interrogated by the enforcement hall and entrusted with a mission by Kwangming Yuan, was no longer an ordinary outer sect disciple. Unconsciously, the two had established a subtle trust and rapport. Su Bai hesitated for a moment, then took out a self-copied light green jade slip from his storage pouch. He had been cautious and did not hand over the complete first part of the profound sword condensation true art. He only copied the section on spiral compression technique, a part focused on enhancing sword aura density and power, which was invaluable for sword cultivators. I've hesitated over this for a long time, Su Bai began, his tone sincere. Since returning to the sect, I was first coerced by Elder Bai, then taken to the enforcement hall for questioning. I never found the right time to discuss it with you, senior brother Zhao. Today I finally have the chance to. Please take a look. He handed the jade slip to Zhao Shanha. Zhao Shanha frowned slightly, took the slip, and probed it with his spiritual sense. Within moments his expression changed dramatically, shock flashing in his eyes. The content of the jade slip clearly far exceeded his expectations. Senior brother Zhao, as a sword cultivator, have you ever encountered such a sword technique? Su Bai asked at the right moment. Zhao Shanha was silent for a long time, then slowly shook his head. Never. Even among the many sword manuals collected by the Yuxia Sect Sword Court, there is no such exquisitely ingenious method of condensing qi. Its cultivation philosophy and operational methods are vastly different from the common sword techniques in Qingzhou. They seem more like. He paused, not finishing, but Su Bai understood his meaning. They seem to originate from a higher-level inheritance. Where did this technique come from? Zhao Shanha looked up at Su Bai, his gaze sharp. Su Bai replied, candidly gifted by Su Duanqiu. She said it was repayment for saving her life back then. He paused briefly, then continued, earlier at the enforcement hall, I didn't mention this to Elder Kwang because I felt I should discuss it with you first. After all, the jade slip was given to both of us. He looked at Zhao Shanha, his tone serious. Senior brother Zhao, what do you think we should do with this technique? Should we report it to Elder Kwang? Zhao Shan's lips curled slightly, revealing a rare hint of a smile. Junior brother Su, haven't you already made your decision? Why ask me? Su Bai shook his head. Her identity is sensitive. She may end up on the Yuxia Sect's kill list in the future. And this is something Su Duanqiu gave to both of us. So I need to know your true thoughts before making a final decision. Zhao Shanha tossed the jade slip in his hand, then unhesitatingly stored it in his own storage pouch. Junior brother Su, you're cautious enough. He said calmly, then my thought is this: take what should be taken and practice what should be practiced well. If we ever meet Su Duanqiu on the battlefield, kill without mercy. He looked at Su Bai with clear eyes. As for Elder Kwang, no need to report. This is a private game between you and me with no direct connection to the Immortal Palace affair. Su Bai felt a slight relief. Zhao Shan's thoughts indeed aligned with his own. But Su Bai hesitated. If someone asks about the origin of this technique in the future. Zhao Shanha had clearly already considered this. He said calmly, I've officially joined the Sword Court. When you enter the inner sect, you should apply to join as well. Then within the Sword Court, we'll have ample time and space to cultivate together. He paused, then continued, your sword talent is well known. In the future, we can say that this technique was jointly comprehended and deduced through our collaboration. Such precedents are not unheard of in the history of the Yuxia sect. Seniors often gain inspiration and create new methods through sparring and discussion. Hearing this, Su Bai's last lingering concerns dissipated. Zhao Shanha was not only exceptionally skilled, but also thorough and experienced. With his words, even if someone questioned them later, they would have a plausible explanation. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Zhao, Su Bai said with a cupped fist salute. Zhao Shanha waved his hand. No need for formalities. Since you trust me, I'll naturally protect you. He glanced at the sky. Time is running short. You should head to the lecture hall to assemble. Be careful with the Yinyang Pool mission. Although it's within the sect's territory, it's far from the mountain gate. Rest assured, senior brother Su Bai nodded. Zhao Shanha said no more, rose on his magic artifact, and turned into a streak of sword light heading toward the mountainside. Su Bai watched as Zhao Shanha transformed into a streak of sword light, vanishing into the distant mountain mist, a heavy stone finally lifting from his heart. Thus I have successfully passed on the divine technique. He let out a gentle sigh of relief. From now on, using this technique within the sect will be free of any lingering concerns. The sword court, mentioned by Zhao Shanha, was something Su Bai had heard of for the first time. He supposed it made sense. The outer sect of the Yuxia sect had only one comprehensive outer courtyard, while the inner sect was divided into dozens of disciple courtyards of varying sizes based on their specializations. The sword court should be one of them, a place dedicated to gathering the sect's few sword cultivating disciples. Once I enter the inner sect, I will find a chance to join. Su Bai made a mental note of this. Exchanging insights and sparring with fellow sword cultivators would undoubtedly benefit his own sword path. Glancing at the sky, he decided not to delay any longer. It's about time to gather at the lecture grounds. He activated the light body, his form gliding through the stone forest like the wind as he sped towards the outer sect's lecture grounds. At the lecture grounds, several dozen outer sect disciples had already gathered chatting in small groups, creating a lively atmosphere. Subai, junior brother Su, old brother Su, you're finally here. Wang Ju, who had been waiting with anxious anticipation, immediately hurried over the moment he spotted Su by letting out a long sigh of relief. This mission required a pair to execute. If Subai backed out or arrived late, Wang Ju would be unable to proceed alone and would surely have his mission qualification revoked. For him, that would be a devastating blow. Why are you so anxious? Isn't there still half an hour before departure? Subai asked, puzzled. Elder Wu said if everyone is here, we'll leave early. Wang Ju lowered his voice. I just counted over the last pair. Quick, let's go sign in. He pulled Subai through the crowd to the front of the lecture grounds. A kindly-faced Foundation establishment cultivator sat on a meditation cushion with a low table in front of him. This was the leader of the escort team, Inner Sect, Elder Wu Yu. Elder Wu Yu was quite renowned within the Yuxia sect. He was at the late Foundation establishment stage and possessed a rare second-grade spirit boat artifact. He was often seen on sect missions that required long-distance transport of disciples. It was said he was magnanimous and gentle, never putting on airs when dealing with outer sect disciples. Wang Ju and Su Bai presented their identity jade talismans. Elder Wu took them, scanned them with his divine sense, stroked his beard, and smiled. Ah, the last pair has arrived. Then we shall depart early. He returned the jade talismans to them, showing no displeasure at their last-minute arrival, his demeanor as generous as the rumors suggested. Su Bai silently compared him to the domineering Bai Yuanji from a few days prior. The difference was like heaven and earth. Thank you, Elder. After they bowed, Wang Ju pulled Su Bai aside to clear the path. Elder Wu rose from his meditation cushion and patted the storage pouch at his waist. A stream of light flew out, initially the size of a palm, then expanded rapidly in the air, taking shape. In just a few breaths, a sleek, silver-white spirit boat hovered midair. The boat was over 20 meters long and about 5 meters wide, with cloud patterns and wind-defying runes carved on its sides, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. The bow was streamlined, hinting at an ability to pierce the air. Spirit boat artifacts were quite rare, due to their complex refinement, high material cost, and the immense demands they placed on the user's divine sense. Elder Wu's second-grade spirit boat was considered a top-tier flying treasure within the Yuxia sect. The boat could be powered either by the cultivator's own spiritual energy or by spirit stones. The larger the manifested form, the more passengers it carried, and the faster it flew, the more energy it consumed. This mission to the Yinyang pool involved 30 groups, totaling 60 outer sect disciples above the 5th layer of qi refining. The pool was thousands of miles away, requiring several hours of continuous flight. To conserve his own spiritual energy, Elder Wu naturally chose to use spirit stones as the power source. He leaped lightly and landed gracefully at the central control hub of the spirit boat. He took out 10 sparkling mid-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and embedded them into the grooves around the hub. As the stones were set, the runes on the boat lit up one by one, emitting a low hum. The massive spirit boat, driven by the energy, slowly rose, hovering about 3 feet off the ground. At the same time, a translucent light blue barrier rose from the boat's edge, enveloping the entire vessel. It could both block the high-altitude gale and protect against unexpected attacks. A light ramp formed from condensed spiritual energy descended from the side of the boat, touching the ground firmly. Board the boat, lads. Wu Yu sat behind the control hub and called out cheerfully. The outer sect disciples, barely containing their excitement, stepped onto the light ramp and filed onto the spirit boat. Wang Ju and Su Bai followed the flow, stepping onto the ramp and entering the cabin. The interior of the spirit boat was quite spacious, with fixed meditation cushion seats neatly arranged on both sides. Su Bai estimated that it could easily accommodate 100 people. He and Wang Ju chose seats by the boat's edge. Through the transparent barrier, they could clearly see the outside scenery. I heard this isn't even the spirit boat's largest form. Wang Ju leaned in and whispered. They say that at full power it can expand to 50 meters long and carry hundreds. Su Bai nodded slightly. A second-grade artifact indeed possessed such power, but the consumption of spirit stones would be astronomical. After all the disciples had boarded and taken their seats, Elder Wu placed one hand on the control hub, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, using his divine sense to manipulate the boat. Taking off, lads. As the words fell, the spirit boat trembled slightly, then rose steadily. Initially, the speed was slow, but after ascending to 100 zhang, the boat shuddered, and its speed abruptly skyrocketed. Whoosh! A sound of air being rent filled the air. The spirit boat transformed into a streak of silver light shooting out of the sect gates. The speed was so great that many disciples instinctively gripped the meditation cushions beneath them. Elder Wu had long registered the imprint of this spirit boat within the sect's grand protective formation, so it passed through the formation barrier without any hindrance, as smoothly as a fish entering water. The spirit boat flew at high speed above the clouds. Protected by the barrier, the howling gale and biting cold from outside were completely sealed off. The cabin was as stable as solid ground. If not for the rapidly receding sea of clouds and mountain peaks outside the window, one would hardly feel the high-speed motion. Many disciples experiencing flight for the first time could not contain their curiosity, rising to lean against the boat's edge, looking down through the barrier at the shrinking mountains and rivers below, letting out exclamations of wonder. Subai sat on his meditation cushion, his expression calm. The experience of riding a spirit boat was not much different from taking an airplane in his past life, except that the barrier offered a better view, and he could clearly sense the flow and changes of the world's spiritual energy. What he was more concerned about was the destination and the mission itself. Under Elder Wu's control, the spirit boat continued flying deeper into the Green Mountain spirit wilds. The disciples in the cabin gradually calmed down from their initial excitement and began to chat in small groups. Those who could participate in this mission were all elites from the outer sect above the 5th layer of Qi refining, and many were at the 6th layer. Their conversations revolved around cultivation missions and future plans for entering the inner sect. I heard that after this mission, if we can absorb enough yin and yang qi, there's a great chance to break through the bottleneck of the 6th layer of qi refining. I've been stuck at the peak of the 5th layer for 6 months. This time I'm determined to break through. Once we enter the inner sect, we can choose foundation establishment stage techniques. I want to go to the alchemy court. If I can become an alchemist, I won't have to worry about cultivation resources. Subai closed his eyes to rest, listening to the conversations around him while planning his own cultivation path. For this mission to the yin-yang pool, his primary goal was to advance to the 6th layer of qi refining. If all went well, half of his cultivation goals for the first half of the year would be achieved. The other half concerned celestial talent projection. This talent would refresh its 3rd replication opportunity on June 10th. Now that Jiang Han had been taken away by the Immortal Palace, his plan to replicate Jiang Han's fire attribute talent had fallen through. He needed to find a suitable new target in the coming months, absolutely not wasting this precious replication opportunity. Furthermore, there was the profound sword condensation manual gifted by Su Duanqiu to comprehend and cultivate. He also needed to maintain contact with Zhao Shanhe, and he could not forget the commission from Elder Kuang of the Enforcement Court. The path of immortal cultivation required careful planning at every step. Subai organized these matters in his mind, silently formulating a follow-up plan. About 3 hours later, the spirit boat began to descend slowly. The yin-yang pool is here, a Sharpie disciple shouted. Everyone rose to look. Below, between 2 towering peaks, a vast valley was shrouded in a hazy white mist, making it hard to see clearly. Within the mist, faint spiritual light flickered, indicating the presence of a spirit-gathering formation. The spirit boat pierced through the clouds and landed gently on a flat clearing at the edge of the valley. As the altitude decreased, the mist gradually dispersed, revealing the full view of the yin-yang pool. It was a massive, deep pool, over 100 zhang in diameter, with strangely dark green water, bottomless, and as still as a mirror. The most striking feature was the starry clusters of blooming lotuses on the pool's surface, the target of this mission, the yin-yang twin lotuses. These lotuses had a peculiar form. Each plant bore a double-head twin bloom, one ink black and one pink, with petals carved like jade, gently swaying on the water's surface. The ink-black petals were like cold jade in the deep night, while the pink petals resembled the warm clouds of dawn. The 2 colors blended, emitting a faint yin and yang qi, forming a barely perceptible mist swirling over the pool. So beautiful. A female disciple murmured softly. The spirit boat landed smoothly, and the light barrier dissipated. Elder Wu was the first to jump down from the bow. Several stationed disciples who had been waiting by the pool quickly approached and bowed. Disciples, greet Elder Wu. No need for formalities. Wu Yu waved his hand with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the pool. The yin-yang twin lotuses seemed to have matured. His divine sense had already probed the bottom of the pool, sensing the abundant yin and yang qi in the lotus roots. Reporting to Elder, they are indeed at their optimal picking time, replied the leading inner sect elite disciple respectfully. However, before picking, we need to explain the techniques and precautions to the outer sect junior brothers and sisters. Wu Yu nodded. That is only proper. You may arrange it. The elite disciple turned to face the outer sect disciples who had just disembarked and announced loudly, fellow junior brothers and sisters, I am the station steward of the yin-yang pool. Next, junior sister Li and I will demonstrate the correct method for picking the twin lotuses. Please watch carefully. Saying this, he and another female disciple leaped onto the pool's surface, standing on the water. They activated their water and fire spiritual energies respectively. Working in perfect harmony with gentle movements, within 10 breaths, they had completely picked an intact twin lotus and placed it into a special jade box. Throughout the process, the lotus was not damaged in the slightest, and the yin and yang qi at its core did not leak at all. Did everyone understand? The key to picking lies in the timing and intensity of the water and fire coordination. If the fire spiritual energy is too strong, it will damage the lotus stem, If too weak, it cannot melt the mystic ice shell. The water spiritual energy must constantly protect the lotus heart, but not excessively, or it will affect the natural condensation of yin and yang qi. He paused, his expression turning serious. Each person has 2 chances to fail at picking. If you fail twice in a row, although there is no compensation required, you will be disqualified from this mission. So be cautious. Afterwards, the station disciples began distributing special cold jade boxes. The surfaces of these boxes were engraved with spirit-sealing runes capable of perfectly preserving the medicinal properties of the twin lotuses. After picking, you must immediately place the twin lotus into the jade box to seal it. Otherwise, the spiritual energy will leak, greatly reducing its potency, and it will be considered a failed pick, he cautioned finally. All the outer sect disciples acknowledged in unison, their expressions turning serious. No one wanted to be eliminated midway due to negligence in such a rare cultivation welfare mission. After the on-site demonstration and the distribution of jade boxes, the harvesting of the yin-yang twin lotuses officially commenced. 60 outer disciples quickly dispersed across the broad surface of the pond. Some strode atop the water itself, searching the surface for suitable twin lotuses. Others, like Su Bai and Wang Ju, were adept in the water escape technique and chose to dive beneath the surface. The lotuses growing underwater were often plumper and contained purer yin and yang qi, though they were harder to harvest and demanded greater skill in underwater casting. Su Bai and Wang Ju had worked together at Lingwei Lake for over a year and were both well practiced in the waterscape art. They slipped into the ink-green water, a faint azure spiritual glow surrounding them as they moved as freely as fish. The pond's chill bit to the bone. Even with spiritual protection, they felt a thin cold seep in. Before long, the 2 of them found a twin lotus growing on a relatively open rock bed at the bottom. The lotus had a stout rhizome, its bud dual-hued in ebony and pale powder was fully open. At its heart, a faint circulation of yin and yang qi revealed it to be ripe. They exchanged a glance and in tacit understanding swam closer. In the cold, dim water, they used spiritual power to transmit their voices. This was a small technique attainable by mid-refining qi practitioners, vibrating the water with spiritual force to carry sound. Though not as exquisite as transmission by spiritual sense, it proved practical in an underwater environment. This one, Su Bai transmitted. Wang Ju nodded, I'm ready. Each reached out and pressed their hands gently to either side of the twin lotus. A crimson spiritual glow gathered in Su Bai's palm, the condensation of fire spiritual energy. From Wang Ju's fingertips flowed a pale blue water, light, soft, and enveloping toward the lotus heart. Su Bai gave Wang Ju a slight nod, then held his breath and focused, slowly injecting his fire spiritual energy into the crystalline outer layer of the lotus stem, the so-called Xian ice shell. This ice shell was a protective layer the twin lotus formed by absorbing the pond's yin cold. It was extraordinarily hard and had to be gently scorched with fire spiritual energy. Too great a temperature would harm the stem, too little would not melt it. Wang Ju concentrated on manipulating his water spiritual energy, shaping it into a soft membranous veil that closely guarded the lotus core and the yin-yang qi within. His control had to be precise. The veil needed to insulate the core from Su Bai's residual heat while not overly suppressing the lotus's natural qi circulation. The 2 had often cooperated while at Lingwei Lake, Wang Ju cooking spirit food and Su Bai assisting sometimes. Though not a cultivation partnership, the familiarity had bred a steadiness between them. Now underwater, their minds linked, their movements synchronized, flowing with an effortless grace like clouds and water. Time drifted slowly through the silent pond. 2 hours later, with a soft crisp click, the Xian ice shell at last melted away. Su Bai immediately withdrew his fire spiritual energy. Wang Ju took advantage of the moment, gently lifting with his water power. The entire twin lotus detached cleanly from the rhizome and was carefully caught by Wang Ju. At the moment of separation, a stream of exquisitely pure yin-yang spiritual energy welled from the cut, misting and swirling in the water. By prior agreement, the first strand of yin-yang qi belonged to Su Bai. He opened his mouth and, employing a guiding technique, began to draw that wisp of qi slowly into his body. Wang Ju swiftly produced a cold jade box, placed the harvested twin lotus inside with care and surface to seal it. Su Bai remained underwater, maintaining the water escape method as he began to refine the yin-yang qi that flowed into him. The qi was peculiar. It carried the water attributes yin, softness and endurance, while carrying beneath the surface the fire attributes yang, intensity. Yin and yang blended, forming an indivisible whole. Once it entered his meridians, the qi split naturally into 2 currents, one cool and one warm, flowing in parallel before converging into the Dantian's qi si. Su Bai exerted the 5th layer formula of the Yuxia Lianqi Shu, guiding those 2 currents along designated meridians in a circulating cycle. With each circuit, the qi grew purer and fused more with his own spiritual force. He could clearly sense the Dantian's power growing denser and more palpable by visible measure. After an hour, the entire strand of yin-yang qi had been fully refined and absorbed. Inwardly, Su-bai surveyed himself. The spiritual mass in his dantian had noticeably swollen, bringing him another step nearer to the peak of the 5th level of refining qi. Dual spirit root aptitude allowed him to absorb qi more efficiently than those with 3 or 4 roots. Coupled with the superior quality of the yin-yang qi, the effects were immediate and striking. Finished. Su-bai transmitted to Wang Ju at the shore. Wang Ju had already sealed the first twin lotus and sat by the bank to recuperate. On hearing the transmission, his eyes brightened, and he plunged back in with a splash. Now it's my turn. After a brief rest, they sought out a second ripe twin lotus. Having learned from the first attempt, the second harvest proceeded more smoothly and was completed in the same 2-hour span. Wang Ju eagerly took in the second strand of yin-yang qi and sat cross-legged underwater to cultivate. Su-bai rose to the surface with the second twin lotus, carefully sealed it within the jade box, and delivered it to Elder Wu Yu. The elder accepted the box and cast a brief sweep with his spiritual sense, nodding with approval. The specimen is intact. The yin and yang qi have not leaked. Good. He placed the jade box into a specially crafted storage artifact where dozens of identical boxes were already neatly arranged. When Su-bai returned to the pond, Wang Ju was still refining the qi. Su-bai did not waste time. He found a secluded corner and began to contemplate and practice the Xian Jin Ningxinju. The technique was vast and profound. Even the upper chapter's spiral compression method involved subtle operations of spiritual circulation, condensation of sword qi, and mind control. Bolstered by the Jinshin Tongming talent, Su-bai progressed quickly, yet he still needed repeated study and practice. An hour later, Wang Ju finished refining and surfaced full of vigor. After a brief exchange, the two began a third round of harvesting. Repeating the cycle, they gradually formed a steady rhythm, roughly 3 hours to complete a harvest, after which one would refine the qi while the other handled the aftermath and waited. For every 12 consecutive hours of harvesting, i.e., 4 harvests, they would sit and recuperate for an hour to restore consumed spirit and spiritual energy. There was no other way but to push oneself. That was the common sentiment among all participants. A little more effort meant one more strand of yin-yang qi. Easing off might mean missing the best chance to break a bottleneck. Although Su-bai and Wang Ju were diligent, they were not the most driven. One pair of refining qi 6th level disciples had managed to harvest for a full 36 continuous hours. Only when their faces turned ashen and their spiritual senses grew hazy when in one harvest they nearly damaged a spirit lotus were they forced to stop and recuperate. Their relentlessness left the onlookers in awed silence. Time slipped by amid the pond's ripples and the faint perfume of lotuses. In a blink, half a month had passed. With so many twin lotuses taken, the surface of the pond was visibly sparser. Thankfully, the peak maturation period continued and new buds still opened each day, barely sustaining the supply. On one such day, after absorbing a strand of yin-yang qi, Wang Ju did not immediately rise as he usually did. He remained seated underwater, his spiritual energy surging and fluctuating wildly, at times overflowing and causing the surrounding water to tremble. From the shore, Su-bai watched clearly. A breakthrough was imminent. Wang Ju sat for 3 hours. When he finally opened his eyes, a keen light glittered within them, and his aura had grown markedly stronger. He leapt from the water, unable to hide his joy. At last, I have entered the 6th level of refining qi. Congratulations, senior brother Wang. Su-bai cupped his hands and smiled. Wang Ju laughed and looked at Su-bai. You're almost there too. I can feel your spiritual fluctuations nearing the limit of the 5th level. Su-bai nodded. I sense it. Then what are you waiting for? Come on, let's keep going. Wang Ju was full of drive. The two found a freshly matured twin lotus, and working in tacit harmony succeeded in harvesting it within an hour. When that strand of yin-yang qi rushed into Su-bai, he was suddenly struck with clarity. The moment had arrived. He leapt ashore, found a flat bluestone, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and poured everything into the Yuxia Lianqi Shu. Within the dantian, his spiritual power surged like tides. The newly absorbed yin-yang qi was swiftly refined and blended with his existing force. At the center of his qi, the now saturated mass began to tremble violently, its surface rippling finely. A faint sound, as of a barrier fracturing, echoed in the depths. The yin-yang qi was instantly and completely assimilated. At the same time, the surrounding heaven and earth qi was drawn towards Su-bai like rivers converging upon the sea. His body became a whirlpool, ravenously consuming the ambient qi. The spiritual mass in his dantian swelled nearly to twice its volume before slowly contracting and consolidating, finally stabilizing at a new plateau. Refining qi 6th level, achieved. Su-bai opened his eyes to a flash of spiritual light, crossed them, then receded into restraint. He exhaled, his breath long and steady, his bearing wholly changed from before the breakthrough. Haha, congratulations, junior brother Su-bai. Wang Ju laughed heartily as he approached, sincere in his felicitation. Su-bai rose, feeling the swell of power within him, and smiled in return, shared joy. Both of them had broken through, and their states of mind lightened considerably. From then on, they no longer raced so frantically for every lotus. More importantly, the pond's maturation speed of twin lotuses had begun to lag behind the disciples' refining demand. Often one had to wait in line for several hours before it was one's turn to harvest. Su Bai devoted most of his spare time to cultivating the Xian Jianning Zhenju. He could feel his comprehension and control of sword qi deepening at a rate one could plainly observe. Another 10 days passed in this way. On one day, Su Bai and Wang Ju queued for an entire day before they finally secured a chance to harvest. They cooperated to take one twin lotus and evenly divided the yin-yang qi between them. At that moment, the inner gate disciple Zhou Xuan, who had been overseeing the task, announced loudly, "All the twin lotuses in the pond have ripened and been harvested. This yin-yang pond assignment is hereby concluded." The disciples reacted with expressions of joy, satisfaction, and a faint reluctance. Su Bai looked around. The assignment had lasted a full month. He had successfully advanced to the 6th level of refining qi, bringing him closer to the inner gate. The Xian Jianning Zhenju, aided by his Jianxin Tongming talent, had also yielded modest results in his cultivation. More importantly, after a month of arduous practice, his foundation had become firmer, his command of spiritual energy and his understanding of the sword path had both risen to a new plane. "Time to head back, lads." Accompanied by Elder Wu Yu's resonant shout, the outer disciples who had been waiting outside all boarded the spirit boat, sitting cross-legged on their designated meditation mats. Under Elder Wu's control, the spirit boat slowly ascended before transforming into a streak of light, hurtling toward the mountain gate of Yuxia sect. The atmosphere aboard was vastly different from the journey there. On the way, the disciples had been filled with anticipation and excitement. Now a layer of fatigue had settled over them. A full month of gathering and cultivation, though fruitful, had been mentally and physically draining. Many closed their eyes to regulate their breathing as soon as they boarded, seizing the time to recover their state. Near the edge of the spirit boat, Wang Jie and Su Bai sat facing each other. Both had broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement during the Yin-Yang Pool mission. Though traces of weariness lingered on their brows, the joy of their breakthrough could not be concealed. "Junior brother Su, do you have any plans to take on outer sect missions next?" Wang Jie asked, a hint of probing in his voice. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. "From the way senior brother Wang speaks, it seems you have a suitable mission to recommend." Having spent over a decade in the outer sect, Wang Jie's information network was far more extensive than Su Bai's. This Yin-Yang Pool mission had indeed benefited Su Bai greatly, thanks to him. Wang Jie chuckled, lowering his voice. "There is one but. It carries a certain degree of danger." He paused, noting Su Bai's serious expression, and continued, "This is a secret realm mission suitable for those at the 6th layer of qi refinement. There's only one, the Blood River Secret Realm. The Blood River Secret Realm opens once every 3 years, and this year's opening is in March. Although our Yuxia sect controls this realm, the entry quotas must be shared with 2 other sects. Thus, once inside, encounters and magical duels with disciples from those sects are inevitable, and casualties are unavoidable." Despite his words, Wang Jie's eyes gleamed. However, the spiritual herb resources within the Blood River Secret Realm are incredibly abundant. Even finding a few rare herbs to bring out will be bought back by the sect at high prices. One trip with luck can gather all the pills needed to cultivate to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Su Bai listened and fell into a long silence. The Blood River Secret Realm was indeed a classic high-risk, high-reward mission. Many cultivators with poor spiritual root aptitudes and scarce resources were willing to gamble on a chance for a future. But Su Bai had his own considerations. Possessing a heaven-defying divine art like Immortal gift reflection, as long as he cultivated steadily, his prospects were boundless. There was no need to take such life-or-death risks, especially given that he had already attracted the attention of the mysterious organization, the Immortal Palace. Until his own strength was sufficient, he preferred a more stable cultivation path. He looked up at Wang Jie and noticed the fleeting resolve in the latter's eyes when mentioning the Blood River Secret Realm. Su Bai understood. "Senior brother Wang, have you already decided to participate in this Blood River Secret Realm?" Wang Jie did not evade and nodded frankly. "With my spiritual root aptitude, if I don't take the gamble, I don't know how many more years I'll have to endure to break through to the late qi refinement stage." He usually appeared cynical, but on the path of immortal cultivation, he never lacked the courage to stake it all. Su Bai nodded slightly. "Then I wish senior brother Wang a smooth journey to the secret realm and a bountiful return." Wang Jie caught the implication in Su Bai's words. He would not join this secret realm mission. He was not surprised and laughed heartily, patting the storage pouch at his waist. "Don't worry. Don't I still have the protective talisman Elder Kwang gave me? That's the real reason I dare to venture into the secret realm." A thought struck him and he laughed even harder. "Speaking of which, we should thank that woman Su Duanxiu, shouldn't we? If she hadn't stirred up that mess, how would Elder Kwang have granted us the talisman?" Ha ha. Amid the laughter, the spirit boat had already flown over countless mountain ranges, and the familiar towering mountain gate of Yuxia sect was visible in the distance. The spirit boat landed smoothly at the outer sect lecture grounds. The disciples disembarked one after another, heading to their respective courtyards. Elder Wu Yu put away the spirit boat, waved to the disciples, and soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds as a streak of light. Su Bai and Wang Jie bid farewell in front of the lecture grounds. Wang Jie needed to prepare thoroughly for the Blood River Secret Realm expedition, while Su Bai planned to return to his courtyard. The two agreed to reunite after Wang Jie returned from the secret realm. Watching Wang Jie leave, Su Bai turned and walked toward courtyard No. 32. Pushing open the gate, a warm feeling surged in his heart as he saw several figures already waiting inside. Zhou Chang, Zhang Yinshan, Li Daniu, and Qian Er, all four senior and junior brothers, were present. It turned out that since Su Bai was taken away by the law enforcement court that day, the courtyard members had been worried. Zhou Chang had contacted Su Bai multiple times via Jade Talisman. Knowing Su Bai would return today, he had specifically coordinated with the other brothers to pause their missions and wait here. Good lad, you're already at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Zhou Chang was the first to greet him, looking Su Bai up and down with eyes full of surprise. Su Bai gave a faint smile. Just luck. The opportunity at the Yinyang pool was truly rare. Zhou Chang sighed with emotion. It seems your triple spiritual roots are among the top tier of their kind. Only this could explain Su Bai's astonishing cultivation speed. At that moment, the cultivation levels of everyone in the courtyard varied. Zhou Chang, who had been in the sect for over a decade, was only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, but given his quadruple spiritual roots, this progress was not slow. Zhang Yinshan, who had entered the sect at the same time as Su Bai, had barely broken through to the 4th layer. Li Daniu and Qian Er were still stuck at the 3rd layer, unable to break through the mid-stage bottleneck. In comparison, Su Bai's cultivation progress was indeed remarkable. Even Yu Ji and Jin Xingjian, the dual spiritual root geniuses who had joined at the same time, were still at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, on par with Su Bai. The 5 of them sat around a stone table under the bamboo grove. Zhou Chang asked with concern, "Tell us about the law enforcement court. Did you encounter any difficulties? And why has Jiang Han gone silent?" Su Bai could not speak much about the Immortal Palace matter. He simply recounted the questioning at the law enforcement court, indicating that the matter was resolved and there was no need to worry. As for Jiang Han, Su Bai paused, his voice somber. Barring any surprises, he won't be coming back. Silence fell over the courtyard. Though unaware of the specifics, everyone could guess the general idea. They remembered the Outer Sect tournament last year, where Jiang Han at the 4th layer of Qi refinement had fought fiercely against an opponent at the 6th layer. Though he lost, it was an honorable defeat, and his masterful fire element techniques had left a deep impression. Such talent yet. Zhou Chang sighed softly and took a blue porcelain wine bottle from his storage pouch. I brought a bottle of green bamboo brew. It's rare for us all to gather, let's have a drink. This green bamboo brew was a famous spirit wine. A small bottle cost dozens of spirit stones, which Zhou Chang usually spared to drink. Taking it out now was clearly meant to lighten the heavy atmosphere. As the spirit wine went down, it was crisp and refreshing with a hint of bamboo leaf fragrance. The liquid transformed into gentle spiritual energy that dispersed through the limbs and bones, indeed beneficial for cultivation. After a few cups, the courtyard's atmosphere gradually warmed. The 5 senior and junior brothers sat around the table, sharing amusing anecdotes and challenges from their outer sect missions and exchanging cultivation insights and gains. Li Daniu recounted a recent gathering mission where he was nearly struck by an ironback bear, saved only by a gale talisman he had brought. Qian Er complained about the tediousness of his mission, guarding a medicinal herb garden, spending whole days staring at a field of spirit herbs. That night in courtyard No. 32, the lantern light was warm and laughter never ceased. The bond between senior and junior brothers was especially precious on this path of immortal cultivation. But warm moments were always fleeting. The next morning, when Su Bai awoke from meditation, the courtyard was empty. Zhou Chang and the other 3 had set out before dawn, each to their own missions. On the path of cultivation, one either advanced or regressed. Over the years, without anyone's urging, everyone strove desperately for their own immortal journey. Su Bai shook his slightly dizzy head. The after effects of last night's green bamboo brew were strong. As the highest cultivator, he had been plied with the most wine, drinking over half the bottle himself. He cycled through several rounds of the Yuxia Qi refining art, forcing out the residual alcohol from his body, and finally felt much clearer. Time to see what suitable missions are available. Su Bai rose, straightened his robes, and left the courtyard, heading toward the Outer Sect Affairs office. Soon he arrived at the office. First, he went to Steward Su to collect his monthly allowance. After breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, he was entitled to 3 yellow dragon pills per month. Su Bai smoothly updated his cultivation information and received the accumulated pills from the past few months, gaining 2 bottles of yellow dragon pills. Then he turned to Steward Lin on the other side. This Steward Lin was quite familiar with him. It was he who had recommended the Spirit Moon Lake mission. Holy crap, kid, you're at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Steward Lin looked up, saw Su Bai, froze for a moment, then widened his eyes in utter astonishment. He looked Subai up and down, clicking his tongue in wonder. How long has it been? When you took the Spirit Moon Lake mission a year ago, you were only at the 4th layer, right? This speed. Incredible, incredible. Subai cupped his hands and smiled. All thanks to the sect's nurturing plus a bit of luck. Subai's astonishing cultivation speed indeed left Steward Lin greatly surprised. Though he had previously offered Subai some assistance, such as recommending the Spirit Moon Lake mission, quota breaking through from the 4th layer of Qi refining to the 6th within a single year was a pace comparable to that of a dual spiritual root disciple. I must thank you for your help, Steward Lin. This disciple was merely fortunate, Subai said modestly. I have come today to inquire if you have any suitable outer sect missions to recommend. Steward Lin stroked his beard and nodded. Let me have a look. He was about to flip through the mission ledger when he suddenly paused, looking up at Subai. Wait, aren't you still carrying out the Spirit Moon Lake mission? The one-year term shouldn't have ended yet. Regarding the subsequent arrangements for Spirit Moon Lake, Subai was also unclear about how the sect had communicated with the other stewards. He directly took out his identity jade token and handed it over. The Spirit Moon Lake mission has concluded early. Steward Lin took the token and inspected the mission records within using a special incantation. Indeed, the mark for the Spirit Moon Lake mission had been changed to completed, and the reason for its early termination was set as sect confidential, beyond his authority to view the details. This was not the first time Steward Lin had encountered such a situation. In a major sect like Jade Cloud sect, some missions involving special events or covert operations were handled directly by the higher-ups, and outer sect stewards merely needed to cooperate with the registration. He was well-versed in these rules and never asked unnecessary questions. I see the mission has indeed concluded. Steward Lin returned the jade token and after a moment's deliberation said, You are now at the 6th layer of Qi refining. The next stage is to prepare for the breakthrough to the 7th layer and the advancement to the inner sect. He opened the mission ledger and pointed to an entry. If you are willing to take on some risk, I recommend the Blood River Secret Realm mission. This mission opens only once every 3 years, and the next opportunity is next month. If you can enter the secret realm and bring back spiritual herbs, you can exchange them for a large number of cultivation pills, enough to support you until the late Qi refining stage. Subai shook his head without hesitation. I have heard of this mission, but I do not plan to participate for now. Cultivators have varied temperaments. Some delight in magical combat and seek breakthroughs on the brink of life and death, while others prefer stable cultivation and gradual progress. Steward Lin categorized Subai as the latter and nodded understandingly. To be honest, when I was young, I also disliked the slaughter in secret realms. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here as a mere outer sect steward. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued flipping through the ledger, recommending several high-reward missions suitable for the 6th layer of Qi refining. These included clearing out rampaging beast hordes, escorting valuable goods through dangerous terrains, or exploring newly discovered mineral vein ruins. These missions offered generous compensation, but also carried considerable risks. Subai declined each one. Finally, Steward Lin turned to the latter part of the ledger and pointed at an entry. If none of the above missions suit your taste, there is a secondary but sufficiently stable option, the patrol squad leader near the mountain gate, requiring cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refining or above. He explained in detail, this mission requires leading 3 team members responsible for the daily patrol of an area on the periphery of Azure Cloud Mountain, occasionally driving away stray beasts or persuading wandering cultivators to leave. Due to its proximity to the mountain gate, it is safer than remote resource points like Spirit Moon Lake. As the squad leader, you will be the primary person in charge of that area. The mission has no fixed term. You must serve for at least 1 month until a replacement disciple arrives to take over. Rewards are distributed monthly, 5 yellow dragon pills per month. Steward Lin paused and added the drawbacks. The patrol area is not covered by a spirit gathering array, so the spiritual energy environment is somewhat inferior, and you need to be stationed there long-term, which is relatively monotonous. Subai pondered carefully. 5 yellow dragon pills per month, plus the sect's monthly allowance of 3, made 8 pills. With his dual spiritual root aptitude supplemented by these pills, pushing his cultivation to the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refining within a year was not difficult. As for the bottleneck to break through to the late Qi refining stage for a dual spiritual root cultivator, it was not an insurmountable chasm. More importantly, this mission was sufficiently safe and stable. It perfectly suited his current cultivation strategy of steady progress and risk avoidance. Steward Lin, please help me accept this mission. Subai made his decision. No problem. Steward Lin took the jade token and used an incantation to imprint a new mission mark on it. Upon completion, he handed the jade token along with 2 other items to Subai. One was a detailed small map, and the other was a jade slip recording the 1st-grade mid-rank spell Falling Feather Art. Falling Feather Art is a movement technique spell twice as effective as light body art, facilitating quick travel during patrols. It's an extra perk for this mission, Steward Lin explained. The map marks your patrol area and the distribution of nearby outposts. Subai took them and examined. The map showed that Azure Cloud Mountain was vast, with the Azure Cloud Square at its foot being just one side. The entire periphery was divided into over 20 key patrol outposts, each manned by a 6th-layer Chi refining disciple leading 3 ordinary outer sect disciples. Every 4 to 5 small outposts formed a sector overseen by an inner sect disciple stationed at a large outpost. His sector included 5 small outposts with a map detailing the locations of each outpost patrol routes and key points to watch. The mission handover must be completed within 3 days. You can head there now, Steward Lin finally instructed. Subai put away the items, cupped his hands in thanks, and said, "Thank you, Steward Lin. This disciple will depart immediately." Leaving the steward's office, Subai did not rush to the outpost. Instead, he first returned to his courtyard to pack his belongings. Once ready, he used the light body art to descend the mountain. After advancing to the 6th layer of Chi, refining his spiritual energy was more abundant, making it easier to cast spells. His figure swept down the mountain path like the wind, nearly 30% faster than before. About half an hour later, he arrived at his destination, a small hill named Stone Ridge, on the side of Azure Cloud Mountain, facing the mortal world. This location was at the mountain's edge, offering a wide view overlooking a gentle slope ahead and the plains beyond. Scattered on the slope were dozens of households forming a small village of about 200 people marked on the map as Stone Village. When Subai reached the hilltop, it was empty, suggesting the team members were out on patrol. He sat down to rest and continued to study the falling feather art. Within a quarter of an hour, the sound of breaking air came from afar. 4 figures leaped into view. The leader, around 27 or 28 years old, wore an outer sect green robe and had cultivation at the 6th layer of Chi refining. He was the outgoing squad leader. Behind him followed 3 younger disciples, 2 men and 1 woman, with cultivation levels between the 3rd and 4th layers of Chi refining. "Are you Subai Jr. Brother Su here for the handover?" The 6th layer Chi refining disciple cupped his hands and smiled from a distance, his tone warm. Subai stood up and returned the greeting. "Indeed. I've been stationed here for half a year, and today I finally get my replacement." This disciple beamed with joy, clearly looking forward to returning to the sect. The 2 exchanged jade tokens, verified the mission information, and the handover was complete. The 3 team members behind him also stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Brother Su." Seeing that Su Bei's cultivation had reached the 6th layer of Chi refining, and he was so young, they assumed he was a long-time senior disciple and treated him with respect and curiosity. Subai did not elaborate and simply nodded in acknowledgement. "Since Junior Brother Su has taken over, let me show you around this area before I head back to the mountain." The 6th layer Chi refining disciple proactively suggested, "Let the 3 of them stay at the outpost." "Thank you for your trouble, Senior Brother," Subai readily agreed. The 2 left the outpost and walked slowly along the established patrol route. The senior disciple led the way while providing a detailed introduction. "Our outpost is on the side of Azure Cloud Mountain, facing the mortal world. The biggest advantage is the scarcity of demon beasts. Those intelligent beasts are clever enough to know that approaching a major sect is suicide. But there are plenty of troubles too." He pointed to a faintly visible official road in the distance. "There are always mortal martial arts masters or rogue cultivators who have stumbled upon cultivation methods drawn by the fame-seeking immortals and hoping to join the Jade Cloud sect. Among them are stubborn ones who need patient persuasion, and occasionally we have to show some skill." As they reached a high point, the senior pointed to Stone Village on the slope. "That village needs a bit more attention. It's said that some of the villagers are descendants of an elder from the sect. Though it's been many generations, the bond remains. Even without that connection, living at the foot of Azure Cloud Mountain is a kind of fate." He paused and added, "There's no need to appear deliberately. Just quietly eliminate any potential threats to the village. For example, stray fierce beasts or mountain bandits. If villagers have serious illnesses, you can discreetly leave some common pills as the situation warrants. But avoid excessive intervention so as not to disrupt mortal karma." The 2 completed a circuit along the patrol route covering about 30 li in total, encompassing the area around Stone Village, several key mountain paths, and a small forest. Along the way, the senior disciple pointed out which areas required extra vigilance, which times were prone to incidents, and the problems encountered in the past, and how to handle them. Half an hour later, they returned to the outpost. The senior disciple took out a palm-sized bronze token and handed it to Subai. "This is a contact token. In an emergency, inject spiritual energy into it, and the intersect senior brother at the main outpost will sense it and come to support in time." Then the senior disciple bid farewell to the 3 team members, activated the light body art, and sped off toward the mountain gate. His figure soon disappeared at the end of the mountain path. Subai returned to the small outpost atop the hillock. This so-called stronghold was exceedingly crude, merely a few caves haphazardly carved into the rocky face on the shaded side of the mound. Each cave was only about 10 feet square, utterly empty inside, with simple concealment spells cast at the entrance to make them appear like ordinary rock crevices. As a temporary station for the patrol team, concealment was far more important than comfort. Though conditions were harsh, they sufficed for the basic needs of meditation and cultivation for the cultivators. Subai selected a cave situated higher up. He took a common meditation cushion from his storage pouch and spread it on the stone floor, then hung a luminescent stone lamp, its dim yellow light filling the cramped space. This would be his cultivation dwelling for at least the next few months. The patrol schedule at the outpost was quite demanding, a fixed route at dawn and dusk each day, and a random inspection at noon, with both route and time varying. Such high-frequency coverage ensured that the Jade Cloud sect would be informed at the first sign of any anomaly on the outskirts of Qingyun Mountain. The 2 fixed patrols of the day had already been completed, so only the evening route remained. Thus, after settling in, Subai took out the Jade Slip, recording the falling feather art, and began to study and cultivate it. Once mastered, this technique could increase movement speed by 30 to 40% and allow for a slow descent from heights without risk of injury. Quite practical for patrol duties. Subai formed hand seals and chanted incantations, sensing the flow of spiritual energy. He found that the falling feather art and the light body art shared many similarities in their spiritual energy pathways, suggesting an advanced relationship between the two. This made his training twice as effective, and he estimated he could achieve initial mastery within 5 days. Although the cave lacked a spirit-gathering array, being at the foot of Qingyun Mountain meant the ambient spiritual energy was still much richer than in ordinary mortal realms. Among the 3 team members, the female disciple voluntarily took on the duty of cooking. The sect distributed spirit rice to patrol squads monthly with an allowance 3 times that of the outer courtyard. For Subai, at the 6th layer of Qi, refining the spiritual energy from the spirit rice was negligible, but for the team members in the early stages of Qi refining, it was a genuine aid to their cultivation. The sky gradually darkened, and the moon reached its zenith. Around the end of the Su hour, 9 p.m., a voice came from outside the cave. "Senior brother, Su, it's time for the evening patrol." Subai awoke from his meditation, ceased his practice, and stood up. Outside the cave, the moonlight was cold. The mountains were silent save for the rustling of the night wind through the treetops. The 3 team members were already waiting at the cave entrance. Seeing Subai emerge, they all stood at attention and saluted. "Let's go," Subai ordered briefly, and the 4 set off along the predetermined route. It was late winter in early February, and most creatures in the mountains were still hibernating. The forest at night was exceptionally desolate, with only the occasional startled night bird fluttering past. With the exceptional memory of a cultivator, Subai had already memorized the route they had walked during the day. This path was deliberately chosen to traverse high ground, with several vantage points along the way offering a panoramic view of most of the area under the outpost's jurisdiction. Midway, the group ascended a ridge. Under the clear moonlight, the outline of the distant stone village was faintly visible, scattered clusters of a few dozen farmhouses with a stream winding like a silver ribbon beside the village. At this hour, only 2 or 3 lights remained lit in the village. The sound of the babbling stream drifted on the wind, occasionally punctuated by a few dog barks, accentuating the tranquility of the mountain wilderness. That stream originated from the spiritual vein of Qingyun Mountain. Although most of its spiritual energy had dissipated by the time it reached the foothills, drinking from it over the years did have the effect of prolonging life. Were it not for its remote location and poor connections to the outside world, Stone Village could truly be considered a paradise. The patrol continued until they reached the boundary with the neighboring outpost. A boundary stone engraved with the Jade Cloud sect's insignia marked the spot. With this, the evening patrol was complete, the entire round trip taking about 2 hours. Though time-consuming, the task was relatively easy. Back at the outpost, Subai continued his cultivation of the falling feather art. He did not rest until after midnight, using meditation in place of sleep. The next morning, the fixed patrol was scheduled for the Chun hour, 79 a.m. During this time, villagers from Stone Village often came up the mountain to gather firewood or hunt, so the patrol had to deliberately avoid them. If they accidentally encountered the villagers, the latter would often kneel and bow, calling them immortals and begging for divine pills and elixirs. Their devout, yet somewhat naive expressions often amused the team members. This peaceful routine continued for about 7 or 8 days. Subai had now mastered the falling feather art. When he used it, his body felt as light as a feather, making his leaps and bounds through the forest even more graceful, and his speed nearly 40% faster than with the light body art. The team members were all impressed by his rapid progress in the technique. During this period, an ironback wild boar originating from somewhere unknown wandered into their jurisdiction. Although this beast was only of the first tier, it was thick-skinned and tough-fleshed with sharp tusks. If it had broken into Stone Village, the consequences would have been dire. Subai arrived immediately upon receiving the report. Without even drawing his sword, he simply brought his fingers together and swept them through the air. A pale golden sword chi shot forth, piercing the boar's skull with precision, killing it instantly. The 3 team members witnessed this firsthand and realized with astonishment that their young captain was a sword cultivator who had condensed sword chi. Instantly, everyone felt a surge of confidence during patrols. Unfortunately, the wild boar had not yet formed a demon core, so its value was limited. More regrettably, without Wang Ju's miraculous culinary skills that could turn the ordinary into the extraordinary, the wild boar meat that Su Bai enthusiastically had his team members prepare was both gamey and tough, nearly inedible. This made him miss his old friend who was skilled in spiritual cuisine. Although the outpost's jurisdiction was known for its stability, it was not entirely without incident. During the noon patrol that day, the group spotted a procession entering Stone Village from a distance. Four martial artists in form-fitting attire escorted a soft sedan chair. Inside sat a pale-faced, richly dressed youth who appeared to be no more than 14 or 15 years old. Another noble seeking immortality in medicine, muttered Su San, the most senior member of the team. He was 8 feet tall with a burly build looking more like a cook, hence his nickname, Fatty San. Having been stationed at this outpost for 2 years, he was long accustomed to such occurrences. In that case, you keep an eye on them, Fatty San, Su Bai said, patting his broad shoulder. Be careful not to cause any conflict. Fatty San chuckled, thumping his chest in assurance. Don't worry, Captain. I've handled this kind of thing at least 8 or 10 times before. Nothing will go wrong. Su Bai nodded, then led the remaining 2 team members to complete the rest of the patrol route before returning to the outpost to cultivate. Fatty San meanwhile crouched in the grass on a high slope outside Stone Village, keeping a distant watch on the procession. Based on past experience, these seekers of immortality would usually wander around the village for half a day, fail to find any trace of immortals, and then leave in disappointment. He just needed to ensure they did not trespass into the forbidden areas of Qingyun Mountain. The previous night he had stayed up cultivating a newly acquired earth element spell, and now, under the warmth of the afternoon sun, waves of drowsiness washed over him. Thinking that the group wouldn't be leaving anytime soon anyway, he let out a huge yawn, adjusted himself into a comfortable position, and fell fast asleep in the grass. With the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed, the mountain breeze caressing his face, he slept soundly. 2 hours later, Fatty San was awakened by a gust of mountain wind. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he sat up and instinctively looked towards Stone Village. The village was eerily quiet. No cooking smoke, no dog barks, no human voices. A faint yet unusually pungent smell of blood drifted towards him on the wind. Fatty San shuddered violently, his drowsiness vanishing instantly. He leaped up, his 300 and bulky frame now as light as a feather. He unleashed the falling feather art to its fullest, shooting towards Stone Village like an arrow from a bowstring. The closer he got, the stronger the smell of blood became. When he rushed into the village entrance, the sight before him struck him like a thunderbolt. Lying everywhere, on the village paths and the courtyards among the houses, were corpses. Men, women, the elderly, children. None had been spared. Blood stained the dirt roads, pooling in dark red puddles in the lowlying areas. Some corpses still held postures of flight or resistance, their faces frozen in terror and despair. The entire village, over 200 souls, had been slaughtered in just 2 hours. Judging by the wounds, the killers had been swift and ruthless, likely the work of martial arts masters, most probably those 4 guards. To silently annihilate an entire village, these 4 individuals were likely all at the pinnacle of mortal martial arts, the innate realm. Fatty San's face was as pale as paper, his legs weak, barely able to stand. Though small, Stone Village had ties of goodwill with the Jade Cloud sect. Now, during his watch, right under his nose, the entire village had been massacred. As the person directly responsible, he was in deep trouble, and the entire patrol squad would also be implicated. What grieved him even more was that Captain Su Bai had only taken over a little over 10 days ago, only to encounter such a calamity. If only he hadn't taken that nap. It's over. It's all over. Fatty San's lips trembled as he fumbled for his communication jade talisman and sent an urgent message to Su Bai. In the cave, Su Bai was using his finger as a sword, tracing slowly in the air, concentrating on the fine control techniques of the spiral compression art from the profound sword condensation true art. At that moment, the jade talisman at his chest vibrated violently. Su Bai ceased his practice and took it, extending his spiritual sense into it. Fatty San's terrified, trembling voice flooded his mind along with fragments of images. The village of Stone Village littered with corpses, the thick smell of blood, Fatty San's ashen face. Senior brother Su. Stone Village. The whole village has been slaughtered. It's my fault. I fell asleep. Su Bai's vision went dark and the jade talisman nearly slipped from his hand. For sect missions, good completion brought rewards, but if a major catastrophe occurred, the punishment would be severe. The bloodbath of over 200 lives from Stone Village, which occurred during his patrol shift, the responsibility. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. What's done is done. Our regret was useless. The priority now was to respond. He first took out his captain's token, that bronze communication medallion, and urgently reported the incident to the inner sect senior brother stationed at the main outpost, requesting support and reporting to the sect. Then he called for his 2 team members, briefly explained the situation, and ordered them to strengthen the outpost's alert and be ready for backup. Having given his instructions, Su Bai's figure flickered, and he shot out of the cave like a light feather, speeding towards Stone Village. Stone Village. Subai lifted an overturned iron cauldron in a dilapidated temple at the edge of the village, revealing 3 boys curled up inside. They were around 10 years old, their faces streaked with tears, and stood unconscious from prolonged oxygen deprivation, though their chests still rose and fell faintly. Good, they're still alive. A flicker of relief passed through Subai's heart. With the keen perception granted by his sword heart clarity, he had captured this faint trace of life amid the blood-soaked village. Had he discovered them, even a moment later these 3 children might have suffocated to death in that iron cauldron. He carefully lifted the children out, laying them on a relatively clean pile of straw inside the temple, then gently stroked their chests with spiritual energy to help regulate their breathing. Before long, the 3 children coughed and woke one by one, their eyes filled with terror. Upon seeing Subai's Yuxia sect attire, they calmed slightly, but still trembled uncontrollably. Captain, I'm truly sorry. Fatty 3 approached, his face deathly pale and voice quivering. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, it's been years since such a vicious incident occurred. Most mortal bandits know there are immortals stationed nearby. Who would dare to provoke the mighty? Just who is that youth with such a heavy bloodlust? Subai rubbed his brow. Having carried out outer sect missions over the years, he understood that one inevitably encounters times of misfortune. He looked at Fatty 3, his tone calm, but brooking no argument. Stay here and look after these 3 children. The inner sect senior brothers should arrive soon. With such heavy mortal casualties, your negligence is the main cause, and as your squad leader, I am not without fault. This will likely alarm the inner sect elders afterward. Prepare yourself for punishment. With that, he turned and walked away. Captain, where are you going? Fatty 3 asked urgently. Subai did not look back, his voice icy in the mountain wind. Where else? To pursue the culprit. That group had fled in a carriage, leaving clear wheel tracks on the mountain path. Subai executed the falling feather art, his figure skimming the ground like a light feather as he raced along the tracks. Having advanced to the 6th layer of Qi, refining his spiritual energy was more abundant, and with the falling feather art at full force, his speed was several times that of a galloping horse. Half an hour later, a speeding carriage came into view around a bend in the mountain path. 4 martial artists in battle attire flanked the carriage, galloping on horseback. As a former 3rd Prince, Subai was intimately familiar with the aura of mortal martial artists. These 4 were all at the pinnacle of mortal martial arts, the innate realm. In his days as a prince, he had only one innate realm guardian by his side. This youth had 4 innate realm guards, indicating no small status in the mortal world. Yet no matter how exalted one's status in the mortal realm, in the eyes of cultivators they were but ants and weeds. A cold gleam flashed in Subai's eyes. His figure suddenly accelerated, leaping over Tianzhong into the air, overlooking the carriage convoy like a hawk. He formed hand seals and chanted an incantation, spiritual energy rapidly gathering and compressing in his palms. Fireball art. A fist-sized blazing fireball condensed out of thin air, hurtling toward the carriage with a piercing shriek. Your Highness, beware. The 4 innate realm martial artists reacted swiftly, instinctively channeling their full innate true Qi, leaping toward the fireball in a desperate attempt to intercept it with their flesh and blood. A pale white protective aura enveloped their bodies, the ultimate defense in the mortal martial world, impervious to blades and spears. But this was a cultivator spell. The moment the blazing fireball met the protective aura, it was like a red-hot iron plunging into snow and ice. The aura held for only a breath before collapsing, and the fireball pierced through without obstruction, striking the first 3 men with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle. There were no screams, only the faint sound of flesh vaporized by searing heat. The 3 innate realm martial artists, along with their horses, turned to charcoal in the blaze, then crumbled into ash scattered by the wind. The 4th man was grazed by the fireball's edge, half his body instantly charred black. He screamed as he tumbled from his horse, writhing and howling on the ground. Their desperate sacrifice had slightly deflected the fireball's trajectory. Boom! The fireball struck the rear of the carriage. The wooden compartment exploded with a resounding blast, sending splinters flying. The startled horses neighed in panic. The coachman was thrown off, smashing his skull against a roadside rock and dying instantly. A figure rolled out of the shattered carriage. It was the pale-faced youth in fine robes. He tumbled several times on the mountain path, covered in dust and utterly disheveled, yet miraculously escaped with only minor scrapes. Subai landed gracefully, standing before the youth. His Dharma sword pointed diagonally at the ground, the tip still shimmering with spiritual energy. The youth struggled to sit up, his pale face showing not fear, but a morbid excitement. A cultivator. You're a cultivator from Yuxia sect. Huh. So slaughtering the village to draw your attention was the right move. The senior has finally appeared. Seeing Subai raise his Dharma sword, the tip aimed at his brow, he cried out urgently, Senior, wait. I have spirit stones. Don't kill me. The sword tip paused in midair. Hope flickered in the youth's eyes as he spoke hastily. I've gathered them for a long time. 18 whole pieces. If Senior will spare me these spirit stones. Before he could finish, the sword tip quivered, and a pale golden sword Qi burst forth. Rip! This was no ordinary slash, but a condensed sword chi from the preliminary application of the mystic sword condensation art's spiral compression technique. The sword chi spun rapidly as it left the blade like a storm of countless tiny blades instantly engulfing the youth's body. No blood spurted. For upon contact with the sword chi, his flesh was shredded by the high-speed razor-sharp force into thousands of fingernail-sized fragments mixed with tattered clothing falling like a grotesque red rain across several zhang of the mountain path. Beside the wreckage of the carriage, only a scene of chaos and the nauseating thick stench of blood remained. Spirit stones. Su Bai sheathed his sword and walked expressionlessly toward the shattered carriage. Among the scattered debris, he found a brocade pouch. Opening it revealed 18 thumb-sized lustrous low-grade spirit stones of various attributes brimming with spiritual energy. Immortal Crown Prince, having expended untold human effort and resources, had gathered these spirit stones, not rare for cultivators, but nearly impossible for mortals to obtain. Presumably, he sought to exchange them for a cultivator's healing or guidance. Given the youth's pale, drained complexion, he was likely afflicted with a terminal illness or had gone astray in his cultivation, hoping for an immortal pill to prolong his life. Alas, his methods were wrong. Using over 200 innocent lives as bait crossed the bottom line of the cultivation world and more critically touched the forbidden scales of Yuxia sect. No need for treatment. Su Bai tucked the spirit stone pouch into his robe and turned to leave. These 18 low-grade spirit stones would serve as slight compensation for all this trouble. When Su Bai returned to Stone Village, dozens of people had gathered. Besides the patrol disciples of the area, there were also several disciples from the enforcement court. The villagers' bodies had been cremated on the spot, the lingering smoke had not yet dissipated, and the air was thick with a strange odor of blood and char. As Su Bai had anticipated, this incident had alarmed the inner sect's high echelons. The news brought by the enforcement court disciples confirmed that the villagers were indeed the mortal descendants of a deceased golden core ancestor of the sect. Though the ties had thinned over the ages, this lingering bond of kinship made the matter far more severe. The punishment was soon handed down. The inner sect disciple stationed at the main stronghold for failing to supervise was sentenced to 300 days of solitary confinement in the enforcement court's meditation cell. 10 whole months, nearly a year, without cultivation. Su Bai, as the directly responsible squad leader along with Fatty 3 and the other 2 team members, was sentenced to 150 days of confinement, about 5 months. This confinement was no mere imprisonment. The enforcement court's meditation cells were equipped with special formations that continuously drained the spiritual energy from within, rendering it no different from the mortal realm. This meant that for those 150 days they could not cultivate with spiritual energy, and their cultivation would stagnate. For cultivators, this was a punishment far more agonizing than physical torment. Let's go, Captain Su. An enforcement court disciple had been waiting at the village entrance for some time, his tone flat and businesslike. Su Bai gave a brief report on the pursuit's outcome. The culprit had been slain. A crown prince from some mortal kingdom who had massacred the village to attract a cultivator's attention, seeking to trade spirit stones for healing. As for the prince's specific identity or his home kingdom, the enforcement court cared not. Mortal affairs followed mortal rules. Since he had crossed the immortal sect's bottom line, killing him was all that needed to be done. He cast one last glance at the 3 children now housed in a temporary tent under the care of female disciples, sighed softly, and followed the enforcement court disciple toward the mountain gate. Before long, Su Bai once again stepped through the heavy black iron gates of the enforcement court. The dark corridor, the cold stone walls, the faint oppressive atmosphere in the air. Everything was so familiar. It had been barely a month since he last left this place. Have I formed some kind of bond with the enforcement court? Su Bai thought wryly. Unlike the way he treated Pang San and the others, the disciplinary disciple did not directly escort Su Bai into the solitary confinement room. Instead, he led Su Bai through the gloomy corridor and turned into a relatively bright chamber. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a set of chairs and a table for receiving guests. The walls were adorned with the disciplinary rules of the Jade Dawn sect. Though the atmosphere was solemn, it exuded a touch more humanity than the solitary confinement cell. Su Bai, wait here for a moment. An enforcement elder will see you shortly. After speaking, the disciple offered no further explanation, turned around, and left, closing the door behind him. Su Bai was slightly startled. An enforcement elder? Could it be Elder Kuang Ningyuan? The only elder he knew in the enforcement hall was Elder Kuang, who had once entrusted him with investigating clues about the Immortal Palace. Could it be that Elder Kuang had heard of this incident and intended to step in to protect him from punishment? If so, that elder was truly considerate. But on second thought, although Kuang Ningyuan had shown him considerable care, the Stone Village incident was of grave severity. Leaving aside the 200 mortal lives, the incident also involved the bloodline descendant of a core formation elder within the sect. Whether Elder Kuang was willing or possessed sufficient influence to intervene in this matter remained uncertain. Within the enforcement hall, Su Bai dared not act recklessly, especially with the solitary confinement penalty hanging over him. He stood quietly in the room, patiently waiting. He did not have to wait long. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a steady and profound spiritual pressure silently permeated the room, and the door swung open without any wind. A figure stepped into the chamber. The newcomer appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old with handsome features. He wore a purple intersect elder's robe adorned with a circle of golden embroidery on the sleeves, the insignia of an enforcement elder of the enforcement hall. Subai did not recognize this elder. Outer sect disciple Subai at the 6th layer of Qi, refining a sword cultivator who has comprehended sword Qi correct. The enforcement elder spoke with a cheerful tone, his demeanor amiable, entirely devoid of the typical authoritative air of a foundation establishment cultivator. Subai remained vigilant inwardly, but showed no sign on his face, respectfully cupping his hands. Disciple Subai pays respects to the elder. No need for formalities. The elder sat down opposite Subai and gestured to the other chair. Sit. I am Sun Ning, an enforcement elder of the enforcement hall. Summoning you here today is to ask if you would be willing to have that 150 days of seated meditation punishment waived. Subai's heart stirred, yet he maintained a perfectly appropriate look of confusion on his face. Elder Sun, may I ask what this disciple must do to have this punishment waived? Sun Ning's smile broadened, and he spoke directly. Simple. This Stone Village incident was in the end an accident. The core formation ancestor of the Shur family passed away centuries ago, and the disciples within the sect who have ties to him will generally not pursue the matter. Therefore, your responsibility can be deemed either significant or minor. He paused, looking at Subai with a meaningful gaze. If you are willing, a single word from me can absolve you of your punishment. What does this disciple need to do? Subai responded astutely. Very simple. Sun Ning leaned forward slightly. The Blood River Secret Realm, you've heard of it, haven't you? It opens next month. You only need to sign up to participate, and within the Secret Realm, do your utmost to gather more spiritual herbs for the outer sect. He counted on his fingers. The Blood River Secret Realm is open for only 3 days. Counting the journey there and back, it will take at most 4 or 5 days. Use these 4 or 5 days to offset the 150 days of solitary confinement. With your strength, as long as you don't act too rashly, there will be virtually no danger. So isn't it a good deal, eh? The Blood River Secret Realm. The Blood River Secret Realm again. Subai had heard about this mission several times recently. First it was Wang Jie's invitation, then Steward Lin's recommendation, and now even an enforcement elder was personally persuading him. It seemed that this trip to the Secret Realm was truly unavoidable. There is just one thing, Sun Ning added, his expression turning serious. You must not slack off in the Secret Realm. You must exert your true strength and compete fiercely for the spiritual herbs. This will also benefit you. The more spiritual herbs you bring back, the more generous the elixir rewards from the sect will be. Subai finally understood at this point. As the enforcement elder handling the Stone Village incident, Sun Ning must have noticed while reviewing the case files details like the single sword strike killing a first-tier demon beast mentioned in Subai's report. A 6th-layer Qi refining sword cultivator who could easily unleash sword Qi would likely possess actual combat prowess rivaling that of ordinary 8th or 9th-layer Qi refining disciples. This elder Sun had his eye on Subai's compatibility. But why would an enforcement elder be so concerned with the outer sect's Secret Realm mission? As if reading Subai's unspoken question, Sun Ning said frankly, I owe a favor to your outer sect's head elder. For this Blood River Secret Realm, the overall performance of the outer sect disciples will affect his annual assessment within the sect. He has been troubled by this recently, feeling that the odds are against him. And you have appeared at just the right time. He looked directly at Subai. If you agree to participate in the Blood River Secret Realm, you will be doing me this favor. This will clear the debt of gratitude between me and the outer sect's head elder. So that was it. Subai understood inwardly. The same rules of interpersonal favors applied within the sect. This elder Sun was quite straightforward. So, Sun Ning asked again, are you willing to exchange participating in the Blood River Secret Realm for having this punishment waived? Seeing that Subai was still pondering, Sun Ning suddenly smiled and took a bulging storage pouch from his sleeve. He placed it on the table. If you agree, I will personally sponsor you an additional 100 low-grade spirit stones to help you prepare for battle. 100 spirit stones. Subai's eye twitched slightly. This was equivalent to 100 yellow dragon pills, an amount it would take 1 or 2 years to accumulate, even by performing outer sect missions. To repay this favor, Sun Ning was being quite generous. It also indicated that the favor he owed the outer sect's head elder was indeed substantial. Subai's mind raced as he weighed his options. Participating in the Blood River Secret Realm carried risks, but with his current 6th-layer Qi refining cultivation mastery of sword Qi and the trump card of the mystic sword condensing true art, as long as he didn't encounter Foundation establishment cultivators or extremely special dangers, he should be able to protect himself. As for the gains, besides the possibility of obtaining rare spiritual herbs to exchange for elixirs, he could also avoid the 5-month punishment that would prevent him from cultivating, plus the immediate benefit of these 100 spirit stones. More importantly, he had already refused Wang Jie and Steward Lin's invitations. There was a limit to how many times one could say no. If he refused again, he might leave the impression of being cowardly and afraid of battle, which would be detrimental to his future development within the sect. In a flash of thought, Su Bai had made his decision. He reached out, picked up the storage pouch from the table, tucked it into his robe, and looked up at Sun Ning. This disciple is willing to go. Excellent. Decisive. Sun Ning clapped his hands and laughed heartily. A man of understanding indeed. He immediately took out an Elder's Jade token, inscribed information into it with his divine sense, and sent a message to the outer sect's head elder. Moments later, the Jade token flickered with a faint light indicating a reply. Sun Ning put away the Jade token and looked at Su Bai with interest. Your combat prowess is so outstanding, and the rewards for the last outer sect grand competition were generous. Why didn't I see you participate? Su Bai gave a wry smile and briefly explained how Bai Daoyuan had forbidden him from returning to the sect to participate in the grand competition at that time, citing the reason that he couldn't leave his mission. Upon hearing this, Sun Ning shook his head with a wry smile. This Bai Daoyuan. Enough, let bygones be bygones. Yet he thought to himself, if not for Bai Daoyuan's obstruction, given the strength Su Bai would have displayed in the grand competition, he would likely have been directly appointed by the outer sect's head elder to participate in the secret realm. There would have been no need for him to do this favor. I've already registered your name for the Blood River secret realm, Sun Ning said seriously. In these 20+ days, focus on honing your sword chi and refining your spells. Don't underestimate the other two sects. They have many talented disciples who are no pushovers. He stood up and patted Su Bai on the shoulder. An elder will lead the team to escort you. Just remember this, within the secret realm, your own safety is the top priority. Competing for spiritual herbs comes second. Only by returning alive will you have a future. This disciple understands. Su Bai replied solemnly. Sun Ning nodded and waved his hand to open the door. All right, the matter of Stone Village no longer concerns you. You may go. Thank you, Elder Sun. Su Bai cupped his hands in a salute and strode out. As he once again traversed the gloomy corridor of the enforcement hall and stepped out of the heavy black iron gate, the afternoon sunlight was somewhat dazzling. Su Bai squinted his eyes, sighing inwardly. Although both visits to the enforcement hall had brought him gains as an ordinary disciple, he had no desire to ever return. Standing on the square outside the enforcement hall, Su Bai suddenly remembered something. He took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message to Wang Jie. Senior Brother Wang, I have decided to participate in this Blood River secret realm. At this time, Wang Jie was in seclusion, diligently cultivating for the secret realm expedition, but he replied extremely quickly. The jade talisman vibrated slightly, transmitting Wang Jie's familiar, somewhat exaggerated tone. Senior brother is deeply gratified. It seems Junior Brother Su does care about me after all. Thank you for coming to protect me. Let's fight side by side in the secret realm and make a killing. Su Bai looked at the words on the jade talisman, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It was already mid-February, with just over 20 days remaining until the Blood River secret realm opened on March 10th. All Su Bai could do to prepare was to continue refining the mystic sword condensation art, and before departure, to elevate his cultivation as much as possible. I have a total of 123 spirit stones. Su Bai counted the savings in his storage pouch. 100 gifted by Elder Sun Ning, 18 obtained earlier from Immortal Prince, and the scattered remnants of his own. If I exchange them all for yellow dragon pills, I'll have a full 123. With that many, I have a chance to break through the bottleneck of the 7th layer of chi refinement. The Blood River secret realm restricted participation to cultivators at the late chi refinement stage and above, so Su Bai could not directly break through to the 7th layer. Yet he had another plan. If he could push his cultivation to the peak of the 6th layer, teetering on the brink, then encountering an opportunity within the realm might allow a breakthrough. Would that count as a violation? Even without a breakthrough, the extra 20 to 30% reserve of spiritual energy would be a tangible advantage in the realm's battles. Exchanging for yellow dragon pills could be done at the outer courtyard steward's office. Having made his decision, Su Bai soon stood before Steward Su. When he emptied his storage pouch, spilling the spirit stones into a small mountain on the desk, the steward's eyes widened in astonishment. 123 low-grade spirit stones was a veritable fortune for an outer courtyard disciple at the mid-chi refinement stage. Ordinary disciples could only dream of amassing such a sum unless they secretly sold the sect's welfare pills at the market. Though surprised, Steward Su asked no questions. Every disciple had their own opportunities, as long as the source was legitimate, he would simply follow the rules. Are you sure you want to exchange all of them for yellow dragon pills? Steward Su confirmed. Su Bai nodded. This disciple intends to participate in the Blood River secret realm and must elevate my cultivation to its current limit as quickly as possible to increase my chances. A wise decision. Steward Su nodded, then placed the spirit stones into a specialized counting artifact. As spiritual light flickered, the count was confirmed correct. He turned and entered the inner chamber, emerging moments later with 14 Celadone pill bottles, each holding 10 pills, and the remaining 3 wrapped in a silk pouch. The quantity is substantial, count them before you leave. Once taken, no responsibility is assumed. Steward Su pushed the pills across the desk. Subai activated his telekinesis, and the bottles rose in sequence hovering before him. He swept his spiritual sense over them, confirming each bottle held 10 pills, their fragrance pure and luster glossy, top-grade yellow dragon pills. After verifying everything, he stored the pills in his storage pouch. Thank you, Steward Su. Subai cupped his hands in farewell. Returning to the empty courtyard No. 32, Subai began his secluded cultivation. At the 6th layer of Qi refinement, refining a single yellow dragon pill took about 2 hours. Apart from necessary meditation and technique circulation, Subai spent all his time absorbing the pill's medicinal power, managing to consume 4 to 5 pills daily. The downside of such intense consumption was the rapid accumulation of pill toxins, which couldn't be fully expelled, causing a slight decline in the later pill's efficacy. But Subai still underestimated the benefit of yellow dragon pills for a dual spirited cultivator. In just 20 days after taking 84 pills, his cultivation surged like a tide, breaking through the shackles and stabilizing firmly at the peak of the 6th layer. Examining his inner self, the spiritual energy mass in his dantian was now full and round like a pearl, with a faint jade-like luster flowing on its surface, separated from the breakthrough to the later stage by only a thin membrane. At this moment, taking a few more yellow dragon pills to trigger a surge of spiritual energy would likely cause an immediate breakthrough. Subai stopped in time. There were still 39 pills left in his storage pouch, but he dared not take any more. If he truly broke through to the 7th layer now, he would be unable to enter the Blood River secret realm. Elder Sun Ning would likely not only refuse to waive his punishment, but might also charge him with desertion and impose double the penalty. In the final days, Subai turned to diligently honing the mystic sword condensation art. With the blessing of sword heart clarity, his sword path comprehension speed increased tenfold, deepening his understanding of this divine art. He could now consistently condense spiral sword chi, achieving a compression level that met the entry standard, with the sword chi's power exceeding that of an ordinary sword cultivator by over 30%. But reaching the Grand Mastery stage still required practical combat experience. On the morning of departure, Subai ended his final meditation and slowly opened his eyes. A sharp light concealed within his gaze, his aura as steady as a mountain. He rose, adjusted his robes, gathered his essentials, and pushed open the door. On the outer courtyard's preaching ground, several dozen disciples had already gathered. All were at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, most being veteran outer courtyard disciples who had joined over a decade ago, their faces calm and eyes sharp, clearly experienced. There were also a few like Subai who had joined not long ago, but advanced rapidly, the new talents. Junior brother Su, over here. Wang Ju's loud voice rang out from the crowd. Subai followed the sound and saw Wang Ju squeezed by a stone step waving at him. He nodded slightly and walked over. Subai. Another familiar voice called out along the way. Subai turned to see a handsome young man emerge from the crowd. It was Yuji, the original owner of the dual spirit root talent that Subai had copied. Beside Yuji stood another person with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a cold and stern demeanor. It was Jin Qingjian, another dual spirited genius of the same period. As the only 2 publicly known dual spirited cultivators in the outer courtyard, Yuji and Jin Qingjian's cultivation speed far surpassed their peers, both having reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. It was only natural that they chose to participate in the Blood River secret realm. Subai, you've already advanced to the 6th layer. Congratulations. Yuji stepped forward quickly, genuine surprise in his eyes. He knew well the difficulty of cultivating with 3 spirit roots. For Subai to stand here, now the effort he had put in was likely far beyond what others could imagine. Subai smiled calmly. Just luck, nothing compared to the talent of you dual spirited cultivators. He turned to introduce. This is senior brother Wang Ju, who has rich experience with outer courtyard missions and has given me much guidance. Senior brother Wang. Yuji and Jin Qingjian cupped their hands in greeting, their attitudes respectful. Wang Ju waved his hand dismissively, his tone wistful. No need for formalities. You two are dual spirited cultivators. After this realm expedition, your cultivation will likely surpass mine. He paused, then added half-jokingly. But speaking of which, the dual spirited cultivators from my cohort are already elite inner disciples by now. The difference in spirit roots is like a chasm between heaven and earth. Yuji found it hard to respond to that, so he changed the subject. For this realm expedition, we hope senior brother Wang can offer much guidance. Of course. Wang Ju nodded, then lowered his voice. But, do you know that the teleportation array for the Blood River secret realm is random? At this, Yuji, Jin Qingjian, and even Subai's expressions turned serious. They truly hadn't known. Seeing the three's expressions, Wang Ju knew their understanding was limited. Taking advantage of the time before departure, he recounted the information he knew. For fairness, the 3 sects have set up a joint formation at the realm's entrance. Each teleport sends 3 people, one from each sect, randomly to different locations within the realm. The Blood River secret realm is vast with an otherworldly blood river running through its center. This river is said to connect to some unknown realm, bringing otherworldly spiritual energy to nourish the secret realm. Because of the Blood River, the spiritual energy within the realm is unevenly distributed. The closer to the upstream, the denser the energy, and the higher the quality of spiritual herbs. Disciples from the three sects are randomly teleported to the downstream area of the Blood River. Upon entry, the first priority is to identify your location and head upstream to rendezvous. But remember, the Blood River is home to blood beasts, some as powerful as Foundation establishment cultivators. However, they are bound by the realm's rules and cannot leave the river. As long as you stay away from the riverbank, you'll be safe. He emphasized. Finally, the realm opens for only 3 days. Once time is up, no matter where you are, you'll be forcibly expelled. So searching for herbs, avoiding danger, and meeting up with sect members, all must be done with every second counting. Yu Ji and Jin Xingjian listened intently, nodding from time to time. Su Bai silently committed this information to memory. On the preaching ground, more and more disciples gathered. Wang Ju lowered his voice, his expression unusually grave. Although blood beasts are fierce, as long as you don't get too close to the Blood River, you can mostly avoid danger. What you truly need to watch out for are the disciples from the other two sects, Xianin sect and Bio Palace. These two major sects alongside Yuxiao sect are the 3 pillars of the Qingzhou cultivation world. While their overall strength might be slightly inferior to Yuxiao sect, they have stood firm in Qingzhou for centuries, and their foundations are not to be underestimated. Among the disciples of these two sects, there are no shortage of those with extraordinary talent and exceptional combat prowess. The Blood River secret realm explicitly forbids disciples of the 3 major sects from killing each other. Wang Ju let out a cold laugh. But who can know what happens inside the secret realm? If you encounter a rare spiritual herb and you are weak while they are strong, how could they resist taking it? Even if they kill you and take the herb, they can just claim you died to a blood beast once they come out. Who can verify it? His gaze swept over Su Bai, Yu Ji, and Jin Xingjian. Cultivation is about defying fate to seize a sliver of opportunity left by the heavenly Dao. When interests are at stake, killing is the rule. So you must always be wary, especially of the other two sects aside from your own people. If we can gather together, our strength in numbers will be the best way to avoid being robbed and killed. Wang Ju shifted his tone. But the Blood River secret realm is special. Once inside, the communication function of the identity jade talismans will fail. To meet up, we must agree on a location in advance. He crouched down, using his finger as a brush to sketch on the bluestone ground. The secret realm is divided into 2 major areas by the Blood River. If we are sent to the same side, that's ideal. If we are unlucky and end up on opposite banks separated by the Blood River, then we each seek our own fortunes. Crossing the river is too risky. The blood beasts in the middle reaches already have the combat power of Foundation establishment. It's not worth the gamble. Then Wang Ju quickly introduced the forms, growth environments, and picking methods of several common spiritual herbs in the secret realm. Su Bai and the other 2 listened intently, committing the information to memory. At the preaching grounds, the outer disciples preparing to enter the secret realm gathered in increasing numbers, nearing 80. Su Bai quietly observed these fellow disciples, his mind occupied with other thoughts. On the 10th of June, the 1-year cooldown of his celestial talent reflection would reset. This expedition gathered the elite of the outer sect at the 6th layer of Qi refining, making it a prime opportunity to find targets for replication. He casually asked Wang Ju, "Do you know, Brother Wang, which senior brothers among those participating have the greatest talent and combat power?" Wang Ju grinned, looking as if he had anticipated the question. "Rest assured, Junior Brother Su. I always handle things thoroughly and have naturally inquired about this." He lowered his voice, ticking off names like he was counting treasures. In terms of spiritual root talent, including Yu Ji and Jin Xingjian, there are 5, with dual spiritual roots in total. But within the secret realm, we are all at the 6th layer of Qi refining. The difference in cultivation speed from spiritual roots doesn't matter much. What counts is actual combat power. Yu Ji and Jin Xingjian both nodded upon hearing this. Though they were gifted, they understood that with similar cultivation levels, spell mastery, combat experience, and on-the-spot adaptability were what determined life and death. What you really need to watch out for are those combat powerhouses with exceptional spell talent. Wang Ju scanned the crowd, pointed out 4 names in turn, and instructed Su Bai and the others to memorize their facial features. These 4 were all veteran disciples of the same cohort as Wang Ju. During their cultivation, they discovered their own spell talents in specific areas, and after years of focused practice, their combat power far exceeded ordinary disciples. If you are being hunted in the secret realm, fleeing in the direction of these 4 senior brothers might give you a chance to survive. Wang Ju said solemnly, "But of course it's best not to be alone in the first place." Speaking of which, Wang Ju suddenly patted Su Bai on the shoulder and laughed. "Junior Brother Su, you have already condensed sword qi. Your combat power is probably not inferior to these 4. In fact, you might even surpass them." At these words, Yu Ji and Jin Xingjian Both showed surprise and reevaluated Su Bai. They only then learned that this fellow disciple with a triple spiritual root was actually a rare sword cultivator. No wonder he had reached the 6th layer of chi refining in just over 3 years. His combat prowess must have contributed many resources. Their attitude towards Su Bai quietly shifted, truly viewing him as an equal. If we are sent to the same area, we must gather as quickly as possible, Wang Ju said seriously, beginning to lay out the rendezvous plan in a low voice. Using 3 prominent landmarks downstream of the Blood River as markers, they would wait at each marker for half an hour at noon for 3 consecutive days. If luck was against them, and they were separated on opposite banks, they would have to fend for themselves. At the 7th quarter of the Chun hour 7:45 a.m., 3 overwhelming auras arrived together from the horizon. The preaching grounds fell silent instantly. The disciples looked up to see 3 figures flying through the air, their robes fluttering, exuding extraordinary bearing. In the center was an elderly man with a gaunt face and eyes like lightning, wearing a moon-white elder's dharma robe. He was Lu Qingfeng, the presiding elder of the outer sect. On the left was Elder Wu Yu, whom Su Bai knew well, still wearing his genial smile. On the right was a middle-aged cultivator with a stern countenance, faint arcs of lightning crackling around him, exuding the most fierce aura. 3 Foundation establishment elders had come personally to escort the outer disciples to the secret realm. This lineup showed the sect's high regard for these 6th-layer chi refining disciples. Having reached this level, they were already half a step into the inner sect and were the future backbone of the sect. Su Bai quietly used voice transmission to ask Wang Ju, "Who is the elder on the right?" Wang Ju quickly replied, "Elder Wanhaoren. He has a single lightning spiritual root talent and lightning techniques, and is at the peak of Foundation establishment. He is known for his combat power in the inner sect. He was invited along as a show of force." Lightning spiritual root talent. Su Bai's heart stirred. If he could replicate it, the power of lightning techniques would be no less than sword chi. Unfortunately, as a Foundation establishment elder of high status, he had no reason to get close for now, so he had to set the thought aside. "Everyone hold your identity jade talismans before you. I will verify the roster." Elder Lu Chengfeng spoke in a clear voice, not loud, but it reached every disciple's ears distinctly. Everyone complied. As Su Bai raised his jade talisman, he felt a powerful, yet gentle divine sense sweep over his body, pausing briefly on the talisman before lingering on him for a moment. He instinctively looked up and met Elder Lu Chengfeng's gaze. The look held scrutiny along with a hint of barely perceptible approval. Then Elder Lu gave him a slight nod. Clearly, Elder Lu recognized him from the jade talisman's information, the sword cultivator disciple that Elder Sun Ning had recommended to repay a favor. But the nod was merely a gesture with no further implication. For Lu Qingfeng, if Su Bai performed well in the secret realm, that would be ideal. If he failed to live up to his reputation, that would be Sun Ning's misjudgment, not Su Bai's fault. There are a total of 82 outer disciples participating in the Blood River secret realm this time. Elder Lu Qingfeng withdrew his divine sense, surveyed the crowd, and his voice turned stern. "Once you enter the secret realm, you will be randomly teleported and separated. If you are fortunate enough to encounter fellow disciples, you should cooperate fully. Strength in numbers will allow you to bring back more spiritual herbs for the sect, and also look out for each other to reduce casualties." He paused, his tone turning stern. "But remember, within the secret realm, opportunity and danger coexist. Do not act rashly out of greed, nor turn a blind eye to a fellow disciple in peril. Disciples of Yuxiao sect must have the backbone of Yuxiao sect." Elder Lu Chengfeng's address to the outer courtyard disciples was brief, yet forceful. After the address, Elder Wu Yu once again produced the silver-white spirit boat. The 82 outer courtyard disciples boarded the boat in order and took their seats on the fixed meditation mats. Wang Ju again chose a spot near the edge of the boat with Su Bai Yuji and Jin Xingjian sitting beside him. The 4 formed a small circle, quietly exchanging final pieces of information. Under Elder Wu Yu's control, the spirit boat rose steadily, then suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of light that shot out of Yuxia sect's mountain gate, racing towards the western part of Qingshan Spirit Plain. The Blood River secret realm lay deep within the Qingshan Spirit Plain, a full 20,000 li from Yuxia sect. Even with Elder Wu Yu driving this second-grade spirit boat at full power, it took a full 4 hours to reach the destination. As the spirit boat descended through the clouds, the scene below gradually came into clear view. It was an extremely vast and flat highland with open terrain and not a blade of grass in sight, only exposed gray-white rock formations. At the center of the highland, a giant formation was emitting a faint spiritual light, its intricate and profound patterns hinting at the flow of spatial energy. Gathered outside the formation were already 2 groups of people. Those on the left wore dark black robes embroidered with silver skull patterns on the cuffs. Each had a cold expression and an icy aura. They were disciples of the Xianin sect. On the right were cultivators in water blue attire, their sleeves fluttering gracefully, many with bells and jade pendants at their waists. These were members of the Bio Palace. Yuxiao sect was the last to arrive. The The spirit boat slowly descended onto a reserved, open space. The Yuxia sect disciples disembarked one after another, and as Elder Wu Yu put away the spirit boat, quickly formed ranks, creating a tripartite standoff with the other two sects. Almost simultaneously, several people walked out from the camps of Xianyin sect and Bio Palace. Those at the lead were all Foundation establishment elders, their auras profound and their pressure restrained. Elder Lu, now that your Yuxia sect has arrived, everyone is here. Can we activate the formation? Elder Ji Yin of Xianyin sect was the first to speak. His face was gaunt, his eyes deeply sunken, and his voice was as hoarse as grinding stone, carrying a hint of impatience. Lu Chengfeng glanced at him and said unhurriedly, "No rush. The Yuxia sect disciples have traveled a long way and are somewhat fatigued. Let them sit and meditate to recover their energy for an hour. We will open the formation precisely at the hour of Shun 5 Ku 415 p.m. Upon hearing this, the outer courtyard disciples like Su Bai secretly cheered in their hearts. Elder Lu was doing this deliberately, allowing his disciples to rest while subtly seizing the initiative. Ji Yin's face darkened, but he found it hard to refute. Taking a short rest after a long journey was perfectly reasonable. Insisting on opening the formation immediately would seem inconsiderate and overeager. Elder Lu speaks wisely. A middle-aged cultivator from the Bio Palace camp with a refined face and holding a jade flute spoke with a smile. It is only right to let the disciples rest and gather their strength so they can give their all once inside the secret realm. This man was Zhang Tan, the Bio Palace guardian elder, known as Title Sound Venerable. His voice was warm like a spring breeze. But Lu Chengfeng caught a flicker of coldness in his eyes that was barely perceptible. Zhang Tan appeared gentle and refined on the surface, but was in fact insidious and cunning, a master of the hidden dagger behind the smile. Compared to the emotionally transparent Ji Yin, he was the truly formidable one. 3 years ago in the Blood River secret realm, Bio Palace had surpassed Yuxia sect in the final tally of medicinal herbs. This was the second consecutive time Bio Palace had taken first place, costing Yuxia sect's outer courtyard a significant loss of the realm's resources. What gnawed at Lu Chengfeng even more was that during the last expedition, a highly valued dual spiritrate disciple of Yuxia sect, gifted not only in talent, but also possessing remarkable fire-attributed spell talent, had met an inexplicable death within the realm. Lu Chengfeng suspected with near certainty that he had fallen victim to Bio Palace disciples. Without evidence, however, someone of Lu Chengfeng's temperament would have made Bio Palace pay dearly. Though a dual spiritrate aptitude was rare combined with exceptional spell talent, it marked a seedling for future high-level combat power. Such a disciple was of immense significance to the sect, much like the accompanying guardian elder, Wan Haoren, whose lightning spirit root and lightning spell talent had forged him into a combatant rarely matched among his peers. In the cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak, the sect's status ultimately rested on these peak combat forces. Lu Chengfeng's divine sense swept discreetly towards the Bio Palace disciple camp. After a moment, his gaze sharpened slightly. "That dark-faced kid. Here again." Turning to Zhang Tan, his tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "Zhang Tan, for your own selfish desires, you've had your elite Bio Palace disciple stuck at the 6th layer of Qi refining for 9 years. Tisk TSK. Do you care nothing for your disciple's future?" Among the Bio Palace ranks stood a young disciple with dark weathered skin and a wooden expression. Lu Chengfeng recognized him, Li Xian, an outer disciple of Bio Palace who had already participated in the Blood River secret realm 3 times consecutively. On the previous 2 occasions, the value of the medicinal herbs he brought out ranked first, especially 3 years ago, when he filled 3 storage pouches, their worth far exceeding that of the 2nd and 3rd place combined. Lu Chengfeng nodded slightly. Sun Ning is not wrong. His tone shifted, growing more serious. But aside from that, this elder has an additional matter to entrust to you. Within the secret realm, besides gathering spirit herbs, you are highly likely to encounter covert combat. In particular, there is a dark-faced disciple from Bio Palace named Li Xian. He pointed toward the Bio Palace formation. They're the 3rd column, 5th row. Yes, his face is very dark. Easy to recognize, isn't it? Su Bai followed his gaze, and indeed saw a face as dark as charcoal, devoid of expression. Even from hundreds of feet away, the indifference and calm in those eyes were palpable. This brat is participating in the Blood River secret realm for the 3rd time. Lu Chengfeng lowered his voice, carrying a cold edge. He is ruthless and merciless, having stained his hands with the blood of more than one disciple from our Yuxia sect. We simply lack direct evidence, or this elder would have personally ended this beast long ago. He paused, his gaze burning as he looked at Su Bai. If you can eliminate him within the secret realm, this elder will take responsibility and have the outer courtyard reward you with an exceptional grade magical longsword. An exceptional grade magical longsword. Su Bai's heart leaped. A magical artifact of this quality was something even many Foundation establishment cultivators yearned for, but could not obtain. If he could truly acquire it, the power of his sword energy would increase by at least 30%. But as soon as Lu Chengfeng spoke, he seemed to feel it was inappropriate and shook his head. Never mind. This brat's true strength far exceeds those of the same rank. You are likely no match for him either. After you enter the secret realm, prioritize gathering spirit herbs. Try to avoid contact with this person as much as possible, but be vigilant, and do not be careless. He took out 2 crimson talismans from his sleeve and handed them to Subai. When the rules of the secret realm were originally set to prevent the 3 sects' disciples from slaughtering each other excessively, a rule was established: if the casualties on one side exceed 20%, that side will be forcibly ranked last and will lose 30% of its quota for the next secret realm. Therefore, Li Xian also dares not kill indiscriminately lest it backfire. These 2 blazing dragon art talismans keep them for self-defense. Be cautious and return alive. Lu Qingfeng had ultimately changed his mind. Sending a disciple on a dangerous vendetta for personal pride was indeed not the act of an elder. But since the words were already spoken, it was hard to take them back. He could only offer more safeguards. Subai received the talismans with both hands. They were warm to the touch, with fire element runes on the talisman paper flowing faintly, clearly the work of a foundation establishment cultivator. Though the power of these talismans was great, the spiritual energy required to activate them was also astonishing. With his cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refining, he could at most activate 2 consecutively at full strength. More would be useless. 2 were enough to save his life at critical moments. Thank you, Elder, for the talismans. Your disciple will certainly be cautious. Subai carefully put away the talismans. Although Lu Qingfeng had later changed his words, the words exceptional grade magical longsword were deeply etched into Subai's heart. He glanced again at the distant dark silhouette and thought to himself, if there's a chance, it's worth a try. An exceptional grade magical artifact. Why not earn it? Lu Qingfeng then summoned several other valued disciples in succession. They were the 4 talented disciples Wang Zhu had mentioned, as well as dual spiritual prodigies like Yu Ji and Jin Xingjian. Each received similar admonitions, with the key point being to be wary of Li Xian. This time you must guard strictly against that dark-faced kid. After finishing his instructions to the last disciple, Lu Qingfeng felt somewhat reassured. Meanwhile, from the Bo Palace side, Zhang Ten took in Lu Qingfeng's every move. He discreetly transmitted his voice to Li Xian. Remember the disciples that the Yuxia sect elder summoned. Those summoned individually must be the ones with outstanding combat prowess. Pay extra attention to them after entering the secret realm. Eliminate as many as you can. He paused, his voice turning cold. Go all out this time. After it's done, you won't need to suppress your cultivation to participate in the secret realm anymore. The foundation establishment pill. This elder has already prepared it for you. In the formation, Li Xian's dark face remained impassive. He only nodded slightly. He raised his eyes, his gaze like a cold blade sweeping across the Yuxia sect formation, etching the faces of Su Bai and the others into his mind. The 1-hour meditation period passed quickly. Ji Jinren timed it precisely and spoke hoarsely. Elder Lu, Venerable Zhang, the time has come. It is time to activate the formation. Lu Qingfeng nodded. Then let's activate the formation. The disciples of the 3 major sects had already lined up in 3 columns before the formation. The numbers of each sect differed by only single digits. Yuxia sect had 82, Bo Palace 79, and Xianin sect 81, essentially balanced. Lu Qingfeng hovered in the air above the formation, his voice booming like a great bell. The Blood River secret realm is now officially open. After entering the secret realm, the disciples of the 3 sects shall prioritize gathering spirit herbs. It is forbidden to kill each other or seize treasures by murder within the secret realm. His gaze was like lightning sweeping across the entire audience. Any violator once verified will be severely punished. As his words fell, Lu Qingfeng, Ji Jinren, and Zhang Ten flickered and landed beside the base of the massive formation constructed from jade slabs. Each took a position at one corner, retrieved piles of mid-grade spirit stones from their storage artifacts, and precisely embedded them into the grooves on the edge of the base. Buzz. With the spirit stones in place, the runes on the formation base lit up one by one, spiritual light flowing. Then each took out a magical artifact. Lu Qingfeng held a green jade formation plate, Ji Jinren grasped a pitch black bone token, and Zhang Tan held a jasper bell. These 3 artifacts were precisely the keys to opening the entrance of the Blood River secret realm. The seal of the secret realm was jointly established by the 3 sects. None could be missing. The 3 artifacts were simultaneously pressed into the 3 gaps at the center of the formation. Boom. A crimson light shot into the sky. A blood-red pillar of light, 3 zhang in diameter, and 10 zhang high, burst forth from the center of the formation. Within the pillar, twisted spatial ripples flowed, and the sound of surging river water could be faintly heard. Enter quickly, Lu Qingfeng shouted. The 3 disciples at the front of the queues of the 3 major sects simultaneously leaped into the blood-red pillar of light. As the pillar touched their bodies, a red river-shaped mark was instantly branded on the backs of their hands. This was the teleportation mark. With this mark at the 5th coup of the Shun hour 5:15 p.m., 3 days later, no matter where they were in the secret realm, they would be forcibly teleported out. In case of emergency, it could also be actively activated to exit early. The pillar flashed, and the three figures vanished. Next group. The disciples of the three sects stepped into the pillar group after group. Each group was spaced 3 or 4 breaths apart, highly efficient. Soon it was Su Bei's group's turn. He looked back at Wang Juyuji and the others nodded slightly, then took a deep breath and stepped into the blood-red pillar of light. Instantly, he was enveloped by a gentle yet irresistible pulling force. Before his eyes was a sea of crimson, and in his ears it seemed like the rushing sound of countless waters. After about 3 or 4 breaths, the pulling force abruptly ceased, and the red light dissipated. His feet touched solid ground. Su Bei opened his eyes. Before him was an unfamiliar plain. The sky presented an eerie blood-red color with low-hanging clouds, dim and oppressive light. On the ground, countless strangely shaped red plants grew wildly. Some were like corals with sprawling branches, others like vines twisting and climbing layer upon layer, almost obscuring the view. The air was filled with a faint scent of rust and decay. He raised his left hand. The red river mark on the back was faintly warm. Not far away, the disciples of Bio Palace and Xianin sect who had been teleported and simultaneously reacted almost the moment they landed. They retreated swiftly, protected themselves with spiritual energy, and warily distanced themselves from one another. Clearly, they had no trust for the disciples of the other two sects. Though Su Bei had no aversion to killing and seizing treasures at this moment, everyone had just entered the secret realm. With empty hands, a killing would yield no profit. He let the two men quickly retreat into the thickets of red plants and disappear. First, as senior brother Wang said, try to rendezvous. Su Bei looked around and selected the tallest strange red tree nearby. He activated the featherfall art, making his body as light as a feather, and with a few leaps, he climbed to the treetop. Standing high, he looked far into the distance. Through the layers of red vegetation, he vaguely saw on the horizon a wide, dark red ribbon flowing slowly. It was the Blood River. After confirming the direction, Su Bei leaped down from the canopy and dashed swiftly toward the downstream of the Blood River. Wang Zhu's rendezvous strategy was simple. After entering the secret realm, everyone should first gather at the furthest downstream point of the Blood River. Once everyone was assembled, they would advance upstream together. The initial teleportation points were all in the downstream area, not too far from the furthest downstream point, making the rendezvous success rate the highest. Su Bei's figure darted swiftly through the forest. Along the way, he encountered several disciples, also hurrying, fellow disciples from Yuxiao sect, as well as cultivators from the other two sects. Everyone was heading in roughly the same direction upstream. After all, the further upstream, the denser the spiritual energy, and the higher the quality of the spirit herbs. Su Bei was not in a hurry to find herbs. He focused on traveling. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he clearly noticed that the surrounding vegetation was becoming denser, and the rusty smell in the air had grown stronger. The Blood River was near. Sure enough, after advancing another 100 zhang, the view suddenly opened up. A dark red river over 100 zhang wide lay before him. The water was thick like blood, flowing slowly, yet carrying an undeniable heavy force. The river's surface was calm, but beneath the water huge shadows could be faintly seen swimming, sending a chill down one's spine. The closer to the shore, the more lush the vegetation. By good fortune, Su Bei also found a decayed blood vine. A decayed blood vine, a first-grade spirit herb worth about 10 spirit stones. Su Bei picked it, placed it in his storage pouch, and continued approaching the shore. About a dozen meters from the Blood River's shore, the vegetation began to disappear, leaving the ground bare. The entire Blood River came into Su Bei's view. The water flowed slowly but steadily onward. The Blood River's surface was wide, and it was said to be a bizarre river flowing from one otherworld to another. Su Bei raised his gaze toward the end of the Blood River, where an indistinct, formless darkness loomed. That void resembled an abyss. Gazing upon it for too long induced dizziness and a faint, unsettling urge to cast oneself into its depths. Su Bei stared intently at the void and silently mused. What fate would befall a cultivator who leapt into this river? Would he be cast across realms, or ground to dust by this eerie current? As he pondered, his innate talent, sword heart clarity, suddenly surged with an overwhelming premonition of mortal danger. Without hesitation, Su Bei tapped his toes lightly against the ground and drifted backward like a falling leaf. Almost instantly, splashed. The placid surface of the Blood River ahead erupted violently. A crimson tentacle thick as a water barrel and of indeterminate length burst forth from the river, surging forward with a sulphurous gale toward the spot where Su Bei had just stood. Its surface bristled with countless pale blue eyes, each gleaming with a cold, uncanny luster that sent chills down the spine. Whipping through the air like a crimson lash, the tentacle traced a fiery arc above the riverbank, missing Su Bei's retreated position by a mere 3 qi. Its tip already extended 7 or 8 zhang beyond the shore. Yet just as it prepared to stretch further in pursuit, an invisible barrier seemed to manifest in midair. The tentacle slammed into it with a heavy, muffled thump, then recoiled under immense, unseen pressure, inch by inch retreating back into the river. The pale blue eyes swirled defiantly before vanishing beneath the crimson waters. The river surface stilled once more, rippling outward in quiet concentric circles. Cold sweat beaded along Su Bai's spine. I'd nearly forgotten. One must keep well clear of the riverbank. With lingering dread, he retreated another dozen zhang. Such a monstrous creature's reach is astonishingly vast. At the very least, one must remain 50 zhang away, no 100 zhang, to be truly safe. He scanned the surroundings. The blood-hued plain stretched silent and empty. Judging by time, if Wang Ju and the others had landed on the same bank, they should have reached the downstream rendezvous point long ago. Could it be? They were all cast across to the opposite shore. At that very moment, high above the far bank, a crimson firework shot skyward with a thunderous boom, bursting across the blood-tinged heavens into a shower of incandescent embers. Its pattern matched the signal Su Bai and Wang Ju had agreed upon. A clear declaration: "We are on the opposite shore, proceed as you see fit." Su Bai sighed softly and turned, walking upstream along the river's edge. Having confirmed his companions were across the river, there was no need to linger in vain. Though acting alone meant forfeiting mutual support, it granted greater flexibility and freedom. Su Bai held firm confidence in his own combat prowess. Relying on the danger-predicting ability granted by Sword Heart Clarity, Su Bai advanced cautiously upstream, maintaining a steady distance of 30 zhang from the riverbank. Along the way, monsters lurking within the blood river launched repeated assaults. Sometimes bone spines rained down from the sky, shrieking as they pierced the air. Other times, towering walls of water surged upward, attempting to drag him into the current. The most perilous attack came when dozens of slender serpentine tendrils erupted from the riverbed, coiling towards Su Bai's feet, only narrowly thwarted by his swift leap and a whirlwind of sword chi that severed them midlash. These creatures were neither demon nor beast, grotesque in form, bizarre in ability, truly seeming like denizens from another realm. Though bound by some unseen rule to strike only near the riverbank, their power remained terrifyingly potent. Su Bai reflected inwardly. An ordinary chi condensation 6th layer disciple would likely have perished multiple times already. No wonder the riverbanks stand utterly deserted, a true death zone. Yet peril and opportunity walked hand in hand. The greater the danger, the richer the spirit herbs. His keen eyes caught sight of a luminous, white lingji sprouting from a crevice 20 zhang from the shore, its veins pulsing like fresh blood. Blood Jade Lingji, a grade 2 spirit herb worth 70 or 80 spirit stones. Employing falling feather art, Su Bai shot forward, harvested the herb, and withdrew, all in one seamless motion. This marked the second grade 2 spirit herb he'd gathered en route. Half an hour later, outside night would have fallen, but within the realm the sky remained unchanging, eternal blood red. Su Bai weighed the storage pouch at his waist. It was now half filled. He secured the pouch close to his body and fastened an empty one at his belt. Spirit herbs grow ever denser. I must have left the downstream region behind. As he pondered, a flash of unusual color caught his eye. Beside the riverbank ahead, a peculiar 3-chital plant, its trunk carved from living blood jade, bearing 3 fist-sized fruits, shaped like human infants. Glowing crimson, each fruit shimmered faintly beneath a veil of crimson mist, and from within the faint, eerie wail of an infant could just be heard. Blood infant fruit. A grade 3 spirit herb valued at 5 or 600 spirit stones. Su Bai's pulse quickened. Born of the blood river's anomalous energies, this fruit served as a principal ingredient in numerous Foundation establishment pills. To harvest, it would render this entire expedition worthwhile. Yet as he stepped forward, Sword Heart Clarity blared an unprecedented searing alarm, sharp as an ice needle piercing his soul. One more step would mean certain death. Su Bai froze mid-stride. Almost simultaneously, urgent shouts rang out from across the river. "Fellow of Yuxia sect, halt. Cease at once. This blood infant fruit was discovered first by our Bo Palace." Lifting his eyes, Su Bai saw 3 figures had appeared on the opposite bank, clad in Bo Palace's azure cultivation robes, their gazes sharp and hostile. A disciple of Bo Palace stepped forward, blocking Su Bai's path to the blood infant fruit, clearly intent on seizing this opportunity by force. The blood infant fruit was a 3rd-grade spiritual herb, a crucial supplementary ingredient for certain Foundation establishment pill formulas. Within the Blood River secret realm, encountering a spiritual herb of such grade was a rare stroke of luck. It was no wonder these 3 Bo Palace disciples were so agitated, willing to confront Su Bai over it. When the 3 figures blocked his view, the lethal threat that Su Bai's Sword Heart Clarity had foreseen dissipated by more than half. He understood clearly that the true danger did not originate from these 3 Bo Palace disciples, but from the spiritual herb itself, or rather, the entity guarding it. Su Bai spread his hands, his expression calm. "Since you 3 fellow cultivators outnumber me, you have the final say. This blood infant fruit is yours." His tone was decisive, with no intention of lingering. "If you show no mercy, do not blame me for being unrighteous." He intended to use these 3 to probe the deadly trap lurking around the blood infant fruit. If he could reap the benefits from their conflict, that would be ideal. The three Bo Palace disciples watched Su Bai warily, somewhat surprised by his swift capitulation. The lead cultivator, a short, stout man with a sallow face, snorted coldly, "You know your place." He turned to a tall, thin fellow disciple beside him, "Junior, brother Lu, go and pick the blood infant fruit." Although the banks of the Blood River were dangerous, with few disciples daring to approach, there was no guarantee that other bold individuals wouldn't be drawn by the scent of opportunity. With a spiritual herb at stake, delay could lead to unforeseen troubles. Harvesting it quickly and leaving was the best course of action. The tall, thin disciple's face stiffened, and he whispered, "Senior brother Huang, that spot is less than half a zhang from the Blood River. The probability of a Blood River monster attacking is extremely high. I ask that you and junior brother Zhao provide cover." Rest assured. Huang Yu took a talisman from his bosom and held it in his hand. The talisman paper shimmered with faint blue lightning, clearly of considerable value. He also cast a covert glance at Su Bai, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Su Bai's keen eyes recognized it as a second-grade lightning talisman. Possessing such a treasure meant that Huang Yu was likely a highly regarded disciple among the outer sect of Bo Palace. Seeing the lightning talisman for support, the tall, thin disciple felt somewhat reassured. He took a deep breath, activated his movement technique, and a faint azure wind aura enveloped him as he shot towards the blood infant fruit like an arrow. 20 zhang, 10 zhang, 5 zhang. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the fruit, whoosh, the surface of the Blood River exploded without warning. A massive millstone-sized blood-red hand burst from the water, its 5 fingers spread wide, snatching at the tall, thin disciple like lightning. It was too fast. From the hand's emergence to its grasp, it was but an instant. The tall, thin disciple couldn't even cry out before he was seized by the giant hand and dragged into the river. In the distance, Huang Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He was about to activate the talisman in his hand, but it was too late. The giant hand had already vanished beneath the Blood River, leaving only spreading ripples. From beneath the river surface came the faint, grating sound of bones being crushed, followed by silence. "Junior brother Lu." Another Bo Palace disciple cried out in shock. The short, stout cultivator's face turned ashen, but a flicker of ruthlessness shone in his eyes. To Su Bai's surprise, instead of retreating, he surged forward, charging straight for the blood infant fruit, trying to snatch the prize while the monster devours his fellow disciple. Su Bai thought with mild astonishment. This man's nature is truly ruthless and decisive. Perhaps he had intended for his fellow disciple to be the bait all along. However, the lethal premonition from Su Bai's sword heart clarity had not completely faded. He suspected there was more than one giant hand lurking beneath the Blood River. And indeed, boom, another blood-red hand burst from the water, lunging straight at the short, stout cultivator. This hand was even larger than the first, its palm lines as clear as ravines, exuding a suffocating aura of malevolence. "Go." Huang Yu was prepared. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed the lightning talisman with full force. Crackle! A bolt of azure lightning thick as a bowl erupted from the talisman, hurtling towards the blood-red hand like an angry dragon. The lightning blazed with dazzling light and terrifying power. A lightning technique perfectly suited to counter and evil entities. Even as the lightning struck, Huang Yu's hand had already touched the stem of the blood infant fruit. Ecstasy bloomed on his face. Got it. But in the next instant, his smile froze. The blood-red hand actually pierced through the lightning, its palm bearing scorch marks, yet its movement was undeterred. The lightning exploded across its surface, merely causing it to pause for a moment before its 5 fingers clenched, crushing Huang Yu in its grasp. No! A piercing scream tore through the blood-red sky. The giant hand retracted into the river, dragging Huang Yu beneath the sanguine waters. Vaguely, a massive shadow at the riverbed opened a gaping maw, swallowing both the hand and Huang Yu. The shadow's outline was indistinct, vaguely humanoid, yet not. 2 points of red light, like lanterns, flickered for an instant at its head before vanishing. The sole remaining Bo Palace disciple, witnessing the instant death of his 2 fellow disciples, turned pale with terror and trembled uncontrollably. "I told you not to approach the Blood River. The bloody lessons of those before us, you just wouldn't listen." He was about to turn and flee when he saw Su Bai suddenly move. That figure from the Yuxia sect rose like a light feather, darting straight towards the blood infant fruit. Mad. They're all mad. The Bo Palace disciple was horrified. For a mere spiritual herb, they throw away their lives. A sudden thought struck him, and he shuddered. Could it be? This blood infant fruit is strange. That it emits some kind of mind-confusing aura, luring people to their deaths. With this thought, he dared not stay a moment longer. He fled without looking back, terrified that he too might be drawn by the bizarre herb and meet the same fate as his fellow disciples. Su Bai's hand pressed firmly onto the stem of the blood infant fruit. His mind was tense, his peripheral vision fixed on the river surface. Although he had ample confidence in the warning of sword heart clarity, the terrifying might of the 2 blood-red hands moments ago still sent a chill down his spine. Pluck! He infused spiritual energy into his fingertips and snapped it gently. The blood infant fruit fell into his hand, warm to the touch, trembling softly, as if alive. Subai did not linger for a moment. He turned and retreated. He activated the falling feather art to its fullest, his form skimming like the wind for over 10 zhang, 30 zhang, 50 zhang. He did not stop until he had fled over 100 zhang with the blood river completely hidden behind the dense blood-colored vegetation. Only then did he let out a long breath. After the short stout cultivator was dragged into the river, the lethal threat foreseen by Sword Heart Clarity receded like a tide. Subai didn't know if the riverbed monster had eaten its fill or had temporarily exhausted its energy, but it was a golden opportunity. As it turned out, his gamble had paid off. Now looking at the fruit in his hand, crimson as blood shaped like an infant, Subai's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. 600 spirit stones. Just like that, it was his. Of course, the blood infant fruit would have to be handed over to the sect upon leaving the secret realm. It couldn't actually be exchanged for spirit stones. Within the secret realm, the disciples of the three sects were essentially the sect's harvesters, albeit with an added layer of competition. However, the Yuxiao sect would reward disciples based on the total value of the spiritual herbs they brought back. Securing the top spot would yield a reward generous enough to tempt any chi refinement cultivator. An ordinary disciple after 3 days in the secret realm would be fortunate to bring back herbs worth around 1,000 spirit stones. This single blood infant fruit was worth half the harvest of an average disciple. Subai took out a prepared jade box and carefully placed the blood infant fruit inside. The fruit was round and plump, a lustrous treasure with faint markings on its front that resembled features like a sleeping infant truly living up to its name, blood infant. He sealed the jade box and stored it in the deepest part of his storage pouch. Subai then continued his journey upstream along the blood river bank. The further upstream he went, the denser the spiritual herbs along the bank became. In just half an hour, Subai had gathered 2 more second-grade and 5 first-grade spiritual herbs. The storage pouch at his waist was gradually filling. The warning ability of Sword Heart Clarity had become his greatest asset for scavenging herbs in this dangerous zone. Whenever he approached a spiritual herb that might be guarded by a monster, a sense of crisis, strong or weak, would surface in his heart, allowing him to stop in time or devise a test. But as he ventured further upstream, Subai encountered a thorny problem. More and more third-grade spiritual herbs appeared along the riverbank. In just 2 li, he had already spotted 4. There was the golden dragon grass, entirely golden with leaves like dragon scales, the blood soul lotus rooted in blood-soaked mud with 9 petals in bloom, the een soul vine coiled around a withered tree and laden with purple fruit. But without exception, these rare herbs grew in positions extremely close to the river's surface. The closest blood soul lotus was a mere 3 chi from the blood river. Each one triggered a powerful lethal premonition in Subai, a threat level far exceeding that of the previous blood infant fruit. The spiritual herbs near the riverbank were mostly of the 2nd grade or higher. They swayed gently in the blood-colored river breeze, emitting an alluring fluctuation of spiritual energy. Like carefully laid traps, they exuded a fatal temptation to cultivators. Subai understood clearly that this was likely a ploy used by the monsters in the blood river to lure prey. Once a cultivator was tempted to step forward and pick them, it would trigger some kind of resonance, summoning monsters that had broken free from the blood river's restraints to hunt. In this dangerous area of the upper riverbank, unlike before, there were no minesweepers like the disciples of Bo sect available for Subai to reap the benefits from. Further upstream, the figures of disciples from the other 3 sects were no longer visible. Clearly, everyone had suffered losses from the blood river monsters and knew the peril of this place, preferring to abandon the rare herbs on the bank rather than risk their lives. Subai gazed at the few third-grade spiritual herbs that were so close yet unreachable, letting out a silent sigh. Yet he did not lose heart. Relying on his Sword Heart Clarity ability to perceive danger, he specifically chose to pick those herbs whose level of threat warning he could withstand. Although each harvest was accompanied by varying degrees of peril, the outcome was always favorable. After several hours, Subai had filled 3 storage pouches. He roughly estimated that the total value of these herbs exceeded 5,000 spirit stones. Securing the 3 heavy pouches close to his body, he took out the 4th and final spare pouch and hung it at his waist. Though I came prepared, this is indeed my last storage pouch. Subai shook his head with some helplessness. He had not anticipated that with the ability of Sword Heart Clarity, he could harvest so many spiritual herbs from the most dangerous riverbank area. When this one is full, will I have to go borrow a few more pouches from someone? He continued advancing upstream. Before long, a dull, vast roar of water reached his ears like 10,000 horses galloping or thunder rolling across distant mountains. The vegetation along the riverbank grew denser and more bizarre. The leaves of the trees were so red they seemed to drip blood, and ordinary weeds had grown over 3 meters tall, forming walls of crimson. Without using the levitation art to push aside the grass ahead, it was impossible to see the surroundings clearly, let alone find the herbs hidden within. The entire secret realm was filled with a strange vitality. Plants grew wildly, yet no animals were seen, not a single insect or ant. There was only the ceaseless flow of the blood river and the rustling of plants in the wind. I should have entered the upstream area now. Subai stopped looking up and around. The vegetation was too tall and dense, severely obstructing his view. He leaped onto a strange blood-colored tree over 10 zhang tall and stood atop its crown to look into the distance. Following the direction of the water, the source of the blood river finally came into view. It was a colossal, blood-colored waterfall over 100 zhang wide. Turbid blood water cascaded down from a hazy, chaotic rift in midair like the heavenly river inverted, crashing into the river below and stirring up 1,000 layers of blood waves. The riverbanks on either side of the waterfall were shrouded in mist from the splashing water, where rich spiritual energy coiled like smoke and clouds. Clearly, the land nourished by the source power of the blood river must be teeming with immeasurable rare spiritual herbs. But Su Bei's gaze was soon drawn to the scene within the waterfall. In the surging blood water, strange shadows of various shapes could be seen flowing down with the current. Some resembled twisted, struggling human forms, others like tumbling, wailing giant beasts. Occasionally, one or two monsters were washed ashore, but as if bound by invisible chains, they were soon dragged back into the blood river. Truly terrifying beyond measure, Su Bei sucked in a cold breath. Surely no cultivator would be foolish enough to go there to pick herbs right. He estimated the distance. From his current position to the waterfall source, if he traveled at full speed, it would take about 2 to 3 hours. If he only roughly searched for herbs along the way, 1 day would be sufficient. Calculating this way, searching the riverbank area only took 1 day. The remaining 2 days can be spent venturing into the depths on the right side and incidentally seeing if I can encounter that dark-faced Li Xian. A sharp glint flashed in Su Bei's eyes. He hadn't forgotten the temptation of that top-grade Dharma artifact longsword. Leaping down from the tree crown, he continued his search upstream. The dense vegetation made finding herbs difficult, so he simply drew his low-grade Dharma sword and hacked through the obstructing grass like chopping firewood. As the sword blade swept through a patch of waist-high blood-colored bushes, a flash of unusual color caught his eye. Su Bei focused his gaze and saw a strange head-sized flower shaped like a heart blooming in stillness. Its petals were a dark gold with veins as clear as blood vessels. At the center, a faint radiance flowed, emitting a gentle yet vast aura of life. Nirvana heartflower. Su Bei's heart shook. A third-grade spiritual herb worth over 800 spirit stones. More importantly, sword heart clarity had not sent any danger warning. There's always a fish that slips the net. Suppressing his excitement, Su Bei shot forward like lightning, reaching out towards the flower. But just as his fingertips were about to touch the petals, a sudden change occurred. Splash. The surface of the blood river over 10 zhang away exploded violently. A monster resembling a crocodile, but with 3 pairs of crimson eyes, burst from the water. Opening its massive maw, it shot a glob of viscous pitch-black liquid like an arrow. Su Bei's pupils contracted. He activated falling feather art to its fullest, twisting his body in midair to narrowly avoid the trajectory of the black liquid. Slap, slap, slap. The black liquid landed where he had just stood, instantly corroding a withered area spanning several tens of zhang. The rampant, blood-colored vegetation disintegrated on contact, rising as a stinking black smoke. The ground was pitted with countless holes sizzling and popping. These beasts have ranged attacks too. A cold sweat trickled down Su Bei's back as he stared fixedly at the monster slowly sinking back into the river. Only after it had completely disappeared did he dare approach, quickly picking the Nirvana heartflower and storing it in his pouch before fleeing the area without looking back. This harrowing encounter made Su Bei even more vigilant. But the next 3 hours seemed to unlock his fortune. One after another, second and third-grade spiritual herbs were discovered by him. With the warnings from Sword Heart Clarity, he skillfully avoided those with lethal threats, only targeting the safe ones he could pick. The 4th storage pouch was filled at an astonishing rate, mostly with high-grade herbs from the upstream area. The value of this single pouch alone exceeded 6,000 spirit stones. The total value of the 4 pouches combined had broken through the 11,000 spirit stone mark. Last time in the secret realm, Li Xian killed for treasure and brought out herbs worth only 7 or 8,000. Su Bei calculated in his mind. Counting it up, I've already surpassed him. But he also knew that without the heaven-defying ability of Sword Heart Clarity, he could never have taken such risks picking herbs in the riverbank area. This method of searching was impossible for others to replicate. 3 hours later, the sound of the waterfall at the blood river's source was deafening. Following an unusually rich aura of a spiritual herb, Su Bei used the levitation art to push aside the last obstructing curtain of blood-colored vines. Before him, the view suddenly opened up. A circular clearing about 10 zhang in diameter abruptly appeared within the dense forest. In the center of the clearing, a strange plant grew in stillness. It was about 3 feet tall, its main stem carved like white bone, its branches twisted like human fingers. At its top bloomed a basin-sized gray flower with petals as thin as cicada wings, faintly revealing patterns like human meridians flowing within. Most bizarrely, within 3 zhang of the flower, not a single blade of grass grew, and the earth itself was a deathly grayish-white. Corpse dissolution, immortal cattail. A 4th-grade spiritual herb. Subai sucked in a sharp breath. He had only heard of this item from Wang Ju's descriptions. A 4th-grade spiritual herb unique to the Blood River secret realm, worth over 5,000 spirit stones. It was said that only high-ranking disciples from the sects had picked it when the secret realm first appeared, and it had not been seen for 100 years since. This herb could substitute for several main ingredients of the Foundation Establishment pill, and even serve as auxiliary material for some golden core stage pills. Yet after the brief burst of joy, Subai abruptly stopped, and even began to slowly retreat. He could not approach. Absolutely not. Though this place was still 40 to 50 zhang from the river surface, an unprecedented sense of terrifying crisis poured down over him like ice water. The feeling did not come from a specific point, but permeated the entire clearing, as if the area itself was a living thing, a trap and altar. Subai had no doubt that if he set so much as half a step into that grayish-white clearing, he would die, without a doubt. What kind of existence lurked beneath the Blood River, able to lock onto this area from such a distance, even under the suppression of the world's rules? This is about far enough. Subai took one last deep look at the corpse dissolution immortal cattail, then resolutely turned away. This 4th-grade spiritual herb was like an invisible boundary stone warning all covetous eyes. Beyond this point lies the forbidden land of the living. He quickly moved away from the riverbank, venturing deep into the right-side hinterlands. After walking several hundred zhang, the surrounding vegetation gradually returned to normal height, and the view became more open. The blood-red hue faded, and though the sky was still dark red, there was more daylight. Subai organized the 4th storage pouch, in which the herbs were now worth over 6,500 spirit stones. The total for the 4 pouches solidly exceeded 12,000 spirit stones. The mission is complete ahead of time. Subai felt a slight relief, but did not slacken. His figure darted like a light feather into the upper reaches hinterlands. The scenery in the depths of the Blood River secret realm was starkly different from the riverbank. Firstly, the vegetation was no longer filled with those bizarre plants that grew wildly to heights of several meters. Instead, there were relatively normal grasses and trees. Although the leaves still bore a faint blood hue, their height and density had returned to normal, allowing for a much clearer view of the undulating hills and the hazy mountain silhouettes in the distance. However, the vastness of the interior brought about new problems. The search area had dramatically increased, and the distribution of spirit herbs was more scattered. Finding valuable spirit herbs in this vast wilderness not only required patient and meticulous searching, but also a bit of luck. However, Subai quickly discovered that he actually had quite an advantage in this aspect. He possessed both fire and wood spiritual roots, with the wood spiritual root granting him an unusually keen perception of wood attribute spiritual energy. Spirit herbs essentially belonged to the wood category, and where they grew, the wood spiritual energy was naturally more active. With his pure perception from dual spiritual roots, he could vaguely capture the subtle fluctuations of wood's spiritual energy within a 100-foot radius with a little concentration. No wonder many disciples specializing in herb gathering are mostly wood spiritual roots. Subai thought to himself while expanding his divine sense. He closed his eyes and focused, immersing his spirit in the perception of wood spiritual energy, deliberately ignoring the interference from fire spiritual energy, which was not difficult for a cultivator with dual spiritual roots. Sure enough, moments later, a faint fluctuation of wood spiritual energy came from the northwest direction. Though not strong, it was pure and stable, likely emanating from a spirit herb. Subai activated the falling feather technique and gracefully glided towards that direction. After about half a stick of incense, he parted a cluster of blood-colored bushes taller than a person, revealing a herb entirely emerald green with silver veins shimmering. Second-tier spirit herb, silver vein grass, worth around 70 spirit stones. Subai skillfully bent down to harvest it, his movements gentle and swift, ensuring no damage to its efficacy. If an ordinary disciple from the 3 sects were to find such a spirit herb, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed, but Subai, having experienced the baptism of the riverbank area, had already harvested no less than 10 third-tier spirit herbs, making him numb to the second-tier herbs. After placing the silver vein grass into his storage bag, Subai couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. There was very little space left in the bag. My storage bag is running out. He weighed the last storage bag at his waist, pondering in his heart. With a broad view in the depths of the secret realm, he had already spotted several other disciples in the distance. It seems I have to borrow a couple from someone. Although this request sounds rather strange, Subai had his own plans. With his current harvesting speed, even in the relatively scattered interior, there was no problem finding 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones worth of spirit herbs within a day or so. The only issue was, he had no room left. He stopped the slow search and accelerated his movements, leaping between the hills in search of other disciples. About a stick of incense later, below a distant low slope, 2 figures dressed in Xian insect attire came into view. The 2 were quite clever, and had even tamed a gray-brown rodent-like monster. The rodent monster was only the size of a palm, but was exceptionally agile, constantly sniffing the ground and occasionally squeaking to help its masters find hidden spirit herbs. Seeing this, Su Bei's heart stirred, and he lightly landed more than 10 feet in front of the two. The two Xian'in sect disciples became alert almost simultaneously. One swiftly hugged the rodent monster and stuffed it into his bosom, while the other had already grasped a magical tool, warily staring at Su Bai. "Two brothers from the Xian'in sect, please hold on." Su Bai cupped his hands, his tone calm. "I am Su Bai, a disciple of the Yuxia sect. I apologize for the intrusion. I just wanted to ask if I could borrow 2 storage bags from you. Is that all right?" "Borrow storage bags?" The two Xian'in sect disciples exchanged glances, seeing absurdity and wariness in each other's eyes. Borrowing storage bags from unfamiliar cultivators of the same level in the secret realm. This reason was simply too flimsy. Both of them recalled the warning from the Elder Yin before leaving: the people from Yuxia sect and Baiyu Palace are treacherous and cunning. It's best to avoid them. Seeing their expressions, Su Bai knew his request was indeed abrupt. He pondered for a moment, took out a green porcelain pill bottle from his storage bag, and used a magical tool to send it a few feet ahead to an empty space, stepping back a few paces to show his sincerity. "This bottle contains 5 Huanglong pills worth at least 5 spirit stones," Su Bai explained. "The cost of making a storage bag is only about 1 or 2 spirit stones each. I'll exchange these 5 Huanglong pills for 2 storage bags. You can check the pills first." This reasoning was reasonable, and the expressions of the two Xian'in sect disciples eased slightly. The older cultivator exchanged glances, and the younger one cautiously approached, took the pill bottle, and carefully inspected it after uncorking it. "Brother, indeed, it is 5 high-quality Huanglong pills," he whispered to his companion. The two whispered to each other for a moment, and the older cultivator unfastened a gray storage bag from his waist and tossed it to Su Bai, saying, "We also need to keep one for ourselves, so we can only spare you one." Su Bai caught it with a magical tool and examined it slightly. It was indeed an ordinary storage bag with a space roughly 3 feet square. He tied the storage bag around his waist, but did not leave. Instead, he calmly said, "Brother, since you have verified the pills, you can either give me another storage bag, or return 3 Huanglong pills to me." The young Xian'in sect disciple sneered upon hearing this. "You are Su Bai from Yuxia sect, right? Have you lost your mind? Just giving you one is already enough. Face. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay our search for herbs. 2 or 3 spirit stones. How stingy can you be?" Su Bai couldn't help but laugh in anger. He had never engaged in a losing deal in his cultivation journey. Since that's the case, Su Bai flipped his right hand, and the low-grade magic sword appeared in his grip, the blade glowing with a faint golden light. The two Xian'in sect disciples' expressions changed drastically as they quickly retreated several steps, raising their magical tools simultaneously. Just as tensions escalated, "Su Bai, your excuse for killing and robbing is rather far-fetched." A voice tinged with mockery came from behind an ancient tree to the side. Su Bai turned to look, and a figure stepped out slowly. The newcomer was dressed in the standard black robes of the Xian'in sect, and his face was handsome, with a familiar yet unfamiliar expression that Su Bai recognized. A gifted fire cultivator who was once silent yet brilliant at the Yuxia sect's outer court. "Jiang Han. You? How come you are here?" Su Bei's pupils constricted as he instinctively asked this question. Jiang Han, however, did not answer directly, but turned to the two Xian'in sect disciples, speaking casually. "Junior brothers, this person indeed has ulterior motives. If I hadn't secretly reminded you, you might have encountered misfortune." "Thank you, senior brother," the young disciple exclaimed as if he had found a savior. "This thief from Yuxia sect is truly up to no good." Su Bai looked at Jiang Han, who wore the Xian'in sect attire, and appeared calm, and his mouth twitched slightly. "Same sect. When did Jiang Han become a disciple of the Xian'in sect?" "Jiansen mentioned that your sword talent is exceptionally strong." Jiang Han then looked at Su Bai again, his tone tinged with emotion. "When we were at Yuxia sect's outer court, neither of us had fully revealed our brilliance. Now it seems congratulations are in order for you." Su Bai quickly calmed down. It had only been a little over 3 months since Jiang Han was taken by the Immortal Palace. The most significant change apart from the Xian'in sect attire was his entire aura. No longer the previous silent and introverted fire cultivator who only knew hard work, he now exuded a sense of composure and even playfulness. What shocked Su Bai even more was that Jiang Han's presence in the Blood River secret realm meant his cultivation had at least reached the 6th level of qi refinement. With a 4 spiritual root aptitude catching up to the cultivation pace of a dual spiritual root in just over 3 months. What terrifying means did the Immortal Palace possess? "Now that you have entered the Immortal Palace, do you know that Yuxia sect has labeled you a traitor?" Su Bai said in a deep voice. "Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the disciples of the 3 sects?" According to sect regulations, all disciples of Yuxia sect are obliged to capture or kill traitors. However, in practice, Su Bai was not a disciple of the enforcement hall, and his feelings were complicated at this moment. Senior brother, something seems off. Perhaps we should leave first. The young Xian sect disciple sensed the strange atmosphere and whispered to his companion. The older cultivator was more decisive. Leave. The two did not hesitate, grabbing the rodent monster and swiftly fleeing into the distance. Leave? Jiang Han smiled lightly, raising his right hand, his fingers blooming like a lotus flower, forming a complex seal that Su Bai had never seen before. At the same time, he began to chant a cryptic ancient incantation, the syllables short and powerful. The air was filled with a wild gathering of fire's spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, 8 fireballs the size of wash basins floated before Jiang Han. Each one was as solid as substance, with a bizarre deep blue flame at their cores radiating a terrifying heat. This was not an ordinary fireball technique. Su Bai's pupils shrank suddenly. An ordinary fireball technique could only condense one fireball at a time, and its power was far inferior to this. What Jiang Han was casting at this moment was clearly some high-level fire spell, or perhaps a special application of his terrifying fire attribute talent. Go! Jiang Han lightly flicked his fingertip. The 8 fireballs shot out like meteors, not striking in a straight line, but tracing 8 devious arcs, precisely sealing off all escape routes for the 2 Xian sect disciples. No! Desperate screams were drowned out by the sound of explosions. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous explosions shook the ground slightly. The flames engulfed the fleeing figures, and the scorching shockwave reduced the surrounding vegetation to ashes. When the flames subsided, only a charred patch remained, with even the rodent monster unable to escape. Only 5 storage bags, due to their special material, lay intact amidst the ashes. Jiang Han stepped forward, bent down, and picked up a storage bag. Weighing it in his hand, he turned and threw 2 of them to Su Bai. Brother Su, after all, I was the one who killed them. He smirked slightly, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. How about a little compensation for the effort? I'll take 3, you take 2. No problem, right? Su Bai did not stand on ceremony. With a mere thought, the 2 storage pouches flew through the air and landed steadily in his palm. A brief sweep of his divine sense revealed that one pouch was empty, while the other was roughly a third full, containing spirit herbs worth about 800 spirit stones. In just over a day, relying on a single demon rat, he managed to find herbs worth 800 spirit stones. Su Bai mused inwardly. No wonder those 2 were so vigilant earlier. Such efficiency in gathering herbs far surpasses ordinary disciples. On the other side, Jiang Han had already secured the 3 storage pouches and turned to leave. Senior brother Su, if there's nothing else, I'll continue my search for herbs. We shall meet again. He paused, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Now that I've left Yuxia sect, I have to fight for every bit of cultivation resources myself. Unlike senior brother Su, who remains within the sect and enjoys its support, a far more leisurely path. Stop! Su Bai suddenly called out. Jiang Han halted mid-step, turning to look back with a playful glint in his eyes. What, senior brother Su? Are you planning to disregard our shared past and cleanse the sect's ranks yourself? Su Bai shook his head. Apprehending renegade disciples is the duty of the law enforcement hall. I hold no such authority. However, I must warn you, if you continue to kill and plunder so blatantly within this secret realm, you are very likely to trigger the casualty rules jointly established by the 3 sects. If the death toll becomes too high, Yuxia sect's expedition to this secret realm may suffer repercussions. We could lose our chance at the top ranking, something I am unwilling to see. Jiang Han chuckled lightly. Senior brother Su worries too much. I only target worthwhile prey, and I will exercise restraint. I won't draw excessive attention from the 3 sects. His tone softened slightly. Besides, I was once a disciple of Yuxia sect. Unless forced to, I will not actively strike against my former fellow disciples. He looked at Su Bai, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Senior brother Su, do you know the rules of the Immortal Palace? Once you enter, the organization itself does not provide cultivation resources. The Immortal Palace only teaches combat arts and provides targets for plunder. It directs its members to vie for resources with local powers in their respective cultivation worlds, draining a realm of its essence to strengthen themselves. They call this the path of immortal rebellion for those with inferior spiritual roots. Jiang Han's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling edge. I am only at the qi refining stage now. Why would I act rashly and expose myself in Qingzhou? I came to the Blood River secret realm solely to quietly acquire some resources for Foundation establishment. Instead of worrying about me killing too many, you should keep an eye on that dark-faced kid from Bo Palace on the right bank. Jiang Han suddenly lowered his voice. That bastard has already killed more than one Yuxia sect disciple. The first part of this revelation shed light on the survival mode of Immortal Palace members, a goodwill gesture toward his former fellow disciple indicating he would not be an enemy in the short term. The latter part, however, caused Su Bai's heart to tighten. Dark-faced kid. Su Bai frowned deeply. Li Xian from Bo Palace. He's on the right bank. Already killed several Yuxia sect disciples. A foreboding feeling rose in Su Bei's heart. That Li Xian was indeed ruthless and merciless, just as Elder Lu Qingfeng had said. He wondered if Wang Jieyuji and the others who had been teleported to the right bank had already met with misfortune. Wait, how do you know what's happening on the right bank? Su Bei stared at Jiang Han. Jiang Han shrugged. Because I was teleported to the right bank. Then how did you cross over to the left bank? I flew over from a high altitude. Jiang Han patted the storage pouch at his waist. A crimson magical sword hummed as it flew out, hovering at his side. Fly high enough and the monsters in the Blood River can't reach you. Oh, by the way, the first thing I did after entering the secret realm was break through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. He leaped onto the flying sword, circling Su Bai with a light, graceful arc. The sword light flowed smoothly, a testament to his already proficient control. Su Bai had also considered breaking through to the late Qi refining stage within the secret realm, but he hadn't expected Jiang Han to have already done so. Take me across the river. Su Bai suddenly spoke. Let's join forces and eliminate Li Xian. Leaving aside the fact that Li Xian was worth a top-grade magical artifact, the very act of him killing Yuxia sect disciples was something Su Bai could not ignore. If allowed to run rampant, this expedition to the secret realm would surely descend into chaos. Oh, senior brother Su wants to take the initiative against that dark-faced kid. Jiang Han landed his flying sword and looked at Su Bai with keen interest. I must warn you, that kid has also broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, and his combat prowess is formidable. I saw him fight someone on the right bank the day before yesterday, and I judged myself no match for him. So I avoided his edge and came to the left bank. Are you afraid? Su Bai met Jiang Han's gaze directly. Jiang Han shook his head. Senior brother Su, there's no need to provoke me. I only seek resources. I have no intention of fighting to the death. Su Bai pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. Li Xian is a person of particular interest to the sect elders. This is his 3rd time entering the Blood River secret realm. The previous 2 times, the total value of the spirit herbs he brought out exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. If we kill him, we split the spirit herb resources on him equally. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. 10,000 spirit stones. He repeated the number softly, then a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. All right, when do we move? With the 2 of us joining forces, that kid is as good as dead. The swiftness of his change in attitude was enough to make Su Bai raise an eyebrow. Not so fast, Su Bai said. First find a secluded place. Let me also break through to the 7th layer of Qi refining. Jiang Han was already at the 7th layer of Qi refining, and Li Xian was as well. If Su Bai contended with them while still at the 6th layer, even with the advantage of his sword Qi, he would be at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. The 5 yellow dragon pills he had given to the 2 Xian sect disciples earlier were now recovered with interest. Besides the spirit herbs, the 2 storage pouches also contained over a dozen pills. Combined with the 40 yellow dragon pills he had left, it was enough to attempt breaking through the bottleneck of the 7th layer of Qi refining. You're breaking through too. Surprise flickered in Jiang Han's eyes, then he nodded. Interesting. Come, I know a hidden spot. He rose into the air on his sword, while Su Bai followed closely using the featherfall art. They flew one after another over the blood-colored hills until after about half an hour they arrived before a massive crimson cliff face. At the base of the cliff was a natural depression shaped like a stone grotto, quite secluded. I found this place when I passed by the day before yesterday. It's fairly quiet, Jiang Han said, landing and sheathing his sword. Without a word, Su Bai walked into the depths of the grotto and sat down cross-legged. Jiang Han leaped to the top of the cliff, also sitting cross-legged to stand guard. Inside the grotto, Su Bai took out the yellow dragon pills and consumed them one by one. He activated the 6th layer techniques of the Yuxia Qi refining art at full power within his body. In his dantian, the already saturated mass of gaseous spiritual energy began to churn violently under the relentless assault of the yellow dragon pill's medicinal power. With each impact, the energy mass contracted and expanded, fine ripples spreading across its surface. Yet the invisible film-like bottleneck remained stubborn, on the verge of breaking, but not quite yielding. Su Bai focused without distraction. As soon as the power of one pill waned, he immediately consumed the next. The spiritual energy surged like a river through his meridians, scouring the barrier again and again. Atop the cliff, Jiang Han sat like a stone statue. The Blood River secret realm had no day or night. The sky was perpetually that dark crimson. He glanced up at the sky, a flicker of anxiety in his heart. There was only one day left in the secret realm. If Su Bei's breakthrough took too long, the plan to hunt down Li Xian might be delayed. Just as he was lost in thought, a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the grotto below. The fluctuation was faint at first, then surged like a tide, growing stronger and stronger until it reached a critical point. An invisible force burst forth from the grotto, stirring up the blood-colored sand and gravel on the ground. The surrounding grass and trees rustled without wind, and the very flow of spiritual energy in the air was altered. A sharp light flashed in Jiang Han's eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted. as expected of senior brother Su. In the depths of the grotto, Su-bai slowly opened his eyes. The power of 20 yellow dragon pills had finally helped him shatter the shackles. Within his dantian, the previously full mass of gaseous spiritual energy had now contracted to 1/10 of its original size, yet it was far more condensed and viscous, like a misty pulp rotating slowly. Each strand of spiritual energy contained power far exceeding before. This was the 7th layer of qi refining, the true late qi refining stage. With the qualitative change in his spiritual energy, Su-bai's physical body also underwent a subtle transformation. The most obvious change was in his brow, the sea of consciousness. A stream of cool energy originated from the Niwen Palace, spreading out like a gentle trickle. Spiritual sense, divine sense. The spiritual sense that could only be initially condensed at the late qi refining stage had finally come into being. Although it could only cover a radius of half a zhang around his body, it granted him a whole new level of self-perception. Looking inward, the paths of his meridians, the flow of spiritual energy, and the state of his 5 viscera were all clearly visible. His perception of the outside world had also sharpened several times over. He could even capture the subtle changes in the spiritual energy of the air. Finally done, Su-bai let out a long breath, feeling lightness throughout his body and a clarity in all his senses. Senior brother Su, time to move right. Zhang Han's voice came from above the cliff. Wait a moment. Su-bai replied, taking out his low-grade magical sword from the storage pouch. With a thought, he attached his spiritual sense to the sword's body, while simultaneously activating the art of controlling objects. This was a first-grade high-level spell, using spiritual sense to control objects, far superior to the art of moving objects. The magical sword trembled lightly and slowly rose into the air. Su-bai leaped onto it. Under the dual control of spiritual energy and spiritual sense, the sword was as steady as a rock. It was a bit awkward at first, but after a few attempts he could circle and rise and fall with ease. Flight by controlling a magical sword, a hallmark ability of the late qi refining stage, was now finally mastered. Su-bai flew out of the grotto on his sword, hovering in midair. Zhang Han had been waiting for some time. Seeing him emerge on his flying sword, he smiled. Congratulations, senior brother Su, on breaking through. Now that we are both at the 7th layer of qi refining, our chances against Li Xian have greatly increased. Su-bai nodded, looking towards the opposite bank of the blood river. Let's go. 2 beams of sword light shot into the sky, streaking across the blood-colored canopy, racing towards the right bank of the blood river. On the 3rd day of the secret realm, it began. Several cultivators on the left bank were engrossed in searching for the last spiritual herbs they might find, when suddenly, they sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy above their heads. They looked up and saw 2 streaks of sword light, one azure, one crimson, sweeping across the sky at tremendous speed, vanishing in an instant. Was that artifact flight just now? One cultivator rubbed his eyes in disbelief. 2 late qi refining cultivators. Isn't the secret realm forbidden to those above the late qi refining stage? Could they have broken through after entering? That's just 2. The murmurs faded behind them. High above, Su-bai and Zhang Han were flying swiftly on their swords, heading toward the opposite bank of the blood river. Although Zhang Han had explained the method of crossing the river by artifact, flying high enough to be beyond the reach of the blood river monsters, Su-bai still felt a chill in his heart when he actually soared over that eerie, blood-colored river. He looked down. The surface of the blood river was as calm as a mirror, but beneath it enormous shadows were faintly visible, swimming to and fro, some with contours far beyond imagination. He quietly gripped the sealing talisman given by Kuang Mingyuan in his hand, ready for any mishap. Fortunately, the crossing was uneventful. The 2 ascended to several hundred zhang in the air, and the monsters in the blood river seemed bound by some rule, unable to stray far from the water's surface. In less than half an incense stick's time, they had safely crossed the blood river and descended slowly from the high altitude behind a hill on the right bank. That dark-faced kid should be active in the upper reaches of the secret realm. Su-bai landed and sheathed his sword, then took out a specially made signal flare and handed it to Zhang Han. Let's split up to search. Use this flare to signal if you find any trace. But Zhang Han waved his hand and took out a pair of peculiar plants from his storage pouch, shaped like black snail shells with spiral patterns on the surface, faintly emitting a weak fluctuation of spiritual energy. Use this. He handed one to Su-bai. These are called snail flowers, a kind of twin spiritual plant. After they mature and detach, they can briefly maintain a symbiotic connection. Within about 12 hours, the holder can transmit sound to each other over a certain distance. Snail flowers are unaffected by the spatial disturbances in the secret realm, more reliable than flares. As he spoke, Zhang Han channeled his spiritual energy into the snail flower in his hand. The black snail shell trembled slightly, its surface patterns glowing faintly before returning to normal. He tucked the snail flower into his ear and gestured for Su-bai to do the same. Su-bai activated the snail flower as instructed and placed it in his ear. After a moment, Jiang Han's voice came through clearly in his mind. Can you hear me? Clearly. Su Bai marveled inwardly. This artifact from the Celestial Palace was indeed wondrous. Since that's settled, let's split up. He looked at the undulating, blood-colored hills in the distance. You go north, he'll go south. If we find nothing in 2 hours, meet back here. All right. Jiang Han acknowledged, then rose on his sword, turning into a crimson streak of light as he sped north. Su Bai also stepped onto his flying sword and headed south. After advancing to the 7th layer of Qi, refining his sword flight speed was several times faster than the featherfall art, and his field of vision was much broader. He looked down, and the blood-colored land unfolded like a scroll with occasional glimpses of scattered disciples searching for spiritual herbs. Half an hour passed with no sign of Li Xian, but he did encounter familiar faces. In a valley below, Wang Jiayuji and Jin Xingjian were traveling together. Judging by the bulging storage pouches at their waists, their harvest must have been considerable. Su Bai was about to descend and greet them, but then he thought better of it. Now that he was flying on a sword and collaborating with Jiang Han to hunt down Li Xian, there were too many entanglements. It was better not to involve them. He flew overhead without stopping. Below, Yuji suddenly looked up and pointed at the sky. Look, another one flying on an artifact. Wang Jie squinted, watching a streak of sword light streak across the sky at incredible speed these days. Is it becoming a trend to break through inside the secret realm? Judging by the attire, it seems like a disciple of our Yuxia sect. Jin Qingjian's expression grew grave. Earlier, there was also a late Qi refining cultivator from the Bo Palace side. This secret realm trip is likely to be turbulent. Who cares? Wang Jie yawned and slapped his own face vigorously. Even if they want to kill and loot, they have to follow the rules. If casualties exceed 20%, the punishment mechanism will be triggered. Even if they make a move, their targets will be the top-tier tough guys. Let's keep a low profile. There are still about a dozen hours left. Focusing on gathering herbs is the real priority. The three withdrew their gazes and continued their search. Just as Su Bai left the valley area, Jiang Han's urgent voice suddenly came through the snail flower in his ear. Target spotted, come quickly. This was followed by a set of directional coordinates roughly 80 li to the northwest at the edge of a blood-colored forest. Copy. Su Bai replied briefly, then turned his sword light and sped northwest with all his spiritual power. Meanwhile, in the blood-colored forest to the northwest, Li Xian stopped and slowly turned around, his dark face expressionless. Come out. You've been following for so long. Are you planning to deliver the fatal blow at the last moment? The forest was silent for a moment, then a soft laugh rang out. The Taoist friend from Bo Palace is indeed sharp. Jiang Han stepped out from behind a giant tree, spreading his hands. I thought I had concealed all my aura, yet you still detected me. Li Xian frowned, slightly scrutinizing Jiang Han carefully. He did have an impression of this man. Shortly after breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refining on the first day, he had sensed someone secretly tailing him. Seeing his Xianin sect attire, he had assumed it was just an ordinary disciple curious to observe and had paid it no mind. Over the past few days following Elder Zhang Tan's instructions, he had specifically targeted the few Yuxia sect disciples that Lu Qingfeng had summoned privately, successfully killing 3 of them. He had thought the Xianin sect brat had been scared off long ago, but now he had reappeared, and on the last day of the secret realm no less. He must have some agenda. You followed me for half a day on the first day, and now you show up again. What exactly are you trying to do? Li Xian's voice was flat, but his hand was already resting on the storage pouch at his waist. Jiang Han calculated the time it would take for Su Bai to arrive, while maintaining a relaxed demeanor. No particular reason. I just saw that your combat prowess is outstanding and wanted to make your acquaintance. A Xianin sect disciple seeking friendship with a Bo Palace disciple. Li Xian sneered. Enough. Since you want to tell the truth, then let's settle this with a fight. The moment the words left his mouth, Li Xian moved. He didn't charge directly at Jiang Han, but instead raised his right hand, and a jet-black staff artifact with faint dark golden patterns whistled through the air. A high-grade artifact. Jiang Han was already on guard, and almost simultaneously soared into the air on his sword. As expected, the staff didn't strike directly, but paused in midair and slammed heavily into the ground. Whoosh! The ground shook violently. With the point of impact as the center, the earth within 10 zhang instantly softened and sank, turning into a sticky swamp. Mud churned, bubbling up with a pungent stench. A top-grade first-rank earth elemental spell, Swamp Devourer. If Jiang Han had hesitated even slightly, he would have been trapped in the quagmire. He hovered 3 zhang above the ground on his sword, looking down, his heart filled with caution. This Li Xian was indeed seasoned. His first move was a control-type spell, clearly aiming to restrict Jiang Han's movement before delivering a thunderous blow. Your reaction is not slow. Li Xian looked up, his dark face still impassive. But how long can you stay in the air? Li Xian possessed a prodigious affinity for earth element spells. Having deliberately lingered at the 6th layer of refining Qi for years, he had perfected several first-tier upper-grade spells to absolute mastery. The moment he ascended to the 7th layer of refining chi, the years of accumulated foundation erupted without restraint. In terms of battlefield potency, he surpassed even some cultivators who had lingered in the later stages of refining chi for years by a significant margin. As Jiang Han had just lifted his sword to soar, the long staff in Li Xian's hand, black as night, with faint veins of dark gold, suddenly lengthened like a ravenous black python, hissing through the air as it drove straight for Jiang Han's chest. "I cannot take something this thick," he cried, flipping his body in a midair somersault to narrowly evade the staff's tip. At the same time his mind raced, he guided the crimson magic sword and slashed at the middle of the staff. While still airborne with nothing to brace against, he formed hand seals in a blur and uttered an obscure ancient incantation aloud. Multiple fireball spells 7 luminaries in succession. This was one of the Xian Palace's secret transmissions, specially crafted for those like Jiang Han, whose fire affinity was exceptional despite mediocre spiritual roots. Xian Palace disciples, though often poor in innate roots, possessed singular prodigious insight into specific spells. Every spell taught by the Xian Palace was designed to unleash maximum killing power with minimal spiritual energy expenditure. Their cunning subtlety far exceeded the orthodox transmissions of Qingji's 3 sects. Clang! The crimson sword crashed hard against the ebony staff, a metallic chime ringing through the forest. Although Jiang Han's magic sword was likewise upper-grade, his skill at wielding artifacts could not rival true sword control techniques. Coupled with the weighty ferocity of Li Xian's staff, the sword was shaken free and flung backward, its blade humming uncontrollably. Yet by then 7 basin-sized fireballs, their cores a deep violet, hung, suspended before Jiang Han, arranged like the Big Dipper. Each ore bore inscrutable runes flowing across its surface, radiating a heat that made the heart tremble. A faint surprise flashed across Li Xian's dark face for the first time. First-rank mid-grade fireball spell to evolve to this degree. Before his voice had finished, the 7 fireballs screamed forward, sealing off every avenue of escape with trajectories that writhed like living things. Li Xian had no time to press the attack. Decisively, he withdrew his staff to defend formed seals with his left hand and let Earth's spiritual energy surge forth. First-rank upper-grade Earth Shield Ward. At the instant the fireball struck, a 3-foot-thick semicircular earth shield suffused with yellow-brown spiritual light rose from beneath Li Xian and wrapped him in an impenetrable cocoon. This was Li Xian's longest practiced life-preserving spell, the one he relied upon most. It had reached the point of instantaneous release, without seals or incantations. Boom, 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 thundered the explosions. The 7 fireballs detonated in succession, their shockwaves upheaving the blood-red trees within 20 zhang, gouging blackened furrows into the earth. Soil overturned and waves of heat rolled outward. The deep purple flames licked and seared the earth shield's surface with a hiss. "Are they dead?" Jiang Han landed, but did not recklessly advance. Instead, he retreated several cautious paces, eyes fixed on the shield swathed in fire. Through his ear, transmitter Su Bei's urgent voice came, "Hold on, we will be there in half a cup of tea." As the smoke dispersed, the semicircular earth shield, though charred and cracked, still stood stubbornly intact. Li Xian's voice emanated coldly from behind it. "So much for that." No sooner had the words fallen than the earth shield exploded. It was not torn asunder by flame, but deliberately withdrawn by Li Xian, whose shattered clods flew outward like a torrential rain. From the dust there sped a streak of black light, the long staff itself. Using the shield's rupture as cover to dart forward at a speed a third faster than before, aiming straight for Jiang Han's heart. The strike came too suddenly, but Jiang Han only had time to bring his sword across to parry. Clang! The clash of staff and sword unleashed a surge of force like a flood. Jiang Han felt searing pain in the web of his hand. The sword nearly flew from his grasp. He was blasted backward like a kite, with a broken string smashing through 3 bowl-thick blood-red trees before landing heavily. A spray of foul blood burst from Jiang Han's throat. His viscera felt as if they had shifted, agony racking him. He forced himself upright, face contorted. Damn it, that black-faced brute must have trained his body as well. He had only been in the Xian Palace 3 months. No matter how talented in spells, he could not suddenly become invincible against equals overnight. At this moment Jiang Han was certain he was no match for Li Xian. "Hold on a little longer, you are at least a member of the Xian Palace. Do not fail like this. Look at Su Duanxiu, who slays above his rank as if taking fruit from a bag." Su Bei's voice came through the transmitter, calm but taunting. "Damn you, comparing me to Su Duanxiu." Jiang Han spat blood and ground his teeth. "She is Xian Palace Code Sword 3, while I am merely Fire 13. Do you understand the difference between 3 and 13? Within the Xian Palace, talent is ranked by code. The earlier the designation, the more terrifying the potential in that field. Su Duanqia's sword talent ranks 3rd within the organization, while Jiang Han's fire talent is only 13th. The gulf between them is like cloud and mud." "Quiet, traitor, I am coming," Su Bai said. At that moment, a blue sword light streaked across the sky and descended in a single slicing strike. Even before the blade arrived, a chilling sword intent enveloped Tin Zhang around it. Li Xian, intending to press his advantage and finish off Jiang Han, suddenly felt the hairs on his back bristle and a deadly premonition like ice water. He abandoned Jiang Han, without hesitation spun and formed seals with both hands. First rank upper grade earth spear pierce. 3 earth spears, each roughly a zhang long and as solid as refined iron, burst from the ground in a triadic formation to meet the blue sword Qi. This had been one of his trump cards intended to finish Jiang Han, but he was forced to deploy it prematurely. Hiss! The compressed honed sword Qi collided heat-in with the earth spears. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The blue sword Qi cut through the 3 spears as if a hot blade through butter. Its momentum was slightly reduced, yet it remained ruthlessly sharp as it slashed toward Li Xian. Li Xian's pupils shrank. A flash of yellow light at his feet, and his body slid aside like a swimming fish, narrowly evading the residual sword Qi. The blade struck the ground, carving a trench a foot deep and over 5 zhang long, its edges polished like a mirror. Such terrifying sword Qi, Li Xian thought with a chill. When did Yuxiao sect produce a swordsman of this caliber? His gaze fell upon Su Bai descending on his sword, and he remembered the scene at the secret realm's entrance. So it was you, the first disciple summoned by that old ghost Lu Qingfeng. Su Bai said nothing. After landing, he gestured, and the low-grade magic sword hovered before him. He did not immediately strike, instead secretly activating Jinshin, Tongming's sword heart clarity, to sense his surroundings. Li Xian was cunning as a fox, there might well be other traps. Su, senior brother, that black-faced boy's staff is fierce, his earth spells spring instantly, and he trains his body as well. Be wary in close combat, Jiang Han sent a quick warning while catching his breath. Li Xian sneered and swished his staff, thinking 2 versus 1 would guarantee a win. Today I will show you what it means to be latest-stage refining Qi. He stamped his right foot hard. First rank upper grade quicksand ensnaring formation. Around Li Xian, within a radius of 15 zhang, the ground instantly softened. Countless grains of sand writhed as if alive, heaving into an ever-expanding whirl of quicksand. The roots of the blood-red trees were yanked from the earth and sank slowly. Su Bai and Jiang Han both lifted their artifacts to fly. Li Xian seemed prepared. With a point of his staff, he intoned seal. From the quicksand vortex shot dozens of yellow-brown chains condensed from pure earth's spiritual energy, writhing like serpents toward the airborne flying swords beneath their feet. Insignificant trickery, Su Bai thought, changing his sword gesture. The magic sword traced a circle in the air, sword Qi crisscrossed, and laced through the oncoming earth chains, severing them all. But the momentary delay allowed Li Xian to close distance. His staff descended like a mountain upon Jiang Han. Jiang Han grit his teeth and forced his magic sword to collide with the ebony staff once more. This time Li Xian struck truly. The dark gold veins along the staff blazed, and a low tiger-like roar emanated from its length. Under one blow, Jiang Han and his sword were blasted 10 zhang back, slamming into a tree trunk thick enough to embrace. The trunk split with the impact. First disable this troublesome one, Li Xian declared, pressing the assault. He plunged the staff toward Jiang Han's dantian, as if to ruin his cultivation. At the critical instant, a blue sword light arrived in a flash and struck the staff's tip 7 cun from its end. Ding! A crisp clash rang out. The staff's trajectory shifted, grazing Jiang Han's flank and shattering a massive boulder behind him. Su Bai had stepped between them, sword angled toward the ground with a faint golden sheen along its blade. He turned his head to Jiang Han and asked, "Can you still fight?" Not dead, yet Jiang Han rasped as he coughed blood and pulled himself up, eyes fierce. That black-faced brute's staff technique is strange. Oh, every strike carries a hidden shock that breaks defensive spiritual energy. Li Xian recovered his staff and appraised Su Bai with interest. Your sword Qi is honed to such an extent, your talent and swordsmanship is indeed fearsome. Pity today you will fall here. Su Bai's expression remained impassive. He merely breathed 2 words, "Try me." They moved at once. Li Xian's staff swept horizontally, its shadow layered like a storm, bombarding Su Bai's vital points. Each strike was massive and crushing, imbued with an uncanny vibrating force that would shatter bones and sinews of an ordinary latest-stage refining Qi cultivator. Su Bai did not dodge. His magic sword carved out esoteric trajectories. His slashes were not fast, yet they always touched the staff where its force was weakest at the last possible instant, using finesse to overcome strength and precise points to break broad strikes. With Jinshin Tongming fully engaged, every nuance of Li Xian's staff trace his spiritual energy flow, even the faintest premuscular twinge, was revealed to Su Bai's perception. In the blink of an eye, they had traded more than 30 moves as staff shadows and sword lights wove a net, tearing down trees and carving trenches wherever they passed. Li Xian grew increasingly alarmed. Su Bai's seemingly plain swordsmanship repeatedly exposed the flaws in his techniques. More terrifying still, the condensed sword Qi that emanated from the blade could penetrate through the staff and assault his meridians, forcing him to divide his attention to defend inwardly. Cannot fight a prolonged battle, Li Xian thought, feinting a staff strike to force Su Bai back half a step, while his left hand covertly formed seals. Almost simultaneously, Su Bai sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy from the ground beneath and rose on his sword. Too late, Li Xian sneered and flung his left hand up. Rise. Thunder rumbled as the earth where Su Bai had stood abruptly heaved, 8 stout stone stalagmites bursting up like the fangs of a beast. At the same moment, Li Xian's staff flew from his hand and divided into 3 in midair, sealing off all of Su Bai's retreat. First rank upper grade combined spell Stone Fang Prison. Combined with the artifact's Shadow Division technique, this was one of Li Xian's reserved killing moves. He had once used it to instantly kill a lone cultivator at refining Qi 8th layer. Faced with an attempted execution, Su Bai remained composed. He held his sword vertically at his chest with his right hand, while his left hand brushed along the blade. The Yinyang Gui, Su's sword meridian, within him, flared to life. Break. With that soft command, a condensed blue sword gauntlet burst from the tip of his blade, only 3 cun long, but dazzling as a star. Where the sword gauntlet passed, the 8 stone fangs were sliced like tofu, and the 3 staff shadows shattered in succession. The sword gauntlet lost no momentum and shot straight for Li Xian's brow. Terrified, Li Xian hastily reformed his staff into one and raised it to block. Clang. With a piercing metallic roar, the dark gold veins along the staff flared, and the staff exploded into fragments inch by inch. The upper-grade artifact that had accompanied Li Xian for years was cleaved by a single sword stroke. The backlash from the artifact's destruction caused him to groan, his face drained of color and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He withdrew, without hesitation, his movement at full speed, turning into a yellow shadow as he fled deeper into the forest. Trying to leave, Su Bai rode his sword after him, but although he dominated Li Xian in swordsmanship, his footwork speed was not superior. Li Xian evidently practiced some skilled escape art, weaving through the woods like a fish in water. At that moment, Jiang Han, for reasons unknown, had already moved to Li Xian's escape flank. Now bloodshot veins streaked every one of his 7 orifices. He was forcing a spell far beyond his usual limit. Between his palms, a terrifying fireball 3 feet in diameter, deep purple through and through, with black lightning veins writhing across its surface, slowly spun into being. Even before it was released, the fireball's emitted heat warped the surrounding air. Within 30 zhang, the blood-red trees spontaneously ignited without flame. Li Xian's pupils shrank to pinpricks. From that purple fireball, he sensed the presence of death. Haha, taste my big one, dark-faced brat. Jiang Han completed his spell, his face as pale as paper from depleted spiritual energy, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his entire body swaying unsteadily. Yet at this moment, he had the chance to avenge that staff blow, his eyes gleaming with a near-mad excitement. This secret art of the Immortal Palace, the purple spirit giant flame, was terrifyingly powerful, but its cultivation difficulty was equally astonishing. Even with his exceptional fire attribute talent under the day and night guidance of the Immortal Palace cultivators, he had expended immense effort to barely master it to its current extent. This technique required 3 breaths for hand seals and 2 breaths for chanting. During its execution, the spiritual energy fluctuations were as conspicuous as a bright lamp. In actual combat, without teammates to provide a diversion, it was utterly impossible to complete. Even more fatal was that once unleashed, it would drain over 70% of the caster's spiritual energy. If the strike failed to subdue the enemy, they would become a lamb to the slaughter. The purple giant flame descended like a meteor, striking the earth, carrying the might to incinerate mountains and boil seas as it crashed down. On the surface of the flame, over 10 zhang in diameter, black lightning patterns writhed and leaped like living things. Wherever they passed, the air twisted and evaporated. The blood-colored vegetation within 10 zhang below ignited spontaneously, turning to ash in an instant. Su Bai had already retreated 20 zhang ahead of time, thanks to the early warning from his sword heart clarity. Even at such a distance, he could still feel the terrifying heat radiating from the purple fireball, a searing pain on his skin. He thought to himself, the Immortal Palace's arts were indeed sinister and overbearing. If Jiang Han were at his peak, the outcome of a life-or-death struggle between them would be uncertain. Li Xian forcibly halted his escape. Faced with an attack of such coverage, a hasty retreat would only expose his back completely. A fierce glint flashed across his dark face. His hands flew like butterflies as he rapidly formed seals, and his incantations burst forth like rapid-fire bullets, each syllable drawing the surrounding earth's spiritual energy to converge wildly. This time, he wasn't seeking instant casting. He was going all out, pushing Earth shield defense to its limit. Kuan Yuan, 1,000-layered rampart. Rumble. The ground surged like waves, countless earth and stones gathering from all directions, piling up layer upon layer before Li Xian. It wasn't a simple semicircular earth shield, but a miniature fortress 2 zhang high and 5 qi thick. The surface of the fortress was covered in densely packed earth-yellow runes, faintly forming the shape of a tortoise shell. This was Li Xian's trump card defense secret art. a fusion of Earth Shield defense and Earth Wall technique reinforced with his own essence blood to construct an extraordinary defense. The price was at least half a month in bed afterward, but at this critical moment of life and death, who could care about that? The purple, giant flame and the Earth Fortress collided violently. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The purple flame, like viscous lava, spread and flowed across the fortress surface. Black lightning patterns burrowed into the cracks of the earth and stone, emitting a teeth-grinding sizzle. The earth-yellow runes on the fortress flickered wildly, fiercely resisting the purple flame. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Crack, crack. Fine fissures spread from the top of the fortress. Li Xian's expression changed drastically. He bit his tongue and spat another mouthful of essence blood onto the fortress. The essence blood transformed into blood-colored runes that merged into the walls. The spread of the crack slowed, but did not stop. The 4th breath. Boom. The energy accumulated to its peak finally erupted completely. The purple flame swept across 30 zhang like a raging tide, the scorching blast lifting all the soil within 3 qi of the surface, sending charred clods scattering like rain. Several nearby massive trees thick enough for an embrace were snapped in half, their broken ends charred. Smoke and flames wove together into a chaotic curtain. Su Bai hovered 50 zhang away in the sky on his flying sword, squinting as he looked. In the center of the battlefield below, the Earth Fortress had vanished, replaced by a charred pit over 10 zhang in diameter and a zhang deep. The soil at the bottom of the pit had a strange glassy texture, while purple flames still stubbornly flickered at the edges. Turned to ashes. Jiang Han staggered to the edge of the pit, his steps unsteady from depleted spiritual energy. He leaned over to peer into the pit, but suddenly his feet felt soft. The ground temperature was astonishingly high and the soles of his shoes showed signs of melting. Up. He yelped and leaped back, hastily pulling a jade bottle from his bosom. He poured out 3 crimson pills and swallowed them whole. As the pills entered his stomach, a faint warmth barely emerged in his withered meridians, and his complexion improved slightly. Damn. I hope the storage pouch wasn't blown up along with it. Jiang Han suddenly remembered something, his face twitching in pain. That was resources worth 10,000 spirit stones. Su Bai had already landed on his flying sword and was walking slowly toward the edge of the pit. He frowned slightly, activating sword heart clarity to its fullest. Something was wrong. He didn't sense the spatial fluctuations characteristic of a destroyed storage pouch. More importantly, beneath the charred soil at the bottom of the pit, there came an extremely faint yet tenacious life force. Careful, Su Bai shouted in a low voice, his figure suddenly retreating. At almost the same moment, 3 black earth spikes burst out of the ground, without warning where he had been standing. The tips of the earth spikes glowed with a faint blue luster, clearly coated with poison, and they were as fast as lightning, brushing past the hem of Su Bai's robe. Slash. Su Bai, still in the air and not yet landed, swung his Dharma sword. This strike was no blind chop. The tip of the sword pointed precisely at the spot where he sensed the strongest life force underground. The sword chi, like a cyan dragon, drilled into the ground. Uft. A dull sound of penetration came from 3 zhang underground. The next moment, the charred earth exploded. A figure, charred black and covered in bloody flesh, was flung out from underground by the residual force of the sword chi, tumbling through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground. It was Li Xian. At this moment, there was no trace of his earlier arrogance. His back was a mass of charred black with torn flesh revealing the white spinal bones beneath. A deep, visible gash ran from his left shoulder diagonally to his right abdomen, blood gushing like a spring. The most fatal wound was his right leg, missing from the knee down, the stump charred. Even so, this man was not yet dead. In the instant he hit the ground, a venomous, hateful glint flashed in Li Xian's single eye. He raised his left hand with difficulty, and between his fingers was a jet-black jade talisman engraved with a ferocious ghost face, exuding a sinister aura that made one's heart tremble. Quasi-second grade talismanine soul heart-eating curse. Once activated, this talisman could summon 3 souls at the peak of the chi refining 9th layer, specializing in attacking a cultivator's soul. Even a cultivator at the chi refining perfection stage would suffer soul damage and greatly diminished combat power. Li Xian's lips moved, ready to chant the activation incantation. But how could Su Bai give him that chance? Almost at the same moment Li Xian pulled out the talisman, Su Bai's yin-yang return-to void sword meridian lit up once more. This time he held nothing back. The condensed paste-like spiritual energy in his dantian surged wildly into the sword. The Dharma sword trembled lightly, its hum like a dragon's roar. Slash. From the sword tip burst a highly condensed cyan gold sword aura. The sword aura was only 3 inches long, yet it shone as brilliantly as a rising morning star. Wherever it passed, the air was cut into a clear vacuum trace. This sword strike was so fast it surpassed the limits of visual perception. Li Xian didn't even have time to see the trajectory of the sword light. He only felt a chill at his brow. The next moment, the black jade talisman in his hand shattered with a crack, turning to powder on the ground. and on his forehead a red dot slowly spread, gradually forming a straight vertical line. The fierce light in Li Xian's single eye froze, then rapidly dimmed. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only a few garbled syllables came out before he fell completely silent. The talisman just activated lost its control and target, and the summoned Yin souls soared into the sky, dissipating in the high air. His corpse fell backward, blood gushing from the sword wound on his brow, staining the charred ground a dark red. 8 storage pouches slipped from Li Xian's waist, one of them rolling to Su Bei's feet. Su Bei let out a long breath, cold sweat also seeping from his brow. That sword strike might have seemed effortless, but it was the limit of his current cultivation. With his chi refining 7th layer cultivation, unleashing it at full power drained 60% of his Danshan's spiritual energy in an instant, and his meridians ached faintly. But he had no choice. The power of a second-grade talisman was not something a chi refining cultivator could withstand. If Li Xian had succeeded in activating that Yin soul talisman, today's outcome might have been reversed. Damn it, that scared me to death. Zhang Han then poked his head out from behind a withered tree, his face still pale. In the moment Li Xian pulled out the talisman, every hair on his body stood on end. If not for Su Bei's sword strike being unimaginably fast, the two of them would now be locked in a bitter struggle. Su Bei bent down to pick up the storage pouch at his feet, then gathered the remaining 7 one by one. Sweeping his spiritual sense over them, his heart stirred slightly. Of the 8 storage pouches, 2 were empty, likely spares. One was Li Xian's personal storage pouch, which contained, aside from some odds and ends pills, and a few hundred spirit stones, 2 in used second-grade talismans. This fellow is quite wealthy. Su Bei put away the personal storage pouch, his gaze shifting to the remaining 5. Among the 5 storage pouches, 4 were packed full with spiritual herbs piled like mountains. The other was about half full. A rough estimate put the total value of these spiritual herbs at around 9,000 spirit stones. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Han came over, his eyes gleaming with a wolfish green light. 9,000 spirit stones. Hee, this dark-faced brat has given us quite a gift. Su Bei pondered for a moment, then handed all 5 storage pouches filled with spiritual herbs to Zhang Han. Huh. Zhang Han was taken aback. Brother Su, what does this mean? Didn't we agree on half each? It is indeed half each. Su Bei's tone was calm, but these things cannot leave the secret realm through my hands. Zhang Han was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. A knowing smile spread across his face. Brother Su, you're no saint either. You're daring to buy the spiritual herbs meant for the sect. This isn't scheming. Su Bei shook his head but offered no further explanation. He had his own plans. The total value of the spiritual herbs in the 4 storage pouches on him already exceeded 11,000 spirit stones. That was enough to hand over to the sect and secure Yuxiao sect's top spot in this secret realm competition. Given that there was no need to hand over all of Li Xian's extra gains to the public. More importantly, as a member of the Immortal Palace, Zhang Han surely had special means to bypass the inspection at the secret realm's exit. Entrusting this batch of spiritual herbs to him to take out was the safest choice. Of course, there were risks involved. Zhang Han was after all a defector from the sect and a member of the Immortal Palace. If he went back on his word after leaving and pocketed the 9,000 spirit stones, Su Bei would have no recourse. This was in fact a gamble. A gamble that Zhang Han would keep his word. A gamble that this former junior disciple still harbored a shred of old friendship and integrity. If he didn't gamble, this batch of spiritual herbs would have to be turned over to the sect. Su Bei was not unwilling to contribute to the sect, but he was no fool either. On the path of cultivation, resources were paramount. When it was time to fight for them, he would not hesitate. Haha, since Brother Su trusts me so much, I naturally won't let you down. Zhang Han took the 5 storage pouches, carefully stowed them close to his body, and a flicker of complexity passed through his eyes. Zhao Kingdom, Anjin Town, Taoyuan Tavern. He'll visit there regularly. If I'm not around, he'll trouble you to wait a few extra days. Su Bei nodded slightly. All right, I'll remember that. Then I await good news from you, Brother Su. Zhang Han clasped his fists, turned to leave, then paused, and looked back with a smile. Oh, and if anyone asks about Li Xian's matter after we leave, he'll handle it. Su Bei said calmly. Zhang Han nodded, said no more, and his figure vanished into the depths of the blood-red forest after a few bounds. 4,500 spirit stones converted into pills and talismans would be enough to sustain my cultivation from the 7th layer of chi refining to foundation establishment. Zhang Han, you'd better not disappoint me. If you dare to embezzle these spiritual herbs, when we meet again, even if you have the Immortal Palace's protection, I will cut you down with one sword stroke. Su Bei sat cross-legged, meditating to recover the spiritual energy expended in slaying Li Xian. The condensed viscous spiritual energy within his dantian rotated slowly, gradually soothing the stinging pain transmitted through his meridians. After about half an hour, he opened his eyes, a brilliant divine light gleaming within his gaze. Rising, he mounted his flying sword and sped towards the right bank of the Blood River. He had already thoroughly scoured the beach area on the left bank of the secret realm. But this vast land on the right bank once occupied by Li Xian was an undeveloped treasure trove. It was a perilous zone for disciples of the other three sects, yet for Su Bai at this moment, it was a land of boundless opportunities. Over the next few hours, Su Bai conducted a cautious yet efficient search of the right bank beach area. Unlike before, his mindset had now shifted. When harvesting on the left bank, he was competing for resources for his sect, taking risks to gather as many spiritual herbs as possible. But now the total value of the 4 storage pouches on him had exceeded 11,000 spirit stones, far surpassing the average harvest of the Jade Cloud sect in past secret realms. His sect mission was already overfulfilled. Everything from now on was for himself. Therefore, Su Bai pushed his sword-hard illumination to its limit. Whenever he sensed a hidden, dangerous fluctuation near a spiritual herb, even if the warning was merely slight, he would unhesitatingly abandon it. He specifically targeted spiritual herbs with weak or no warnings and of at least second-rank mid-grade quality. Though less efficient than before, this approach was secure and safe. After 3 hours, the 4th storage pouch yielded herbs worth about 300 spirit stones. This would be a bountiful harvest for an ordinary disciple, but Su Bai merely put them away, his heart undisturbed. He devoted more energy to observing the secret realm itself. The terrain of the Blood River's right bank was completely different from the left. The left bank was hilly and forested, while the right bank was dominated by jagged rocks and bloody gravel shoals. The river here was wider and murkier, and the shadows in the water were visibly larger than those on the left bank, some even vaguely resembling the contours of flood dragons. Most eerily, Su Bai discovered battle scars at several spots along the riverbank. Scorched earth, shattered remnants of magical artifacts, dried bloodstains, and even on one cliff face, 3 claw marks a foot deep, their edges gleaming with a dull golden light, clearly beyond human capability. That bastard Li Xian must have hunted his fellow disciples here. Su Bai crouched down and picked up a broken sword half. The blade bore the standard markings of the Jade Cloud sect, and the break was as smooth as a mirror severed cleanly by something sharp. He put the broken sword away, intending to bring it out of the secret realm and return it to the sect. Though he didn't know who the deceased was at the very least, a fellow disciple deserved to have their soul return home. After another hour of searching, the teleportation mark on the back of his hand suddenly felt a burning heat, which then turned into a tingling numbness. This was a sign that the secret realm was about to close. Su Bai looked up at the Blood River. The river surface was no longer calm. Waves surged like a furious sea, and the turbid, bloody water crashed against the banks, sending spray dozens of feet high. The shadows in the water swam wildly, and from time to time ferocious heads broke the surface, letting out silent roars at the sky. But whenever they tried to charge onto the shore, a faint golden light curtain would appear above the river, forcibly suppressing the monsters back down. This was the power of the secret realm's rules weakening. Su Bai knew well that if he delayed, leaving until the rules completely dissipated, even if he was on the shore, he would be torn to shreds by these unbound monsters. History recorded greedy cultivators who had tried, and their endings were unanimous: utter annihilation. Time to go. He took one last look at this blood-colored world, then channeled his spiritual energy into the teleportation mark. A pale red light rose from the back of his hand, slowly enveloping his entire body. His vision began to blur, and the surrounding scenery rippled like water. Just as the teleportation was about to complete, Su Bai felt a sudden pull in his heart and turned his head to look northwest. 100 miles away, inside a hidden cave, Zhang Han crushed a sky-blue crystal. The crystal's surface was densely covered with complex spatial runes, and the moment it shattered, a strange wave spread out, interfering with the forming teleportation trajectory. The next moment, Zhang Han's figure materialized out of thin air from the cave. The Immortal Palace's coordinate stone really works. He dusted off his robes, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Forcibly altering the teleportation landing point of a secret realm, those old fossils of the 3 sects probably can't even dream of such a method. He checked the 8 bulging storage pouches at his waist. 5 held Li Xian's 9,000 spirit stones worth of herbs, and 3 were his own harvest from these past days, totaling over 2,000 spirit stones. This trip was worth it. Zhang Han mounted his flying sword, transforming into a streak of crimson light, and silently sped towards the outskirts of the Azure Spirit Plains. The route he chose was extremely cunning, deliberately taking desolate mountain streams and gorges clearly premeditated. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Blood River secret realm, the atmosphere was growing tense. The 3-day period ended, and the secret realm closed. The massive teleportation base hummed, and streaks of red light flashed in succession. Disciples from the 3 sects emerged from the light, like an ebbing tide, most faces showing fatigue, but also unable to hide the joy of their harvest. According to procedure, all disciples had to queue at their respective sects' counting station, take out all the spiritual herbs from their storage pouches, and have them counted and appraised by designated personnel. The entire process was open and transparent, with elders from all 3 sects overseeing it, making fraud impossible. After the counting, there was one more procedure: a body search. This was the rule of past secret realms. Disciples were pickers inside the realm, and all harvests were the property of the sect. To prevent anyone from hiding items, disciples had to be personally checked by their sect's elder upon exit to ensure nothing was smuggled out. Jade Cloud Sect, 52,000 Spirit Stones. Azure Serene Palace, 53,000 Spirit Stones. Mysticine Sect, 50,000 Spirit Stones. After counting each disciple's harvest, a deacon disciple would announce the number loudly. The three sects' numbers were very close, chasing each other without giving way. On the Jade Cloud sect side, Lu Chengfeng personally presided over the counting table. His expression was calm, but his fingertips unconsciously tapped the table, betraying his inner anxiety. Things were not looking good. As of the current count, the Azure Serene Palace consistently held a lead over the Jade Cloud sect. That aside, the crucial point was that the 5 elite disciples he had painstakingly trained had not yet appeared. Could it be? That bastard Li Xian has killed them all. Lu Chengfeng's heart was filled with a grim premonition. If so, the Jade Cloud sect might not only lose first place this time, but also several promising seedlings for Foundation establishment, a truly crippling blow. Just then a red light flashed on the teleportation base. A disciple of the Jade Cloud sect staggered out. He appeared to be about 30 years old with a weathered face and a deep bone-deep wound on his left arm, hastily bandaged with blood still seeping through. Lu Chengfeng's eyes lit up. He recognized this man. It was Chen Mo, an older outer disciple with triple spiritual roots. He had been at the sect for 12 years, specialized in water elemental spells, and was ranked in the top 20 among outer disciples in combat. He was one of the 5 key disciples. Chen Mo walked to the counting table, untied 3 storage pouches from his waist, and poured out all the spiritual herbs inside. Platter. A pile of various spiritual herbs formed a small hill. Among them, a plant that was entirely ice blue and shaped like coral was particularly striking, emitting a dense cold-attributed spiritual energy. Third-rank mid-grade ice soul coral appraised at 800 spirit stones. The counting deacon exclaimed, his eyes bright, reporting the number loudly. Lu Chengfeng gave a slight nod. The ice soul coral was one of the main ingredients for refining the Foundation establishment stage pill, cold jade pill, and it was priceless on the open market. The appraisal of 800 spirit stones was quite fair. The remaining herbs were mostly second-rank mid to high grade, and the count was quickly completed. Chen Mo total 3,100 spirit stones. Jade Cloud sect cumulative total 55,000 spirit stones. The counting deacon's voice carried a hint of excitement. With this, the Jade Cloud sect overtook the Azure Serene Palace by 2,000 spirit stones. Excellent. Lu Chengfeng rarely smiled, patting Chen Mo on the shoulder. How's the injury? Go back and claim a bottle of flesh and bone regeneration pill on my account. Thank you, Elder. Lu Chengfeng transmitted his voice, asking, have you seen Su Bai, Wang Jie, and the others? What about Li Xian of the Azure Serene Palace? Chen Mo shook his head slightly. Disciple was active on the left bank the whole time and didn't see them. However, from the right bank direction, there were faint signs of intense combat fluctuations 2 days ago. It didn't last long, but the spiritual energy waves were extremely strong, at least at the late qi refining level. Lu Chengfeng's heart sank. The right bank. That was precisely the area where Li Xian was most likely active. He waved his hand for Chen Mo to go and heal, turning his gaze back to the teleportation base. By now, most of the disciples from the 3 sects had come out. The Jade Cloud sect had a cumulative total of 98,000 spirit stones, the Azure Serene Palace 94,000, and the Mysticine sect 90,000. The Jade Cloud sect was temporarily in the lead, but the advantage was not significant. More critically, the light on the teleportation base was becoming increasingly sparse. This meant that there were not many disciples left in the secret realm. That old ghost Zhang Tan is quite calm. Lu Chengfeng glanced across the way. Behind the counting table of the Azure Serene Palace, Venerable Zhang Tan was leisurely sipping tea with a knowing smile on his face. Beside him stood 2 Foundation establishment deacons, reporting something in low voices. Zhang Tan nodded occasionally, clearly very satisfied with the current situation. Elder Lu, it seems this time my Azure Serene Palace will take the top spot again. Zhang Tan suddenly looked up, transmitting his voice across the distance, his tone unashamedly triumphant. Lu Chengfeng snorted coldly, but did not respond. He knew in his heart that Zhang Tan's confidence came from Li Xian. That monster who had been stuck at the 6th layer of qi refining for years. Once he broke through to the late qi refining stage, his combat power would be far beyond that of an ordinary disciple. If Li Xian had indeed killed all the elite disciples of the Jade Cloud sect, and then emerged with their spiritual herbs, the Azure Serene Palace overtaking them was almost a foregone conclusion. Only 2 people are left. Lu Chengfeng clenched the sensing jade talisman in his sleeve. This was a magical artifact connected to the teleportation array, allowing a rough perception of the number of remaining disciples in the secret realm. The jade talisman showed 2. Who are they? A wave of irritation welled up in Lu Chengfeng's heart. These disciples were all carefully chosen by him, fine seedlings with the potential to become the sect's pillars in the future. Losing any one of them would be a wound to the Jade Cloud sect. Whoosh! The teleportation light flashed again. A shifty-eyed disciple of the Mystic Een sect appeared on the base. He looked around furtively, then quickly walked to the Mystic Een sect's counting table, emptying 2 storage pouches of spiritual herbs. Mystic Een sect cumulative total 90,000 spirit stones. The counting voice rang out. Lu Chengfeng's heart sank to the bottom. Of the 2, one was actually from the Mystic Een sect. Then the remaining other person was most likely Li Xian. It was over. Lu Chengfeng closed his eyes. He could almost see the ending Li Xian emerging with storage pouches worth thousands, or even tens of thousands of spirit stones, the Azure Serene Palace instantly overtaking them, and the Jade Cloud sect once again settling for second place. And what the sect would lose was not just resources, but several future elites. He Elder Lu, I concede defeat. Zhang Tan's laughter came again, this time not through voice transmission, but spoken aloud, echoing throughout the venue. The surrounding disciples of the 3 sects turned their heads. The Azure Serene Palace members already wore victorious smiles, while the Mystic Een sect disciples had complex expressions, a mix of displeasure towards the Azure Serene Palace and sympathy for the Jade Cloud sect. On the Jade Cloud sect's side, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. All the disciples clenched their fists but felt helpless. On the teleportation base, the final wisp of red light began to coalesce. Everyone held their breath. Lu Chengfeng stared fixedly at that cluster of light, his nails nearly digging into his palm. Zhang Tan leisurely put down his teacup, straightened his robe, and prepared to stand and accept victory. The red light grew stronger, and the silhouette of a person gradually became clear. The first thing to appear was a corner of blue robe, the standard-issue Taoist robe of the Jade Cloud sect. Lu Chengfeng's pupils contracted sharply. Zhang Tan's smile froze on his face. The light completely dissipated. A young cultivator with handsome features and a calm demeanor stood at the center of the base. He was dressed in an immaculate blue robe with 4 bulging storage pouches at his waist. In his right hand, he casually held an ordinary Dharma sword from whose tip a faint, lingering golden light still emanated. It was Su Bai. He seemed to have lingered for a moment in the secret realm, and now unhurriedly stepped down from the base, walking towards the Jade Cloud sect's counting station. Why you? This is impossible. Where is Li Xian? Explain yourself to me. Zhang Tan, the venerable of Bo Palace, watched as the last figure to emerge from the teleportation array was none other than Su Bai. His face, once beaming with joy, instantly stiffened and drained of all color. The next moment, it twisted grotesquely like a coiled centipede. His aura surged violently, and the oppressive pressure of the Foundation establishment stage leaked uncontrollably, startling several Qi refining disciples nearby, who turned pale and stumbled backward. His earlier calm and composure were utterly shattered. Completely unhinged, Zhang Tan was shrouded in a visible layer of crimson malevolence. As if in a trance, he launched himself into the air, transforming into a blur as he lunged at Su Bai. That hand was wreathed in spiritual energy, clearly a killing strike born of fury. A blinding bolt of lightning rent the air, striking Zhang Tan's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Thunder exploded with a crackling roar, blasting him backward. He was paralyzed, trembling in place, his hair disheveled, and his sleeves scorched black. It was Wan Haoran, an inner sect elder of Yuxia sect, who had been on guard, and instantly unleashed a fierce lightning spell. He had already held back, otherwise he could have taken advantage of Zhang Tan's distracted state and weakened protective aura to gravely wound, or even kill him. Wan Haoran's body flickered with lightning crackling softly. He moved like a flash of lightning, almost teleporting to stand before Su by his broad back, completely shielding him. His long hair stirred slightly, lightning glinting in his eyes as he looked down upon the disheveled Zhang Tan. His voice rumbled like thunder. Zhang Tan, before my very eyes do you dare to openly assassinate a disciple of my Yuxia sect? Are you tired of living wishing to be reduced to ashes by my hand? He killed Li Xian. He must have used despicable means. Zhang Tan, shaken by the thunderous force, felt his qi and blood roil. Suppressed by Wan Haoran's abyssal aura, he barely squeezed out the words, his voice hoarse, his eyes bloodshot and wild. Ridiculous. For a Foundation establishment cultivator in charge of Bo Palace's Blood River secret realm expedition to be so indiscriminate, spouting baseless accusations at the drop of a hat. Wan Haoran stepped forward, his lightning might intensifying, causing the fine stones on the ground to tremble. Within the Blood River secret realm, life and death are determined by one's own abilities. It has always been thus. You claim Su Bai killed Li Xian. Where's your proof? Do you have a Shadowstone recording? Was there any witness? Without solid evidence, this is deliberate provocation. Do not blame me for disciplining you on behalf of your Bo Palace elders today. Zhang Tan, of course, had no evidence. The Blood River secret realm isolated the inside from the outside. Unless one possessed special artifacts, no images could be preserved. He had been driven to near demonic madness purely by the crushing disappointment of shattered expectations and years of scheming gone to waste. Now bombarded by Juan Howren's relentless questions and eroded by the lightning's power, he was momentarily speechless, panting heavily. The other two Foundation establishment cultivators from Bo Palace sensed trouble. Their faces shifted rapidly as they hurried forward, supporting the still paralyzed Zhang Tan from either side, bowing and apologizing repeatedly to Juan Howren. Elder Juan, please calm your anger. Elder Zhang was merely momentarily agitated. He had no intention of provoking your sect. Indeed. What transpired within the secret realm is hard for us outside to fully know. Brother Zhang, upon hearing the tragic news, lost his composure. We beg for Elder Juan's understanding. As they spoke, they forcefully yet subtly dragged the still trembling, glaring Zhang Tan back into Bo Palace's ranks, using their spiritual energy to soothe his turbulent chi and whispering words of comfort. Keep your people in check. Should there be a next time, I will not be lenient. Juan Howren snorted coldly, his lightning aura slowly receding. He then turned to look at Su Bai behind him. His stern expression softened, and a flicker of barely perceptible approval flashed in his eyes. He patted Su Bai's shoulder. It's all right. You've done well. Go tally the value of the spiritual herbs now. Although Juan Howren was not directly involved in Lu Chengfeng's specific arrangements for this secret realm expedition, Lu Chengfeng had long briefed him on the intricacies and risks. He knew how arduous Su Bai's journey had been. To face an opponent nurtured at great cost by Bo Palace, clearly beyond the standard, and emerge victorious and unscathed, this young man possessed outstanding character and strength. Thank you, Elder Juan, for your protection. Though Su Bai was unaware of the specific maneuvers occurring outside, he keenly felt the flash of lethal intent and the subsequent shelter. He bowed respectfully. Then, composing himself, he walked steadily toward Yuxia sect's tallying platform under the gaze of countless astonished, curious, or envious eyes. Excellent. Su Bai, you truly did not disappoint this elder. Well done. Lu Chengfeng finally let out a long, pent-up breath of relief, laughing heartily, his voice echoing across the field. The gloom that had hung over them due to the loss of disciples was swept away, his face beaming with radiance. From the failure of several carefully selected disciples to return to discovering that the last to emerge was the unremarkable Su Bai, who single-handedly overturned Bo Palace's long-hidden trump card, the dark-faced Li Xian. The dramatic ups and downs in this short span stirred emotions in Lu Chengfeng's Foundation establishment late-stage heart that had been dormant for years, and he even faintly sensed a loosening in his long-stagnant bottleneck. Hand over all the spiritual herbs you've gathered to me. Lu Chengfeng spoke with a beaming smile and a gentle tone. Although Yuxia sect's tallied herb value already held a firm lead, Su Bai's contribution was merely icing on the cake. The proper procedures were still necessary. Moreover, he was intensely curious about the young man's actual harvest. Yes, Elder Lu. Su Bai nodded, reaching into his bosom to retrieve storage pouches one by one. 1, 2, 3. He pulled out 8 bulging pouches, arranging them neatly on the stone tallying table. This number not only stunned Lu Chengfeng, but also drew the attention of other Foundation establishment cultivators and waiting disciples from the other two sects, stirring a buzz of whispers. Lu Chengfeng took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and began opening the pouches one by one to inventory the herbs. His movements were practiced, his gaze sharp. As he counted, he murmured the numbers with an attendant disciple recording swiftly. 1,800. Not bad. This pouch. 3,000. Good. This one actually has 4,800. As each pouch was opened, Lu Chengfeng's eyebrows rose higher and his smile grew broader. When he reached the 4th pouch, his voice involuntarily rose, value exceeding 10,000. Good lad. He glanced toward Bo Palace's ranks. Zhang Tan, supported by his fellow disciples, remained ashen-faced, his eyes vacant and fixed on the ground, as if most of his spirit had been drained. The blow was evidently devastating, unlikely to heal soon. Seeing this, Lu Chengfeng merely stroked his beard, feeling a surge of satisfaction, and refrained from further provoking him. Originally, Bo Palace had secretly nurtured Li Xian, suppressing Yuxia sect for 3 consecutive secret realm expeditions. Had they won this time, it would have marked a perfect three-peat, etching a glorious chapter in Bo Palace's history. Zhang Tan, as the overseer, would have basked in boundless glory. But now this third, seemingly most secure attempt, years in the making, was shattered by an obscure disciple of Yuxia sect abruptly ending their winning streak. For the schemers, such a defeat was akin to the collapse of a cherished belief. Lu Chengfeng shook his head, dismissing the thought, and opened the last pouch with anticipation. As the pouch opened, a pure, rich wood-element spiritual energy, mingled with a faint exotic fragrance, permeated the air, drawing deep breaths from those nearby. Lu Chengfeng swept his divine sense over it, then his pupils abruptly contracted, and he couldn't help but exclaim, 10 plants. 10 third-grade spiritual herbs. These herbs were in perfect condition, brimming with spiritual energy. A rough estimate put their value at over 8,000 spirit stones. Combined with the previous ones, the total value of herbs Su Bai had personally brought out reached an astonishing 18,000 spirit stones. This figure set a new record for the highest individual herb value brought out by a disciple from any of the three sects since the Blood River Secret Realm's inception. Good lad. Lu Qingfeng couldn't resist transmitting to Su by his tone, filled with admiration and curiosity. Tell this elder quickly, how did you find so many herbs in just 3 days? Especially these third-grade ones. Even if you knew their general location, searching for them is no easy feat. Su Bai was prepared and replied respectfully via transmission. Elder, this disciple was fortunate. I achieved a breakthrough within the secret realm, greatly increasing my artifact flying speed, allowing me to search a wider area. Additionally, he paused briefly, his voice steady. This disciple did encounter and defeat Li Xian of Bo Palace, and the contents of his storage pouch now belong to me. Just as I thought. Well killed. Lu Qingfeng's heart settled, his transmission brimming with appreciation. Had Li Xian not died this time, given his displayed potential and Bo Palace's investment, he would have become a major threat to our Yuxiao sect in the future. Your deed is of great merit. Rest assured, the top-grade artifact longsword I promised you. I will personally petition the sect to secure the most suitable one for you. He patted Su Bei's arm and announced loudly, go back to the ranks and rest. Once we return to the sect, the rewards you deserve will not be withheld. Su Bai bowed again, and under the gaze of countless complex eyes walked calmly back to the Yuxia sect disciple ranks. Su Bai, junior brother Su, over here. Wang Juyuji and other familiar outer sect disciples immediately surrounded him. You rascal, why were you so late? You had us worried. And all those storage pouches. Wang Ju, the most impatient, fired off questions like a string of firecrackers. Wait. His eyes suddenly widened as he looked Su Bai up and down, sensing the considerably denser spiritual pressure on him. He exclaimed, You've advanced to the 7th layer of Qi refining. No wonder. Could it be that the figures we saw flying across the Blood River on artifacts earlier in the secret realm included Yue? Su Bai smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. I did have a fortunate breakthrough. Since I was on the left bank and couldn't meet up with you senior brothers, I tried flying across the river on my artifact and visited a couple more places. Perhaps luck was on my side, so I found more herbs. As for the signal flares you and Brother Wang released, I saw them from across the river. They were quite conspicuous. So that's it. You broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refining and even dared to fly across the river on an artifact. Yuji realized, sighing with admiration. Senior brother Su, you are bold and meticulous, and your fortune is abundant. I admire you. Haha, with this junior brother Su, you can directly advance to the inner sect upon returning to the sect. Truly cause for celebration. Wang Ju said with genuine joy, naturally not delving into minor details like why they hadn't met up. Advancing to the inner sect meant a more generous monthly allowance, higher-level techniques, and better caves. A dream for countless outer sect disciples. So senior brother Su broke through his realm in the secret realm. No wonder he had such a harvest. Impressive. It seems for the next secret realm opening we should consider attempting to break through our bottlenecks within the time limit. If we can break through, our search efficiency will surely increase greatly. Easy for you to say. The secret realm only lasts 3 days. Are you certain you can break through? What if you fail and waste precious time bringing out not a single herb? Do you think the elder won't punish you by making you face the wall at Reflection Cliff? Well, that's true. Senior brother Su's situation is truly a rare encounter. Regardless, congratulations to senior brother Su. The surrounding Yuxia sect outer disciples buzzed with discussion, their gazes towards Su Bai filled with envy, admiration, and a hint of awe at the fortune of the strong. The final tally results were soon announced. The old cultivator, jointly appointed by the 3 sects to preside over the ceremony, declared in a voice amplified by spiritual energy that rang clearly across the field. Yuxia sect total spiritual herb value, 116,000 spirit stones. Ranking first among the 3 sects. For this Blood River secret realm, the total herb value of the 3 sects is 300,000 spirit stones. By convention, Yuxiao sect receives a 45% share and the right of first pick. Once the announcement was made, all the herbs brought out from the secret realm were piled together in a cleared space in the center of the field. In an instant, various spiritual lights intermingled, and the rich fragrance of herbs coalesced into a cloud refreshing the soul. Low-grade herbs dotted the pile like stars, mid-grade herbs shimmered with radiance, and the dozens of third-grade herbs stood out like a constellation surrounding the moon, exuding an enticing spiritual charm. Lu Qingfeng, brimming with pride and satisfaction, stepped forward with flowing sleeves to exercise the right of first pick. His gaze was sharp, his movements swift and precise as he unceremoniously swept all dozens of third-grade herbs into Yuxia sect's storage artifacts, most of which had originally come from Su Bai. Then he selected a batch of the most valuable, urgently needed second-grade top-quality herbs until the quota was met before stepping back contentedly. Only after Lu Qingfeng finished his selection did the representatives of Bo Palace and Xian Yin sect step forward with varied expressions to divide the remaining herbs. The Bio Palace group looked the worst, especially Zhang Tan, who was practically dragged through the process by his fellow disciples, his eyes dim and lifeless. Once all herbs were distributed, the Blood River Secret Realm expedition finally came to a close. Bio Palace's flying artifact was the first to rise, carrying an air of defeat and dejection as it hurriedly departed, as if staying even a moment longer was torture. After this battle, when the secret realm opens again in 3 years, Zhang Tan would likely have neither the face nor the will to oversee it. The Xianin sect members also took their leave one after another. Finally, on Yuxia sect's side, Elder Wu Yu summoned the familiar spirit boat, which grew larger against the wind and landed steadily. He stood at the bow, smiling, his voice like a resonant bell. "Lads, you've done splendidly this time. All aboard. We're returning to the sect." Aboard the spirit vessel returning to the sect's mountain gate, most outer disciple cultivators of the Yuxia sect chose to sit in silent meditation to restore their vitality. Cultivators at the Qi refinement stage had yet to transcend the need for sleep. For 3 consecutive days and nights within the secret realm, they had searched with unwavering focus, guarded, and even contested over spirit herbs. Not only had their spiritual energy been severely depleted, but their minds and spirits were also taut and utterly exhausted. Now, with tension finally released, weariness surged forth like a tide. Subai likewise found a relatively quiet corner and settled into lotus position. He did not enter deep stillness. Instead, he retained a sliver of divine sense to remain vigilant, a habit forged by years of cautious discipline. Several hours later, dusk deepened into night, and the heavens draped the land in velvety darkness. Tonight, the moon hung full and radiant stars sparse, yet brilliant, its silvery radiance spilling across mountains and rivers alike. Elder Wu Yu guided the spirit vessel downward with flawless precision, landing it steadily upon the vast Dao Discourse Plaza of the Yuxia sect's outer academy. Lu Qingfeng, seemingly unable to contain his eagerness, leapt onto a tall bluish stone at the center of the plaza the moment the vessel touched ground, and proclaimed in a clear, resonant voice, "Disciples, please pause." At his words, those who had already begun dispersing halted on the spot, their faces alight with anticipation. In this expedition to the Blood River Secret Realm, our Yuxia sect has decisively surpassed the Bio and Xianin sects, reclaiming first place. His gaze swept across the sea of youthful faces below, lingering briefly upon Su Bai, before continuing. Per the sect's established decree, 10% of the total assessed value of all spirit herbs you gathered shall be granted as an additional reward. A murmur of restrained astonishment rippled through the crowd. The reward may be claimed in 2 ways. Lu Qingfeng elaborated: first, direct conversion into low-grade spirit stones; second, exchange for an equivalent quantity of the sect's own Huanglong pills refined by the Yuxia Alchemy Institute. The choice is yours alone. Without hesitation, nearly every outer disciple chose the Huanglong pills. Renowned throughout the Qingzhou cultivation world for their consistent quality and potent refined efficacy, these pills bore the Yuxia sect's esteemed seal. On the open market, a single vial, containing 10 pills, typically fetched 11 or 12 spirit stones, making them far more valuable than raw spirit stones. More crucially for disciples like them, mid-stage Qi refiners, the Huanglong pill served as the principal elixir for advancing cultivation. Most who had entered the secret realm stood at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. On average, each disciple retrieved spirit herbs worth nearly 1,000 spirit stones. Thus, their 10% reward amounted to nearly 100 spirit stones, enough to procure close to 100 Huanglong pills. This windfall would spare them countless hours performing tedious outer academy tasks to accumulate resources. Many now harbored firm confidence that with such reserves they could retreat into seclusion and break through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, thereby knocking upon the gates of the inner sect. Lu Qingfeng acted with characteristic efficiency. Instantly, a junior disciple arrived bearing a table, chairs, account ledgers, and several storage pouches. Disciples stepped forward one by one, stating their names, verifying herb valuations, and receiving corresponding vials of pills. As each received a vial exuding a faint, soothing herbal fragrance, joy of hard-won harvest bloomed across their faces. The distribution proceeded with orderly swiftness. After Wang Zhu and Yu Ji collected their shares, they glanced toward Su Bai, who remained standing in place, and then at Lu Qingfeng, whose gentle smile signaled patient expectation. Understanding without words, they nodded meaningfully to Su Bai and departed. Soon the once bustling Dao Discourse Plaza fell into profound silence, leaving only Lu Qingfeng and Su Bai beneath the vault of night. The Yuxia sect's mountain gate rose where spirit veins converged, its peaks soaring so high they pierced the clouds. Tonight the moon hung immense and luminous in the sky, seeming almost within reach, its cool liquid radiance cascading down to stretch their shadows long and sharp upon the smooth bluish flagstones. Lu Qingfeng shed the stern demeanor he had worn before the multitude, his tone softening considerably. He looked directly at Su Bai and spoke quietly. By regulation, the spirit herbs you personally gathered are valued at 18,000 spirit stones. 10% thereof amounts to 1,800 spirit stones, equivalent to 1,800 Huanglong pills. Hearing the precise figure, even Su Bai, whose composure was legendary, felt his breath catch ever so slightly. 1,800 spirit stones. Within the outer sect, such a sum would take decades of diligent task completion to amass. Though perilous, the secret realm's rewards indeed surpassed all expectation. Moreover, this was merely the official reward. Lu Qingfeng's tone shifted subtly, his eyes thoughtful. Yet now that you have advanced to the 7th layer, entering the late stage of qi refinement, the Huanglong pill, while still beneficial, yields diminishing returns compared to its effect upon mid-stage cultivators. To convert the entire sum into Huanglong pills would thus be suboptimal for you. Yet to receive it all in spirit stones. He shook his head. That would be unnecessarily disadvantageous, and would squander the distinct advantage of our sect's refined elixirs. He paused as if reaching a decision. Since you have already met the cultivation requirement for intersect promotion, lacking only formal procedure, I shall make an exception. This reward of 1,800 spirit stones will neither be issued as pills nor fully dispersed as spirit stones. Instead, it shall be converted outright into 1,800 sect contribution points, deposited directly into the jade token of your forthcoming intersect identity. What say you? Su Bai's heart leapt with delight. Bowing deeply, his voice sincere and earnest. Many thanks, Elder Lu, for your extraordinary generosity. This disciple is profoundly grateful. He well understood the true worth of contribution points. Within the Yuxiao sect, 1 point officially equaled 1 low-grade spirit stone, but its practical utility vastly exceeded mere currency. Numerous rare artifacts, specialized elixirs, and high-tier spell talismans housed within the sect's treasure vault were available exclusively for purchase with contribution points, and often at preferential internal rates. Such items could seldom be acquired elsewhere, even with abundant spirit stones. Contribution points also enabled disciples to commission high-tier sect cultivators for missions, lease special cultivation caverns, or access restricted archives, rendering them the genuine hard currency of intersect life. Outer disciples could not earn them. Inner disciples wishing to convert spirit stones into contribution points incurred a 5% handling fee. Elder Lu's gesture was undeniably sincere favor. This arrangement suits me well, Lu Chengfeng said, nodding in satisfaction. You were originally to process your intersect promotion tomorrow and claim your contribution points then. But his gaze lifted toward the brilliant moon overhead, and he smiled. Ah, very well. No need for you to lie awake tonight restless and preoccupied. I shall escort you there this very hour, seizing the moment to settle the matter completely. Without waiting for Su Bai's reply, Lu Chengfeng flicked his sleeve. A gentle yet irresistible surge of spiritual energy lifting Su Bai effortlessly from the ground. In the next instant, both soared skyward, streaking as a luminous trail across moonlit peaks, racing swiftly toward the inner sect, where spiritual energy flowed thicker and purer deep within the Yuxiao Mountains. Night wind roared past their ears as pavilions, terraces, and flowing springs blurred into receding streaks beneath them. Within moments, Lu Chengfeng set them down before a grand, awe-inspiring hall. Above its towering entrance hung a plaque inscribed with 4 ancient solemn characters, Intersect Hall. This was the central hub where all inter-disciple affairs were conducted. Though nominally overseen by a golden core elder, an immortal ancestor of the sect, the hall was managed day to day by 10 foundation establishment elders rotating in duty. The inner sect housed far more disciples than the outer academy, for once cultivators reached the late stage of qi refinement, each subsequent layer demanded exponentially greater time and resources. Advancing from the 7th layer to peak qi refinement often consumed several times, or even tenfold, the effort previously required. Even at this late hour, the inner sect hall blazed with lamplight staffed by an on-duty elder. Lu Qingfeng moved with evident familiarity, guiding Su Bai straight inside. The hall was spacious and solemnly appointed, its atmosphere hushed. A middle-aged cultivator in intersect elder robes sat behind the master desk reviewing a jade tablet. Sensing their arrival, he lifted his gaze. Elder Lu, what urgent matter brings you here at this hour? The elder rose, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Then his eyes settled upon Su Bai beside Lu Qingfeng. Elder Li Zhao, my apologies for the intrusion, Lu Qingfeng said with a courteous bow. This youth is named Su Bai, formerly an outer disciple who recently broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement during the Blood River Secret Realm expedition. Per sect regulations, he qualifies for promotion to inner disciple status. As fortune would have it, I brought him directly here to complete the formalities, saving him a trip tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Elder Li Zhao's eyes gleamed sharply. He studied Su Bai anew more intently. For Elder Lu, the Outer Academy's chief administrator, to escort someone personally at midnight meant this youth possessed exceptional merit. Oh, brought by Elder Lu himself. Surely he distinguished himself in the secret realm. Distinguished. Far beyond. Lu Chengfeng laughed heartily, pride warming his voice. Su Bai ranked first among all Yuxia disciples in total value of spirit herbs retrieved during this expedition, shattering the previous record. Elderly, please process his registration promptly. I have follow-up matters requiring attention. I see. Congratulations to Elder Lu, and heartfelt felicitations to the young master. Li Zhao's expression brightened with understanding, and his gaze upon Su Bai grew markedly more respectful. To triumph in such a trial, whether by skill or fortune, commanded genuine esteem. Young master, please hand me your Outer Academy Jade token. Su Bai complied, presenting the Azure Jade token denoting his former Outer Disciple status. Li Zhao accepted it, and placed it upon a black artifact resembling an inkstone resting upon his desk. A soft pulse of light shimmered across the device, extracting the token's embedded data. Then Li Zhao withdrew from beneath his desk a new jade token, warmer in texture, milky white in hue, and faintly glowing with inner luminescence, and began inscribing Su Bai's information anew. He simultaneously linked it to the sect's grand formation core and contribution point system. Though intricate in appearance, the entire process took no more than a dozen breaths in the hands of a Foundation establishment elder. There, you have it. Li Zhao handed Su Bai the white jade token alongside 3 neatly folded sets of black robes edged with silver. This is your Inner Disciple Identity token. Guard it well. With this token, you may freely traverse most intersect areas accessible to you, accept and submit missions, and redeem resources. All require its use. These 3 sets are your Inner Disciple robes, imbued with simple dust-repelling and mind-calming properties, required attire for formal occasions. Su Bai accepted them with both hands. The jade felt cool, yet soothing, the fabric supple, yet resilient. Clearly no ordinary material. Elder Li Zhao continued, patiently outlining fundamental Inner Disciple privileges. Upon becoming an Inner Disciple, you shall annually receive a fixed allocation of cultivation resources, 2 vials of top-tier first-rank spirit pills, the Jin Sui Dan. These pills excel at fortifying the foundation and accelerating advancement for latest-stage chi refiners. They may be claimed each spring or accumulated for multi-year withdrawal. You may undertake various intersect missions, earning both spirit stones and contribution points, the primary means by which you will acquire future resources. The Intersect Treasure Pavilion is now formally open to you, housing spirit artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and cultivation manuals etched onto jade tablets, all redeemable solely with contribution points. First-rank cultivation manuals and spells within the pavilion may be freely browsed and copied. Having just entered the late stage with foundations newly stabilized, you should first select several suitable offensive, defensive, or auxiliary techniques to strengthen your repertoire. Additionally, the sect holds an annual Intersect Grand Competition. Elder Li Zhao's tone grew gravely earnest. It serves as both a rigorous assessment of cultivation progress and a vital arena for honing combat arts. Those ranking among the top 10 earn the title of Elite Disciple, doubling their annual elixir allotment and receiving additional rewards. Should one claim first place? He paused, his gaze upon Su Bai warm with encouragement. One may attract the notice of a sect elder and be selected as a candidate for true successor status, gaining access to resources and guidance far surpassing those of ordinary Inner Disciples. Most importantly, true successor candidacy guarantees eligibility to redeem a Foundation establishment pill, a privilege worth striving for annually, even if victory remains elusive for the invaluable experience gained in contesting peers. Su Bai listened attentively, committing every word to memory. Steward Li Zhao, out of deference to Lu Chengfeng's personal delivery, imparted his instructions with exhaustive detail and remarkable patience. From daily routines and cultivation resources to sect obligations and paths of advancement, he elucidated each matter in turn. Though Su Bai had but newly entered the inner sect after this thorough guidance, he now possessed a clear understanding of the inner sect's operational rules, the functions of its various departments, and the latent opportunities and risks. The daily residences for inner sect disciples are uniformly arranged in the caves carved into Azure Cloud Cliff. Li Zhao added finally, a jade slip in his hand, glowing faintly, as it synchronized the information with Su Bai's identity token. Your cave dwelling has been allocated according to protocol. The exact location and the method to unlock its prohibitions are recorded in this token. With it you may come and go freely. My thanks to Steward Li for his meticulous instruction. Su Bai clasped his hands once more, his words sincere. Though the steward's countenance was stern, his willingness to guide his juniors without reservation earned Su Bai's genuine admiration. It is but my duty, no need for such formalities. Li Zhao waved his hand, then, as if recalling something, retrieved 2 small jade bottles from beneath his desk. Their surfaces were warm and smooth, bearing labels that read, Golden Marrow Pills. These are this year's standard benefits for inner sect disciples. 2 bottles of Golden Marrow Pills. Since you have been promoted, I have collected them on your behalf. My thanks, steward. Su Bai accepted the jade bottles. They felt cool to the touch, and he could sense the pure medicinal potency within. Golden marrow pills were first-grade high-rank spirit pills worth about 50 low-grade spirit stones per bottle on the market, 2 bottles thus valued at 100 stones. With this alone, the annual foundational benefits of an inner sect disciple far exceeded what an outer sect disciple could painstakingly amass. Just then Lu Chengfeng, who had been waiting quietly seeing the formalities nearly complete, extended his hand. "Give me your token." Su Bai handed over the inner sect token as instructed. Lu Chengfeng took it and withdrew his own elder's token from his bosom. The elder's token was a piece of ink black jade, deeper in color and bearing far more complex spirit patterns. He gently pressed the 2 tokens together and a faint light shimmered at the point of contact. On Su Bai's token, the area that displayed contribution points previously dim suddenly flared with the number 1800. A golden light flashed, then slowly faded, returning to stillness. "There, the reward of 1800 contribution points has been transferred to your name." Lu Qingfeng returned the token, his tone even. Su Bai accepted the token. With a flicker of thought, he infused a thread of spiritual energy into it. The number 1800 indeed reappeared crystal clear. When he withdrew his spiritual energy, the number vanished as well. The token was ingeniously designed, protecting privacy while allowing for convenient verification. 1800 contribution points. This time Steward Li Zhao was genuinely taken aback. He had initially thought Lu Chengfeng's praise of Su Bai as the Secret Realm's top contender was merely a casual compliment. He had not expected the reward to be so substantial. Many seasoned Foundation establishment stewards might not have such a generous cash balance on hand. This young man, newly entered into the inner sect, was already in possession of such a fortune. At the very least, during the later stages of Qi refining, his cultivation resources would be abundant, giving him a starting point far above his peers. "Wait here for a moment," Lu Qingfeng instructed Su Bai. With a flicker of movement, he transformed into a streak of azure light shooting out of the inner sect grand hall, his speed leaving only a faint afterimage in the air. In less than half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Lu Chengfeng returned. In his hand, he now held a sheathed longsword. Before he even arrived, a clear, piercing sword intent preceded him, causing the spiritual energy within the hall to ripple faintly. "Catch!" Lu Qingfeng directly tossed the longsword to Su Bai, a smile in his eyes. "This is the top-grade magic treasure I promised to reward you. Its name is Azure Dragon Sword." So his departure had been to make a special trip to the Inner Sect Treasure Pavilion to retrieve this sword. For first-grade magic treasures, the price increased exponentially with each rank. A low-grade magic sword might be worth 100 spirit stones, a mid-grade 300, and a high-grade 7 or 800. A first-grade top-grade magic treasure, however, was often valued at around 1,500 spirit stones. Moreover, they were often in short supply. As for second-grade spiritual artifacts which possessed nascent intelligence and greater power, their prices were so exorbitant that even ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would balk. By fulfilling his promise under the guise of a sect reward and bestowing such a valuable item, Lu Qingfeng truly demonstrated his integrity and magnanimity. A warmth stirred in Su Bai's heart as he accepted the sword with both hands, his expression solemn. The long sword felt heavy in his hands, not a physical weight, but a tangible density of condensed spiritual energy. The scabbard was a deep azure wreathed in silver cloud patterns. Upon closer inspection, the patterns seemed to form the shape of a dragon, its head at the guard, its body coiled around the scabbard, and its tail resting at the tip. Even without drawing the blade, one could sense the restless, razor-sharp spiritual energy fluctuation within the scabbard, far surpassing the ordinary, low-grade magic sword in his storage pouch. He had no doubt that if the 2 swords clashed, the Azure Dragon Sword would effortlessly cleave the low-grade 1 in 2. Beside him, Li Zhao's gaze was also drawn to the sword, his eyes flashing with undisguised envy and admiration. A top-grade magic treasure held immense allure for any Qi refining cultivator, and even for some Foundation establishment ones. This sword was meticulously chosen by me from the treasure pavilion. Not only is it incomparably sharp, but it also possesses a marvelous property, the ability to shrink like a mustard seed. Lu Chengfeng stroked his beard. You can store it within your dantian, nurturing and refining it day and night with your own spiritual energy. Over time, not only will it respond to your will like an extension of your arm, but its spiritual energy will also grow increasingly attuned to you. If one day fate provides enough opportunity, it might even help it birth a spark of intelligence and ascend to a spiritual artifact. It is not entirely impossible. Of course, the latter half of his statement was more of an encouragement. Relying solely on spiritual energy nourishment to elevate a top-grade magic treasure to a spiritual artifact was as difficult as a Foundation establishment cultivator forming a golden core. A slim hope, but still a thread of opportunity. Thank you, Elder Lu, for your generous gift. This disciple vows not to let this sword down and will cultivate diligently. Su Bai suppressed his surging excitement, bowed solemnly, and straightened up. This reward far exceeded his expectations. You have earned it. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation or have any matters in the future, you may come to the Outer Sect Steward's Hall to find me. For now, refine this sword first, it suits you well. Subai nodded, hesitating no longer. He bit the tip of his right index finger, forcing out a drop of fresh essence blood, which fell upon the cold blade of the Azure Dragon's sword. The essence blood did not slide off, but was absorbed into the sword's azure material, like a sponge, leaving a faint blood-red vein that quickly vanished. Then Subai sat cross-legged, laying the long sword horizontally across his knees. Spiritual energy surged from his palms, slowly enveloping the entire Azure Dragon's sword. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a low, resonant hum, as if responding to Subai's call. The silver dragon patterns on the scabbard seemed to come alive, flowing faintly. Subai could clearly feel his spiritual energy establishing a connection with the complex spirit pattern structures within the sword. That drop of essence blood became a bridge, deeply imprinting his divine sense mark onto the core of the magic treasure. The refining process lasted about a quarter of an hour. As the final spiritual energy technique was struck, the Azure Dragon sword's hum reached its zenith, then abruptly ceased. All phenomena subsided. A sensation of bloodbound connection and spiritual communion arose in Subai's heart. He focused his mind, uttered a soft command, "Withdraw." The Azure Dragon's sword on his knees blazed with azure light, instantly contracting into an almost imperceptible speck of green radiance. With a whoosh, it flew into Subai's slightly parted mouth. The speck traveled along his meridians, finally settling peacefully above his Danshan's sea of chi, basking silently in the nourishment of his Danshan's spiritual energy. From then on, it could be summoned at any time. It could also use the Danshan's spiritual energy to slowly repair the minor wear and tear from daily use, and receive continuous nurturing as Subai's cultivation advanced. Seeing Subai successfully refine the Azure Dragon sword, Lu Chengfeng's face showed satisfaction. "All right, this old man will not linger. Conduct yourself well." His words barely faded before his form launched skyward, transforming into a streak of azure light. He shot directly through the specially left skylight in the hall's dome and vanished into the night sky, coming and going like the wind. Subai rose, watching Lu Chengfeng depart. After thanking Steward Li Zhao once more, he turned and walked out of the intersect grand hall with steady steps. Outside the hall, the night breeze was gentle and spiritual energy filled the air. Based on Li Zhao's earlier introduction, Subai now had a thorough mental map of the intersect's layout. Directly ahead lay the vast intersect training ground, paved entirely with white marble. Its area was 10 times that of the outer sect's lecture ground, glowing with a warm luster under the bright moonlight, like a massive celestial jade mirror. It could accommodate many disciples practicing techniques and sparring simultaneously. To the right of the main hall were numerous courtyard buildings, the various departments of the intersect, the alchemy court, where pill furnaces were constantly active and the scent of herbs lingered. The artifact refinement court, with its intermittent flashes of fire and clanging of metal, the talisman inscription court, layered with talismans and dotted with cinnabar, and the courts specializing in the 5 elements, the fire court, water court, thunder court, and sword court, where sword aura resonated like thunder. Intersect disciples could choose to join a court based on their spiritual root attributes and interests, exchanging insights with fellow cultivators and receiving more specialized guidance. Remembering Zhao Shan's advice, Subai decided to report to the sword court the next day. To the left of the main hall were the heavily guarded areas, the Sutra Library housing cultivation techniques and scriptures, and the intersect treasure pavilion for exchanging resources. Further to the left, deep in the mist, rose the towering cliff that pierced the clouds. Azure Cloud Cliff, where the intersect disciples' cave dwellings were located. Subai's mind stirred, and the Azure Dragon's sword in his dantian seemed to sense it, letting out a joyful hum. He pressed his fingers together like a sword and pointed forward. A speck of azure light flew from his mouth, expanding as it met the wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 3-foot azure blade hovering silently a foot above the ground. The sword's body glowed with azure light, reflecting the bright moon in the sky. Subai lightly tapped his foot and leaped onto the sword. The Azure Dragon's sword dipped slightly, then steadied itself beneath him. "Go!" Subai gently urged his spiritual energy, and the sword carried him, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot through the air toward Azure Cloud Cliff. The night wind howled past his ears. Below pavilions, towers, spiritual springs, and ancient pines flashed by in rapid succession. Before long, a vast, nearly vertical cliff face came into view. This was Azure Cloud Cliff. The cliff was steep, as if carved, towering into the clouds. Its lower half was hidden within the churning sea of clouds, while its upper half was bathed in the cold moonlight. Countless cave openings were densely carved into the cliff face, arranged in 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. From a distance, they resembled a beehive or a celestial grotto. Subai flew his sword to the cliff, hovering above the sea of clouds. Below, the clouds rolled, and the depths were unfathomable. Without the ability to fly, a fall would surely mean certain death. And this was the residence of intersect disciples. The lower tier caves were assigned to ordinary intersect disciples, the middle tier to elite disciples, and the upper tier, where spiritual energy was most abundant, was the quiet cultivation ground for true disciples and some foundation establishment elders. According to Li Zhao, even the lowest tier caves contained a concentration of spiritual energy at least 1.5 times that of the outer sect area, greatly benefiting cultivation. Though it was late at night, Azure Cloud Cliff was not deserted. From time to time, streaks of light in various colors would flare up, inner sect disciples returning late or heading out riding their magic treasures. Flying swords, jade shuttles, lotus thrones, gourds, all manner of magic treasures trailed streams of light, tracing vivid arcs through the deep night sky and the ethereal sea of clouds. It was a scene of tranquil vitality, like a dynamic painting of an enchanted night realm. Following the guidance of the jade token, Su Bai quickly located his designated cave, opening on the lower tier of Qingyun Cliff. The entrance, about the height of a man, bore simple numerical array patterns etched above it. He pressed the jade token against the stone wall. The array patterns glowed faintly, and a layer of transparent ripples like water waves spread apart, revealing a passage leading inward. As he stepped inside, the barrier behind him silently closed, shutting out the clamor and prying eyes of the outside world. In an instant, a fresh and abundant surge of spiritual energy rushed toward him, dispelling the last vestiges of weariness from days of relentless travel and mental exhaustion. Su Bai couldn't help but take a deep breath, silently marveling. This is the kind of cultivation environment a true immortal cultivator deserves. According to what Steward Li said, the only place in the entire Yuxiao sect with spiritual energy denser than this lower tier of Qingyun Cliff is likely the sect's forbidden ground, the summit of Yuxiao Peak, where the Golden Core Elder secludes himself for cultivation. Su Bai pondered to himself. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the reliance on pills, yet resistance, refining difficulty, and material scarcity increase. By the Golden Core stage, pills that can effectively aid cultivation are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Thus, a superior spiritual vein and blessed land hold far greater significance for high-level cultivators than spirit stones or pills. It is the very foundation of their Dao path. Pulling his thoughts back, Su Bai casually surveyed his new dwelling. The interior of the cave dwelling was simpler than he had imagined, confirming the saying that the further one progresses in cultivation, the more austere life becomes. The dwelling consisted of only 2 chambers, an outer and an inner one. The outer chamber, slightly larger, was bare and empty, its walls made of seamless bluish-gray mountain rock, polished smooth and flat, with only a few simple recesses for storing items. The inner chamber was slightly smaller, containing only a stone bed carved from the same rock upon which lay a cushion woven from an unknown dried grass. This constituted the entirety of the furniture. Yet for a cultivator at the later stage of qi refinement, this was more than sufficient. After achieving Immortal, one no longer requires food or drink. The body becomes pure, naturally free of impurities. Dust and grime can be cleansed with a single cleaning spell or a surge of spiritual power. Sleep, meditative breathing can largely replace it. All external needs are reduced to a minimum. A mind free from distractions is the essence of the Dao-seeking heart. First, get a good night's sleep and recharge, he decided. After 3 consecutive days of intense tension in the secret realm, even with meditative recovery, mental fatigue had accumulated. Su Bai walked into the inner chamber and collapsed onto the hard stone bed. The moment his body fully relaxed, a profound drowsiness engulfed him, and he almost instantly fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, bizarre and fragmented scenes emerged. He seemed to see that fellow Jiang Han animatedly brandishing a longsword radiant with spiritual light, shouting at him, "Senior brother Su, look. I bought this spirit artifact with your share of the spirit stones. Pretty awesome, right?" In the dream, Su Bai was frantic, hopping with anxiety, yet unable to catch up with the smug figure. The next morning, as the early sun rose, golden-red rays pierced through the sea of clouds, bathing Qingyun Cliff in a warm hue. Su Bai awoke naturally from his deep slumber, feeling refreshed and invigorated, the fatigue of recent days completely gone. He stretched his limbs briefly, then summoned the Azure Dragon's sword and flew out of the cave, dwelling on his sword. Descending from Qingyun Cliff, he swept past the low-hanging clouds, and the vast intersect training ground below revealed itself in the morning light. The white marble square resembled a massive piece of fine jade, warm and immaculate. Yet what drew Su Bai's gaze even more was an elegantly graceful white figure at the very center of the training ground. It was a giant celestial crane, its entire body pure white, its feathers like snow. It stood a full 10 zhang in length, poised gracefully in the morning light, sometimes standing on one leg, sometimes stretching its slender neck, sometimes gently flapping its broad wings, which were vast enough to obscure a patch of sky. The morning glow gilded its feathers with a golden edge, every plume seemed to shimmer with spiritual light. It emanated a tranquil and boundless aura, merging seamlessly with this immortal sect's training ground, forming a breathtaking tableau. This is the sect's guardian spirit beast, the Jade Dawn Celestial Crane, a 5th-tier spirit beast. A familiar voice sounded beside him. Zhao Shanha had arrived on his sword, landing next to Su Bai without his notice. It was no coincidence Su Bai had arranged to meet Zhao Shanha here this morning via the Jade token the previous day, so he could introduce him to the Sword Academy. Congratulations, junior brother Su, on entering the inner sect. Zhao Shanha looked at Su Bai, a complex mix of emotions in his eyes. Just a few months ago this youth had been assisting him at Spirit Moon Lake. Now he stood alongside him in the inner sect, his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. The momentum of this rising tide left him both gratified and a little pressured. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. Su Bai returned the greeting, his gaze still captivated by the celestial crane. A fifth-tier spirit beast. Its strength rivals that of a latest-stage golden core grand cultivator, doesn't it? With such power one could truly roam the vast heavens without hindrance. His words betrayed a hint of longing. Spirit beasts are essentially demon beasts tamed by human cultivators, their demonic energy altered by miraculous pills to become more akin to human spiritual power. Their tiers roughly correspond to human cultivation levels. A fifth-tier spirit beast is a formidable asset, a cornerstone of the sect's strength. Zhao Shanha also looked at the crane and nodded. Indeed, the Jade Dawn Celestial Crane has been with the sect for over 3 centuries, older than many of the Foundation establishment elders. It has witnessed the sect's rise and fall, holding a transcendent status. Su Bai recalled that he had lingered at the training ground last night, but hadn't seen it. Curious, he asked, I was here last night, but didn't see the crane elder. Zhao Shanha chuckled. This training ground is vast, it simply prefers to rest here. The sect does not restrict its freedom, it can come and go as it pleases through the mountain gates. No one would stop it, and no one could. Perhaps it wandered elsewhere last night, or rested hidden within the sea of clouds. I see. Su Bai understood. Come, let me take you to the Sword Academy to handle your enrollment. As Zhao Shanha spoke, his flying sword glowed, ready to take to the air. Wait. His gaze swept over the long sword beneath Su Bai's feet, a blade of extraordinary design shimmering with a faint azure light. He paused, his eyes widening slightly. You? This sword of yours. Damn it, this is a top-grade Dharma sword. Zhao Shanha, nearly 30, had toiled and saved for years in the Sword Academy, using internal discounts and a mountain of contribution points to acquire a high-grade Dharma sword which he treasured like a precious gem. And here was Su Bai, newly entered into the inner sect, already flaunting a top-grade magical artifact. The gap was utterly disheartening. Su Bai scratched his head somewhat sheepishly and explained, I managed to snag first place in the Blood River Secret Realm, and Elder Lu from the outer sect rewarded me with this as promised. Managed. First place. Zhao Shan's mouth twitched. You made quite a name for yourself with that fierce sword aura, didn't you? Having participated in the Blood River Secret Realm himself, he knew the fierce competition. Taking first place was far from mere luck. Still, Su Bai had earned it through his own strength. Envy aside, there was nothing to say. Let's go. As if trying to reclaim some dignity, Zhao Shan's flying sword let out a clear ring before he had even finished speaking. Spiritual power surged, and with a sharp whoosh, he shot forward like an arrow from a bow, instantly leaving Su Bai far behind. He employed a more refined sword-controlling technique combined with deeper spiritual reserves, far outpacing Su Bai's mere artifact manipulation. Su Bai hastily urged the Azure Dragon sword to its fullest speed in pursuit. The top-grade artifact was indeed extraordinary. With spiritual power infused, its speed surged, the sound of its passage sharp and piercing. Yet Zhao Shan's cultivation was a minor realm higher, and his sword-controlling skill was far more polished. No matter how Su Bai tried to catch up, the distance only widened, leaving him to watch the elegant sword silhouette ahead grow ever more distant. By the time Su Bai landed slightly breathless on the sword in the inner courtyard of the Sword Academy, Zhao Shanha had already sheathed his sword and was standing at ease, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. As if that little speed contest had finally eased the slight imbalance in his heart. No sooner had Zhao Shanha landed than a young cultivator who seemed to have been waiting there approached them. This man appeared to be around 27 or 28, dressed in a simple black, close-fitting outfit with a posture as straight and sturdy as a pine. His features were handsome, and his eyes were bright and sharp as if they held a glint of sword light within. A long sword in an ancient scabbard hung at his waist, though undrawn, a keen aura emanated from him. Shanha, is this the junior brother you mentioned, the one with considerable talent in the sword path? The young cultivator spoke, his voice clear and crisp, his gaze already fixed on Su Bai, who had just landed. Zhao Shanha immediately suppressed his smile and respectfully bowed to the young cultivator. Academy master indeed it is he. Junior brother Su's sword flight is still in its early stages, hence his slower speed. Please forgive the wait, Academy master. Oh, the young man addressed as Academy master responded indifferently, his eyes appraising Su Bai. When they fell upon the spiritually vibrant Azure Dragon sword at his feet, a faint, almost imperceptible gleam flickered in his gaze. Su Bai steadied his breath and quickly stepped forward. Zhao Shanha swiftly introduced him in a low voice. Junior brother Su, this is our Sword Academy master Su Shangran. He is already at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Then he secretly transmitted a message, his tone filled with a mix of admiration. Academy Master Su is exceptionally gifted. He successfully established his foundation before the age of 30. He is recognized as the sect's foremost sword prodigy with extraordinary combat prowess. Su Bei's heart stirred. He dared not be negligent, cupping his hands and bowing. Disciple Su Bai pays respects to Academy Master Su. Su Shangran waved his hand casually, a gesture of natural ease. Since this is the Sword Academy, there's no need for excessive formalities. Su Bai, I hear from Shanhe that you wish to join our Sword Academy. Yes, Master. I aspire to the Sword Path and humbly request your permission to join the Academy for Cultivation. Su Bei's attitude was sincere. Su Shangran nodded slightly, but his expression grew serious. He looked directly at Su Bai and said, since you are willing to come, there are some things I must say up front. Our Sword Academy was founded only a few years ago. Initially, many disciples joined out of admiration or curiosity, but he paused, his tone flat but tinged with self-mockery. The learning is arduous, progress is difficult, and now one by one they have withdrawn or left. The once Grand Sword Academy now has only Shanhe and myself as permanent members. His gaze was as sharp as a sword fixed on Su Bai. To prevent disciples from coming and going at will, wasting effort, I have established a rule: anyone who enters my Sword Academy must remain for at least 3 years before applying to withdraw. If one insists on leaving before the 3 years are up, they must pay a withdrawal fee to compensate for the Academy's resource investment. Do you understand clearly? At these words, Su Bai was momentarily stunned. A withdrawal fee. The rule struck him as rather odd, even evoking an inexplicable association with some less reputable trades in his past life. Seeing Su Bei's bewildered expression, Zhao Shanhe quickly transmitted an explanation, his tone a complex blend of helplessness and reverence. What the Academy Master says is true. The Sword Academy was founded by him alone. Previously the sect had no specialized academy for the sword. The Academy Master's swordsmanship is supreme, but the sword arts and cultivation philosophy he inherited are quite unique and profound, demanding exceptional insight. Ordinary disciples find it difficult to even begin, let alone advance. Thus, once the initial enthusiasm faded, everyone felt they weren't learning anything and transferred to other, easier academies. The Academy Master established this rule to prevent his dedication and resources from being casually squandered. So that was it. Su Bai understood in his heart. The path of the sword cultivator was indeed one with an exceedingly high threshold. Compared to the Intersect Spell Academy, which taught common 5-element techniques, and was relatively easy to start, the Sword Academy's demand for sword talent was no less stringent than those specialized academies like alchemy or artifact refinement, which required unique skills. In some ways, it was even more exacting. True sword talent was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns among countless cultivators. And Su Shangran himself was a prodigy of unparalleled brilliance. The sword techniques and divine abilities he researched and pioneered were lofty in concept, subtle and profound. To ordinary inner disciples, they were like celestial texts, difficult to even begin, let alone master. For Qi refining disciples, the primary goal was still to elevate their cultivation realm. If they spent a great deal of time on the sword path, but made little progress, they would naturally choose a more practical option. Thus, the more outstanding Su Shangran became personally, the lonelier and colder the Sword Academy he founded grew until it reached its current state of utter desolation. Recently, only those with unyielding determination like Zhao Shanhe, willing to put in arduous effort, and those with ulterior motives like Su Bai had joined. Even so, this disciple still yearns for the sword path. I implore the Academy Master to take me in. Suppressing the distractions in his mind, Su Bai cupped his hands once more, his tone resolute. Setting aside the need to use the Sword Academy's background to conceal the origin of the Xian sword condensing true art, he had ample confidence in his own yellow-grade talent, sword heart unblemished. To possess such a talent born specifically for the sword and not walk the path of the sword cultivator would be the true waste of a divine gift. Oh! A flicker of surprise passed through Su Shangran's eyes, which then transformed into appreciation. Indeed, a firm will and sincere devotion to the Dao. Excellent. Without further ado, he turned his hand and produced a round, pure white jade pendant about the size of a thumb. The pendant's surface was not overly decorated, only etched with simple, yet profoundly spirited lines that outlined a miniature sword pattern. The sword's tip pointed toward the center, exuding a naturally contained sharpness. Su Shangran flicked his finger, and the jade pendant floated lightly before Su Bai. Take this token. Drip blood upon it to bind it, and you shall officially be a member of my Sword Academy. Su Bai reached out and took it. The jade pendant was cool to the touch, and he could faintly sense a unique sharp aura within it, one that resonated with Su Shangran's sword intent. Following the instruction, he forced a drop of blood from his fingertip onto the pendant. The blood was absorbed swiftly. The sword pattern glowed faintly for a moment before returning to its original state, but Su Bai could already feel a subtle connection established between himself and the jade pendant. He hung the silver chain around his neck, the pendant resting against his chest. Thank you, Academy Master Su. Su Bai bowed once more. Su Shangran laughed heartily, but his tone shifted. Now that you're part of the Sword Academy, you're family. No need for formalities. However, even brothers settle accounts clearly. Let's handle the academy fee first. Academy fee. Subai was taken aback. Su Shangran seemed to have anticipated his reaction and said unhurriedly, 50 low-grade spirit stones per year. If you pay for 3 years in one go, it's only 120, a discount. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can pay with equivalent pills or contribution points. Subai instinctively looked at Zhao Shana. Zhao Shana immediately sent a voice transmission. Are you short on cash? Senior brother can lend you some. He feared Su, by having just entered the inner sect, might be embarrassed in front of the academy master due to a lack of funds. Subai replied via transmission, his tone puzzled. Why is there an academy fee? And the amount is not small. 50 spirit stones was no trivial sum for a disciple who had just left the outer sect. Zhao Shana explained, every academy has one. It covers basic operating costs. Our Sword Academy is actually not expensive. For academies like alchemy or artifact refinement, the annual fee is often 70 or 80, even over 100 spirit stones. After all, maintaining the ground's basic practice fields and shared resource consumption all require expenditure. You two, what are you whispering about via transmission? As a foundation establishment, cultivator Su Shangran had keen spiritual perception. He easily sensed the subtle fluctuation of spiritual power between them, his brows slightly furrowed, though his tone wasn't harsh. Zhao Shanha quickly bowed. Forgive me, Academy Master. Junior brother Su has just entered the inner sect and is unaware of the custom of paying academy fees. This disciple was explaining it to him. Hearing this, Su Shangran's expression softened. He was still young and not a rigid old-fashioned person. Moreover, the Sword Academy had few members and new blood was rare, so he treasured it in his heart. He let out a light sigh, looked at Su Bai, and spoke with sincerity tinged with helplessness. Su Bai, do you know what this academy fee is used for? This Sword Academy compound the underground spell practice field standard for all inner sect academies and the Sword Dao scriptures and techniques collected here for disciples to study. None of these came for free, nor are they free to use. He pointed to the slightly sparse but well-maintained courtyard around them. He continued, for this compound and the underground practice field, I have to pay a considerable number of contribution points to the sect every year to maintain their existence and receive certain enhancements and upkeep from the sect's formations. The 50 spirit stones you pay are but a drop in the bucket compared to the amount I submit to the sect. More often than not, I dig into my own pocket to cover the deficit, barely managing to keep the Sword Academy from disbanding. Su Shangran's gaze drifted to the distant mist-shrouded peaks, his voice dropping a few notes. If it weren't for the thought of carving out a true path for sword cultivators within the Yuxia sect, why would I incur this extra expense every year, single-handedly supporting this desolate Sword Academy? I would have dissolved it long ago and enjoyed some peace and quiet. He withdrew his gaze, looked at Su Bai, and waved his hand. Enough? You've just entered the inner sect, so you're probably not well off. I can allow you to defer the academy fee for a while. After hearing this heartfelt confession, Su Bai finally understood the operational mechanism of the inner sect academies and Su Shangran's difficult perseverance. His earlier doubts and surprise vanished, replaced by a sense of respect. This young academy master was sustaining an ideal with his personal resources and effort. He cupped his hands solemnly, his tone sincere. Academy Master, your dedication is clear to this disciple. To support the Sword Academy and blaze a trail for the Sword Dao, such vision and persistence command this disciple's admiration. Saying this, he took a jade bottle from his storage pouch, one of the 2 bottles of golden marrow pills issued to him by steward Li Zhao the previous day. A bottle of golden marrow pills was worth 50 spirit stones, exactly the amount of the academy fee. This disciple will use this bottle of golden marrow pills to pay this year's academy fee. Please accept it, Academy Master. Su Shangran was slightly taken aback, reaching out to take the jade bottle that still held Su Bai's body heat. He opened the stopper and a wisp of pure medicinal fragrance wafted out, confirming it was top-quality golden marrow pills. What moved him was not the value of the pills themselves, but what they represented. The initial recognition and support of this new disciple for the Sword Academy and for his Su Shangran's ideals. This feeling of being acknowledged was more precious to him, who had persevered in loneliness for years, than the pills themselves. He silently put away the pill bottle, his expression softening considerably. Then he reached into his waist storage pouch and produced a bluish-white jade slip. The jade slip was ancient in texture, with a faint flowing luster on its surface, as if containing something alive within. Since you've joined my Sword Academy, you must naturally cultivate its legacy. Su Shangran handed the jade slip to Su by, his expression solemn. This is the dragon soaring sword art. I spent years creating it, consulting fragmented scrolls in the sect's sutra library, merging the essences of several ancient sword arts, and incorporating my own Sword Dao insights. Compared to the standard sword art in the sect's sutra library, this technique can increase flying speed by 20 to 30% with more agile and enduring spiritual power circulation, saving consumption on long journeys. When used for offensive sword maneuvers, the sword's trajectory is more unpredictable and its power is enhanced. He paused, then added, the Jade Slip also contains a single offensive secret technique, Dragon's Roar Sword Cry. This move is quite powerful, but demands a great deal from the practitioner. One must first master the ability to project sword chi externally before it can be cultivated. Subai took the Jade Slip with both hands. It was slightly warm to the touch, and he could feel the vast sword intent and information sealed within. A surge of joy rose in his heart. He had originally planned to go to the Sutra Library today, his primary goal being to exchange for the basic sword art. This technique was a standard for sword cultivators, crucial for travel evasion and ranged attacks. He hadn't expected that upon joining the Sword Academy, he would receive this clearly superior dragon soaring sword art along with a powerful offensive secret technique. This first benefit of joining the Sword Academy had already repaid the Academy fee. Thank you, Academy Master, for bestowing this technique. Subai carefully stored away the Jade Slip. Su Shangran waved his hand. I often cultivate here. If you encounter any difficulties in your training, you may come directly to me. This was another advantage of the Sword Academy's small size, the ease of receiving the Academy Master's personal guidance. In those popular academies with hundreds of disciples, to receive one session of personal guidance from the Academy Master, one would have to wait in line for an unknown duration and pay a considerable extra price. He pointed to 3 meditation rooms lined up in the inner courtyard. The middle one is my cultivation room. The left one is Shan's. The right one will be yours from now on. Subai looked over. That meditation room had its doors and windows closed, but its location was good and quite quiet. I heard you can already condense sword chi. Su Shangran changed the subject, a glint of keen interest in his eyes. Come demonstrate one. Let me see your skill. Yes. Subai responded. With a thought, the azure dragon sword within his dantian hummed softly, transforming into a beam of cyan light that flew from his mouth and landed in his palm. He used no flashy techniques, even deliberately suppressing the trick of the spiral compression art. He merely operated the basic mental method of the Xian sword condensing true art, mobilized his spiritual power, and swung his arm in a seemingly simple forward slash. SSSSS. A sword chi condensed as if solid, about 3 feet long, with faint shimmering edges at its periphery, shot forth. It tore through the air, emitting a sharp sound of breaking wind, and shot toward the sky above the courtyard, slowly dissipating only after reaching several dozen jhana. Where the sword chi passed, a faint trail lingered in the air for a long time, its sharpness fully revealed. Su Shangran's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had discovered a treasure. With his profound cultivation and keen eyesight, he could discern many nuances from this seemingly simple sword chi. The sword chi's condensation far exceeded that of an ordinary chi refining 7th layer cultivator. The sharp will and purity of spiritual power it contained were extraordinary, and it even hinted at a seamless harmony with the magical sword in his hand. Excellent. Su Shangran couldn't help but praise. At the 7th layer of chi refining, to possess such skill with sword chi shows your exceptional sword talent and solid foundation. With time and diligent cultivation, you will surely achieve great things on the sword path. Receiving affirmation from a foundation establishment sword cultivator, Subai felt quite pleased and cupped his hands. Academy Master flatters me. This disciple will certainly work hard. Zhao Shana, standing by, also had a glint of admiration in his eyes. He knew that when he was at the 7th layer of chi refining, he could never have unleashed such pure and fierce sword chi. Congratulations, junior brother Su, on officially joining the Sword Academy. From today onward, we are true fellow disciples of the same academy. Zhao Shan has stepped forward with a smile. As it happens, I have no urgent tasks today. How about we go down to the underground training ground? Senior brother can first explain some of the entry techniques and spiritual power circulation insights of the dragon soaring sword art to you, so you can avoid some detours. Subai naturally accepted the offer. Then I shall trouble senior brother Zhao for your guidance. Su Shangran smiled upon seeing this. Excellent. You two brothers should communicate and spar more often. Shanha, you have a solid foundation and rich experience. Guide Subai well. However, he shifted his tone, teasing Zhao Shanha. Given the sword talent Subai has displayed, I fear it won't be long before it's his turn to guide your sword technique, ha. Zhao Shanha was not offended, but laughed heartily instead, saying cheerfully, if that happens, nothing could be better. It would mean our Sword Academy has worthy successors and is growing ever more prosperous. Come, junior brother Su, let's head down. The two took their leave of Su Shangran, and led by Zhao Shanha, they made their way to the underground training ground within the inner courtyard. Within the Jade Cloud sect, beneath the inner courtyards of various halls, lay the underground cultivation grounds. This was one of the most distinctive and core cultivation sites for inner disciples. Its entrance, situated at the heart of each courtyard, appeared as an ordinary downward passageway, yet it concealed a hidden realm. Zhao Shanhe with Su Bai in tow plunged directly into the passage while riding his flying sword. The passage was not vertical but spiraled downward with a gentle curve, its walls embedded with fluorite that emitted a soft white glow illuminating the path ahead. As they descended on their swords, the wind howled past their ears, and they could sense the surrounding temperature gradually dropping. After descending several thousand zhang, the space before them suddenly opened up. A vast underground space beyond words unfolded before Su Bai in a breathtaking spectacle. Even Su Bai, who hailed from the modern world and had witnessed towering skyscrapers and colossal engineering feats, found himself holding his breath, silently marveling at the awe-inspiring power of cultivators who could move mountains and drain seas. This space, located deep within the heart of Qingyun Mountain, had evidently been carved out through immense supernatural means. The dome soared 100 zhang high, as smooth as if sliced, and was likewise studded with countless massive fluorite stones and certain self-luminous ores, bathing the entire space in a daylight-like radiance, yet touched with a chill that natural light lacked. The ground was exceptionally vast. A rough estimate placed its diameter at over 10,000 zhang, enough to accommodate tens of thousands without feeling cramped. According to Zhao Shanhe, this underground cultivation ground was not only the preferred site for inner disciples to practice advanced techniques and spar daily, but also served a strategic function. In times of crisis, the earth vein formation could be fully activated, sealing the entrance and transforming it into the Jade Cloud sect's final refuge. Of course, since the sect's founding, it had never faced a threat necessitating such extreme measures. The annual Inner Disciple Grand Competition, where rankings were decided and candidates for true inheritance vied for glory, was also held in this vast and sturdy underground space. At this moment, numerous figures were already present in the cultivation ground. Some sat alone in meditation, with magical artifacts or talismans floating before them as they delved into profound insights. Others, standing dozens of zhang apart, engaged in magical duels, with flashes of spiritual light and rumbling explosions filling the air. There were also those practicing movement techniques or the art of controlling flying tools, with streaks of light darting nimbly across the field. The sounds of conversation, shouts, and magical detonations mingled together, yet were strangely absorbed by the space and formations, avoiding excessive noise and instead brimming with a vibrant, thriving atmosphere of cultivation. Zhao Shanhe and Su Bai flew to a relatively secluded open area and landed. Beneath their feet lay a hard, smooth ground with a faint bluish-gray metallic sheen, where formation patterns shimmered faintly, appearing and disappearing. "Ha, you finally officially joined the Sword Hall." As soon as Zhao Shanhe landed, his face lit up with unrestrained joy, as if some lingering concern had been completely laid to rest. He gestured with 2 fingers, and the high-grade flying sword at his waist let out a sharp clang as it sprang from its sheath and fell into his hand. This way, that Celestial Palace secret art I've been cultivating can gradually be revealed to others without too much concealment. In this year's Inner Disciple competition, I am determined to use this sword path divine ability to break into the top ranks and contend for a spot in the top 10 or even higher. With that, as if to vent his exhilaration and also to showcase his recent cultivation achievements to Su Bai, he channeled his spiritual energy. The long sword in his hand burst forth with azure light as he delivered a full-powered slash toward the empty space ahead. Swish! A condensed sword chi tore through the air about 5 feet long, with faint swirling airflow at its edges emitting a piercing whistle. The sword chi shot dozens of meters and slammed into the distant formation barrier, stirring up a rippling wave before slowly dissipating. This single strike, in terms of speed, condensation, and the sharp intent it carried, had improved by more than a notch compared to when Su Bai had last seen him demonstrate at Spirit Moon Lake. Clearly, the secrets of the spiral compression technique, combined with his own years of accumulation, had brought about a qualitative leap in his sword chi cultivation in a short time. Watching Zhao Shan's elated demeanor, the last shred of concern in Su Bai's heart regarding the origins of the mystic sword condensation true art quietly dissipated. After a moment's deliberation, he took out another jade slip from his storage pouch, one with a deeper color and a more ancient texture, and handed it over. "Senior brother Zhao," Su Bai said sincerely with a hint of apology, "given the special circumstances before, what I gave you was only the foundational chi guidance and sword chi condensation part of that sword art. This jade slip contains the complete mystic sword condensation true art. It includes the subsequent steps of sword chi refinement, circulation through the heavenly cycles, and some basic application methods. I hope you can understand my initial caution." Zhao Shanhe was momentarily stunned, then a look of understanding crossed his face. He took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. Soon his expression shifted to one of realization mixed with awe. The contents of the jade slip were consistent with what he had previously obtained, but were far more systematic and profound. Those expositions on the essence of sword chi and the unique pathways for spiritual energy circulation were indeed marvelously profound, completely different from any sword art he knew from the Jade Cloud sect brimming with unrestrained imagination. You little rascal. Zhao Shanhe put down the jade slip, shaking his head without a hint of reproach. Instead, he patted Su Bai on the shoulder. Well, if I had obtained such a miraculous art under those circumstances, I probably would have held something back too. I am already deeply grateful to receive the complete manual. Truly, the one who created this art is an unparalleled genius of the sword path. The originality of his thinking is truly admirable. Su Bai nodded slightly and followed his lead. The Celestial Palace's heritage is unique. Its members might generally lack exceptional spiritual roots, so if they hadn't forged such extraordinary paths through other means, they might not have survived in the cultivation world to this day. Because of his practice of the mystic sword condensation, true art, Zhao Shanhe had recently taken the initiative to gather some fragmented information about the mysterious rogue cultivator organization known as the Celestial Palace. He agreed indeed. However, the limitations of innate spiritual roots mean their cultivation path is 100 times more arduous than ordinary people. Foundation establishment is likely the limit for most members, and as for the Golden Core path, the required resources and opportunities are beyond imagination. Enough, let's not dwell on that. He changed the subject, turning to Su Bai with enthusiasm. Come, enough idle talk. Let me first explain the key points of this dragon soaring, flying sword art. This technique is the hallmark of the Hall Master and is vastly different from ordinary flying sword arts. In the following time, Zhao Shanhe unreservedly imparted to Su Bai the insights he had gained from years of practicing the dragon soaring flying sword art. From the most basic circulation routes of spiritual energy through specific meridians to the hand seal techniques for casting to the ancient incantations recited in a low tone, he explained each in detail, even personally demonstrating the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy. Su Bai listened intently, his sword heart clarity talent quietly activating. Zhao Shan's explanations seemed exceptionally clear to him. Those complex spiritual energy trajectories and hand seal variations appeared to be broken down into their most essential knowledge, rapidly integrating, deducing, and becoming comprehensible in his mind. After a short while, Su Bai indicated that he had memorized the key points. He held his breath and concentrated, forming an intricate and fluid hand seal, with both hands following what Zhao Shanhe had taught him. Spiritual energy flowed at his fingertips, tracing faint azure trails. At the same time, he softly chanted a series of strange, yet rhythmic incantations. Azure Dragon, arise. With a light shout, he pointed forward. The Azure Dragon sword floating by his side emitted a clear, resonant hum akin to a dragon's roar. Its blade burst with azure light, and with a whoosh transformed into a streak of azure lightning shooting over Tin Zhang in an instant at a speed far surpassing his previous attempts at sword control. It nimbly traced a graceful arc in the air, then turned back and hovered steadily before Su Bai. Throughout the process, the sword light remained cohesive and sharp, with a brief but piercing sound of air being split, demonstrating exceptional control and speed. This? You've already mastered it. Zhao Shan's eyes bulged wide, his face a mask of disbelief. He recalled that when he had first learned under the personal guidance of Hall Master Su, it had taken him over 10 days just to memorize those complex hand seals, incantations, and spiritual energy routes. And after nearly a month of repeated practice, he could barely manage to make his flying sword fly steadily using the dragon soaring flying sword art. Its speed was inconsistent, far from the effortless grace, swiftness, and agility Su Bai displayed. Yet Su Bai had encountered this technique for the first time and hadn't even systematically practiced the basic flying sword art. Comparing people was simply. Zhao Shanhe felt a tightness in his chest, a mix of joy at his junior brother's extraordinary talent and a twinge of bitterness at being so far behind. But Su Bai was already immersed in the exhilaration brought by the new technique. With a flicker of thought, he leaped onto the Azure Dragon sword. Go! The azure sword light carried him skyward, beginning to dart through the vast underground cultivation space. At first, his turns and accelerations were a bit rough, but after just a few laps around the field, his movements grew increasingly smooth and his speed picked up. Eventually, he became an almost elusive streak of azure light, weaving nimbly among the many practicing disciples, drawing many sidelong glances. Watching from below, Zhao Shanhe grew more astonished. The flying sword speed Su Bai was now displaying was already on par with his own at full exertion, and in certain agile tight turns it even seemed superior. Yet he was only at the 7th layer of chi refining. The boost from a superior grade magical artifact was certainly a factor, but such a learning and adaptation speed was truly appalling. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Su Bai, having had his fill of fun, returned and landed beside Zhao Shanhe. Senior brother Zhao, this dragon soaring flying sword art is truly marvelous. With this technique for sword flight, the advantages in travel or combat entanglement are immense. Zhao Shanhe coughed twice, striving to maintain the dignified image of a senior brother. He nodded. Your grasp is quite good. The essence of this art lies in the words dragon soaring, emphasizing agile transformation, like a dragon moving through the clouds. You have already captured its form. In time, as your cultivation improves and your spiritual energy becomes more abundant, its speed and agility can reach even greater heights. By the way, senior brother, Su Bai recalled the secret technique attached to the jade slip and asked, how should one cultivate the dragon's roar sword soaring? Zhao Shan's expression stiffened instantly. His gaze darted away and he made a show of looking at the non-existent sky. Speaking at a slightly faster pace, he said, this dragon's roar sword soaring. Its cultivation does require some maturity. It can't be rushed. Ahem, it suddenly occurs to me that there are some miscellaneous affairs to handle at the sword hall today. Hall Master Su also mentioned a small task for me earlier. As he spoke, he had already summoned his flying sword. Junior brother Su, you can familiarize yourself with the sword art here on your own today. If you have any questions, feel free to message me via your jade token. I'll take my leave now. Before the words had faded, he had stepped onto his sword and sped off toward the entrance passage. Take care, senior brother. Su Bai, slightly puzzled, still cupped his hands in farewell. Only when Zhao Shan's figure disappeared around the bend of the passage, safely out of Su Bai's sight, did he let out a sigh of relief and wipe away non-existent cold sweat. He muttered to himself, that was close. I almost gave myself away. I haven't even mastered this dragon's roar sword soaring myself, so how could I teach it to him? With this kid's monstrous comprehension, he'd probably ask me to demonstrate on the spot. Better to make a quick escape and focus on my own cultivation. Naturally, Su Bai was unaware of Zhao Shan's complex inner thoughts. Seeing that Zhao Shanhe had left, he once again took out the jade slip containing the dragon's soaring flying sword art, immersed his divine sense into it, and carefully studied the section on dragon's roar sword soaring. The description of this secret technique stated that the cultivator must condense their sword chi to an extreme degree and circulate it along a special route that mimics the power fluctuations of the dragon race, finally releasing it through a specific sword strike. Upon leaving the body, the sword chi would form a majestic, massive dragon-shaped sword aura accompanied by a faint dragon's roar capable of devastating destruction. It was during an expedition to explore ancient ruins that Hall Master Su had the fortune to witness the residual dragon might and Dao aura of an ancient true dragon skeleton. Inspired, he had poured countless efforts into transforming that spark of insight into a viable sword path secret art. After memorizing the mental method and spiritual energy circulation diagrams, Su Bai took a deep breath to adjust his state. The azure dragon sword before him rose gracefully. Slash! Su Bai uttered a low shout, pushing his hand seal forward. The azure dragon sword burst forth with a blazing cyan light, its blade trembling incessantly. Yet the majestic dragon's roar and the solid dragon-shaped sword aura he had anticipated did not appear. Only a blurred, indistinct cyan sword light, with frayed edges barely detached from the sword tip. It shot forward for no more than a dozen zhong, before flickering like a candle in the wind, silently dissipating into the air, failing to even stir the distant defensive formation. Undoubtedly, the casting of dragon's roar sword soaring had utterly failed. One of the hallmarks of mastering this divine ability is the ability to produce a clear, stirring sword cry akin to a true dragon's roar when the sword aura leaves the body, hence its name. What Su Bai had just unleashed could not even be considered a qualified sword aura, let alone a dragon shape or roar. He sheathed his sword and stood still, slightly frowning as he carefully savored the stagnation in his spiritual energy circulation during the previous attempt. This technique demands extremely high levels of sword aura condensation, instantaneous spiritual energy burst, and the fusion of mental will with sword momentum. It is far from the wandering dragon sword art, which emphasizes agility and endurance. However, there was no discouragement in his eyes, instead a fiercer fighting spirit blazed within them. The key points are now roughly clear. Give me a few more days to immerse myself in contemplation and practice, and I should be able to grasp the rudimentary form. For the rest of the half-day, Su Bai remained in a corner of this spacious underground training ground single-mindedly and repeatedly practicing the wandering dragon sword art, while attempting the dragon's roar sword soaring. The cyan sword light sometimes darted swiftly and nimbly through the field like a swimming dragon, stirring up gusts of wind. At other times, it would stagnate in place as Su Bai, with a solemn expression and complex hand seals, tried to condense the immensely powerful dragon-shaped sword aura. Although he failed repeatedly, each attempt brought new insights into the subtleties of spiritual energy control and sword aura comprehension. Immersed in sword technique cultivation, Su Bai increasingly felt the terrifying potential of the mystic sword condensation true art. This mysterious sword technique obtained from the Immortal Palace had at its core the concept of compressed sword aura and the unique sword meridian operating technique possessing strong inclusiveness and universality. He vaguely sensed that if he could fully master its essence, he could integrate it with any other sorcerer-type divine ability, achieving an effect where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. For instance, with this dragon's roar sword soaring, if he first condensed the sword aura using the compression method of the mystic sword condensation true art, before unleashing its power would likely far surpass that of the same secret technique performed by an ordinary cultivator. What was even rarer was that the mystic sword condensation true art seemed to have no clear level restrictions. It was more like a Dao and method directly pointing to the essence of sword aura. The core requirement for the practitioner seemed to be sufficient sword Dao comprehension. Even a sword cultivator like Zhao Shanhe, whose talent was not top-notch and who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years, could accumulate steadily and break through his shackles upon obtaining this essential technique. The inheritance of the Immortal Palace is indeed unique, even to the point of being uncanny. Su Bai sheathed his sword and regulated his breathing, pondering inwardly. That purple spirit giant flame Jiang Han displayed earlier had power exaggerated beyond what a qi refining stage spell should possess. Speaking of which, that Li Xian from the Azure Tour Palace was quite unlucky. With his talent and the deep accumulation from being suppressed at the 6th layer of qi refining for many years, he should have been invincible among his peers. Unfortunately, he met me, and even more unfortunately, he didn't have a bizarre inheritance like the Immortal Palace behind him. Swish! As his thoughts turned, Su Bai had already activated the Azure Dragon Sword, transforming into a streak of cyan light that swiftly shot out through the deep exit passage of the underground training ground. Leaving the central area of the intersect halls and flying over the majestic intersect main hall on his sword, Su Bai soon arrived at his destination, the intersect treasure pavilion. This was an ancient-looking 3-story pagoda with flying eaves and upturned corners, shrouded in a faint rosy glow, appearing solemn and mysterious. Next, Su Bai planned to thoroughly master the dragon's roar sword soaring, and then accept an intersect mission to travel to the Zhao Kingdom or a nearby region. Taking this opportunity, he would go find Jiang Han to collect his dividend of 4,500 spirit stones. If this substantial sum could be successfully obtained and entirely exchanged for golden marrow pills suitable for late qi refining cultivators, it would be enough to support a long period of intense cultivation. With his current dual spiritual root talent and abundant resources, breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refining should be a sure thing, and even the 10th layer, the great perfection, was not beyond reach. Although Jiang Han and I share the bond of being fellow disciples from the outer courtyard, the Immortal Palace he is involved with is mysterious and unfathomable, so I must be on guard. Going to demand the spirit stones this time is bound to cause complications. It is imperative to exchange for some reliable protective and life-saving items. Su Bai remained vigilant, and his heart descended from his flying sword and strode into the treasure pavilion. The first floor of the pavilion was quite spacious, with soft lighting and the faint scent of sandalwood mixed with the unique aura of spiritual objects lingering in the air. Behind the counter sat an old man with white hair and beard. His figure stooped. He wore a gray Taoist robe washed pale, and his aura was obscure and profound. He was unmistakably a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet a lingering heavy air of decay clung to his brows like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Even a powerful Foundation establishment cultivator could not escape the erosion of time. Once the limit of their lifespan was reached, they still faced the end of their Dao and physical death. This scene deepened Su Bai's understanding of the arduous path of cultivating for immortality. Elder, this disciple has come to exchange for treasures. Su Bai composed himself, stepped forward, and respectfully presented his intersect disciple jade token. The elder of the treasure pavilion slowly raised his eyelids, a glint of sharp light flashing in his seemingly cloudy eyes. He took the jade token, lightly wiped his finger over it, and Su Bai's contribution point balance of 1,800 appeared. The old man spoke in a hoarse yet steady voice. 1,800 points is not a small amount. What type of treasure do you wish to exchange for? Su Bai cupped his hands in reply. Elder, this disciple plans to go on a journey soon and wishes to find 1 or 2 protective treasures that can help me escape and preserve my life when encountering an opponent of a higher realm than myself. Preferably items that can be activated at the qi refining stage and can at least hinder or allow escape from a Foundation establishment cultivator. Life-saving items for facing high-realm cultivators. The treasure pavilion elder nodded slightly, waved his withered hand over the counter, and 3 jade slips of different colors with restrained luster appeared before Su Bai. These 3 jade slips respectively contain information on treasures currently in the vault that meet your requirements. The cyan one is for escape techniques, the yellow for defense, and the red for attack. They contain detailed descriptions, exchange prices, and stock information. You may browse and choose at your leisure. Thank you, Elder. After expressing his gratitude, Su Bai picked up the 3 jade slips and immersed his divine sense into them one by one. The information within the jade slips was well organized with both text and illustrations. The escape technique category had the most items, ranging from one-time divine movement talismans and minor teleportation talismans to reusable but energy-consuming wind speedboats and earth escape shuttles, and finally, to the one-time quasi-second grade magical artifacts. Su Bai saw Thunder Escape for 1,000 Leo wide variety. The defense category mostly consisted of high-grade protective talismans, one-time shield crystals, or defensive magical artifacts. The attack category was uniformly one-time consumables of immense power, such as Scorching Sun Thunder Beads and Spell-Breaking Sword Pellets. Subai weighed his options carefully. For defense-type treasures, what could be exchanged for around 1,500 contribution points were mostly one-time shields or top-quality, defensive magical artifacts of decent grade. However, a top-quality defensive magical artifact, when faced with a furious strike from a Foundation Establishment cultivator, would be lucky to hold for a moment and would greatly deplete his own spiritual energy, leaving him in a passive position. It was better to choose an extreme escape technique to simply flee. The same logic applied to attack-type treasures. What could be obtained at this price might injure a Foundation Establishment cultivator, but would be far from fatal and would likely enrage the opponent, instead leading to a relentless pursuit. His gaze finally locked onto the Thunder Escape for 1,000 Li. Thunder Escape for 1,000 Li, a one-time quasi-second grade magical artifact. Refined from pure lightning attributed spiritual energy and void stone, it contains a trace of spatial teleportation capability. The user must inject a small amount of spiritual energy in advance to anchor the direction. Upon activation, it can instantly teleport 1,000 Li in the designated direction. Exchange cost 1,500 contribution points. Instantly teleporting 1,000 Li. Even a later-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator and less proficient in special tracking techniques would find it extremely difficult to immediately pinpoint my location and pursue me. That should buy enough precious time to catch my breath and conceal myself. Subai had already made his decision. He put down the jade slips and said to the Treasure Pavilion Elder, "Elder, this disciple has decided to exchange for this Thunder Escape for 1,000 Li. A discerning choice, knowing when to advance and when to retreat, understanding gains and losses." The Treasure Pavilion Elder offered a rare word of praise, the wrinkles on his face relaxing slightly. "Wait here for a moment." The old man rose, and with a somewhat faltering gait, went to the back of the Treasure Pavilion. Moments later, he returned holding a jade box the size of a palm. Opening the jade box, a fist-sized orb, deep azure in color with a surface covered in complex, silvery white lightning patterns, lay resting on a silk cushion. Inside the orb, faint, dense silver arcs of electricity could be seen constantly flickering and moving, emitting a wild, yet restrained spiritual energy fluctuation, as if it sealed a miniature thunderstorm sky. This is the Thunder Escape for 1,000 Li. The method of activation and precautions have been imprinted on the inside of the jade box. Remember, do not use it lightly unless it is a matter of life and death. The Treasure Pavilion Elder solemnly pushed the jade box towards Subai while taking Subai's jade token and deducting 1,500 contribution points. Subai received the jade box with both hands. It felt slightly cool to the touch. He carefully examined the thunder orb within the box, feeling the astonishing energy contained within, and his mind was somewhat at ease. With this item, even if he encountered a Foundation Establishment cultivator in pursuit, he would have a much better chance of escaping. He carefully stored the jade box in the most secure spot within his storage pouch. Elder, this disciple also wishes to exchange all of his remaining contribution points for golden marrow pills. Subai presented his jade token again. As a first-grade top-quality spirit pill, the golden marrow pill has pure and gentle medicinal power, ideal for late chi refining cultivators to consolidate their foundation and enhance their cultivation. Typically, 1 pill per day is sufficient. Excessive consumption can be harmful. The exchange price at the Treasure Pavilion was 50 contribution points per bottle, 10 pills. The Treasure Pavilion Elder nodded, turned, and brought back 6 small pill bottles from the back, placing them on the counter along with Subai's jade token. After deducting the final 300 contribution points, Subai's jade token balance returned to 0. Adding the bottle he had received yesterday, he now had 7 bottles totaling 70 golden marrow pills, enough to support over 2 months of high-intensity cultivation. After storing the pills, Subai bowed to the Treasure Pavilion Elder and took his leave. Stepping out of the Treasure Pavilion, sunlight poured down. Subai calculated his next plan. Originally, he had intended to use his contribution points to exchange for a few practical spells, especially movement and escape techniques. But now that he had the Wandering Dragon Sword art personally taught by Su Shangran, which was already a top-tier movement method at the Qi refining stage in terms of speed and flexibility, essentially a sword escape, he had no need for anything else for the time being. As for other offensive or auxiliary spells, Subai had other plans. He decided to wait until the cooldown of the Immortal talent projection ability refreshed in June. At that time, he could seek out disciples within the inner sect halls who had special talents in defensive spells and replicate them. Competition among the inner sect halls was fierce, and there was no shortage of geniuses specializing in earth-type defenses, ice-type armor, or even light shield spells. If he could acquire a suitable defensive spell talent and supplement it with corresponding spell training, he could truly compensate for his own shortcomings and achieve a balanced development of both offense and defense. Upon exiting the Treasure Pavilion, Subai wasted no time and directly flew on his sword back to his cave dwelling on Qinyan Cliff. Stepping into his cultivation chamber, the restrictive formation silently closed, sealing off all external disturbances. The cave dwelling was filled with dense spiritual energy, more serene than the outside world. He sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion atop the stone bed, his mind rapidly settling into tranquility. Next came the unshakable daily routine of formal cultivation. Subai took out a jade bottle from his bosom and poured out a pill the size of a longan, its surface faintly shimmering with cloud patterns. This was the golden marrow pill. This pill was renowned among inner disciples, almost an essential elixir for those in the late Qi refining stage of the Yuxia sect to enhance their cultivation and solidify their foundation before attempting foundation establishment. It was considered one of the sect's signature products. He had long heard of its fame, but this was his first time taking it himself. Placing the pill in his mouth, it dissolved instantly without needing water, transforming into a warm, yet exceptionally potent surge of medicinal power that flowed straight down his throat into his dantian. Immediately, the medicinal force exploded outward, surging and coursing through his meridians. Su Bei's heart trembled slightly as he immediately activated the seventh layer technique to guide this formidable power. Even with his preparations, he was startled by the pure energy contained within the golden marrow pill. This medicinal force not only vastly exceeded that of the yellow dragon pill in total quantity, but also excelled in purity, gentleness, and ease of absorption and conversion. If the medicinal power of the yellow dragon pill was like a stream, requiring strenuous guidance to irrigate the dantian, then the golden marrow pill was akin to a finely regulated irrigation network. Wherever the medicinal force passed, the meridians were gently widened and nourished, and spiritual power grew and solidified at a visibly rapid pace. Roughly estimated, its effective potency was at least 7 or 8 times that of the yellow dragon pill, with far fewer impurities and a lighter burden on the body. No wonder it's a superior grade elixir exclusively for inner disciples. Subai praised inwardly. If he could take one golden marrow pill daily, supplemented by the dense spiritual energy of the Qingyan Cliff Cave and his own dual spirit root cultivation speed, he calculated that within 1 to 1.5 years, he would have great hope of breaking through to the 8th layer of Qi refining. This pace was by no means slow, even among inner disciples. Of course, this was only an ideal scenario. Inner disciples could not afford to take golden marrow pills every day. A bottle of 10 pills cost 50 contribution points, and earning contribution points was no easy feat. Ordinary inner disciples had to spend considerable time accepting and completing various sect tasks to accumulate enough points to exchange for pills. Moreover, cultivating spells, purchasing talismans and magical tools, and even participating in certain special cultivation venues all required contribution points. Spell cultivation and realm advancement complemented each other. If one had only realm without matching combat power, they could easily fall when undertaking dangerous missions. Therefore, most inner disciples had to find a balance between improving their cultivation, practicing spells, and executing tasks to acquire resources. Truly dedicated seclusion for cultivation was rare. Time flowed quietly within the cave. Subai concentrated, fully guiding the medicinal power of the golden marrow pill through the cycles of his meridians. After several hours, the main medicinal force had been fully absorbed and refined, transformed into pure azure with spiritual power, and settled in the dantian's qi, resulting in tangible progress in his cultivation. The remaining trace of medicinal essence gently permeated his meridians and flesh. Once the lingering effects dissipated, Subai rose, stretched slightly, and once again flew on his sword from the cave, heading straight for the underground training ground. While realm advancement was important, honing combat prowess was equally indispensable. In the following days, he immersed himself in further mastering the dragon soaring sword art and tackling the challenging dragon roar sword sky. Thus his life revolved around cultivation, sword practice, and rest, a disciplined and fulfilling routine. Over 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye amidst focused training. One day, in a certain open area of the underground training ground, dragon roar sword sky, Su Bei's expression was solemn, his hands swiftly forming the final intricate dragon-shaped hand seal as he let out a clear cry. The azure dragon sword suspended before him suddenly erupted with dazzling cyan light, the blade trembling violently, emitting a clear and stirring sword cry like a true dragon's roar. Roar! Amidst the sword cry, a solid, lifelike, cyan dragon-shaped sword aura howled forth from the sword's tip. This dragon-shaped sword aura was several zhang long with distinct scales and claws, eyes like lightning, carrying an awe-inspiring majesty and an indestructible sharpness. It tore through the air with a thunderous roar, slashing fiercely toward the void ahead. Where the sword aura passed, the air was compressed into visible ripples. The sturdy defensive formation light wall of the underground training ground, touched 100 meters away, immediately stirred with intense undulations that took a long time to settle. After executing this move, Su Bei's face paled slightly, and nearly a third of his spiritual power was instantly consumed. He quickly sheathed his sword and adjusted his breathing to recover. This technique's power is indeed astonishing, worthy of the name Sword Sky. But the consumption is also terrifying. Subai thought to himself, if I hadn't cultivated the profound sword condensation true art, and opened the yin-yang return to void sword meridian, which greatly enhances sword aura condensation and spiritual power utilization efficiency, compared to my peers, this strike would have drained most or even all of my spiritual power, leaving me temporarily weakened. Nevertheless, I have finally mastered it. A glint of relief and confidence shone in his eyes. In 10 days, mastering an extremely difficult offensive secret technique created by a foundation establishment sword cultivator to an entry-level proficiency, this speed of spread would astonish many inner disciples. In his application of the dragon soaring sword art, he had also surpassed Zhao Shanha, who had guided him into it. It's time. Subai put away the azure dragon sword, his gaze fixed on the exit of the training ground. I should accept an intersect mission and then head to the state of Zhao. The huge sum of 4,500 spirit stones had been on his mind. Obtaining it early and converting it into cultivation resources would allow him to pursue higher realms with greater peace of mind. Subai flew on his sword, transforming into a cyan streak of light, heading straight for the intersect hall. He strictly adhered to the rules, unlike Lu Qingfeng, who would fly directly into the hall. Instead, he landed properly in front of the main gate, straightened his inner disciple attire, and then stepped inside. In a side area of the hall, there was a dedicated mission exchange zone. On duty today was a stern-faced, sharp-eyed, middle-aged steward at the early foundation establishment stage whom Subai did not recognize. Subai stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple Subai requests to accept an intersect mission. The middle-aged steward glanced at him, nodded without saying much, and waved his hand, causing a cyan-white jade slip to float before Subai. Browse on your own and report the number after you've chosen. Upon entering the intersect with the initial condensation of spiritual sense, and improved cultivation information was often transmitted using more efficient jade slips. Jade slips could not only record vast amounts of text, but also store images, sounds, and even dynamic visuals representing a high-level information medium in the cultivation world. Subai took the jade slip and immersed his spiritual sense into it. Immediately, a flood of mission information poured into his mind, categorized and well-organized. He quickly filtered through, prioritizing missions in the state of Zhao and its surrounding areas. Soon one mission caught his attention. This mission happened to be heading to the state of Zhao. Travel to the Kai family, a cultivation clan in the state of Zhao, to pick up disciples with spiritual roots and bring them back to the sect. Simultaneously deliver a batch of spirit pills and magical tools purchased by the Kai family and bring the spirit stones back to the sect. The Kai family was a cultivation clan in the state of Zhao whose ancestor was a disciple of the Yuxia sect. After establishing the family, they maintained close ties with the Yuxia sect. Thus, for over a century, the Kai family would every few years seek out disciples with spiritual roots near their domain and send them to the Yuxia sect. The Kai family. Subai quickly retrieved relevant knowledge from his mind. In the vast cultivation world of Qingzhou, there were many affiliated cultivation clans or market forces like the Kai family, which had ties with the Yuxia sect spanning over a century, sending disciples and conducting trade across generations. They were the tentacles through which the Yuxia sect extended its influence to the grassroots, as well as a stable source of fresh blood and some resources for the sect. Subai carefully calculated. From the Yuxia sect to the state of Zhao, with his current speed using the dragon soaring sword art traveling at full speed, he should be able to reach the Kai family in about 2 days. The difficulty lay in the return journey. Having to bring along 8 mortal children with no cultivation, ordinary inner disciples could only rely on slow spirit boats or land mounts. With breaks and dealing with unexpected incidents, it typically took 15 to 20 days. The entire mission cycle was 1 month, earning 100 contribution points. For an ordinary late chi refining inner disciple, it was a moderate time-consuming but relatively safe under the sex protection mission. But Subai was no ordinary inner disciple. He possessed an extreme-grade magical tool, the Azure Dragon Sword, which had the ability to change size like a mustard seed. He had privately tested that the Azure Dragon Sword could expand to a giant sword of 10 zhang, easily accommodating 8 people. However, in that form, flying would drastically increase spiritual power consumption, making it unsustainable. If controlled to 2 or 3 zhang in size and carrying 8 people, his spiritual power should be able to sustain flight for a longer period, requiring only a few stops to recover. Thus, the return trip could be shortened to 5 or 6 days. As a result, the entire mission might take only 8 to 10 days, far more efficient than others. More importantly, this created a generous time gap, allowing him to take the opportunity to go to the agreed-upon location with Jiang Han and handle the matter of the 4,500 spirit stones. After all, waiting for Jiang Han to appear might also take time. This is the one. Subai made up his mind. The mission location matched the schedule, was flexible, and while the reward wasn't high, it was safe and perfectly aligned with his private plans. He put down the jade slip and said to the middle-aged steward, "Steward, I accept this mission number Dingwei, 372. Very well. The middle-aged steward responded, took Su Bei's inner disciple token, cast a spell to imprint the mission information and number onto it. Then he rose and entered the back hall, returning shortly with a nondescript gray storage pouch and handed it to Su Bei. This pouch has a simple restriction placed on it. It cannot be easily opened by anyone other than the mission taker or cultivators above Foundation establishment. Inside are all the supplies ordered by the Kai family, with a list enclosed. Upon completing the mission after delivering the spirit stones, you must return this pouch for account verification. Remember, both the supplies and the disciples must be brought back safely. Su Bei accepted the storage pouch with both hands. It felt heavy, indicating a considerable amount of supplies. Count them clearly. If any supplies are missing after leaving this hall, you shall be held personally responsible for the deficit. The steward of the inner hall offered a routine reminder. Su Bei nodded slightly and accepted the storage pouch. He did not rush to leave, but instead immediately extended a thread of his spiritual sense into the pouch. A simple restriction sealed its mouth, yet it yielded readily upon confirming the mission information on his jade token. In mere moments, Su Bei had finished his tally, finding it perfectly matched the mission description. The quantity is correct. Thank you for the reminder, steward. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, he secured the storage pouch properly at his side. Very well, you may go. The mission has a 1-month deadline. Try to leave early and return soon. The steward waved a hand, offering no further words. Su Bei clasped his fists in a salute, turned, and strode out of the inner hall. The sunlight outside the hall was perfect. He took a deep breath of the crisp mountain spiritual energy, and with a flicker of thought, the azure dragon sword flew out from his dantian, materializing as a 3-foot azure blade suspended before him. He leaped onto the sword, and with a flash of light it shot forth like a cyan meteor, streaking beyond the gates of Yuxiao sect, heading straight for the state of Zhao. On this journey, he planned to first seek out Jiang Han to settle the matter of the spirit stones, then proceed to the Kai family to carry out the sect mission. Such an arrangement would allow him the most leisurely pace. The state of Zhao, Anren Town, Tao Weiyuan Tavern. The address Jiang Han had left behind surfaced clearly in Su Bei's mind. It was in the afternoon that Su Bei officially departed from the sect. Pouring all his strength into the dragon's soaring sword art, the azure dragon sword transformed into a cyan shooting star tearing across the sky. The fierce wind howled past his ears as the rivers, mountains, towns, and fields below blurred and receded like fleeting shadows. He consumed a chi restoration pill to maintain a steady output of spiritual energy, only seeking a secluded forest to rest and regulate his breathing when his energy reserves fell below half. Thus he traveled day and night, flying tirelessly on his sword. By the third morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten with a pale glow at the horizon, the landscape below had subtly shifted, now marked by dense networks of waterways and a marsh-like atmosphere. Su Bei knew he had entered the territory of the state of Zhao. He slightly lowered his flying altitude and retrieved a jade slip mapping the Qingzhou region, a standard issue for inner disciples. The jade slip not only marked the boundaries of various states, major mountains, and cities, but also outlined the approximate locations of great sects, cultivation families, and markets. Though not detailed, it was more than sufficient for orientation. Sinking his spiritual sense into it, he compared the winding river below with the faint rolling hills in the distance. Su Bei quickly determined his current position and the general direction of Anren Town. Adjusting his sword light, he flew for another hour or so. When a prosperous basin surrounded by numerous rivers with orderly houses and crisscrossing fields came into view, Su Bei knew he had arrived at Anren Town. To avoid causing a commotion, he descended in a secluded patch of woods several miles from the town. Stowing away the azure dragon sword and straightening his ink-black robes which bore no dust, Su Bei then began walking unhurriedly toward the town. Anren Town, true to its reputation as a renowned land of fish and rice in the state of Zhao, far exceeded Su Bei's expectations in prosperity despite being called a town. The town walls were tall, the streets wide, shops lined both sides, and crowds of people flowed like a river. It was early morning, and the morning market had already opened with the sounds of hawking conversation and creaking cartwheels mingling into a vibrant tapestry of life. The air was thick with the aroma of food from breakfast stalls, intermingled with a faint characteristic fishy scent unique to the region. It was said that Anren Town's fish head dishes were an unparalleled delicacy, drawing gourmands from afar and fueling the area's prosperity. The permanent population was likely close to 100,000. Walking on the bluestone paved street, Su Bei's outstanding temperament and luxurious attire stood in stark contrast to his surroundings, drawing curious or odd glances from many passersby. He paid it no mind. Spotting a middle-aged man who appeared to be a local merchant, he politely inquired about the whereabouts of the Tao Weiyuan Tavern. The merchant, noticing Su Bei's extraordinary bearing, hastily and respectfully pointed the way. "You're asking about Tao Weiyuan, young master. Cross that stone arch bridge, head west, go through 2 alleys, and you'll see it in the quieter old district on the west side of town." However, the merchant paused, lowering his voice. "That tavern's business doesn't seem too good. If you're looking for a meal, there are better taverns in the east end of town. Thank you. Subai smiled faintly and handed over a small piece of silver as a token of gratitude. The merchant thanked him profusely and accepted it with delight. Following the directions, Subai soon found the aged stone arch bridge. Crossing it and heading west, he found the area growing increasingly secluded, forming a stark contrast to the bustle of the town center. The streets narrowed, and the houses appeared older and lower. Finally, at the end of an alley, a two-story wooden tavern came into view. The tavern bore a slightly faded plaque inscribed with the three characters, Teoweyuan, in vigorous brushstrokes, though it was covered in dust. In front of the tavern should have been a peach grove, but it was now the end of March, a time when peach blossoms should have been in full bloom. Yet here the peach trees had withered skeletal branches with sparse falling leaves, and the ground was littered with dead twigs and fallen leaves. It had clearly been neglected for a long time, exuding a desolate and forlorn air of an owner who had lost all interest in management. This fits the style of a celestial palace stronghold, or perhaps Jiang Han's capricious nature, Subai mused to himself. Shaking his head, he stepped into the tavern. The main hall was empty, the tables and chairs neatly arranged but covered in a thin layer of dust. The air carried a faint musty smell mixed with the stale odor of aged spirits. Behind the counter, a young waiter was slumped over a table, his head buried in his arms, emitting soft snores, clearly fast asleep. Unwilling to wait, Subai pressed two fingers together and flicked a wisp of subtle spiritual energy, transforming it into an invisible cool breeze that precisely brushed the waiter's cheek. Achut! The waiter jolted awake, lifting his head abruptly, his eyes bleary and his face marked with red creases from being pressed against the table. He looked around in confusion until his gaze finally settled on Subai, who stood in the center of the hall with an air of distinction. The waiter instantly snapped to full alertness. "I'm looking for someone," Subai said directly without waiting for the waiter to ask. "Is there a man named Jiang Han here?" Jiang Han. The waiter hesitated for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Yes. Please wait a moment, young master. I'll go fetch him immediately." With that, he darted up the wooden stairs leading to the second floor like a startled rabbit, his footsteps thumping loudly. Subai had expected to wait for a while, even bracing himself for the possibility that Jiang Han wasn't there. However, in just a few moments, familiar footsteps echoed from the stairs. A figure descended swiftly. It was Jiang Han. He wore a cyan outfit suitable for movement, looked to be in good spirits, and had a slightly roguish smile on his face. "You're a bit slow, Subai." Jiang Han's tone was familiar, as if they had only parted yesterday. He walked straight to a table by the window, pulled out a chair, and made a pleased gesture to Subai. Subai complied and sat down across from him, calmly studying Jiang Han. Jiang Han wasted no time. As soon as he sat down, he pulled out a bulging storage pouch from his chest, placed it on the table with a soft thud, and slid it over to Subai. "That's your share? Count it." He was brief. Subai picked up the pouch, feeling its weight. Extending his spiritual sense inside, he saw a neat pile of spirit stones brimming with spiritual energy. With a flicker of thought, his spiritual sense swept across them like tentacles, finishing the tally in just a few breaths. Exactly 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. That was 500 more than the agreed 4,500. "There's an extra 500. Subai looked at Jiang Han, his tone matter-of-fact. Jiang Han chuckled, picked up a teapot left on the table, and poured himself a cup of cold tea. After taking a sip, he said, "The extra 500 is my token of thanks to you, Brother Su. Without you holding the front, and ultimately killing Li Xian, I wouldn't have gotten this much on my own, and it would have been hard to escape unscathed. I hope we can cooperate successfully again." His meaning was clear. The extra spirit stones were both a reward and a bridge for future collaboration. Subai listened, and without further refusal calmly tucked the storage pouch into his robes. With 5,000 spirit stones in hand, he felt considerably more at ease. "Looking forward to our next cooperation. From the way you speak, could it be you found another opportunity?" he asked, following Jiang Han's lead. Jiang Han shook his head, his smile fading slightly into a thoughtful expression. "I don't know the specifics yet, but since the Celestial Palace has me growing in the Qingzhou cultivation world, they'll eventually provide some intel pointing out certain unowned or easily obtainable cultivation resources for me to act on. Like this time with the Blood River Secret Realm, I managed to infiltrate the Xian'in sect's team and use that special artifact to leave the realm early. Those channels and methods were all provided by the Celestial Palace. The Celestial Palace has its own information network and resource support system." Subai fell into a brief contemplation. The actions Jiang Han mentioned were likely raids or struggles over cultivation resource sites. The Celestial Palace crowd indeed operated like parasites, lurking in the shadows, quietly eroding the resources of the orthodox cultivation world. But what was even more daunting was that this wasn't a ragtag group, it was an organized, supported, and heritage-bearing community of parasites. Yet from another perspective, cooperating with these parasites to share in the spoils seemed not entirely unappealing to Subai, who was desperately in need of resources to advance. The path of cultivation was after all a struggle against the heavens for survival. Resource conflicts were everywhere. The means were merely different. Thoughts churned in his mind, but his face betrayed nothing. He only said calmly, if a real opportunity arises for win-win cooperation, and gaining what's due joining forces with you wouldn't be a problem. I knew you were a man of reason, Brother Su. Jiang Han laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Su Bei's response. He knew his own standing in the Celestial Palace was still shallow, and relying solely on their brutal competition and limited support carried immense risk. Su Bei was formidable, backed by the Yuxia sect, and meticulous. Forming a loose alliance with him, where they could aid each other in critical moments, would benefit both parties. Speaking, Jiang Han took 2 items from his own storage pouch, 2 intricately folded paper cranes shimmering with faint spiritual light. These are called 10,000-mile cranes, one-time communication artifacts. Once activated, they can transmit messages up to tens of thousands of miles. Jiang Han explained while pressing his fingers together like a sword, extracting an extremely faint trace of aura from both himself and Su Bei, imperceptible to ordinary senses, and infusing 1 paper crane with each. The paper cranes glowed faintly before returning to their original state, but Su Bei could sense a subtle connection forming between himself and one of them. You and I will each keep one. If I have a suitable operation on my end, or if you have information to share, use this crane to send a message. Just infuse it with spiritual energy and silently speak the words you want to send. It will find the other person by following the aura. Jiang Han handed one of the cranes to Su Bei. Su Bei took the lifelike spiritual paper crane and examined it closely. The array patterns on it were intricate and exquisite, bearing a faint technique that differed from common cultivation schools. Its level of craftsmanship was no less impressive than the 1,000-mile thunder escape he had just exchanged for. Is this another item from the Celestial Palace? Su Bei asked. That's right. Jiang Han nodded. The Celestial Palace does have some unique expertise in artifact refining and talisman making, especially in crafting these special-purpose one-time artifacts or concealed items. But, he shrugged, they're useful, sure, but aside from what's necessary for missions, all the good stuff has to be bought with spirit stones. And for gains like this time from the secret realm, half has to be handed over to the higher-ups. Su Bei nodded slightly, gaining a more concrete understanding of the Celestial Palace's operational model. A question occurred to him, and he asked with mild curiosity, how many people does your Celestial Palace actually have in the Qingzhou region now? If it's a secret, just pretend I didn't ask. Jiang Han paused in thought for a moment, then said, the Celestial Palace isn't as strict about information secrecy among its members as outsiders might think, especially for those active in the same area. We generally know the basics. Since I trust you, Brother Su, it's fine to share. He lowered his voice slightly. As far as I know, there are 4 Celestial Palace members permanently stationed or primarily active in the Qingzhou cultivation world, including myself. Their code names are Jian Jian E Jian San and myself, Hua Shi San. Only 4. Su Bei was somewhat surprised, fewer than he had anticipated. Jian San is Su Duanqiu, right? Where is she now? And the one codenamed just Jian without a number suffix. Does he hold a special status? Su Bei pressed further. Jiang Han shook his head. I don't know exactly where Su Duanqiu is either. Celestial Palace members tend to be elusive. Unless there's a joint mission or they initiate contact, it's hard to know each other's specific locations. As for Jian, his expression turned somewhat solemn. He's our leader in the Qingzhou region and the Celestial Palace's formal representative in the Way of the Sword. Jian E Jian San and any future Jian X are just candidates or standbys. It's said that if you can defeat Jian in a direct sword duel, you can take his place, becoming the new formal member and gaining access to higher-level resources and legacies from the Celestial Palace. The perks are said to be unimaginably good. He laughed self-deprecatingly. But I'm far from that level with my Hua Shi San title. I probably won't have a chance to vie for that formal member status. Just being able to rely on the Celestial Palace's resources and support to go a bit further on this path is enough for me. Is this sort of golden core cultivator? Su Bei's gaze sharpened as he posed this crucial question. Jiang Han nodded, a hint of reverence unconsciously creeping into his tone. Indeed, Senior Brother Su. All official members of the Immortal Palace are at least golden core cultivators. This is both a threshold and a symbol of strength. Su Bei felt a chill in his heart. This news was indeed somewhat shocking. The Yuxiao sect, as one of the 3 major sects of Qingzhou, had only 8 golden core ancestors in public view. If a single official member of the Immortal Palace is a golden core cultivator, and if their number is considerable, does that not imply that this shadowy organization possesses high-end combat power that might rival or even surpass some large sects? How many official members does the Immortal Palace have in total? Su Bei pressed on, attempting to glean the scale of this mysterious organization. Jiang Han shook his head, revealing a look of helplessness. I'm truly not sure about that. It seems that Immortal Palace members are spread across multiple cultivation realms with loose connections and clear hierarchies. As an outer member like myself, I usually only communicate unidirectionally with a fixed superior through a special messaging technique. It's entirely a hands-off approach. Perhaps. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. When my strength is sufficient enough for my codename to change from Fire 13 to Fire 3, or even higher, I will be able to access more core information. Subai nodded slightly, finding this to be quite reasonable. That official member with the codename Sword managed to accumulate the resources to reach the Golden Core stage through plundering, fighting, and killing despite having a poor spiritual root. The process must have been fraught with mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and countless dangers. To reach this point, their mental fortitude, combat power, and methods must have reached an exceedingly terrifying level. He speculated that the strange and exquisite sword technique he practiced, the mystic sword condensation technique, likely originated from this sword or was part of the Immortal Palace's swordsmanship legacy. The fact that Jiang Han could calmly disclose this information suggested that the Yuxia sect's judicial court was not entirely ignorant of the Immortal Palace. The reason they had not launched a large-scale extermination could be due to multiple factors. The movements of the Immortal Palace members were enigmatic and their numbers were scarce, making them difficult to pinpoint. Their members were all of poor spiritual roots, heavily reliant on elixirs and other external resources, and had no rigid need for the spiritual veins and blessed lands that major sects considered foundational. Thus, there was no fundamental conflict of interest such as territory or spiritual veins between the two. Although the Immortal Palace acted with tyranny and plundered, they seemed to adhere to some unspoken rules, primarily targeting ownerless resources or isolated cultivators. They rarely engaged in direct confrontations with large sects, more like predators operating in the gray areas rather than challengers aiming to overturn the order. For a massive entity like the Yuxia sect, unless the Immortal Palace encroaches upon their core interests, such as this infiltration into the secret realm, they would prefer to remain vigilant or deter rather than expend enormous resources on a relentless purge. After all, waging an all-out war against an organization without fixed bases and high-tier cultivators who are elusive would incur too great a cost, rendering it not worth the effort. And he and Jiang Han were merely an outer member of the Immortal Palace and a newly initiated disciple of the Yuxia sect respectively. In the vast cultivation world, they were hardly a speck of dust. There was no need to worry prematurely about the power struggles and oppositions at the higher levels. For now, seizing every opportunity to acquire resources and enhance one's own strength was the most important and practical matter. Subai saw things clearly. Maintaining a loose cooperative relationship with Jiang Han based on personal interests was beneficial for both parties at present. He would not easily leak Jiang Han's whereabouts to the sect, and Jiang Han naturally would not divulge the core secrets of the Immortal Palace. This was an unspoken understanding. As for the future, if one day their positions truly diverged and they faced each other with weapons, that would be another matter. The cultivation world has no eternal friends. With that thought, Subai stood up. Then I shall accept these 5,000 spirit stones. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. He had not forgotten his sect mission and still needed to go to the Kai family to retrieve disciples. Wait a moment, senior brother Su. Jiang Han called out to him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. If you don't have any particularly urgent matters, recently I happen to have a small event here. I wonder if you are interested in participating. Oh, what event? Subai sat back down. Jiang Han wore a fox-like smile on his face. We just acquired a sum of spirit stones. We ought to make it work and convert it into tangible cultivation progress, shouldn't we? Not far from here, there is a Chun family cultivation market established by a family of cultivators with the surname Chun. The market is not large, but it happens to be hosting a small auction in the next couple of days, and I've heard that some decent items will be up for grabs. Subai raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiang Han. It seems it's not as simple as just attending the auction, is it? It seems I can't hide anything from senior brother Su. Jiang Han lowered his voice, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. To be honest, the batch of spiritual herbs I obtained from handling the Blood River secret realm was sold in this Qin family market. Perhaps the quantity and value of that batch caught the attention of some people. After the transaction was completed, someone from the Chun family market actually sent someone to follow me with ulterior motives. At that time, I was all alone and did not wish to complicate matters, so I had to put in some effort to shake them off. He paused, continuing, I specially inquired about it afterward. This Chun family market appears to be a trading venue for loose cultivators and small families with a decent reputation. However, in reality, the Chun family has secretly engaged in quite a few shady dealings. Once they discover a wealthy fat sheep that seems weak within the market, they will secretly mark them, and after the person leaves the market area, they will proceed to rob them, employing quite ruthless methods. Their reputation among the lower-tier loose cultivators is already quite foul, but due to the strength of their family, no one dares to voice their anger. Jiang Han turned to Su, by his tone tempting. This time with you here, why don't we turn the tables and give this Chun family a taste of black eating black? Not only can we avenge the tracking incident, but we might also gain a considerable extra income. Subai did not refuse, immediately cautiously asking, How is the Chun family's overall strength? Are there any foundation establishment cultivators stationed? If their strength is comparable to the Kai family with over 10 latest-stage Qi refining cultivators, or even possibly a foundation establishment cultivator, he would not easily take the risk. Jiang Han clearly had prepared beforehand, confidently stating, "Rest assured, senior brother, Su, I have looked into it carefully. The Chun family is just a small family with limited resources. The entire family has only 5 latest-stage Qi refining cultivators, including 1 at the 9th level and 4 at the 8th level, and there are no foundation establishment cultivators. Most of the other disciples are at the mid or early stages of Qi refining, which poses no real threat. With your swordsmanship, handling those few latest-stage Qi refining cultivators might require some effort, but those in the early to mid-stages of Qi refining would probably not be able to withstand a single strike from you." Further analyzing the potential gains, although the Chun family is not large, they have operated a market for years, so their assets should not be negligible. If we can clear out their treasury, not to mention over 10,000 spirit stones, acquiring several thousand should not be a problem. By then, splitting it between us would amount to a substantial windfall. Su Bai watched Jiang Han speak, confidently realizing that this young man was indeed increasingly adopting the aggressive and resource-plundering style characteristic of the Immortal Palace, with risks and rewards coexisting. He weighed the options slightly. "Tell me your specific plan." Su Bai spoke, indicating his basic agreement. Jiang Han was delighted to hear this, knowing that the matter was almost settled, and hurriedly laid out his ideas. "The auction will take place in 3 days, my plan is." Su Bai listened quietly, his fingers gently tapping on the table as he contemplated the details and possible variables. After a moment, he nodded slightly. "There is still time, let's proceed according to this plan." In just 3 to 4 days, it would not greatly impact his task of going to the Kai family. Regarding combat strength comparisons, Su Bai was filled with confidence. He hailed from the Yuxia sect, practicing its superior techniques and sword techniques, and he possessed the mystic sword condensation technique and the top-grade artifact, the Azure Dragon Sword. Although Jiang Han had a subpar spiritual root as an outer member of the Immortal Palace, his methods were cunning and should not be underestimated. The two of them joining forces against a small cultivation family with a maximum of only latest-stage Qi refining cultivators lacking high-level inheritance and resources had a high probability of success. This indeed felt like a dimensionality reduction strike. "Excellent." Jiang Han clapped and laughed. "Then for these 3 days, senior brother Su, you might as well stay in Anren Town. Although this place is mundane, the fish head dishes are truly exceptional. Tasting them during leisure hours has its unique flavor." Su Bai remained non-committal as he had no interest in mundane food, and stood up saying, "He'll step out for a while." His eye-catching attire as an inner disciple of the Yuxiao sect was evidently unsuitable for executing a black-eating black plan, necessitating a change into a more inconspicuous outfit. A moment later, Su Bai emerged from a clothing shop in town, now dressed in an ordinary blue cotton long robe with a wide-brimmed hat atop his head. The hat's brim hung down with a thin veil that obscured most of his face, making him look like a low-key, itinerant cultivator or a down-and-out loose cultivator. That night, in the second-floor private room of a small tavern in Anren Town known for its fish head soup, Su Bai lifted the veil of his hat and scooped a spoonful of milky white fragrant fish head tofu soup into his mouth. The broth was rich and delicious, the fish meat tender, and the tofu soaked up the essence of the soup, melting in his mouth. A warm sensation rose from his stomach, dispelling the slight chill of the night. Truly delightful. It is indeed rare for mundane food to reach such exquisite and rich flavors. Especially upon first tasting, the palate, long deprived of such pure and layered essence of the world, was instantly captivated by the signature fish head dish of Anren Town. Su Bai was not one to indulge in earthly desires, yet the long and arduous path of cultivation could be quite bitter. Thus, occasionally experiencing the finest flavors of the mortal realm became a means of adjustment and relaxation for his state of mind. Thus, over the next 3 days, Su Bai earnestly sought out several well-reviewed restaurants in Anren Town and sampled various styles of fish head dishes. Steamed to retain its delicate flavor, braised to bring out its rich sauce, simmered into a hearty soup. Each preparation had its unique taste. By the evening of the 3rd day, the initial awe had gradually faded, giving way to a sense of familiarity, returning to calmness. Much like those exquisite delicacies from the palace, he had once grown tired of no longer holding any particular novelty. 3 days passed quietly in waiting and occasional leisurely strolls around the market. On the morning of the 4th day, as dawn broke, the small auction of the Chun clan's cultivation market was about to commence. The market was located in a secluded valley about 50 miles south of Anren Town. Naturally, a small market established by a minor cultivation family could not compare to the large and super-large markets hosted by major sects or large commercial associations. Its scale was limited, and its facilities were relatively rudimentary. The Chen family utilized the faint miasma naturally present in the valley as a barrier, combined with a rudimentary illusion array designed mainly to block ordinary people from accidentally entering. For cultivators, however, it was virtually ineffective. There was no powerful defense or attack array in place, and security relied mainly on the family's own martial deterrence. Su Bai and Jiang Han walked in succession, maintaining a certain distance. As they flew toward the valley, Su Bai, to avoid attracting attention, chose not to use his sword. They stopped at the edge of the illusion array. Indeed, with just a slight focus of spiritual energy into his eyes, the thin mist-like illusion rippled away, revealing the true entrance to the valley. A somewhat rudimentary stone archway stood there, inscribed with the 6 characters, Chun Clan Cultivation Market, the script ordinary and lacking much spiritual energy. Under the archway stood 4 cultivators dressed in matching brown short robes, with swords at their waists, their cultivation levels around the 4th or 5th layer of chi refinement, lazily guarding the entrance, responsible for checking entrance and collecting fees. Indeed, to enter this Chun Clan market, one was required to pay a ticket of 1 low-grade spirit stone. Taking advantage of the auction's attracted crowd, it provided a significant additional income. The two acted separately as planned. Jiang Han took the lead and swaggered toward the entrance, casually tossing a spirit stone. The guarding Qin clan member, seeing his demeanor, Jiang Han had specifically donned a nice robe, did not ask further and let him pass. Before entering, Jiang Han activated a pair of snail flowers and handed one to Su Bai. This item could avoid many blocking methods, though its duration was somewhat short, lasting only 12 hours. It was just right for short-term operations. Su Bai accepted it with a nod, tucking it away. This little item from the Celestial Palace proved quite useful at times. After Jiang Han entered, Su Bai waited quietly under an old tree not far away, observing the cultivators arriving one after another. After about half an incense stick's time, more than 20 cultivators descended or walked in from various directions, their cultivation levels varying widely from the 3rd to the 9th layer of chi refinement, most dressed in ordinary attire and appearing travel-worn, evidently scattered cultivators or members of small families from nearby. It seemed that this auction truly held significant allure for lower-tier cultivators. Seeing that the time was right, Su Bai tugged at the veil of his hat to ensure his face was more thoroughly concealed, then stepped forward with a steady gait toward the market entrance. Halt! A Chun clan member with a face full of flesh and a cultivation level around the 5th layer of chi refinement blocked Su Bai's path, speaking harshly. "You shady fellow, take off your hat and let me see." Su Bai's heart chilled slightly, but he did not react, obediently lifting his hat. Beneath the veil, a youthful and handsome face emerged with clear brows and eyes, skin radiant from years of cultivation, standing out even more in the slightly dim morning light. The Chun clan member was taken aback, a glimmer of jealousy flashing in his eyes as he muttered disrespectfully, "Damn it, looking so decent, why wear a hat? Afraid to be seen? Do you want me to introduce you to someone to be a concubine for some foundation establishment elder? That would be better than being a hapless, scattered cultivator." Su Bai calmly glanced at him, memorizing the slightly hostile expression, then silently handed over a low-grade spirit stone. Seeing Su Bai so understanding, the Chun clan member did not dare to resist or retort. Feeling bored, took the spirit stone, waved his hand impatiently, and said, "Go on in. Don't block the way." Su Bai adjusted his hat and stepped into the market. The scene inside resembled a miniature, somewhat chaotic mortal town street. The bluestone path was uneven, flanked by wooden and stone structures of varying heights, housing various shops. There were shops selling spirit herbs, crude magical tools, forging shops that also offered repairs, and alchemy shops that wafted a faint burnt smell, more like workshops processing low-grade materials, among others. Mixed in were also a couple of mundane taverns and restaurants serving food and drink for those low-tier cultivators or accompanying mortal servants who had not yet fully begun fasting. The market was not large. Su Bai walked along the main street for less than an incense stick's time before reaching the central area. Here a space had been cleared, and a wooden auction platform about 3 feet off the ground was hastily set up, covered with red cloth. Below the platform were dozens of simple wooden chairs arranged in 3 rows, front, middle, and back. Come. Seats are available. The front row has the best view, 10 spirit stones per seat. The middle row is 5. The back row is only 1. First come, first served while supplies last. A few Qin clan members were energetically hawking these value-added services. Su Bai's keen eyes quickly spotted Jiang Han comfortably seated in a central position in the front row, watching the cultivators entering with great interest, exuding an air of wealth and conspicuousness. His task was to act as the fat sheep, drawing the main forces of the Chun clan's attention. Su Bai himself did not need to be so ostentatious. He even saved the spirit stone for a standing ticket, walking directly to the back of the auction area, where about 20 to 30 cultivators had already gathered, most wearing hats or veils, or using spells to slightly obscure their faces, being low-tier scattered cultivators who did not wish to spend more spirit stones or attract attention. Su Bai was not short. Standing in the back row, he could see the auction platform clearly. The timing of their arrival was just right. Before long, as a middle-aged cultivator dressed in a brocade robe, sporting 2 small mustaches, stepped onto the auction platform, the small auction officially began. Indeed, directed at chi refinement cultivators, especially those who were scattered cultivators, the opening items of the auction were mostly unremarkable. A low-grade healing pill, a chi recovery pill, several visibly worn-down low-grade magical tools, some ordinary spirit herbs that were not yet aged. Yet the cultivators below bid fervently, especially those scattered cultivators in the early to mid-stages of chi refinement, who were eager to outbid each other for a bottle of chi-gathering pill or a relatively decent iron essence sword. Subai found it somewhat boring, his gaze casually sweeping over the crowd, silently assessing the potential variables. Dear friends, please look at the next auction item. The auctioneer raised his voice, taking a pill bottle from a jade plate held by a maid beside him. This is the authentic golden essence pill from the Yuxia Sect's Alchemy Institute. It has significant effects for latest-stage chi refinement cultivators in consolidating their foundations and enhancing their cultivation. The quality of the Yuxia Sect's elixirs, I need not elaborate. This pill has a fixed price of 60 spirit stones per bottle, with 10 pills per bottle. There are 10 bottles in total available on a first-come, first-served basis. Subai could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth under his hat. This thing, isn't it just a benefit for inner sect disciples, or something that could be exchanged for 50 contribution points? I wonder which inner sect senior brother is so hard up, or wants to make a little profit, that he even brought it to sell in this small market. However, 60 spirit stones per bottle is 10 more expensive than the inner sect price, but in the outside world, especially for scattered cultivators, in such a small market, the golden essence pill from the Yuxia sect is still a hot commodity. Indeed, as soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, several latest-stage chi refinement scattered cultivators below brightened, all raising their hands to bid. Among them, a tall, thin, sallow-faced scattered cultivator was particularly extravagant, shouting to buy 5 bottles, at once paying 300 spirit stones, drawing low gasps and envious glances from those around him. At that moment, in a backstage area simply partitioned off with curtains at the side and back of the auction platform, the highest-level cultivator of the Chun clan, at present Chen Ping, who was at the 9th layer of chi refinement, was squinting his narrow eyes coldly, watching the scene below through the curtain gap. He appeared to be around 35 to 36 years old, with a sullen expression, dressed in a dark red robe. Remember that tall, thin fellow who bought 5 bottles of golden essence pills? After he leaves the market, find an opportunity to ambush him and bring back the pills. Yes, Brother Ping. The disciple beside him quickly replied, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Standing next to Chen Ping was a middle-aged cultivator in his 50s with a goatee, and at the 8th layer of chi refinement, who was his third uncle Chunin. Pinger, Chunin said quietly, glancing toward Jiang Han in the front row, that kid in the purple robe is here too. Last time he took away over 10,000 spirit stones worth of spiritual herbs from us. His origins are unclear. If he dares to come this time, he might have some backing. If his background is deep, we cannot act against him. Chen Ping's lips curled into a cruel arc. Rest assured, third uncle, after he managed to escape last time, I haven't been idle. I specifically spent spirit stones to inquire about him. This kid's name is Jiang Han. A few months ago, he was an outer sect disciple of the Yuxiao sect, but for unknown reasons, he was declared a traitor by the Yuxiao sect and is on the wanted list. The spiritual herbs he possesses are most likely stolen goods from the Yuxiao sect, and as a stray dog, what sort of background can he have? Chun Ain's eyes brightened as he stroked his goatee. So that's it. Then his spirit stones. Naturally, they are ours. Chen Ping's tone was firm. Over 10,000 spirit stones are enough to cover our family's expenses for several years. This time he has delivered himself right to our door. How could we let him go? By the way, Pinger, that true disciple from Bo Palace is also resting in the market today. Should we greet them before we act? No need. Chen Ping decisively shook his head, his eyes gleaming. We invite people from Bo Palace to leverage their reputation, striving to become a vassal and share some benefits in the future. We haven't received any benefits from them yet, so why should we first give out spirit stones? That doesn't make sense. To deal with the traitor at the 7th layer of chi refinement, I will take action myself, resolving it quickly and withdrawing once I obtain the goods without needing to disturb that true disciple. Seeing Chen Ping's determination and sound reasoning, Chen no longer opposed, but cautioned, then you must be careful and not let anything go wrong. Third uncle, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chen Ping was confident, casting his gaze back toward Jiang Han, who seemed utterly unaware, as if he were observing a plump sheep that had already fallen into a trap. The auction continued, with items being presented and sold one after another, the atmosphere rising and falling. After the intermission, the auctioneer deliberately raised his voice, mysteriously revealing, "Dear friends, the next segment will be the climax of this auction. The final item for auction is an extremely precious defensive-grade supreme magical artifact. It has been consigned here by an anonymous Foundation establishment senior." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously somewhat fatigued audience erupted into an uproar. The atmosphere ignited in an instant. The scattered cultivators whispered to each other, their eyes filled with excitement. A supreme magical artifact, and a defensive one at that. For the vast majority of scattered cultivators struggling with a lack of resources, this was nothing short of a legendary treasure. Although they knew they could never afford it, the starting price would likely be over 1,000 spirit stones, with the final price possibly reaching 2,000 to 3,000. Just witnessing it in person would give them bragging rights when they returned. Subai was also somewhat intrigued. He already possessed the Qinglong sword, but he had yet to own a defensive magical artifact. Although his current finances were insufficient to bid, it was still good to see its quality and understand the market price. At that moment, the wormflower warmed slightly, and Jiang Han's deliberately lowered voice came through. Senior brother Su, there's a change on my side. 2 seats away from me, a disciple wearing the attire of the Bo Palace has just sat down. Judging by the fluctuation of his spiritual power, he must be at least a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. A Bo Palace disciple. Su Bei's heart stirred, and he raised his gaze to carefully look towards the front row. Sure enough, in the center of the front row, the best vantage point, he saw a familiar figure dressed in deep blue robes embroidered with intricate cloud patterns and crane motifs. However, compared to the ordinary inner disciples of the Bo Palace he had seen at the entrance of the Blood River secret realm, this person's attire was even more intricate and exquisite, with special silver trimmings at the cuffs and collar. Subai quickly searched his memory for a brief illustration of the clothing of disciples from other sects within the Yuxia sect, and soon confirmed, based on the style of the clothing, this person should be a true disciple of the Bo Palace. How could a true disciple of the Bo Palace appear at such a small marketplace auction? Subai inquired through voice transmission, his vigilance subtly increasing. Wormflower quickly transmitted Jiang Han's reply, his voice tinged with amusement. From snippets of their conversation, it seems that the Chun family wants to ally with the Bo Palace and become its vassal or intelligence outpost in the surrounding area. The head of the Qin family, who is at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, is currently accompanying this true disciple, speaking very respectfully, as if negotiating terms. However, it sounds like the Bo Palace isn't particularly enthusiastic, and their terms are somewhat harsh. Subai realized, so that's it. The Chun family wants to use this crowded auction to semi-publicly contact the Bo Palace, both to negotiate and to demonstrate to the outside world that they have backing. Regardless of whether the negotiation succeeds or not, as long as news of their connection to the Bo Palace spreads, the Chun families, standing among scattered cultivators and small forces in the area, would naturally rise, making their actions more convenient. The Bo Palace, such a colossal entity, is inherently intimidating due to its name. The plan remains unchanged. Continue executing it. After a brief consideration, Subai transmitted, act according to the situation as it unfolds, adapt as necessary. If that true disciple of the Bo Palace intervenes. He paused. As long as he is not at Foundation establishment, we have the strength to fight. Moreover, he might not be willing to step forward for the Chun family's private actions. True disciples have their pride. Understood, Jiang Han responded succinctly, his voice steady, clearly prepared. At this moment on the auction stage, the atmosphere had reached its peak. The auctioneer signaled 2 burly members of the Chun family to carefully lift a long rectangular tray covered with red silk and place it in the center of the stage. Dear friends, take a look. The auctioneer suddenly unveiled the red silk. Instantly, a gasp of astonishment filled the audience. On the tray lay a round shield roughly the size of a wash basin, entirely in an ancient dark golden color. The surface of the shield was not smooth, but was embossed with layered intricate patterns resembling a tortoise shell. At the center, embedded a deep blue gemstone the size of a dragon's eye, currently radiating a gentle yet resilient fluctuation of spiritual energy, flowing like water across the shield's surface. Without needing to activate it, one could feel the powerful defensive aura contained within it was indeed a high-quality, defensive-grade, supreme magical artifact. This shield is called the Xian Gui Lingguang Shield, made from the carapace of the 3rd-tier demon beast Xian Shui Gui, complemented with various rare metals and meticulously forged by a master craftsman. Once activated, it can form a solid Xianguang shield with extremely strong defensive capabilities, enough to withstand several full-force attacks from a perfected Qi refinement cultivator. It is truly an excellent treasure for self-protection. The auctioneer elaborated, the starting price is 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. The bid increase must be no less than 50 spirit stones. Bidding starts now. I bid 2,000 spirit stones. A clear voice resonated throughout the venue almost immediately after the auctioneer's announcement, raising the price by 500 spirit stones. Everyone's gaze turned to the front row, and it was Jiang Han. His expression was calm, carrying a sense of determination, as if 2,000 spirit stones were merely a trivial amount. This substantial increase in bidding immediately stunned many cultivators who had been eager to participate. Even the true disciple of the Bo Palace sitting in the center glanced at Jiang Han in surprise, but quickly returned his gaze, evidently uninterested in the item. As a true disciple of the Bo Palace, if he needed a defensive magical artifact, the sect's treasury or gifts from his elders would offer better options with higher cost-effectiveness, making it unnecessary to bid high prices in such a place. After a brief silence, a cultivator dressed in a black cloak, his face obscured, hoarsely spoke from the back row. 2,100 spirit stones. His voice was slightly hesitant, clearly indicating that this price was quite burdensome for him. 2,500 spirit stones. Jiang Han almost instantly raised the bid again, directly increasing the price by 400 spirit stones. At this point, even the last remaining hopeful bidders were discouraged. The black-cloaked cultivator fell silent for a moment, then shook his head, helplessly turned and squeezed out of the crowd, abandoning the competition. The auctioneer scanned the room, and seeing no one else bidding, loudly announced, 2,500 spirit stones once. 2,500 spirit stones twice. 2,500 spirit stones 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to this purple-robed friend. A wave of envious gasps and whispers filled the room. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Han calmly walked to the auction stage, took out a small bag he had prepared in advance from his storage bag, and publicly counted out 2,500 spirit stones to the Chun family steward in charge of verifying funds. After confirming that everything was correct, the auctioneer personally handed the heavy Xian Gui Lingguang shield to Jiang Han. Jiang Han accepted the shield without hesitation, immediately drawing a drop of blood to drip onto the gemstone at the center of the shield, while channeling spiritual energy to begin the initial refinement. The shield glowed with golden light, establishing a preliminary connection with him, and was then shrunk to palm size and stored in his embrace. This series of actions flowed smoothly, further demonstrating his wealth and decisive nature. Subsequently, Jiang Han swaggered out of the auction venue under the enthusiastic escort of several Qin family members heading towards the market entrance. The Qin family put on a show of hospitality, welcoming this wealthy guest with smiling faces as they sent him off as if all was well. But just as Jiang Han's figure disappeared outside the market's illusion array in the backstage of the auction, Qin Ping's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sharply ordered his 2 trusted subordinates, both at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, go. The 3 quickly left through a little-known side door, quietly departing the market and rushing in the direction Jiang Han had gone, their movements swift, clearly well prepared. As the auction concluded, most scattered cultivators who felt unsatisfied or returned empty-handed began to leave in succession. Subai blended into the crowd and leisurely walked out of the market. Just as he exited the illusion array, the wormflower transmitted Jiang Han's voice again, carrying a hint of coldness. Senior brother Su, they are following us, a total of 3 people, Qin Ping, leading along with 2 assistants at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The direction is southeast. Subai immediately responded, location. Do you see that solitary, sparsely vegetated yellow-brown hill in the southeast? We will meet at the foot of that hill and deal with them there. Jiang Han's voice came clearly, filled with decisiveness. Understood. Subai no longer hesitated. Seeing the scattered cultivators around him thinning, he swiftly darted behind a copse of trees, his mind focused, and the Qinglong sword transformed into azure light, flying out. He leaped onto it, the sword light swirling silently, ascending into the low-hanging clouds, using the mist as cover, rapidly heading southeast. The dragon soaring sword technique was fully unleashed, moving at incredible speed. From his elevated position, the view was expansive. In just a short while, Subai caught up with the target on the ground. Through the thin gaps in the clouds, he could clearly see 3 figures in brown agile attire, their heads covered in black scarves, executing impressive movements as they swiftly traversed the wilderness, closely pursuing a faint purple silhouette ahead. It was indeed Qin Ping and the others. Huh, there's a tail. Su Bei's gaze sharpened as he quickly noticed that further behind Qin Ping's trio, 2 ordinary-looking scattered cultivators were sneaking along, seemingly wanting to get a piece of the action, but wary of the Chun family's 3 not daring to get too close. 2 insignificant fish, I'll deal with them later. Subai focused his attention on Qin Ping's group. At this moment, the front figure Jiang Han seemed to be running low on spiritual power, with his speed noticeably slowing and the distance to the pursuers quickly closing. That's enough, in 10 breaths we strike. Jiang Han's voice came through the wormflower, extraordinarily calm. Subai took a deep breath, channeling the Xian sword condensing true technique, as spiritual energy began to gather towards specific sword veins. He maneuvered the sword light, silently diving from the clouds, retracting the sword light, while maximizing his speed like a hunting eagle. Below, Qin Ping, seeing Jiang Han's figure getting clearer ahead, revealed a sinister smile. This kid really can't run anymore. Quickly surround him, take him down, grab the item, and leave. As he accelerated, he began forming hand seals, gathering intense fire attribute spiritual energy at his fingertips, clearly preparing a powerful fire spell. Suddenly, Jiang Han completely halted, turning around to face the 3 charging at him, his expression not showing fear, but a hint of mockery. Playing with fire with me? Jiang Han snorted coldly, his hands swiftly tracing intricate patterns in front of his chest, completing the hand seals faster than Qin Ping. In an instant, 9 fireballs the size of fists, colored a deep red with purple hues and radiating intense heat, appeared out of thin air, encircling Jiang Han. Then, as if commanded, split into 3 groups, roaring towards Qinping and his companions. The fireballs moved with incredible speed, arriving before they could react, sealing off all avenues of escape. What a... Qinping was taken aback. He had never seen anyone so quickly and simultaneously manipulate so many fireballs for precise attacks. This was no ordinary first-tier fireball technique. In a rush, he couldn't complete his own spell, understanding that the power of these 9 fireballs was not to be underestimated. Defend! Qinping shouted loudly, immediately summoning a life-saving magical artifact. He carried a small bell, entirely golden, engraved with runes. This small bell expanded in the wind, instantly growing to about 10 feet in size, spinning rapidly, and casting a heavy golden light shield that enveloped him and his 2 clan members at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. This was precisely his renowned first-tier, upper-grade defensive magical artifact, the Golden Barrier Bell. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 fireballs struck the golden shield in rapid succession, erupting with deafening explosions and dazzling flames. The golden shield shook violently, its brightness visibly dimming, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. However, thanks to Qinping's robust spiritual power at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, it barely managed to withstand this wave of violent fireball barrages. Inside the shield, Qinping's face turned pale, his blood surging, both shocked and angry. Zhang Han's move had completely exceeded his expectations, and its power far surpassed his estimations. Before he could catch his breath, counterattack, or consider his next move, a terrifying oppressive force suddenly descended from above. It was an extreme sharpness, as if it could slice through the heavens and earth. Qinping looked up in horror to see a cyan dragon-shaped sword, Qi several zhang long, with menacing scales and claws vividly alive, roaring loudly, descending with the force to split mountains and shatter stones, ruthlessly slashing toward the already staggering golden shield. It was indeed Su Bai's long-prepared ultimate move, the Dragon Roar Sword Sky. This strike condensed nearly a third of Su Bai's pure spiritual power, extremely compressed through the Xian Sword Condensing True technique, was supplemented with the sword momentum of the Dragon Soaring Sword technique. Unleashed through the supreme magical artifact Qinglong Sword, its power had reached a terrifying peak that Qi refinement cultivators could achieve. No, Qinping could only let out a desperate scream, frantically channeling the remaining spiritual power into the golden bell. The next moment, roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens. Buzz! Crack! That sturdy first-tier, upper-grade defensive magical artifact, the Golden Barrier Bell, could only withstand the overwhelming dragon-shaped sword Qi for less than a breath of time before letting out a mournful cry and then exploding. It shattered into countless golden shards, carrying the violent sword Qi as they shot out in all directions. Poof! With his life-saving artifact destroyed, Qinping, feeling a heavy blow due to their connection, violently spat out blood mixed with internal organs, his face instantly turning as pale as paper, his breath weakening to the utmost. He staggered back, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. With a single sword strike, just one sword strike, shattered his precious upper-grade defensive magical artifact. Who is this suddenly appearing sword cultivator? Why is this sword Qi so terrifying? Su Bai did not pause for an instant. Having landed his first strike, he pressed the advantage, unleashing the terrifying prowess of a sword cultivator to its fullest. The moment his feet touched the ground, he pivoted lightly on his toes, body and blade moved as one, his fingers weaving the arcane seals of the profound sword spirit condensation art. The Azure Dragon Sword, fresh from shattering the golden bell, executed a nimble aerial reversal. Its blade flared with radiant light, instantly splitting into 3 tightly coiled azure sword energies, striking like venomous serpents' tongues toward Qinping and his 2 companions. The might of a sword cultivator lies not only in the peerless sharpness of a single blow, but even more so in the relentless continuity and explosive intensity of their assault. Sword energy coalesces with astonishing speed, consumes comparatively little spiritual energy, and manifests near instantaneously. Once a sword cultivator seizes the initiative and traps an opponent within an unbroken torrent of sword energies, ordinary cultivators are left scrambling merely to survive, hard-pressed to mount any effective counteroffensive or cast high-tier spells demanding prolonged preparation. Though grievously wounded and stripped of his artifact, Qinping remained a 9th-tier Qi refinement cultivator, his personal reserves still considerable. Seeing the sword energies hurtling toward him, he gritted his teeth against excruciating pain and the chaotic backlash of disrupted spiritual energy, hastily drawing forth a fan-shaped metallic artifact from his storage pouch and channeling his last reserves into it, causing it to swell instantly and interpose itself before him. This was merely a mid-grade defensive artifact, its aura pale beside that of the shattered golden bell, but survival brooked no hesitation. The other 2 8th-tier Qi refinement cultivators of the Chun family, utterly terrified, likewise scrambled to deploy their most trusted defensive artifacts. A tortoiseshell shield and an iron umbrella, Three backs pressed together, they formed a compact defensive circle, pouring spiritual energy desperately into their artifacts to withstand the shrieking razor-edged sword energies bearing down upon them. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The sword energies struck the three defensive artifacts in rapid succession, emitting grating screeches and bursts of clashing spiritual energy. The tortoiseshell shield and iron umbrella flickered violently, their auras trembling under immense pressure. Chunping's fan shield held slightly better, but still vibrated with a low ominous hum. The trio was driven backward step by step, earth churning beneath their boots, their faces growing ever paler. Their spiritual energy gushed forth like floodwaters bursting through a dam. Each sword energy felt as heavy as a mountain, as piercingly cold as glacial ice, numbing their arms, churning their blood, and rattling their very marrow. One cultivator subduing three, and those three were all latest-stage chi refinement cultivators, each ranked higher than himself. This was the terrifying combat power Su Bai now wielded, amplified by the profound sword spirit condensation art and his peerless great artifact. Had these three not possessed deep reservoirs of spiritual energy, and each carried a serviceable defensive artifact, they would likely have fallen mortally wounded, or dead, in Su Bai's opening salvo. Yet this was not all. Amidst the fierce battle, Su Bai's mind sharpened to a razor's edge, his consciousness merging seamlessly with the Azure Dragon sword. Within the mystical state conferred by his yellow-rank talent Sword Heart Clarity, sudden insight struck him. A profound intuitive grasp of the profound sword spirit condensation, art's deepest principles, spiritual energy compression, sword energy circulation, and resonance across the sword meridians. His already opened, yin-yang abyss sword meridian seemed to widen and strengthen under invisible force, spiritual energy flowing through it now smoother, fiercer, and more abundant than ever before. Boom. As if an invisible barrier had shattered, the mastery of the profound sword spirit condensation art ascended effortlessly from minor accomplishment to grand accomplishment. A sharper, purer, more concentrated sword intent surged upward from Su Bai's being. He instinctively unlocked deeper applications of the sword meridians. Chaotic cleave. A flash of incandescent light erupted from Su Bai's eyes as he roared the command, not launching sword energies one by one, but instead flooding the Azure Dragon sword with over half his spiritual energy through his newly broken-through meridian. Instantly, the Azure Dragon sword let loose a resonant dragon-like cry, its blade blazing with blinding radiance. In the next breath, over a dozen exquisitely condensed azure sword energies erupted almost simultaneously from its tip in a wide fan, like a sudden deluge of azure blades screaming shrilly as they descended upon the three cultivators in an overwhelming sky-filling barrage. This technique eerily echoed Su Duanqio's legendary feat at Lingwei Lake, where he'd slain by Dao Yuan with a single stroke. It was the pinnacle technique of the profound sword spirit condensation art, the explosive activation of the sword meridians. And now, unleashed by Su Bai wielding the peerless great Azure Dragon sword, its power surpassed even Su Duanqio's original display by several orders of magnitude. No. Despair flooded Qinping's eyes and those of his companions. Too many sword energies. Too densely packed. Too devastating in force. Boom, 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 crack. SHHHK. A cascade of detonations and splintering sounds followed. The tortoiseshell shield buckled first, struck repeatedly by 3 or 4 sword energies. Its luminous aura extinguished entirely, its surface fracturing into jagged shards. Its wielder, an 8th-tier chi refinement cultivator, screamed once, then was pierced and shredded by successive sword energies cut down instantly. Next came the iron umbrella. Its canopy torn open, its ribs snapped clean in two. Its master fared no better. Crimson blossoms burst across his torso before he collapsed lifeless. Qinping's fan-shaped mid-grade artifact lasted only a heartbeat longer, shattered explosively under the furious barrage of 7 or 8 sword energies, sending fragments flying in all directions. Diamond body protection. Eyes bloodshot with fury, Qinping tore open a life-saving talisman concealed in his robe, a second-tier lower-grade defensive talisman named Diamond Body Protection. A dense, faintly golden aura shimmering with metallic luster instantly enveloped his entire body. Though constrained by the talisman's grade, and thus less stable than a true foundation establishment cultivator's second-tier spell, its inherent foundation establishment level potency far eclipsed any defense available to chi refinement cultivators. The remaining sword energies hammered relentlessly into the pale gold aura, rippling its surface violently. Its light dimmed rapidly, yet it held, barely enduring the lethal storm of blades. Qinping's face turned deathly white, bloodless, hollow-eyed. Repeated backlash from destroyed artifacts, then the forced activation of a second-tier talisman had utterly drained his spiritual energy. His meridians throbbed with agony, his dantian lay barren. Even standing upright wavered beyond his strength. Terror seized him as he glanced. Once, at Su Bai, whose face remained hidden beneath his wide-brimmed hat, yet whose sword intent radiated palpable dread. Without another thought, he whirled and fled wildly back along the path he'd come. Though the diamond body protection talisman vastly increased his defense, it severely hampered mobility, slowing him to a crawl as though burdened by a miniature mountain. Think you can run? Su Bai scoffed coldly. Unfurling his sword flight art, he shot forward like lightning, easily overtaking Chun Ping's panicked flight. Talismans. He had them too, and precisely the kind suited for striking a stationary target. With a tap on his storage pouch, 2 crimson talismans, etched with intricate flame patterns, appeared in his palm. These were the second-tier lower-grade attack talismans Fire Dragon art, gifted by Lu Chengfeng, and in use during the Blood River Secret Realm. Now the moment had arrived. Go! Su Bai infused spiritual energy into one talisman, activating it. The talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a lifelike crimson fire dragon, over 20 meters long, scales and claws rendered in vivid detail. With a deep guttural roar, it lunged, jaws agape, straight toward Qin Ping. Boom! The fire dragon slammed headlong into the pale gold diamond body protection aura. Scorching heat and violent concussive force exploded outward, hurling Qin Ping off his feet, sending him tumbling backward over 20 meters before crashing hard onto the earth. The pale gold aura groaned under unbearable strain, its light flickering wildly, turning nearly translucent, webbed with fine cracks, as if poised to shatter at any instant. Yet somehow it held. My turn. Violet Spirit, Great Flame. Jiang Han, who had been circling patiently at the flank, had finally found his perfect moment. With both hands cupped before him, he conjured a terrifying sphere of fire, size of a human head, deep violet as amethyst, yet swirling with molten core intensity. Radiating palpable heat and annihilation, it arced perfectly through the air, smashing directly onto Qin Ping, just as he hit the ground, his aura teetering on collapse. This was Jiang Han's ultimate fire art secret technique. Boom! A far more violent explosion than the fire dragon's impact shook the air. Violet red flames bloomed like monstrous flowers, engulfing Qin Ping and his faltering golden aura completely. Amid Qin Ping's final despairing defiant scream, the diamond body protection aura shattered, glass-like, vanishing into nothingness. Violet flames licked mercilessly at his body, filling the air with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Is he dead? Su Bai narrowed his eyes, gaze locked upon the heart of the inferno. Yet his sword heart clarity, granting him preternatural spiritual awareness, suddenly flared with a sharp, urgent sense of peril. Without thought, pure instinct, he countered not with evasion but offense, flinging his last fire dragon art talisman straight into the heart of the flames. Almost simultaneously, a blinding point of gold flared within the fire, a razor-sharp golden arrow, manifested from a talisman, hurtling forth with a shriek of tearing air aimed unerringly at Su Bai. This was Qin Ping's final trump card, a second-tier lower-grade attack talisman, Golden Light Arrow. Boom! Su Bai's fire dragon collided head-on with the golden arrow midair. A violent shockwave blasted outward, raising thick clouds of dust. Su Bai, already braced, willed the azure dragon sword back, its blade snapping before him, wreathed in sword energy to form a swift, shimmering sword curtain. The blast's residual force struck the curtain, jolting Su Bai slightly, yet leaving him unharmed. Slowly the dust settled. There, motionless and blackened, lay Qin Ping, devoid of breath, devoid of life. He had ultimately failed to withstand the dual onslaught of 2 second-tier talismans and the lingering devastation of Jiang Han's Violet Spirit, Great Flame. His final desperate bid for mutual destruction ended in utter annihilation. Su Bai showed no complacency. Fingers weaving a sword seal, he sent the azure dragon's sword streaking forward, a single arc of azure light flashing past Qin Ping's charred neck. A severed head rolled free. Thus perished Qin Ping, the strongest current cultivator of the Chun family, a 9th-tier Qi refinement cultivator, alongside 2 elite 8th-tier cultivators of the same lineage. Su Bai exhaled slowly, releasing a turbid breath, then calmed his spirit, settling the slight turbulence of spiritual energy within his body. He stepped forward, first retrieving the azure dragon's sword, then methodically gathering the storage pouches from all 3 fallen cultivators. A cursory sweep of his spiritual sense revealed roughly 1,500 low-grade spirit stones worth of wealth, comprising spirit stones, pills, and raw materials, across the 3 pouches. For 3 latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators, this was no meager fortune, but neither was it extraordinary. Such great effort. Expending 2 precious second-tier attack talismans, burning away nearly half my spiritual energy, only to gain this much. Su Bai frowned faintly, the battle-fueled fire in his heart still unquenched. Clearly the Chun family's principal wealth could not possibly be carried by mere raiders dispatched on errands. The bulk of their resources must remain secured within the Chun clan's cultivation market vault, or their ancestral residence. He turned to Jiang Han,